Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Although Simu had already left to pursue the third Kazekage, the hundreds of remaining Cloud Shinobi dared not continue their assault on the Konoha forces. Not only had the Konoha Shinobi begun to recover under the healing of Katsuyu, but a more terrifying possibility loomed in their minds. What if Hanyu Simu, the Reaper in human form, suddenly turned back? His overwhelming performance had shattered their morale. 4 days to come, many of them would dream of Simu's massacre, his expressionless face, his effortless slaughter. They had no fight left in them. After 4 long hours, the surviving Cloud Shinobi finally limped back to their forward base, Campanulasi Hill, on Mount Kikyo, a strategic location between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. There, 4th Raikage AI was waiting, his gaze steely, arms crossed as the wind rustled the trees around him. Beside him stood a young man in round sunglasses and a scarf, Killer B. Impatient, Killer B muttered in his usual rhythm. Mina, L Noah. Teacher Tutai's late, and he's gonna catch that guffaw. He broke into a little freestyle rap, throwing hand gestures for dramatic flair. But AI didn't laugh. His sharp eyes narrowed as the scattered disorganized remnants of the Cloud forces stumbled through the forest toward them. "Stop joking," AI said, voice hard. "Something's wrong." The state of the returning forces was bizarre. These were battle-hardened shinobi, veterans who followed strict discipline. But now? They were in complete disarray. This wasn't the return of a victorious army. It was a rout. And AI's instincts screamed one word: massacre. He was right. As the ragged Cloud ninjas reached the hilltop, many broke down in tears. Some collapsed on the ground, their bodies giving out after hours of pure adrenaline and fear. AI seized one shinobi by the collar. "What happened?" The man was pale, shaking. "Lord AI, it's gone. Everything's gone." "What's gone?" "Tutai, all the others. They just vanished." "Simu. Hanyu Simu, he killed them." Even saying the name made the soldier's voice crack with terror. AI's face twisted with rage. He threw the man aside like garbage. Hanyu Simu. The memory of that grinning brat from before returned to him like a slap. Lightning crackled across AI's fists, his body emanating killing intent. Killer B immediately stepped in, waving his arms. "Chill, bro. Don't go headlong into Konoha now." "Orochimaru's support force is already inbound," he added quickly. "We get caught, we don't get out." AI gritted his teeth, muscles tensing. Then he exhaled slowly. "I know. He wasn't stupid. Rushing in now would be suicide, especially with one of the legendary Sannin arriving." Just then, the sky lit up. A pillar of blinding light shot into the heavens. Even from miles away, the heat and pressure could be felt. The ground rumbled like an earthquake had struck. Killer B's eyes widened. "Yo, was that?" His gaze locked onto the massive mushroom cloud forming in the distance. "Yo, Eight Tails, tell me, any of the tailed beasts got that kind of light release?" Inside Gyuki, the Eight Tails answered gravely, "No. Even our tailed beast bombs don't cause that level of devastation." "Not even me?" "Maybe the Nine Tails. But even then, it's doubtful." Back at Konoha's side, Orochimaru had just arrived with the reinforcement unit. But what greeted him wasn't a battlefield, it was a crater. Miles of scorched earth stretched before them, the land sunken like a basin. At its center lay a deep pit that seemed to pierce the world itself. "What happened here?" one of the Leaf Shinobi whispered, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Their comrades, though safe and healed, looked just as confused. Orochimaru turned to a nearby soldier. "Report." The shinobi saluted, still overwhelmed. "It was Lord Simu. He saved us." "Simu?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "That kid?" "Yes. We were surrounded by forces from both the Land of Wind and Lightning. We thought it was over. Then Lord Simu appeared and..." The soldier's voice trembled with disbelief. "He tore through thousands. Killed Cloud's elite Jonin Tiontai, and chased down the third Kazekage. Then, that explosion." Orochimaru's golden pupils sharpened. His gaze flicked toward the distant Katsuyu, who nodded solemnly in confirmation. She too knew the truth of it. Simu, that child, had done all this? Not even Hashirama Senju had wielded natural energy like this. If Hashirama mastered sage energy, then Simu was playing with it. The dust finally settled. From the heart of the crater, a lone figure emerged. His cloak of justice was singed, but fluttered proudly behind him. He scratched his head, white hat in hand. Simu spotted Orochimaru and waved. "Oh hey, you made it," he called out, walking up casually. "You just missed the Kazekage, he didn't even leave a corpse." He held out a bamboo hat, the kanji for wind still printed on it. "All I got was this. Think the old man will give me a bonus for it." Orochimaru stared at the hat, fingers trembling as he took it. There was no lie in Simu's words. No need for one. If the Kazekage showed up alive, the truth would be obvious. But if he didn't, then this hat was the truth. A chill ran down Orochimaru's spine. This boy. He could reshape the world. Simu suddenly felt a wave of dread as Orochimaru's hungry gaze lingered on him. Thankfully, Katsuyu intervened before things got too weird, releasing Uchiha Makoto and Hyuga Reika from healing. The two girls immediately rushed over, their eyes locking on Simu. Lord Simu. Before he could even turn, two warm, soft bodies flung themselves into his arms. Not gonna lie, that felt really good. The fallout from the recent battle was far from over. Sunagakure was in a state of crisis. Inside the spherical, sandcrafted Kazekage office, the air was heavy. Advisors Chiyo and Raza had arrived, along with the village's elite jonin. Their expressions were tense and uncertain. The absence of the third Kazekage loomed like a storm cloud. Among those gathered, only Chiyo knew the truth. Her face, though tired, betrayed no weakness. She had lost her brother to war, and now, Sunagakure's greatest Kazekage. But in these uncertain times, she couldn't afford to falter. None of the shinobi present had received official confirmation of the Kazekage's fate. But with no word from his forces, and not a single survivor returning from the campaign into Konoha territory, the mood was grim. Everyone feared the worst. Chiyo didn't hide it any longer. "Everyone here is a pillar of Sunagakure," she said, voice steady. "So I will speak plainly. The third Kazekage has fallen in battle." The room was stunned into silence. "Fallen?" One jonin repeated, his voice cracking. "He was the strongest Kazekage in our history." Chiyo nodded solemnly. "I grieve as much as you. But this is the truth. He died yesterday in battle, at the hands of Hanyu Simu." Murmurs rippled through the room. A name most barely recognized now carried the weight of a nation's loss. "Simu?" Yi Tsong whispered. Raza, who had been quiet until now, asked, "What is Hanyu Simu's condition?" Chiyo's answer came swiftly. "Gravely injured." It was a lie, a necessary one. If the truth were known, that Simu had slain the Kazekage while fighting thousands, defeating the elite jonin Yute, and walking away unscathed, the war effort might collapse from within. Raza clenched his fists, jaw tight. Yi Tsong and Baki stared ahead, thoughts racing. Just years ago, they had taken the jonin exams with Simu. And now, he had killed the man they revered most. Had they known the full story, madness might have taken root. Yi Tsong stepped forward. "Senior Chiyo, I request to lead a retaliatory strike. I want to avenge the Kazekage." More jonin echoed the sentiment, volunteering to fight. But Raza and Baki remained still. They knew better. The village was unstable. The Kazekage was dead. If they moved now, they risked losing control, not just of the war, but of the village itself. Political factions within Sunagakure would leap at the opportunity to seize power. To make matters worse, Konoha had already severed critical supply lines. The destruction of Black Iron Town, the Land of Wind's weapon production hub, had crippled their military. That mission had been carried out by none other than Namake's Minato. Sunagakure was cornered. Continuing this war would be suicide. Stability had to be restored. Chiyo saw the truth as well. "We must elect a new Kazekage, immediately." She didn't mince words. "I propose Raza as the next Kazekage." Her support carried weight, not just as an elder, but as the de facto leader of the village since her brother's death. Many of the jonin once loyal to her brother, Ebizo, now followed her. If Chiyo had wanted the title herself, no one could have stopped her. But she didn't. She knew the future belonged to the younger generation. Raza, with his magnet release, was the most qualified. Konoha's strain. Meanwhile, Konoha was licking its wounds. Sunagakure had lost over 4,000 shinobi and one Kazekage. But Konoha hadn't come out unscathed. Many of their troops were heavily wounded. General Akimichi had lost an arm and could no longer serve on the front lines. To prevent a Wind Country counterattack, the third Hokage had stationed Orochimaru on the border with a force of 5,000 shinobi. But another threat loomed. Mount Kikyo. 6,000 Cloud Shinobi had taken position there, dangerously close to the heart of the Land of Fire. The third Hokage sat in his office, grim-faced, reviewing the survivor reports detailing Simu's incredible performance in battle. On his desk lay a single item, the Kazekage's hat, retrieved by Simu. Tsunade stood across from him, breaking the silence. Simu's performance. We need to reward him properly.
Hiruzen nodded.
Reward him with 5 million ryo.
In my name. Tsunade blinked.
Only 5 million? For defeating the Kazekage. Even the underground bounty on the third Kazekage was higher than that.
The Hokage sighed. I know it's not enough.
But the Daimyo has been delaying our funding. Supplies are scarce, and most of our resources are being rerouted to support the war.
Tsunade frowned.
Is this the Daimyo's way of punishing us for saving Simu? Hiruzen didn't deny it. He won't say it outright, but yes. And now he's venting by stalling our budgets. Tsunade shifted the topic. What about the Mito family? The Hokage's expression darkened. They were caught reselling military supplies. Claimed the shortage forced them to buy from underground dealers. I've already removed all involved personnel. He didn't mention the rest, that the Sarutobi clan had quietly taken control of every weapons depot in Konoha.
What about Mitokado Homura? She pressed.
I've stripped him of all posts, save for his advisory role. He no longer holds power. That was as far as the Hokage was willing to go. Who are we sending to reinforce Mount Kikyo? He asked, changing the subject.
I'll go, Tsunade offered. This time, she didn't hesitate.
Kato Dan was still alive, and she wasn't plagued by hemophobia.
The village needed her.
Besides, Jiraiya was already stationed there. But Hiruzen shook his head.
Send Simu.
Tsunade raised an eyebrow.
Simu. It made sense.
Cloud's forces were led by 4th Raikage, alongside the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Their combined speed and strength made them an unstoppable pair. Not even Jiraiya could pin them down. They refused to engage directly, instead waging a mobile guerrilla war on Mount Kikyo. But if Simu joined the fight, he might be able to counter them.
Simu's return.
Simu had been resting at home for 5 days when the new assignment arrived.
Again. He grumbled to Tsunade.
Why does that old man keep pulling me away from my flock? Tsunade's forehead twitched. Yes, Simu was strong. Yes, he was talented. But damn, his attitude. She slapped a check onto the table. Simu's eyes lit up. He snatched the slip and held it to the sunlight.
It was real.
5 million ryo, he murmured, trying and failing to hide his grin. Still, it's just a Kazekage. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Sarutobi said he'll make it up to you later.
Now go.
I'm going. With money in hand, Simu was filled with motivation. Before leaving, he gave instructions to Ling Yi. Half a month ago, I destroyed Black Iron Town. The Wind Country is desperate for weapons now. Tell Tokumitsu to move the stash I left him and sell it to Sunagakure.
Kushina blinked.
You're selling weapons to the enemy, during wartime? Simu gave a lazy smile. Relax. Those are the defective ones.
That night, Simu went to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield alone to support his nominal teacher. Although it is said to be a teacher, Jiraiya did not teach Simu anything technical. It's more about combat awareness, control of timing, and so on. After all, Simu's power system is completely different from Jiraiya's. But Minato seems to have contracted Mount Mayaboku too. Along the way, Simu thought wildly, and soon approached Kikyo Mountain. Just in time, I met a supply force that was preparing to go to the battlefield from Konoha. Simu just wanted to go up and say hello, but soon he frowned. His observation haki detected the aura hidden around the valley. Is it an enemy? In front of you is a quiet valley, and among the lush forests on both sides of the valley, several figures were staring coldly at the team coming from Konoha. These Konoha guys, do you think they can escape our eyes by delivering supplies at night? A Cloud Shinobi said coldly. They all wore a demon cat mask on their faces. This is a team built around the core of Airway Jinchuriki Urdozi. Everyone has undergone special training. Master the art of using lightning style to stimulate your body to increase your speed. So they can be said to be Cloud Shinobi's sharp knife troops. The task in this battle is to sneak into Konoha territory. With their powerful lurking ability, cut off Konoha's supply routes. Then shift positions with superb speed. To sum it up is guerrilla warfare, engaging in guerrilla warfare within the enemy's territory. From the start of the war to the present, at least 8 teams of Sleepy have died under the hands of this demon cat troop. Therefore, Konoha also took precautions. When about to pass through the valley, all Konoha's ninjas were in high spirits. Be careful. As soon as the leader Konoha Shinobi finished speaking, several lightning bolts streaked across the night. Enemy attack. Leading the way was Jonin of the Hyuga clan. Under his reminder, Konoha's ninjas were already ready. The attack was launched together at the first time. Earth-style Earth Spike. A large number of sharp spikes emerged from the ground, greatly blocked the breakthrough speed of these Cloud Shinobi. It's from the Hyuga clan, it's troublesome. The leader, Cloud Shinobi, cursed unhappily. After all, their ability to camouflage is very good. But the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan can always see through their disguise. Therefore, it can be said that the Cloud Shinobi hate the Hyuga clan to the ultimate. However, although the Grand Master ambushed and assassinated by the Demon Cat troops, it does not mean that their ability to strengthen the government will be defeated. The Cloud Shinobi who attacked this time were 6 in total. They used the same ninjutsu together. Lightning-style Thunder Beast. Surrounded by lightning, 6 ferocious-looking Thunder Beasts made of lightning rushed towards Konoha. They react quickly. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. A wall rose from the ground. But that didn't stop the Cloud Shinobi from attacking. Lightning style is inherently restrained from Earth style. The powerful Thunder Beast directly tore the wall in front of it, roaring and rushing towards them. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Under the blessing of wind style ninjutsu, the several fireballs that spewed out instantly turned into a sea of flames and hit the Thunder Beast. After a loud explosion sounded, the smoke scattered. Careful! Hyuga Jonin shouted loudly. Several electric arcs rushed over at an extremely fast speed from the black smoke. The ninja swords in their hands were entangled with lightning. With an incomparably swift and fierce posture, he slashed at the Konoha people. So fast? Jonin of the Hyuga clan looked serious. He condenses chakra on the palm of his hand and pushes it out with one palm. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Hyuga Jonin was also only able to stop 1 enemy. The other 5 went straight to the convoy. This team except Jonin from the Hyuga clan. Everyone else is Chunin. Faced with such a fierce offensive, he instantly fell into a disadvantage. It's scary. Cloud Shinobi's Demon Cat unit. Simu's figure suddenly appeared above the valley. This lazy voice silenced the entire battlefield in an instant. It's Konoha's golden glitter, Hanyu Simu. The Cloud Shinobi recognized Simu's identity almost instantly. Everyone in Konoha let out a sigh of relief. These days Simu's name has been playing on loop in every Konoha Shinobi fan's ears for indefinitely long. Mu Yetian-Kei, the man who killed the strongest Kage alone. The golden glitter of the leaves. There are all kinds of names, but the name Kizaru has never been spread. This made Simu very distressed. But there is no way. The faces of the Cloud Shinobi changed drastically. The leading Cloud Shinobi made a quick decision. Run separately. After returning to the village from the Cloud Shinobi troops who survived by chance last time, there is an unwritten rule among the Cloud Shinobi troops. That is, those who encounter the golden flash of Konoha can give up the mission directly without penalty. Prioritize saving your own life. Simu just said a word, and these Cloud Shinobi were already terrified. Oh my god, I chose to run away so decisively. Simu pushed his sunglasses. Did you make a mistake? My ability is flash. Almost in the blink of an eye, Poop appeared in front of a Cloud Shinobi. Can you run past light? That Cloud Shinobi gritted his teeth. The Chunin knife in his hand flashes with thunder, ready to fight with the same trapped. Pity. The instant he swung the knife, Simu's light speed kick had already landed. The whole person was smashed into the ground in an instant. Simu's observation haki is instantly overridden. The positions of the other 5 people were quickly located. What a hassle. He muttered. Konoha's ninjas only saw a golden light flashing in the woods. Then the 6 Cloud Shinobi were knocked down with one blow, and they lived in the valley as ministers. Good, so strong. A Uchiha ninja couldn't help but sigh. The other ninjas also nodded. Only the Jonin of the Hyuga clan was a little embarrassed. Because he was there when Simu went to grab the marriage. Was one of the Hyuga Jonin who was defeated by Simu. Now as Simu's name is getting louder and louder, the elders of the Hyuga clan are almost remorseful. If I knew it earlier, I would directly marry Hyuga Ling-ai to Simu. At least it can attract a ridiculously strong foreign aid for the Hyuga family. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. The Hyuga clan can only become the laughingstock of Konoha because of their own stupidity. Simu's eyes searched the group. Well, there shouldn't be any ninjas from the Yamanaka family in the team, right? The Demon Cat army is not only these 6 people. If you want to protect Konoha's logistics from being attacked, the entire Demon Cat army must be uprooted. But these guys are very hard-spoken, and it would be difficult to obtain effective information without the people of the Yamanaka family. Everyone shook their heads. That's it. Simu summoning part of Katsuyu's body. Swallow all 6 of these Cloud Shinobi. Then he said to the Konoha Shinobi, I'll take them to the front camp first, be careful. Okay, Master Simu. That Lord Simu. A ninja called out to Simu. Huh? What's the matter? Simu turned around. I don't know when it started, other people's address for him has changed from Esaida to the honorific Esaida. But it's not a bad feeling. The ninja faltered and said, Can I have one of your autographs? Simu froze for a moment. I didn't expect that I would be asked for an autograph one day. Well, I don't have a pen and paper. Simu was a little embarrassed. The first time I was asked to sign, I really didn't have much experience. The Konoha shinobi said hurriedly, I have a pen. He took out a pen, and stretched out his arm. Just write it here. Okay. Simu was also polite, and wrote Hanyu Simu on his arm. The flying dragons and phoenixes are really beautiful. Hey, thank you for the combination technique. The ninja suddenly laughed like a fool. Okay, I'll take a step first, you guys be careful. Katsuyu, who came out of summoning, disappeared instantly. Simu also turned his light and galloped all the way towards the battlefield. However, Simu did not make it to the battlefield, because he met another Konoha team halfway. The new generation Ino, Shika, Cho combination composed of Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamaike. They also perform the task of delivering supplies. Luju sat on the carriage. With a piece of grass in his mouth, he looked up at the starry sky and rested. It was Yamanaka Hai who was in charge of guarding. Suddenly Hai's face became tense. Someone. Hearing that, Luju and Dingzo, who were resting, immediately turned over and jumped up. Luju's hand has already formed a seal, and the shadow under his feet is ready to move. You can launch an attack at any time and restrain the enemy. Once the enemy appears, he can immediately use the shadow to bind the enemy. Hai can turn around with his heart and use the technique to control the enemy's body. In the end, it was Akamaike Dingzo who finished the final blow. This is the super coordination of Ino, Shika, Cho. A flash of light appeared in front of them. As expected of the new generation Ino, Shika, Cho group, the reaction ability is quick. Simu raised his hand in greeting. It's me, because candidate for the next head of the Ino, Shika, Cho clan. The strength of these three guys is also outstanding among the new generation. It's just been overwhelmed by Simu all the time. Even Minato's talent was overshadowed by Simu. Not to mention them. Yamanaka took a look at Shikaisa. The meaning is obvious, that is, do you need to check the identity of this guy? Unexpectedly, Luju, who has always been cautious, waved his hand. No need, this guy is the only one who can use light in the entire ninja world. Even if someone else mastered light escape, it would be impossible to develop his obscene temperament. Luju complained bluntly. Simu looks calm and breezy. Oh my, as expected of Luju, but his observation skills are meticulous. Luju had no intention of fighting with Simu, so he said lightly, tell me, what do you want us to do? It can't be to protect us, can it? Simu scratched his head. How could the dignified Ino, Shika, Cho combination need my protection? They are not the rookies who took the Jonin joint exam more than a year ago. After more than a year of growth, the three of them have already become the benchmark of Konoha's new generation. With the three of them working together, the average Cloud Shinobi team really can't beat them. Simu summoning Katsuyu, spits out all 6 Cloud Shinobi. Hey, this is the member of the Demon Cat unit that was just captured. Please help Hai search their memory. Looking at the few people standing in front of them covered with mucus, Narashiju was full of resistance all over his body. Even Akamaike Choza couldn't help but take a few steps away. Yamanaka had no expression on his face. I may not be able to check their memory. Simu smiled slightly. It's okay, I trust you. Just kidding. Yamanaka Hai, once Xiaonyo's queen, is the idol of the entire loyal ghost intelligence ninja. There is no doubt about the business ability. Even if he is young now, his strength will definitely not be inferior to other information torture ninjas. Let me try. Yamanaka did not refuse. Ninja turning technique. Yamanaka Hai made a special gesture and closed his eyes. Then Cloud Shinobi in front of him woke up in a daze. Yamanaka Hai's spiritual consciousness continued to roam in his memory, searching for memories related to this mission. A few minutes passed. Suddenly, Cloud Shinobi's body convulsed violently. Viscous blood flowed from his eyes and nostrils, and he died. Yamanaka also trembled. Scarlet blood flowed from the nostrils. Are you okay? Simu let Katsuyu land on Yamanaka Hiki, ready to provide him with healing. It's okay, cough cough cough. Yamanaka coughed for a while. Someone has set a spell in his memory. Once the investigation is started, it will be destroyed automatically, and the whole person will die together. After all, Rain Shinobi Village also knows that there are ninjas like the Yamanaka clan in Konoha, so it is impossible not to take precautions. But to Simu's surprise, even in this case, he still got the information. He took out a map, thought it over for a while, and then said, the stronghold of the Demon Cat troops should be near here. Yamanaka made a circle on the map. As expected of the intelligence master of the Yamanaka clan, Simu patted Hai on the shoulder. Thank you very much. Then he rushed in the direction on the map. Yamanaka smiled wryly after Simu left. We are the ones who thank you after all, you are the one fighting on the front line. Under a rocky mountain in the hinterland of Konoha, this seemingly solid rocky hill has actually been hollowed out inside. At this time, a ginger-haired female ninja looked proud. In front of her is a Konoha map. 7 different routes are drawn on it with blue paint. The origin and destination are the same for each route. Konoha village and Kikyo mountain at the border. These blue lines are the routes Konoha used to transport supplies to the front line. There are also red crosses on the map. These mean the material teams captured or destroyed by the Demon Cat troops from the beginning of the mission to now, or a hidden stronghold in Konoha. It can be said that the Demon Cat army is a dagger of Cloud Shinobi, a dagger that is inserted into the belly of the land of fire and continuously bleeds blood. Do not pull out this dagger. The Konoha shinobi fighters on the front line have no way to get effective supplies. Sooner or later they will be defeated by the Cloud Shinobi forces led by the Ob combination. And this smug female ninja is Cloud Shinobi, who has a relationship with Simu several times. Two-tailed Matatabi Jinchuriki. 2 Doshi. Simu gave her a hard time in the Jonin joint exam more than a year ago. It even targeted Cloud Shinobi so that even one person couldn't appear on the stage of the knockout round. No one from the mighty Cloud Shinobi village was promoted to Jonin. This is simply a shame for the 2 Dozi, who were gifted and arrogant since childhood. So this time she took the initiative to invite Ying, leading her demon cat troops straight into the hinterland of the country of fire. It is to avenge Simu's revenge? Konoha, this time I will let you know what is the real overlord of the ninja world. The 2 Doshi's eyes were burning. For so many years, the Kingdom of Clouds has been cultivating life and rest, and storing the calendar area. It was just to find the right time to touch the land of fire. Now the opportunity has finally come. Originally, they planned to join forces with the Kingdom of the Wind to destroy Konoha's border guards and kill Akamika to take the wind. Then let Konoha fall into the difficult situation of two-line combat. It's a pity that a Simu popped out halfway. Not only wiped out Sand Shinobi's troops, but also killed 3rd Kage. The Wine 390 Kingdom shrank across the board, leaving only Cloud Shinobi alone to face the pressure of fighting Konoha. Fortunately, there was a combination of Ob and Ob in front of them who kept disturbing. Behind them are the Demon Cat troops with excellent transfer speed and latent ability, which are constantly bleeding. Gradually gained a huge advantage on the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain. This time, it will be Cloud Shinobi's revenge battle against Konoha. Just between the 2 Duozii, another team came. Captain, successfully wiped out a supply team of Konoha. But we lost 2 companions. There are only 4 Cloud Shinobi who came back, and each of them has a lot of scars. It looks like it should have encountered a tough battle. The 2 Doshis patted their shoulders. All of this is worth it, because of the glory of the Kingdom of Thunder. For the glory of the Kingdom of Thunder. The 4 Cloud Shinobi nodded heavily, and then continued. Captain Doshi, we heard a story from the Annihilation team. Hanyu Simu, who is known as Konoha Golden Shining, was dispatched by 3rd Hokage and is going to the battlefield to support. The faces of the 2 Duozi suddenly sank. The second-tailed Matatabi in his body grinned even more when he heard the whole name. A terrible feeling emerged from the 2 Doshis. Several teammates startled and looked at Doshi in horror. Although the 2 Doshis have never had a tailed beast riot in this year, but these ninjas still have a natural fear of Jinchuriki in their hearts. Fortunately, the 2 Duozi suppressed the restlessness in their hearts very well. She said with a cold face. Other troops will be afraid of Hanyu Simu, but our demon cat troops will not be afraid. Even if he killed 3rd Kage with his own hands. After all, none of them have ever played against 3rd Kage. What if the so-called strongest Kage is just a show? Or is there something wrong with Kage that made Simu succeed by accident? In the ninja world, anything is possible. Duff. As long as you don't die, it's not a failure. Speaking of this, the 2 Duozi suddenly remembered something. Where is the 4th team? Why haven't you come back yet? The 2 Doshi asked. According to this time point, the 4th team should go to the valley to ambush the enemy and come back after succeeding. B. Think of the information they just brought. The hearts of the 2 Duozi sank. Could it be that I really met that guy without dying? Just thought of this. A loud bang came from above. Boom. The whole hill shook violently. Countless sand and stones were flying, and a hole was ruthlessly blasted out. Large pieces of rock fell from the sky. Enemy attack. A faint blue, huge tail covered with black patterns instantly extended from the back of the 2 Duozi. The blue tail swept fiercely, blocking the boulder falling from the sky, protecting his teammates. The moonlight shone into the stronghold through the gap in the mountain. A golden light fell into the stronghold. Moses, good evening everyone in the Demon Cat unit. Simu fell from the sky, and pretended to lift the phone bug on his wrist. I have successfully arrived at the lair of the Demon Cat troop. It really is you, Hanyu. The 2 Doshi let out a sharp growl the moment they saw Simu. The voice was genuinely a bit unhuman. There should be part of airway in her body. Well, you seem to be called Hope, right? It's a pleasure to meet you, Simu said grinningly. See, Simu even got his own name wrong. The 2 Doshi could no longer control the anger in their hearts. You die for me. The faint blue flames were blazing, and the huge tail slapped the bedmate recklessly. Because of too much force, the rocky mountain was also swept by Airway's tail. Another large rock hit the ground. It's scary, girl. Simu drew a flashing cross sword in his hand and slashed at the attacking tail. The huge force instantly swept Simu away, turning into a flash of light and disappearing. In the distance, Tong Soon had just regained his figure. There are 4 Cloud Shinobi surrounded from both sides. Lightning-style quadruple thunder pass. The 4 people opened their arms at the same time, and the flashing thunders connected them. Surround Simu like a net of heaven and earth. It's really scary, Cloud Shinobi, but compared to Kazekage-sama's words, it seems to be a lot worse. They haven't reacted yet. Simu had already stepped on one of the faces. The lightning iron lock instantly shattered. The other 3 Cloud Shinobi are surrounded by lightning. Unanimously use the body flicker technique to come to Simu's side. Slash from 3 directions. Let Simu have nowhere to go. Simu perceives the actions of these 3 people with knowledge. They're all fast, fueled by lightning-style chakra. It is impossible for ordinary jonin to react to this speed of attack. But Simu is faster than them. Not only that, but the strength is stronger than them. A cross lightsaber instantly condensed from his hand. Simu turned around in a circle, and the long sword in his hand slashed out. Clang, clang, clang. There was a crisp iron strike. The 3 ninja swords slashed towards Simu were shattered into 2 pieces under the slash of the lightsaber. It wasn't just ninja swords that were cut in 2. And their bodies? Damn it. The flames on the 2 doshi's bodies grew stronger when they saw this scene. The features of a demon cat have emerged on her face. 2 huge blue ears float up and down in the air. Rat tail ball jade. She opened her mouth, and spit out a large piece of dark blue flame ball from her mouth. In the center of the sphere is a black flame that looks like a mouse. Dozens of dense flame balls flew towards Simu in an instant. Oh, are you serious? Simu tilted his head, and used observation haki to lock all these fireballs. Because these fireballs can be directly controlled by the 2 doshi. So dodging is useless at all, the only way is to point them. A large amount of light condensed on his raised finger. Shhhhhhh. Countless lasers pierced through the air and just landed on these fireballs. Boom. The laser and the fireball collided and exploded instantly. Raging flames filled the entire stronghold. Because of the protection of airway, the 2 doshi are not afraid of flames at all. She shuttled through the flames. The huge blue tail behind it sticks out from the flames like a titan's hand. Simu hastily turned into a flash and disappeared in place. The tail made of blue flames hit the mountain made of rocks heavily. The huge impact caused the mountain to shatter suddenly. Numerous cracks spread across the mountain. Then, with a bang, the entire hill was pierced by the 2 duozi. A flash of light escaped from the sea of flames. Blinked directly into midair. Simu put his hands in his pockets and murmured, "It's scary, violent girl. This too has been like menopause." It broke the defense directly. Several times scarier than Kushina. Below, the orange-red flame was suddenly pushed away. In the center of the fire field, a faint blue flame rose. A huge and ferocious flame demon cat appeared there. It was like an emissary from hell. The golden pupils stared at Simu in the sky, and let out a sharp roar. "Damn boy, come down for me." The faint blue flames raged here. A terrifying blue pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Simu slowly put his hands in front of him. Yada mirror? His whole body turned into a flash and flew out, successfully avoiding Airway's attack. This dazzling flash of light keeps refracting in the air. Appeared by Airway's side when Airway was caught off guard. Tail beast, have you ever been kicked by light? A kick at the speed of light landed heavily on Airway's head. Airway flying upside down completely smashed the hill into pieces. Seeing this, the rest of Cloud Shinobi rushed forward to help. Simu slowly folded his hands together. A pale golden ripple spread out in an instant. Immortal technique light water pattern. Seeing Simu's move, Cloud Shinobi hurriedly said, "It's that trick again, jump up quickly." Because of the lessons learned last time, the method of dealing with Simu has been popularized among the Cloud Shinobi troops. Lightning flashed on them. Leap high as fast as you can. The corner of Simu's mouth curled up, and he stepped into the middle of the Cloud Shinobi. The golden light lit up. In the astonished eyes of many Cloud Shinobi, golden ripples slowly spread out. They were split in 2 without a trace of pain. 13 Cloud Shinobi, killed. Simu stood where he was, his coat rattling behind him. Hanyu Simu. Airway let out a roar. A powerful airflow rushed towards him. Simu was unmoved and even covered his nose with his palm. "Do you have bad breath and just yell like that?" Hearing Simu's words, the 2 doshi couldn't bear it anymore. All the seals on the body were lifted. Another huge faint blue tail soared into the sky. The fearsome tail beast chakra fills the air. The breath of the tailed beast is really scary. Simu put his hands in his pockets, completely free of the tension and fear that he should have had when facing the tailed beast. Airway trampled the ground to pieces. A huge body instantly appeared in front of Simu. But Simu is faster than that. And the responsiveness is also faster. A flash of light flew by, and Simu just landed on the abdomen of the leaping tail. After being hit hard, Airway's originally fierce expression froze instantly. Simu kicked and turned in midair. Then it kicked down again. Dazzling rays of light flashed in the midair, smashing Airway heavily into the ground. The huge impact smashed the entire ground into pieces. Simu stomped on the air. The whole person flew into the sky, clasped his hands together. Natural energy poured into his body in an instant, and dark red patterns appeared on his face. Sage mode, open. This is. Airway opened his mouth wide, feeling a familiar smell from SI. Immortal Art 8-foot Kain Guyu. Countless spots of light fused with natural energy bombarded down like a torrential rain. Boom boom boom. The ground that was already sunken was ravaged once again, and was bombarded to pieces. The second tail with its mouth wide open was instantly filled with flashes of light. In the end, it turned into a grand and incomparable explosion. Damn, it's that man's breath. Airway's 2 tails swept fiercely, completely sweeping away the surrounding smoke. Just wanted to fight back. Simu's hands were already in front of him. Xianju Yada mirror slash. The intense light in his hand instantly turned into a golden sword and pierced out. This time the mirror slash did not go through refraction, but went straight through the air and slashed towards Airway. The golden light diffuses. A feeling of heart palpitations surged in its heart. The whole body is shrouded in a terrible premonition of death. Airway Matatabi hurriedly dodged to the side. The golden longsword that pierced through the air pierced through its shoulder in an instant. What? Airway let out a shrill scream like a woman. Simu waved his hand, and the sharp lightsaber was raised instantly. Cut Airway's arm in half. Airway resisted the pain from his body, opened his mouth and let out a roar. Thick pillars of fire strafed the sky irregularly. Even the clouds in the sky were blasted into pieces. Simu, on the other hand, relies on the ability of sparkling fruit and the powerful observation haki to keep going back and forth in the sky. This disorganized fire pillar just missed Simu. He let out a full roar for a few minutes. The moment it just closed its mouth, Simu stumped Airway's head to the ground like a meteor. The flaming cat's head was firmly placed on the ground like this. The faint blue flames collapsed. Blue flames dissipated in the air. The code of justice was lifted high into the sky. Simu adjusted his sunglasses with one hand. Tail beast, it's really scary. He bounced slightly above Airway's head. Then it landed gently on the side of Airway. He raised his foot like kicking a football and kicked Airway hard in the abdomen. The terrifying speed and strength directly kicked through the air, and a sonic boom erupted. Even Airway's huge body couldn't resist, and was kicked out directly. In front of Simu. It seems that Airway is not a frightening tailed beast, but a blue gradient? Airway's entire cat moved sideways. The blue flames quickly ignited the surrounding trees. A violent wildfire ignited in an instant. Hey! Airway let out a low growl. The flames on his body flickered. As a tailed beast, its recovery ability is extremely strong. Even with this kind of injury, Airway couldn't help it. But the key point is that it has no power to resist when facing Simu. The speed that was originally proud of among the tailed beasts was completely crushed by Simu. Simu cannot be touched at all by own attacks. But Simu can easily attack and consume himself. Since it was spun off by Sage of Six Paths, where has it suffered such grievances as a tailed beast? It was thinking in grief and indignation, only to see that man raised his palm again. Countless flashes of light formed from his fingertips. SHHHHHH. Countless piercing sounds sounded, lasers exploded around it, and flames enveloped it in an instant. In the smoke rising from the explosion, countless dark blue fireballs flew out. It's a pity that none of these pose any threat to Simu. He keeps dodging with observation haki. In the process of dodging, he can even take time to counterattack. It's like the two armies with incomparably sufficient firepower, crazily bombarding regardless of ammunition. This battle lasted for a full day and night. Deep wounds appeared on Airway's body. As time went on, it suffered more and more injuries, and the recovery rate is getting slower and slower. On the other hand, Simu was attacked several times by Airway during the period. But the injury was not serious, and he was still in good spirits. Can even talk trash all the time. What kind of monster are you guys? Airway couldn't help complaining. It really wants to know whether it is a tailed beast or the guy opposite is a tailed beast. Why is his battery life stronger than his own? Simu smiled slightly, and the code of justice fluttered slightly behind him. It's just a day and night of high-intensity fighting. Not a problem at all for him who inherited Marine Admiral's physique. You must know that the peak duel between Akainu and Aokiji lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. It even changed the climate of the entire island. Where did I go? Open. Airway opened his mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside. The light blue yang attribute chakra and the dark purple yin attribute chakra are continuously condensed in the mouth, eventually compressed into a pure black sphere. Don't give up yet. A flash of light pierced the sky. Simu appeared on top of Airway the moment the tailed beast bomb took shape. With flashing power, he kicked hard at the top of its head. During this day and night, this kind of scene has happened countless times. But this time, Airway is obviously going all out to kill Simu, even if it was smashed into the ground by Simu's foot. It also doesn't spit out the tailed beast bomb. Instead, he swallowed it abruptly. The moment Simu landed on the ground, the raging chakra spit out from its mouth. Simu's pupils shrank. The massive tailed beast bomb has it covered. Simu put his hands firmly on his feet. Cover armament haki with both hands, and stare hard at the tailed beast bomb in front of you. The whole person was knocked upside down and flew out. In an instant, a terrible gully was plowed out of the ground. Under this terrible attack, even if Simu is elementalized, there is no way to avoid all damage. So Simu's only option is to. His eyes hardened. His hands were firmly pressed against the tailed beast bomb like steel. The huge force even stopped the entire tailed beast bomb. This is the first time Simu has fully revealed his most powerful armament haki. Dazzling glitter blooms from the feet. Simu charged up, and kicked heavily on the tailed beast bomb in front of him. The abilities of the most powerful armament haki and sparkling fruit bloom. A huge shockwave spread from Simu's toes. Driven by this force, the tailed beast bomb actually changed direction. It was kicked into the sky like a football magnified countless times. The tailed beast bomb smashes into the clouds. Then, blazing white light occupied the sky, smashing all the clouds. Huge energy was released violently and violently. The blast of air rattled Simu's code of justice. Simu finally didn't put his hands in his pockets. The hands he used to fend off the tailed beast bomb were red and covered with burn marks. Simu looked at his hands. As expected of a perfect tailed beast, it's really scary. It can be said that this is the most serious injury Simu has suffered since he came to this world. But with his current physique, at most it is a matter of raising him for a few days. It's not in the way. But a murderous intent surged out of Simu's body crazily. Airway stared at Simu firmly, eyes full of fear. Is this guy human? Take the tailed beast bomb with both hands? Do you think you are Senju Hashirama or Sage of Six Paths? Its slightly opened mouth continuously released wisps of white smoke. Obviously, the operation of holding back the tailed beast bomb just now also caused it a lot of damage. Just at the moment when it was confused, Simu has appeared in front of it. Light speed kick? The powerful kick landed on Airway's abdomen. The faint blue flame was blown away. Airway showed a painful expression. The body as huge as a hill flew upside down in an instant. But that doesn't relieve Simu's anger. He turned into a flash again to keep up. Another kick. Airway immediately flew in another direction. Before landing, Simu has already appeared in the air waiting for it. Light speed kick? Light speed kick? Light speed kick? If anyone looks here, they will be surprised from ear to ear. The frightening tail beasts in the past will be abused here. Like an innocent kitten, being kicked here and there by a hateful owner? What a devastation! Simu kicked it hard into the ground again. Then it appeared in the sky like a flash of light. Terrible Airway, you have to be careful with this move. 0 for flowers. 0. If you can't stop it, you will die. Devil Fruit Energy, Haki, Zyanja Chakra converged into a tiny light spot in Simu's hands. Immortal Art Super Big Core Jade. A destructive aura full of tyranny instantly enveloped the land. Obviously this is just a small spot of light like a firefly, but Airway suddenly felt a sense of panic in his heart. There is no way to avoid this move. Will die? A rare look of panic appeared on Airway's face. Wait a moment. It growled sharply. It's a pity that Simu's move has been completed and it is impossible to take it back. Seeing this, Airway became anxious. Hastily shouted, I surrender? Can't I surrender? Simu raised an eyebrow. Flick the palm of your hand. The blip is finally offset and course before departure. It expanded rapidly in the air, and finally turned into a terrible red sunset at a distance of 2. On the ground hundreds of meters away. Dazzling rays of light and scorching flames enveloped the surrounding area of thousands of meters. The moment the light spot fell, Airway spread his legs and ran towards the outside. But it was still caught up by the light from the explosion. The huge body was swallowed in an instant. A huge mushroom cloud broke through the sky again. The earth became barren again. Simu fell to the ground slowly, and the code of justice fell down gently behind him. It's still not dead, should it be said to be the life force of the tailed beast. Simu pushed his glasses. The wound on his hand is slowly healing. In the huge barrenness, a faint breath continued to struggle. Simu looked over. The faint blue flame struggled to squeeze away the dust that had fallen on it, revealing my original appearance. To Simu's deep surprise, at this time, there was only a little bit of Airway left, almost as tall as a man. The moment he saw Simu, Airway's whole body trembled violently. Then he tentatively opened his mouth and said. It looked at Simu anxiously. It is said that humans love cats who can act like a spoiled child the most. Simu's face was covered with black lines. What did this guy learn from humans? There is no way, Airway is really scared. It looked at the lava at the center of the explosion that hadn't cooled down yet. Heart trembled. If it weren't for it begging for mercy at the last moment, then he should have been sent to another world by now. It looked at Simu with fear in its eyes. It was like the monster who faced Konoha decades ago. Simu picked his ears. Well, what did you just say? Airway was stunned for a moment, then said, meow. The movements of Simu's hands froze slightly. I don't mean to ask this sentence. The previous sentence. I surrender, I intend to surrender. Airway said this despite the strong protest of the 2 doshis in his body. It's a pity that the 2 doshi are not perfect Jinchuriki yet. At most, it can only be considered that she and Airway have reached a cooperative relationship. There is no way to interfere with Airway's behavior at all. Simu looked up at Airway, rubbed his neck. Airway immediately got down on his stomach, buried his head on the ground and looked at Simu. Well, it's much more comfortable that way. Simu nodded in satisfaction. How are you going to surrender? Simu is still very interested in taming tailed beasts. But the point is how to tame the tailed beast safely. Otherwise, what if it suddenly stabbed itself in battle? Airway hastily said. Do you want to be my Jinchuriki? Simu didn't want to refuse directly. Just kidding, there are so many tailed beasts, just one with 2 tails. Not necessary yet. A trace of joy flashed across Airway's face. As a tailed beast, it really doesn't like the feeling of being locked in someone else's body. It went on to say. Then there is only one way. Remove my seal, and let me sign a summoning contract with you. Simu frowned. He can understand the release of the seal. What is the name of this summoning contract? Summoning contract. That's right, the summoning contract is binding on the summoning beast. After signing, I will not be able to attack you in the future, and you can also summon me to fight for you anytime, anywhere. But the downside is that I can't provide you with chakra. It looked at Simu cautiously again, and whispered. You don't seem to need me to provide you with chakra, though. Isn't this guy's chakra and stamina stronger than his own? Then sign the summoning contract. Simu patted Airway on the head casually. As for whether it is loyal or not, Simu doesn't care. All he can trust is his own strength. As long as he is strong enough, Airway will always be loyal. Yes, then I will change back first. The blue flame on Airway's body quickly disappeared. The size suddenly became smaller, until all the flames were retracted into the bodies of the 2 doshis. Because of the tailed beast chakra, the 2 doshi were lying on the ground at this time with burns all over their bodies and dying. She sees Simu, want to stand up and keep fighting. But now the only thing she can control is her mouth. With all his strength, he said, "Miss Henyu, you must die." Simu frowned. As expected of the genius ninja of Cloud Shinobi village, he is so imposing even before he dies. He said casually, "However, if I remember correctly, it was you Cloud Shinobi village who attacked Ya first, right?" Simu held out his palm. Flame-like chakra lingers above each fingertip. Press the seal on the abdomen of the two doshis. Fortunately, he was prepared for a possible crisis before. I specifically asked Jiraiya about the sealing technique. In the case of 317 Duozi's body is weak, and the two tails in the body cooperate with each other. It can barely untie the seal. Seal unlock. What? The two doshis let out a painful wail. A huge dark red chakra gushes out from the seal in an instant. The surrounding air was instantly filled with terrible malice. This is the power of the tailed beast. If some ninjas with insufficient strength are here, they may even be fainted in an instant. But it was like a breeze for Simu. It doesn't work at all. With airways withdrawal, the vital signs of the two doshis disappeared quickly. This is also one of the disadvantages of being a Jinchuriki. As long as the tailed beast is removed from the body, Jinchuriki's life will also be lost quickly. In the original book, Gaara was also able to survive Baicho's forbidden technique Seki reincarnation technique. This is also one of the important reasons why Simu does not want to be a Jinchuriki. The last bit of airway chakra was finally released. These dark red chakra twisted and twisted in the air. Then they converged into a ferocious cat shadow. The blue and black flames also quickly ignited from the dark red chakra, reverted to the appearance of the two tails Matatabi. Of course, the size is still a bit small. No way. It fought Simu all day and all night. In the ninja world, battles are often very fast. After all, no one has that much chakra. Day and night battles are rare. In Simu's memory, only the two perverts, Hashirama and Madara, played for 3 days and 3 nights. And the third Raikage, known as the human-tailed beast, fought against the soil ninja for 3 days and 3 nights with one enemy 10,000. I only had 1 day and 1 night, but others had 3 days and 3 nights. It seems that we still need to work hard. Simu suddenly sighed with emotion. Terrified, Airway Matatabi hastily meowed again. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Simu licked Matatabi's head. Of course, the premise is that you can touch it with your own hands covered with armed color pot energy. Don't tell me, it feels warm and comfortable to the touch. Well, Master Simu, do you want me to turn down the heat? Matatabi asked cautiously. It's okay, it's fine. Simu said nonchalantly. The next step is to sign the contract. However, the last time Simu signed the contract, he used the contract scroll left by the Senju clan. As for how to make a contract by yourself, Simu looked at Airway. Airway lay obediently on the ground, and shook his head to meet Simu's gaze. I don't know how to make a contract either. I have never been contracted as a summoning beast. When Airway said this, his face was full of unnaturalness. Being a tailed beast, it's such a shame to be a summoning beast. Back then, Hashirama just grabbed them all and redistributed them. No contract was signed with them. That's it. Simu scratched his nose. Decided to ask someone with experience. He picked up the phone bug and connected to Kushina among the leaves through Katsuyu. What's the matter? Kushina said in a daze. At this point in time she is taking a shower. That Kushina, can you help me find the 3rd generation and ask him about the magic spell of contracting the summoning beast? Contract summoning beast? Kushina asked suspiciously. Then there was the rustling sound of dressing. Didn't you already sign a contract with Master Katsuyu? Yes, didn't this just happen to meet a pretty good summoning beast, so I wanted to contract one more. That's it, you wait. Kushina got dressed quickly and went straight to the Hokage office building. Airway next to Simu groaned when he heard the adjective not bad. It seemed to be a small protest. I have a dignified tailed beast to serve as a summoning beast for you. You still look dissatisfied? Could it be that there are summoning beasts in this world that are better than themselves? But what is this talking thing that Simu-sama has in his hand? There seems to be a familiar feeling. Katsuyu's clone took the time to nod to Airway. Airway suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. Is this Katsuyu Rishi? Yes, nice to meet you, Anti-Brigade. Katsuyu seems to be so polite to everyone. Except for Orochimaru and 10,000 snakes. You know each other. Simu was a little surprised. Katsuyu Rishi nodded. I met Master Six Paths with Hamaru back then. If I remember correctly, Matatabi was one of the 9 little ones who were with Lord Six Paths at the time. Known as the little guy, Matatabi has no qualms about it. To others, these tailed beasts can be called ancient. But it is nothing in front of Katsuyu Rishi. After all, Katsuyu is a creature from the same era as Sage of Six Paths. It and Hamaru have existed even since Kagaya came into this world. They were separated from the sacred tree in the later period of Sage of Six Paths. There is nothing wrong with talking about juniors. Did I always feel that the sage mode on you, Master Simu, is a bit familiar? So it's from the wet bone forest like Senju Hashirama, Sama. Airway muttered. However, Mr. Simu's moves are very different from ordinary fairy arts. Matatabi added another sentence. Simu smiled. Well, don't be afraid of my Kushina listened to this conversation in a cloud. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening, but the Hokage building was still brightly lit. Kushina successfully came to 3rd generation's office after being briefed. 0. Master Hokage, Simu said that he needs to find you. After saying that, Kushina handed the phone bug to third generation. Third generation raised his eyebrows slightly. Because of Tsunade, he's no stranger to wet bones either. This is clearly the clone of Katsuyu Immortal, turned into a tool for long-distance calls. Suppress your inner doubts. He looked at the phone bug on the desktop. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Simu's troublemaking physique, third generation is very curious what he is looking for now. Simu scratched his head. Uncle third generation, I want to ask you how the summoning beast contracted. Preferably one that can strongly restrain the summoning beast. Airway lay on the ground, not daring to speak. Third generation frowned slightly. Summoning beast. Isn't this kid a contract with Wet Bones Forest? Yes, Airway wants to sign a summoning contract with me. Third generation breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just to contract summoning beast. But suddenly he froze for a moment. He said tentatively, wait, who did you say was going to make a contract with you? Two-Tails. Simu sat cross-legged on the ground. Thinking of the old man third generation is really ink in my heart. Two-Tails? That summoning beast is called Two-Tails. Third generation is still a bit unbelievable. Simu glanced at the well-behaved Matatabi. Yes, blue, flaming, with two tails. Third generation drools. Well, does it have another nickname, tailed beast? Simu nodded logically, yes. Isn't there a 9 tails in Kushina's body? It shouldn't be a problem for me to sign a contract with 9 tails. Third generation took a sip from the teacup on the table. After calming down for a while, he asked, you killed Cloud Shinobi's second tail Jinchuriki. Simu said casually, yes, I have killed all the demon cats lurking in the land of fire. Good job. The tone of third generation is calm and breezy, but Kushina could clearly see that the palm of his hand that put down the teacup trembled a little. There are actually many kinds of summoning beast contracts. The 3 holy places generally use contract 0.6 scrolls. This contract is relatively equal. For example, Simu and Katsuyu Immortal, the two are an equal relationship. Simu can summoning Katsuyu. Katsuyu can also summoning Simu, and both parties have the right to choose whether to accept summoning. The situation with Simu is different. He wants that unequal contract in order to control the tail beast. Third generation thought for a while and said, remember, the spell of the summoning beast contract is, okay, then I'll hang up first. After talking to Kushina for a few words, Simu hung up the phone. Immediately after that, seal according to the method taught by the third generation, a huge summoning circle appeared between Simu and Airway. The magic circle is composed of densely packed mantras. There are 2 circular blank areas on both sides. Then you should just put your palm on it. Simu glanced at Airway. The latter hurriedly placed his palm wrapped in blue flames gently on the vacant seat of the magic circle. Simu also squatted down slowly and pressed his palms up. The 2 strands of chakra are instantly connected through the magic circle. The 2 instantly established a special connection, and this connection is dominated by Simu. In other words, Tongda can summon Airway at any time. However, if Airway wants to reverse summoning, he needs Simu's consent. Within the territory of the Land of Fire, the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain. In Konoha's base camp, Jiraiya, the commander of Konoha's army, sat in the tent with an ugly expression on his face. Beside him is the adjutant of this combat mission, Jonin of the Nara clan, Nara Lumming. Jiraiya tapped on the table. Why hasn't Konoha's supplies arrived yet? Nara Lumming said seriously. Master Jiraiya, Cloud Shinobi's demon cat unit is really tough. Almost 6 out of 10 of Konoha's axis weight troops will be attacked. Moreover, the members of the demon cat troop are very strong and fast, making them impossible to defend against. Jiraiya rubbed between his brows. Didn't I ask teacher Sarutobi for help? Tell him to send someone to deal with this demon cat army. Nara Lumming said helplessly. Even if you ask for help, it will take some time. After all, Konoha may not be able to locate their stronghold for a while. Jiraiya sighed. This Tien Yunranzub combination is really annoying. Catched and couldn't catch it, and kept staring at the warehouse of the Konoha army. The battle at Kikyo Mountain has been going on for more than half a month now. The reason why the Konoha unit led by Jiraiya has not made progress. The biggest problem is the existence of these 2 guys, 4th generation AI and Killer B. Chief among them is 4th generation AI. The speed of this guy is really too fast. Keep staring at Konoha's warehouse. Up to now, I don't know how many times Konoha's weapon arsenal has been destroyed. In addition, there is also a troop of demon cats stabbing knives behind. As a result, the frontline troops are now in crisis of shortage of weapons and food. If there is no way to solve this trouble, the front team will soon be unable to persist. Jiraiya said worriedly. When will third generation send me that Simu guy? He was literally itching with rage. If it doesn't work, it's okay for Minato to come over. Both Simu and Minato are speed players. Only they can contain AI in lightning style mode on the battlefield. They are discussing. Kato Dan walked in suddenly and said, Master Jiraiya, the new batch of supplies for Sleepy Leaf is already large. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Didn't you get attacked by that demon cat army this time? Kato Dan shook his head. This time the team responsible for delivering supplies is the new generation Ino, Shika, Cho team. They have special information that needs to be reported to you personally, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned. Special intelligence? Let them in. Nara Lumming also showed an interested expression. There is only one team that can be called an Ino, Shika, Cho combination right now. That is the team led by Narashiju. Luju brought 2 teammates to the tent quickly. Master Jiraiya, Luming uncle. Luming is the younger brother of Luju's father and his uncle. Jiraiya raised her hand, signaling that she shouldn't mind these formalities. Tell me, what kind of clothes did you bring this time? Luju said truthfully. We ran into Simu on his way to the battlefield when we were delivering supplies. Because it is at the same time as Simu and is more familiar with it. Luju didn't call Simu an adult like everyone else. Jiraiya suddenly regained her spirits. What about that boy Simu? With that boy Simu around, Konoha wouldn't have to be so passive. Shikamaru scratched his head. He caught a couple of Cloud Shinobis on the way, like some kind of demon cat unit. Then I threw it to Hai and asked him to search his memory. Nonsense. Nara Luming reprimanded immediately. The minds of these ninjas who sneaked into the enemy's rear were spelled. You asked Hai to investigate rashly. What if they were backlashed? Nara, Akamaiki, and Yamanaka are closely related. Yamanaka is basically Nara's nephew, so it's no wonder he's so excited. Luju curled his lips, and then stepped aside. Expose Yamanaka Hiaichi from the back. Yamanaka raised his hand and said, that Luming uncle, I'm fine. Lu Ming walked up to him and checked carefully, and he breathed a sigh of relief after making sure everything was fine. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed. After all, Simu is his own student. For doing such a reckless thing, he, the teacher, also has some responsibility. He coughed. This Simu is really reckless, don't worry Hai, I will teach him a lesson. Yamanaka said hurriedly, I'm fine. Seeing that Hai Yi was really fine, Lu Ming felt slightly startled. I didn't expect this kid to have such a talent in intelligence search. Even the ban imposed by Cloud Shinobi can be bypassed. It seems that the Yamanaka clan has produced another amazing guy. He looked at Luju again. Our own Luju is actually not bad, but his temper is a bit too lazy. Jiraiya brought the topic back on track. Hi, you said you searched Cloud Shinobi's memory. Did you get any information? Facing the coach of this battle, Yamanaka Hai certainly will not hide anything. I searched the stronghold of the Demon Cat army, and then told Simu, and he rushed over by himself. Jiraiya's face was covered with black lines immediately. This guy, Nara Luming also said. The Demon Cat team is powerful, and the leaders are the Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi, who are powerful. It's really not a good idea to go there impulsively. But Luju has a different view from his uncle. With Simu's strength, you can rest assured. Only by quickly eliminating the Demon Cat troops can Konoha's support be able to arrive at the battlefield in time, and this war can be won. Although young, but Luju's concept of the overall situation is already very mature. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something, a siren sounded outside. A ninja rushed in. Master Jiraiya, the reconnaissance ninja of the Hyuga clan found the trace of the enemy, and it is Cloud Shinobi's AI. Generally, the white eyes of the Hyuga family can only detect things within 1 kilometer. After hard training, you can reach 3 kilometers, or even 5 kilometers. But even with such a long reconnaissance range, it is still not enough in front of AI. At his speed, this distance only takes more than 10 seconds. When Jiraiya and others rushed out of the tent, the direction of the warehouse has started to burn ablaze. All kinds of ninjutsu are flying, but I couldn't touch a hair of AI. Ha 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 ha, Konoha ninjas, surrender now. AI Zhong hit Konoha's camp with a knife in his hand. The huge force instantly tore the ground apart. Quite a few Konoha shinobi do not fall into it. He was also unwilling to fight, and after destroying Konoha's warehouse again, he immediately broke out of the camp. Jiraiya's face darkened. Instantly summon a giant toad using the summoning technique. Red skin, a huge scar on the left eye. With a huge pipe in his mouth, he was full of smoke. Wenta, let's go. Aang, it's this brat with lightning all over his body again. Toad Wenta stepped on the ground, and his whole body soared into the sky. It fell on AI's escape route ahead of time. Is it Konoha-san and Jiraiya's summoning beast? AI was like a thunderbolt constantly shuttling through the woods. He looked at Toad Bunta, who was as huge as a mountain in front of him. Not only was he not afraid, but there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Only someone as strong as Jiraiya deserves to be his opponent? Seeing the enemy rushing towards him, Toad Wenta was not polite to him. A fist hit AI hard. And AI, a speed player, didn't choose to dodge. Instead, it hit him head-on. Lightning-style lariat. There is a thunderbolt wrapped around his arm. The originally extremely powerful wrist strength became extremely terrifying under the blessing of this speed. Just like that, it hit heavily on the fist that fell down from Toad Bunta. Roads of electric light lost out from between the two. Two powerful forces confront each other. This guy's power, a little pervert. Toad Wenta said it. The fist that fell was pushed back little by little. AI suddenly appeared on top of Toad Bunta's head. The hand knife wrapped in thunder instantly slashes towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sannin, is also unambiguous. Both hands made a mudra, and the long hair entangled like a boa constrictor. He did not choose to use steel needles to attack, because this move has no effect in front of Aina's physical fitness comparable to that of a tailed beast. A terrifying thunder light flashed on the AI hand knife, cutting off the white hair in front of him with incomparable sharpness. Jiraiya pulled back quickly. A large piece of orange toad oil spit out from the mouth. Fire-style big flame bomb. Huge flames flew towards AI who was surrounded by lightning. Lightning-style thunder knife. AI was full of fighting spirit, and swung the knife. The terrifying sword glow formed by thunder and lightning flew out instantly, cutting the huge fireball into two halves. Relying on his terrible physical fitness, AI constantly seeks opportunities to fight Jiraiya in close combat. The whole person rushed into the flames under the package of lightning-style chakra. Jiraiya took a step forward, but his speed is obviously not enough to deal with AI's offensive. A hand knife hit, he just raised his hand and was already kissed with a knife. Lightning flashed. Jiraiya shattered into smoke. Its shadow clone? AI suddenly stepped on Toad Wenta's head and jumped into the air. Jiraiya suddenly appeared from another direction. Ninja Law, Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Countless white hairs headed towards AI1 like a wave, binding his right foot tightly. But it was cut off by the lightning blade formed by AI's lightning-style chakra in just an instant. The blockbuster Cloud Shinobi also arrived at this time. Lightning-style shuriken. Thousands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas throw shuriken at the same time. Each shuriken is wrapped with lightning. As long as it hits the enemy, it can instantly paralyze them. But Konoha is not helpless. The Earth-style ninja cast the Earth-style wall technique, summoning a large earth wall to block these shurikens. Mina, Al Noah. You Konoha bastards, hurry up and get the hell out of here. With a burst of awkward rapping, a thick octopus leg suddenly shot out from several miles away, destroyed the newly built defenses of the Konoha shinobi fighters with terrifying force. Imperial Circle. As expected of Master Killer B, numerous Cloud Shinobi took advantage of this opportunity to file in and fight with Konoha shinobi, and Killer B also rushed into the crowd. Unlike ordinary people, he has 7 knives on his body, elbows, necks, wrists, densely full of knives. The so-called 7 swords flow? He stands on the ground with only 1 foot. What kind of strange move is this? The Konoha shinobi fans looked dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, Killer B stepped on the ground with 1 foot. The whole person rushed into the crowd at an unimaginable speed. The 7 ninja knives on his body moved in a strange rhythm, and they had cut the throats of 7 or 8 people in the blink of an eye. What a fast knife. A Uchiha ninja with cold hands and feet. At this speed, even if he has turned on the 087 Sharingan, he still has no way to see clearly. Minalu, buckle Noah. Hurry up and send you on your way. Killer B's kills are still going on, and it looks almost unstoppable. On the other side, Jiraiya finally found a chance to summon the Iwajuku toad. Use the toad mouth restraint technique to trap AI in the belly of the big toad in Yinsu. Jiraiya, with that guy's strength, Iwasu toad probably won't last long. Wentai reminded. Jiraiya nodded. I know. Use that trick. To understanding. Toad Wenta took a deep breath, then spat out a large cloud of toad oil at Cloud Shinobi's troops. Jiraiya also uses fire style to ignite the toad oil. Form a huge sea of flames and fly towards the Cloud Shinobi troops. Fire style toad flame oil bomb. The Cloud Shinobi who were rushing towards Konoha's troops saw a large flame falling from the sky. Then they were engulfed in flames. But AI is the candidate for the next Raikage after all. Incomparably powerful. The Yinsu giant toad simply couldn't last that long. In less than a minute, AI broke out of his body. A ray of lightning flashed across the air. AI punches Jiraiya hard. Although the latter took precautions, he used the cured hair to form a shield in advance. But he was still beaten out. Of course the legendary Sunin couldn't be easily defeated like this. But AI's target this time is not Jiraiya. He turned into lightning and rushed straight to Konoha's camp. He will lead the Cloud Shinobi tonight to defeat Konoha's army. As for Jiraiya, what would a Jiraiya do without an army? Hateful. Jiraiya looked at the chaotic battlefield. AI and Killer B, who are extremely fast, are simply gods blocking and killing gods and Buddhas. Although Konoha's Kato-dan and other Jonin are also struggling to kill the enemy, but the efficiency is still far inferior to these two guys. Jiraiya is hard-hardened. Since I can't catch up with you, let's change my life. He was about to turn around and kill the Cloud Shinobi troops. A terrible breath suddenly descended on the battlefield. I sense a familiar breath. Killer B beheads the Uchiha ninja in front of him. Then stand on the branch and look out of the battlefield. A faint blue figure stepped on the ground. Leap fiercely into battle. It's Airway? It's the 2 Doshi-samas. The Cloud Shinobi recognized the person who came, and shouted excitedly. But the next second they were dumbfounded. Because after the 2 tails rushed into the battlefield, the 2 tails suddenly rolled. Burn alive a dozen Cloud Shinobi in the surrounding area? Only then did people see clearly the man standing on Airway's head. The word justice is so dazzling at this time. Hanyu-Simu, drive here. It's Master Hanyu-Simu. What is this terrible monster? It's a tailed beast. Cloud Shinobi's second tail. Why does Master Simu appear on Airway? The smile seemed to gradually transfer from Cloud Shinobi's face to Konoha Shinobi's. You seem to have forgotten my existence. Simu stands on the head of Airway. Observation Haki has locked down dozens of Cloud Shinobi threats. The laser condensed on his fingertips. With the dense sound of piercing the air, countless laser lasing points in the middle of the battlefield. A terrible throbbing appeared in the hearts of those dozens of locked Cloud Shinobi. In the next second, the flames from the explosion instantly engulfed them. Master Simu is mighty. Simu's move greatly boosted Konoha's morale. Airway, who is well versed in human nature, works very hard. This is its first stop following Simu, and it must satisfy Simu. It opened its mouth wide, spewed out a large piece of dark blue flames, and burned them towards the Cloud Shinobi. AI in the distance looked at this scene with tears in his eyes. Since Simu appears here driving airway, one can imagine what happened to the two doshis. And Simu wants to do more than that. He seals two tails and then consumes a lot of chakra, summoning a huge Katsuyu. Mr. Kizaru, we meet again. Katsuyu Rishi said softly. Airway glanced at immortal Katsuyu. Why does this guy always come out to compete with me for favor? I'm sorry, Katsuyu. No problem. Katsuyu Rishi's body split apart suddenly. Countless weapons were sprayed out, just falling on Konoha's camp. This is a weapon. All kinds of cutting tools, kunai, shuriken, everything you expect. For a while, the problem of Konoha's lack of weapons was solved instantly. The demon cat troops who have been stabbing in the back are also dealt with by Simu. Next, he can also deal with AI through his own speed. It can be said that the arrival of Simu has almost solved all the difficulties of Konoha troops at this time. After distributing weapons, the Katsuyu sage split into countless individuals and landed on the Konoha shinobi to heal their injuries. This kid is really amazing. Jiraiya suddenly had a feeling of emotion. Hanyu Simu, your opponent is me. A thick and powerful voice sounded. Simu knows who it is without even looking. Turn around and kick out with your feet. A thunderbolt just appeared in front of him. Lightning-style Lele is eager. The terrifying hand knife wrapped around thunder cut straight away. And the light speed kicks from Simu just hit each other. Needle tip to wheat on. Both are extremely fast powerhouses. And after Simu got the admiral physique, he was not inferior to AI in terms of physique. This time, it's a real contest. Light and thunder exploded on Airway's head. Airway, you go and get rid of the other Cloud Shinobi. Yes. Airway agreed with a somewhat sharp voice. Turn your head into the battlefield? A monster like Airway with high blood pressure, high attack power and huge body is definitely a disaster level on the battlefield. The Cloud Shinobi have had little effect on it, and it can often burn several Cloud Shinobi to death with just one flame. That's the scary thing about tailed beasts. Hateful. AI became a little anxious when he saw Airway raging in the battlefield. Simu seized this opportunity and instantly appeared in front of him. It's not a good habit to be distracted while aligning with a strong enemy. Simu stomped heavily on AI's chest. He was slowed a little by distraction, and only had time to block it with one hand. The power of terror erupted in an instant. There was a sonic boom. AI's body slammed into more than a dozen giant trees. Finally, he stopped by turning around and inserting his feet into the ground. If it were other ninjas, Simu's foot would have broken their arms. It is not impossible for all weaklings to be kicked to death, but falling on AI can only be regarded as a minor injury. He shook his aching arm. Thunder crackled all over his body. Hanyu Simu, I hope you won't let me down that night. His feet made a big hole in the ground. So fast it's almost invisible. If it wasn't for Simu keeping an eye on him with observation haki, I'm afraid I can't keep up with him. But it's the kind of opponent that fully arouses Simu's desire to fight. Fast enough? It's terrible, Lord Fourth Raikage. He also turned into a flash of light, and slammed into the thunder in front of him. Two rays of light, one golden and one blue, intertwined terrifyingly in the middle of the forest. Others could only see two rays of light flickering there. Not to mention meddling, they couldn't even see the movements of the two clearly. Even Sherry-non, known for its dynamic vision, couldn't capture the duo. The ground began to crumble. The tree suddenly snapped. Simu and AI are fighting fiercely. This is a battle that only the two of them can take part in. On the other side, Airway has already started the mode of gods blocking and killing gods and Buddhas. Relying on his terrifying vitality and his incomparably huge size. Rampage in the middle of the battlefield. I don't know how much firepower was attracted by the Konoha shinobi. The balance of the battle has been reversed the moment Simu arrived on the battlefield. The Konoha shinobi fighters who got their weapons and supplies started a big counterattack against Cloud Shinobi. Minalu, Buckle Noah. Damn Airway, how dare you betray the village. Killer B was so anxious that he even forgot to rhyme. If it goes on like this, the loser in this battle will definitely be Cloud Shinobi. The most important thing now is, get rid of the two tails. Zyoba, can you do it? Give it to me. 8 tails in the body said without hesitation. Killer B rushed to Airway, and then unsealed himself while running. A massive octopus tail surges from Killer B's body. 8 tails, which is larger than Airway, appeared on the battlefield in an instant. It has a huge body, strong muscles, and 8 octopus tails swaying wantonly behind it. The head looks a bit like a cow, but with 4 horns. 2 bent forwards and 2 straight backwards. However, one of the 2 front corners was cut off. This is Orochimaru's masterpiece. The terrible pressure brought by 8 tails enveloped the audience. Airway stopped and looked at 8 tails coldly. Jaiki, I didn't expect you to come too. Airway Matatabi said in a sharp voice. 8 tails said while shaking the tail behind him. I didn't expect you to choose to join Konoha. Is your Jinchuriki Naidashi dead? 8 tails can clearly feel that the second tail is in full form at this time. In other words, it has escaped from the seal. As for the Jinchuriki, which is the carrier of the seal, there is only one result left. That is death. Isn't this kind of thing knowingly asked? Airway Matatabi opened his mouth and said forcefully. Another thing I want to remind you is that my allegiance is not to Konoha, but to Simu-sama. 8 tails was a bit of a surprise. Ah, it seems that the boy named Simu is amazing. He was able to gain your approval so quickly. Airway. It opened its hands, revealing muscles as tight as steel. You should know that you can't beat me. Although it has been a long time, the 9-tailed beasts all know each other. And 8 tails and 9 tails are definitely the two strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. Airway, who controls flames, has no advantage over them? You can try it. Airway exudes a soft female voice. There is no special expression on the face. Having said that, it is indeed impossible to defeat 8 tails in its current situation. After all, he just had a fight with Simu. Although rested for a day, neither the injury nor chakra has fully recovered. Compared with the full state of 8 tails, there is no chance of winning. But Airway still said so. The only reason is Simu. It must use practical actions to obtain the approval of this new owner. Of course, there is another way it can go. That is to expect Simu to die here. As long as Simu dies, the contract on it will be automatically released. But after seeing Simu's terrifying strength, it doesn't have this idea. Seeing Airway's appearance, 8 tails seemed to have guessed something, and said with a sneer, "Has a dignified tailed beast become someone else's summoning beast? How pathetic." Airway sarcastically said, "Isn't it ridiculous that you are being ridden by this kid now? Me and Killer Bee are friends. Master Simu and I are family." 8 tails was speechless for a moment. "Since you have nothing to say, let's go." 8 huge octopus tails instantly flew towards Airway. But among the 9-tailed beasts, the speed of the 2-tailed beast can be said to be the fastest. Beaten by Simu for speed doesn't mean it's going to be slammed by the bulky 8 tails. Step on the ground with both feet. The huge body then moved aside lightly. 8 tails' tail cannot even touch its flame. After dodging the attack, Airway instantly opened his mouth and spit out a series of dark blue fireballs. This level of attack. 8 tails opened its mouth, and a large piece of jet black ink spewed out from its mouth, instantly extinguished the incoming flames. Then he stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards Airway. It's a pity that Airway didn't confront it head-on at all, and hid in the east, taking 8 tails around the battlefield. In the process, many Cloud Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi were accidentally injured. But because of Airway's conscious seduction, the biggest loss is Cloud Shinobi. Although 8 tails was in a hurry, there was nothing he could do. Its speed is not as fast as Airway, and it lacks the means of long-range attack. The only thing capable of ranged attacks is the tailed beast bomb. But if the tailed beast bomb is released here, I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi will be wiped out with the whole army. On the other side, Simu and AI are fighting fiercely. AIG brushed Simu's cheek with the knife. In order to be able to attack AI, Simu does not use elementalization. Instead, he let the lightning blade on the hand knife scratch his cheek. Then, taking the opportunity, a knee fell heavily on AI's abdomen. AI. His figure froze suddenly. Simu seized the opportunity and kicked him in the head with a flashing kick. But AI's willpower is much stronger than ordinary people. Even if his abdomen is overwhelmed, he can still suppress his conditioned reflex. Throws a punch at Simu. Fist and kick together. A terrifying force erupted. The two flew out together. AI crashes a hill. And Simu was punched in front of 8 tails by AI. A flash of light fell and a terrifying explosion startled 8 tails. "It's you?" The voices of 8 tails and Killer Bee sounded simultaneously. As expected of the future Raikage, it's scary. Simu rubbed his arm and looked up to see 8 tails. 8 tails. 8 tails punched down almost without hesitation. The huge fist shadow instantly enveloped Simu. It's scary 8 tails. Simu gasped in amazement. Airway just wanted to rush over, but it was already too late. Simu pulled out his hands to cover armament haki, and unexpectedly firmly resisted 8 tails' punch. "How can that be?" 8 tails said in disbelief. "It's a tail beast. How could there be a human being stronger than a tailed beast?" As expected of 8 tails, very strong. The corner of Simu's mouth curled up, a dark red pattern appeared on his face, and he entered Sage mode. After entering Sage mode, Simu instantly disappears in place with a flash of light. Instead, it emerges from the side of 8 Okage's tail. "Have you ever been kicked by the light?" Hearing Simu's inexplicable question, Killer Bee became angry for no reason. Just turned around to teach Simu a lesson. Simu's high, glittering kick landed heavily on his face. 8 tails just felt dizzy. The huge body fell to the ground uncontrollably. "Hanyu Simu, your opponent is me." The golden hairs on AI's head in the distance exploded one by one. The thunder wrapped around his body has completely entered the most active state. The whole person released a terrifying aura like a Super Saiyan. This is an upgraded version of lightning-style chakra mode. The strongest lightning-style armor that can only be mastered by 3rd generation AI and 4th generation AI. It is also the full state of AI. "It's really scary. Have you finally used all your strength?" AI. Even though he said so, he didn't see any trace of fear from Simu's expression. This performance made AI even more unhappy. "Watch how I tear your mouth apart." His figure disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Simu. The speed is so fast that no one can react. Except Simu. Tyrannical lightning-style armor wraps around AI's elbows. Hit Simu like a battering ram. The latter hastily crossed his hands and wrapped around armament haki to block the blow. But the huge force made Simu retreat several meters in the air. And 4th generation AI obviously won't let go of this opportunity. A Raikage bullying? Unexpectedly, Simu was already prepared, and kicked AI's arm with a volley side kick. But AI also punched at this time. Golden flashes and thunder intertwine. 2 people flew out from 2 directions again. 2 random flashes of light flew out from the ruins, and intertwined together again. In the end, under the guidance of Simu to AI, the battle still ended in Cloud Shinobi's defeat. Even with the 8 tails covering the retreat, Cloud Shinobi forces left behind a heap of dead bodies. Simu wanted to continue the pursuit, but Jiraiya considered that there might be an ambush on Cloud Shinobi's side, decided to fight steadily and slowly conquer the Bellflower Mountain. The next day, Narashiju stood next to Jiraiya, tapped the table lightly and said, "Master Jiraiya, the casualties of last night have been counted." Okay. Jiraiya was woken up by the sound of Shikako knocking on the table. He had just fallen asleep after dealing with the affairs of the night. But there is no way. Who called him the coach? Everything on this battlefield needs to be handled by Jiraiya himself. He rubbed his eyes. "It's Luju. Where are you, Uncle Lu Ming?" Luju scratched his head. "Uncle was injured in the battle last night. Let me be your assistant temporarily." Jiraiya suddenly realized, and asked, "Luming, is he alright?" Luju was silent for a while. "Uncle, he lost a leg. If Simu hadn't arrived in time and let Lord Katsuyo help treat the injured, he might have lost his life." Jiraiya's expression turned serious, and she nodded slightly. Not much consolation. After all, the battlefield is like this, anything can happen. I have to say that Xianziwei really came very timely last night. Without the weapons he brings and the support of Katsuyu Rishi, Konoha's current downsizing is likely to more than double. Therefore, the name of Katsuyu Immortal gradually spread in the army. After all, who could say no to a cute little Katsuyo who can save your life in a pinch? It seems that I heard someone say my name. Simu opened the tent and walked in sleepily. Jiraiya glanced at him. "I said you kid, you slept more than me last night, didn't you? Why do you still look listless?" Simu yawned, and Wolf stretched. "It doesn't matter about this kind of thing. How was the battle damage yesterday?" Simu sat down on the chair and said lazily, "I still want to finish the mission quickly and go back to Konoha to have a good rest. I don't know when this broken war will last." Jiraiya rubbed her temples. 420. Only after he became the Master General did he know how troublesome Mr. Sarutobi's daily work is. It's such a hassle to be in charge of a battlefield. Wouldn't it be exhausting to become a Hokage? Simu thinks so too. Luju looked at these two live treasures and said helplessly, "You two, can I listen to last night's battle report now?" "Oh, yes, yes." Jiraiya leaned casually in the chair. Simu slumped on the chair even more. Deer pressed the throbbing blood vessels on his forehead for a long time and said, "A total of 189 ninjas were killed in our army last night, and most of them died in battle before Simu came. 556 wounded. Generally speaking, there will not be so many wounded on the ninja battlefield. After all, the battle between ninjas is like lightning. Once you are injured and show your flaws, your opponent will kill you without hesitation. Even if you are lucky enough not to be hit by a supplementary knife, you are likely to be affected by the indiscriminate bombardment of ninjutsu and die. The reason why there are so many injured people this time is entirely due to Simu. It was he who summoned Katsuyo Rishi to save the lives of so many ninjas. In addition, Cloud Shinobi lost 1,167 ninjas, including 27 registered jonin. Without a doubt, this is a big win, almost 10 times the attrition rate. This is enough for Konoha to regain a huge advantage in the battlefield of Mount Kikyo. Although Konoha had more than 500 ninjas injured, but as long as the limbs are not severed, they can be rescued through the treatment of Katsuyu Immortal. In other words, the real loss of manpower in the Battle of Kunwenkang was only about 300 people. Jiraiya is experienced and quickly sees problems in the data. He mossed his chin. It seems that Tsunade's proposal is indeed necessary. After the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade proposed to establish a comprehensive medical ninja system. Although this proposal has received a lot of response, Third Generation also approved Tsunade to set up a medical ninja training center. You can choose a suitable ninja from the ninja school to go to the training center and graduate as a medical ninja, but with little success. After all, Konoha's children have been indoctrinated to become a powerful ninja since childhood. For them, the medical ninja who needs the protection of others is a career chosen by cowards. Therefore, Konoha's medical ninja system has been very imperfect. It wasn't until this battle that everyone had a real sense of medical ninjas. It turns out that medical ninjutsu is so powerful. This also made Jiraiya make up her mind. After this battle is over, we must advise Mr. Sarutobi to strongly support the development of the medical ninja business. While thinking, Kato-dan walked in from the outside. As Konoha's elite jonin, Kato-dan also beheaded 2 Cloud Shinobi jonin with his weird spiritualization technique in last night's battle. It's just that it's insignificant compared to Simu's contribution. After all, as Simu's summoning beast, Airway's military exploits are also counted on Simu's head. And Airway alone killed more than 2 jonin last night. Not to mention that Simu blocked 4th generation AI's attack all by himself. If there is no Simu, Konoha's troops may be penetrated by AI to death. Kato-dan nodded to Simu. I have to say that Tongmu's performance last night was worthy of everyone's admiration. Then looked to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, Cloud Shinobi has abandoned several surrounding strongholds, and the army has fully shrunk to the high point on the north side of Mount Kikyo. Jiraiya waved his hand and said, "Damn, you're Tsunade's friend, don't call me your lord." He deliberately emphasized the word friend. But the relationship between Tsunade and Kato-dan is well known in Konoha. No matter how reluctant Jiraiya is, there is no way to reverse this relationship. As for asking him to sow discord, not to mention character, even Jiraiya's carefree brain can't do it. He only had a little bit of brains when he was fighting. Kato-dan smiled slightly. Master Jiraiya, you are the commander-in-chief, always be serious. Jiraiya also stopped persuading, and analyzed. Cloud Shinobi didn't give up so easily, but now that the Demon Cat troops have been pulled out by Simu, they have no way to use guerrilla tactics carefully. As long as the supplies are sufficient, it should be easy to take down Cloud Shinobi. The Nation of Fire is the old overlord after all. Although Cloud Shinobi has been on the rise in recent years, but the two sharpest points of AI and the Demon Cat troops were lost. They are definitely not Konoha's opponents in a head-on confrontation. The next stage is about to enter the counterattack. Things went pretty much as Jiraiya expected. With Simu pinning down AI, Konoha's army gains an instant advantage in a head-to-head battle. Konoha's material resources were continuously sent to the front line. The warriors fought bravely and soon wiped out all the strongholds of Cloud Shinobi. Only the base camp remained. And Simu and Airway also played against Killer Bee and AI many times. It's all a tie. Minalu, Buckle Noah. Killer Bee looked at the corpses all over the floor, and couldn't help but swear that Henyu Simu is really difficult. Just now, Simu stormed Cloud Shinobi's camp with Airway again. After making a big fuss, relying on Airway's speed advantage, he walked away. Although AI can keep up with the speed of Simu and Airway, but Killer Bee and Eight Tails can't keep up. If you rush up by yourself, you can only face a 1-on-2 situation. Playing a Simu by itself is enough. Adding a Two-Tails, the winning rate is very small, obj. So the situation on the entire battlefield is reversed. In the beginning, they took advantage of their speed and ran away with a single shot at the Konoha camp. Now it becomes Simu and Airway. In the past 6 months, the Cloud Shinobi team has been miserable. Many ninjas were sent back to the village for treatment due to psychological problems. After all, no one can endure a lewd voice suddenly ringing in the ear every day while sleeping. Everyone of Cloud Shinobi, are we here again? If this continues, we will have to retreat. Killer Bee said unwillingly. Cloud Shinobi's side has invested a lot of troops on this battlefield. The death toll is more than 4,000 people, even Jonin died a lot. If he went back in such a disheartened manner, the blow to Third Raikage's prestige might not be small. But the Kingdom of Thunder is no different than the Kingdom of Wind. Can let Feng Ying play in person. Although the Land of Thunder is not as rich as the Land of Fire, but the conditions are also considered good. The Land of Earth next to them is a blood feud with them. If too many troops are dispatched, the Land of Earth will inevitably have some ideas. So third-generation AI will not leave Cloud Shinobi village easily. The purpose is to guard against the sneak attack of the Land of Earth. Just when AI was thinking about whether to retreat, Nanami, Third Raikage's secretary, came to AI's tent. AI looked at Nanami. Did your father ask you to send some order? Nanami has blonde hair that is slightly curly. Fair skin, with black-rimmed glasses, wearing black silk. She is an intellectual beauty. Yes, Lord Raikage asked me to give this to you. Fourth-generation AI took the document and read it carefully. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. It seems that the content of the intelligence had a big impact on him. Is that accurate? Yes. Secretary Nanami nodded without the slightest hesitation. AI smiled coldly. In other words, the Daimyo of the Land of Fire really got into trouble with Hokage. It's rubbish. The trash he mentioned here of course refers to the name of the Land of Fire. As a straightforward and strong man, what AI hates the most is someone stabbing him in the back. At the Konoha camp, Jiraiya slammed his fist on the table. To do this kind of thing at such a time. Jiraiya was really angry this time. Simu was yawning after being called up for a meeting late at night. As a staff officer, Luju frowned. Because of his outstanding performance, Jiraiya specially applied to third generation for him to continue as a staff member. What happened? Luju asked puzzledly. Although Jiraiya's character is a little unreliable, she has always maintained a stable mood during the battle. It was his and Simu's unreliable looks that gave the army enormous confidence. The main general looks so relaxed. Isn't this battle a sure win? And this letter can make Jiraiya lose his composure so much. There must be something very important and extremely unfavorable to Konoha's side written on it. Jiraiya stared at the envelope on the table, and said coldly, Sensei Sarutobi wants us to withdraw our troops now. Withdrawal. Luju was taken aback. Not to mention the long deer, Simu finds it unbelievable. Watching Cloud Shinobi retreat steadily, that old man from third generation actually wants them to retreat? Simu frowned, thinking about something. After eradicating the power of the Mito family, Danzo, Yudin and Kohara, plus a host of ninjas were beaten. Transition out many benefits. At this juncture, Master Hokage, who has mastered the most powerful force in the entire Fire Nation, basically has the final say. Why does this happen? Since there is no problem with Konoha village, the problem can only appear elsewhere. For example, the Fire Country Daimyo. Sure enough, Jiraiya suppressed the anger in his heart and said, the Fire Country Daimyo said that the materials and money that originally supported Konoha needed to be delayed on the grounds of financial constraints. And the Land of Earth is also eyeing the border. If this battle continues, without the support of the people of the Fire Land, Konoha will be in jeopardy. So Sarutobi-sensei decided to strategically abandon the edge of Kikyo Mountain, turn to a defensive state in an all-round way. Luju turned the pen in his hand and said clearly, it seems that Konoha's fighting power and Hokage Sama's dominance made our daimyo fearful and wanted to check and balance it. 11. As the son of the patriarch of the Nara clan, Ju has been with his father since he was a child. I am no stranger to this kind of political issue. After all, for the Daimyo, Mount Kikyo is just a dispensable marginal place. Probably only a few thousand people. Even if you lose it, it won't matter. And Konoha village is the fighting organization of the Fire Nation. If it gets out of control, the consequences can be imagined. Oh, what time is it, and you still want to fight for power and profit? Simu sneered. Jiraiya knocked on the table and said seriously. Anyway, we have to withdraw our troops under the circumstances. Once support from Cloud Shinobi village arrives, we will be alone. Simu glanced at the map. Mr. Jiraiya, I have an idea. He moved his finger to a bridge that spanned the entire canyon in the northern part of Kikyo Mountain. This is already within the territory of the Land of Thunder. I'm going here to cut off their supply routes. Just cut off the bridge, and their resupply rate will be greatly reduced. It will be much more convenient for us to defend after we occupy Kikyo Mountain. However, this plan was rejected by Jiraiya in an instant. That's within the Land of Thunder? Is the most dangerous place. Simu smiled slightly. Have you forgotten my speed? Nagawa River is located on the border of Tang Country and Moon Country. In other words, the small country between these two big countries uses it as its border. Rather than a river, it would be more appropriate to call it a small ocean. Because this river is really too big. And across this big river is a bridge called Nagawa. On one side is the dense forest in the Kingdom of Fire. On the other side is the special rocky landform that towers into the sky in the Land of Thunder. This is also the main path for the Land of Thunder to enter the Land of Fire. Without this bridge, it would be extremely difficult for Cloud Shinobi village to deliver supplies. After all, even using Earth-style ninjutsu with this width, there is no way to build a sufficiently stable bridge in a short period of time. As a traffic artery, Cloud Shinobi has of course arranged for a strong force to hold on here. A total of 15 teams. And each team is led by Jonin. This kind of force is enough to destroy a small country like the Kingdom of Grey. Teams of convoys are continuously sending supplies to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield through the Nagawa Bridge. I heard that a genius appeared on Konoha's side. Looks like it's called Simu. The ninjas chatted casually while escorting supplies. This battle has been going on for 3 or 4 months. One of the most impressive is the golden flash of Konoha. Come and go without a trace. Even Lord Ai, whom they admired, could only restrict him a little. The Cloud Shinobi troops even approved the order to abandon the mission unconditionally when encountering the golden flash. From here you can see how strong the sense of oppression Simu brings to them. I hope we don't encounter this killing god on the battlefield. They prayed silently. Sadly, God doesn't seem to have heard their prayers. A flash of light pierced the sky and rushed straight towards the sky. It was Simu, who turned into a flash and flew close to the sea, and his target was the bridge. Minalu, buckle Noah. You can't do that, UBD. The sea suddenly split open. A gray-brown monster emerges from it. Scary tentacles full of suckers were right in front of Shimmer. It's 8 tails, it's really scary. Simu steps on 8 tails' tail. He braked suddenly, and then stood on the sea with his hands in his pockets. Minalu, buckle Noah. The surface of the water is my battlefield, and the only thing waiting for you is failure. Simu rubbed between his brows. You don't rhyme very well. The few ninjas who were still discussing just now were dumbfounded seeing this scene. They were just joking. How did this golden flash really come? But since Master Killer Bee is here, it must be all right. They have confidence in Killer Bee. I can't live up to the expectations of the villagers. 8 Tails raised his hands on the sea, and the raging tsunami instantly covered the sky and slapped Simu. It's really scary. Simu muttered habitually. The whole person jumped high towards the sky. The 2 flashes of both hands turned into countless light spots and blasted out. Like a torrential rain, it hit the tsunami in front of me heavily. The strong flash tore apart the water surface like a wall. Simu turned into a flash of light and flashed through the water droplets all over the sky. Fed. Minalu, Al Noah. Killer Bee has been prepared for a long time. The tail beast transformation was lifted in an instant. The orange tail beast chakra suit covers the surface of his body. The whole person rushed towards Simu. And another figure flashing with thunder broke through the water. 4th generation AI's eyes were extremely cold. Boy, I finally caught you. One after the other, envelop Simu, lightning style double lariat. The 2 shouted at the same time. Huge and matching huge force hits Simu's throat from different directions. Like a deadly blade that shone with thunder and lightning, it completely tore Sida's neck into pieces. His startled head flew high. 1. So what if it's Konoha Golden Glitter? Our Cloud Shinobi's combo is even better. The Cloud Shinobi around the bridge watched with anticipation. Killer Bee also had a smug smile on his face. But AI immediately sensed something was wrong. The blood gushing out of this guy's severed neck wasn't blood, but countless points of light. The combination is scary. Simu still had a mean look on his face. A palpitation of death surged wildly in the hearts of AI and Killer Bee. Careful. AI hurriedly shouted loudly. But already too slow. Simu made a horrible look at Killer Bee. Then he opened his mouth, and a golden long sword spit out from his hand in an instant. In order to ensure that this blow has a large enough result, Simu even turned on Sage mode in advance. Simu's move was entirely inspired by Orochimaru. Lightsabers are fast. Killer Bee, who thought he had succeeded, couldn't react at all. He could only let it pierce the air, and then penetrate his chest. Killer Bee's entire body instantly turned into smoke. leaves a massive octopus tentacle in place. The huge suction cups look very scary. Taking your life with one of 8 tails tails? That's terrible. This is another benefit of being a Jinchuriki. In battle, it is equivalent to having an extra brain. The premise is that you must become a perfect Jinchuriki, otherwise the existence of the tailed beast will be a drag. Suddenly, a terrible roar sounded. Killer Bee re-enters 8 tails full body mode. A wild growl at Simu. A powerful air wave crashed into Simu, and he took advantage of the situation to distance himself from the combination. The huge tailed beast tail floats on the water. At this time, there are only 7 tails left in the complete 8 tails. Minalu, buckle Noah. Killer Bee said sheepishly. Sorry, Haki. Don't say such things. 8 tails focus is on Simu. This guy is not easy to deal with. Simu put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said with some surprise. I didn't expect that you would give up the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain and instead ambush me here. The combination appears here. It also means that at this time, Cloud Shinobi does not have a strong enough general in the Kikyo Mountain base camp. In this case, Jireiya's proactive attack should achieve great results. There were arcs of electric arcs crackling and flickering on AI's body. Compared to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, getting rid of you is more important. It's not just the 15 Shanglian squads that the AB group is responsible for guarding here, they have already faintly surrounded Bimo. I'm really flattered. I didn't expect that I would have such an important position in Master AI's heart. Simu smiled. AI looked at Simu's unbeatable smile, and his heart rose instantly. I'll contain him, and he will find the right opportunity. Yes. 8 tails, Killer Bee's avatar, nodded slightly. Then AI's golden hair stood up one by one in an instant. A huge lightning-style chakra emerged from him, and the whole figure looked like a raging thunder beast. Since you use the power of the tailed beast, then I will not be polite. Simu pressed one hand on the water surface. The summoning circle instantly covered the water surface. After a burst of smoke, Airway, who was burning with faint blue flames, appeared on the battlefield as a minister. It's you again, 8 tails. Matatabi said coldly. Then something feels wrong very quickly. What is under my feet seems to be the surface of water. Meow. The faint blue flame evaporated the water surface in an instant, and the resulting white mist floated above the water surface. After all, Airway is a chakra creature, so it is not difficult to condense chakra to stand on the water. Just got taken aback. Simu scratched his head. Sorry about that, I kind of forgot. Airway really wanted to say something, but didn't dare. Simu smiled and pushed up his glasses. 8 tails is up to you. Airway narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, hurry up. No problem. Watch Airway and Simu plot loudly here. AI finally couldn't take it anymore. The lightning-style chakra at the foot explodes. Form a strong thrust, directly blasting the water surface. The figure appeared in front of Simu in an instant. However, Simu is no less than AI in terms of strength or speed, even a little beyond. So it's not too difficult to deal with. It's Airway's side. After all, 8 tails is the second strongest among tail beasts. In addition, now that it is fighting on the surface again, Airway was beaten to the point where he could only hold his head like a mouse. Relying on its own speed, it hurriedly dodged 8 tails' tentacles on the water surface, constantly dealing with them. Simu slashed AI with his sword. Then it turned into a flash of light and rushed towards the distance. Airway, retreat. Hearing this sentence, Airway froze for a moment. Then immediately saw AI and 8 tails stalking. 0 looking for flowers. Damn. It hastily spread its paws and ran towards Simu. Of course, it is impossible for the combination to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 8 tails plunged into the water in an instant. Brother, come up quickly. AI Shun stood on the head of 8 tails. The two quickly chased in Simu's direction. After all, in terms of speed in water, 8 tails is still faster. In this way, Simu rushed into the sea with Airway all the way. Cloud Shinobi looked at the backs of the 2-tailed beasts going away. His expression was full of sorrow. Back when they were still terrified of tailed beasts. The real strong have learned how to control the tail beast. Let them turn into your own strength. Don't worry, with Lord AI here, there is nothing to fear from the Golden Flash. The Cloud Shinobi spoke to each other. It has to be said that Simu's escape gave them great confidence. If they can't fight, how can they escape? Sudden. One Cloud Shinobi said nervously. Wait, there seems to be something under the Nagawa River. His attention just now fell on the battle between Simu and Ub. It is only now that something is wrong with the river water. What? Cloud Shinobi suddenly became tense. They quickly looked toward the water. A huge black shadow had hidden under the water surface at some point. To be precise, it is attached to the stone pier of the bridge. This is a golden glitter summoning beast. 0. The black shadow emerging from the sea is none other than Katsuyorishi. It spit out a large amount of acidic liquid in the water, instantly corroding a large piece of the stone pier. Not to mention that it split into more than a dozen individuals, corroding more than a dozen bridge piers at the same time. The whole bridge is in jeopardy? At this time, the Cloud Shinobi finally came to their senses. It turns out that Simu was not really careless when he summoned Airway on the water, but to cover the existence of another summoning beast? But what the heck does that guy do? How is it possible to have such a terrifying amount of chakra? After summoning produced 2 such huge tail beasts, they can still continue to fight with Ub. But that's not what they should be thinking about now. It's about how to deal with this horrible creature. The Cloud Shinobi deployed on the shore quickly hurled large quantities of arcing kunai, but the power of these sufferings is almost equal to nothing after being weakened by the water surface. Furthermore, Katsuyu is a mollusk, even if it is hit by kunai, it will not cause any damage. At this time, the whole river has a strong sour smell. Accompanied by the sound of sizzle, numerous bubbles appeared on the piers of the bridge. The piers are being destroyed rapidly. Seeing this, several Cloud Shinobi Jonin jumped into the water in a hurry. Bright lightning flashed on the palm. Stop it, UBD. Lightning style big thunder lake. Lightning style thunder. Lightning style thunder arrow. Big chunks of lightning style jutsu smash into the water. With the help of the water flow to the electric current, it finally affects the Katsuyu sage. A black shadow suddenly floated up. Immortal Katsuyu, covered in electric light, quickly unleashes an acid attack on a group of Cloud Shinobi. Force them to dodge and delay time. The other body increased its strength, rapidly corroding the bridge. AI, who was about to chase to the sea, suddenly thought of something. Oops, it's a plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. He looked in the direction of Nagawa Bridge. Let Eight Tails swim back in haste. And Simu is sitting cross-legged on top of Airway's head. I don't know where I found a handful of melon seeds. Knock it on the front teeth, and then the sweet and plump melon seeds fall into the water. It should be about the same. Simu looked in the direction the AB group was leaving. The AB combination has just gone halfway. I felt the terrible impact from a distance. The Nagawa Bridge is down. The piers of this huge steel bridge have been corroded away. The whole bridge fell to one side. When the heavy bridge hit the water, violent waves suddenly stirred up. The Cloud Shinobi Jonin who were present could only watch this happen. As for Katsuyu Immortal, he had already lifted summoning and ran away. To be frank, its body is so big, even if these clones can't run, it's not a big deal to it. This damn guy. AI punched heavily on the oncoming water waves. Smash this wave to pieces. With the loss of the Nagawa Bridge, the Cloud Shinobi supply line was cut off. After all, it is impossible for them to rely on ninjas to carry so many supplies on the river. Even if this is really done, the delivery efficiency will be greatly reduced. Even the supplies delivered were not enough to offset the consumption of the war. The Land of Thunder is a peninsula-like location on the map. If he wants to enter the center of the mainland, he must cross this great river. Otherwise, you have to take a detour from other sea areas and enter the territory of the Land of Fire. This is also the reason why the Kingdom of Thunder is so obsessed with taking Kikyo Mountain. As long as they can successfully take down the Bellflower Mountain, they will be able to overwhelm the border. Store all the supplies in the territory of the country of soup opposite. There is no need to spend a lot of energy to garrison the bridge. It's a pity that the Land of Thunder doesn't produce excellent Earth-style ninjas. There is no way to create a bridge that is enough to transport troops through in a short period of time. On the other hand, because of the return defense of the AB combination, Jiraiya directly marched northward, defeating Cloud Shinobi's army. In the end, under the cover of the AB combination, he hurriedly fled the battlefield and crossed the river. But even so, Cloud Shinobi paid a heavy and painful price. A total of 2,000 corpses were left on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield and in the territory of Tang Country. Thanks to you this time, 307, because Simu sat on Airway's head, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the AB combination across the river. The ninjas belonging to the Konoha unit looked at Simu with admiration. This is the biggest contributor to leading them to victory. Even the second tail under him received a lot of reverence. Although people have deep opinions on war weapons like tailed beasts on weekdays, both Konoha and Sunagakure make them ominous symbols. But the performance on the battlefield will not lie. If there is no 2 tails to pin down 8 tails, Konoha will lose at least several hundred more ninjas this time. Therefore, many ninjas' senses towards tailed beasts have also changed. Feel other eyes. Airway unconsciously raised his head. A little proud, but not too obvious. In this case, we should be able to return to Konoha, right? Jiraiya looked at the dilapidated Tang dynasty around her, and felt a little uncomfortable. Finally said, well, let's go. As for Umbu and Genbu, we will take care of it. Although it is impossible to send a large number of troops to station here, but the top management of Yuno country must be replaced by people from the Konoha faction. The Kingdom of the Moon may also suffer revenge from Konoha. This is the tragedy of a small country. The next time Cloud Shinobi wants to attack Konoha through this river, it will not be so easy. For Konoha, the stronghold of Mount Kikyo has been rebuilt. Then Simu returns to court with the ninja troops. As for Jiraiya, he will continue to stay on Mount Kikyo for a short period of time, in case there is something wrong with the Land of Thunder. When the large force arrived at Konoha, almost all of Konoha's residents have taken to the streets. They cheered excitedly for this big victory, until a conspicuous white coat appeared. The atmosphere at the scene was completely ignited. It's the Code of Justice. Master Simu is back. Golden Flash Mighty. Master Simu, I will give you a monkey. I want to become a great ninja like Master Simu in the future. Cheers came and went. The loudest ones are Konoha's girl and the young ninja, especially the kids in the ninja school. They have gradually regarded Simu as their idol in life. Simu rarely pulled his hands out of his pockets and waved to both sides. Oh, it's unbelievable. I didn't expect that I would have such a day. Luju was standing next to Simu with a toothpick in his mouth. With your performance, it's strange not to have such a day, right? Exactly. Simu put his hands back in his pockets. In the distance, a child with silver white hair and gloomy eyes watched the scene with his face blocked by a black mask. He fell silent. He remembered years ago. My own father was once hailed as Konoha's hero. This child is none other than Kakashi. On the Hokage building in the Konoha center, third generation looked at Simu's too young face from afar. I don't know what I'm thinking. The cheers continued until the troops transporting the corpses of the compatriots appeared before falling into silence. People prayed in silence for these great dead. Soon, these ninjas who died heroically on the battlefield were sent to the cemetery for burial. And third generation also appeared on the scene. These ninjas burned their own lives and turned them into Konoha fires, sheltering Konoha's future. We must not live up to their expectations. We must protect Konoha and inherit their will of fire. Hearing these words made other people's blood boil. And Simu yawned several times in a row. After completing the entire ceremony, the sky had completely dimmed. Simu ran directly towards Kushina's yard. To Simu's surprise, Ling Yuguan was not there. I'm back. Simu pushed the door carelessly and walked in. Kushina hastily stuffed the book in her hand under the pillow. He stared fiercely at Simu, pretending to be angry and said, "Who told you to come in without knocking?" Simu scratched his head. "Didn't I come in all the time without knocking? It's you. Are you secretly watching teacher Jiraiya's intimate paradise again?" Simu looked under Kushina's pillow. All her actions just now have nowhere to hide under the cover of Simu observation haki. Where there is. Kushina blushed instantly. She just wanted to cover the pillow, but Simu had already appeared beside the pillow. Take out the book hidden below directly. Intimate paradise revised. Simu looked at Kushina with a smile. The latter roared angrily. Give it back to the old lady. After saying that, he rushed to Simu. Simu didn't hide either, and took advantage of the situation. Kushina threw him on the bed with his book. Kushina just remembered that she was surrounded by a pair of strong arms. What are you doing? Kushina's face was hot, and she felt a little guilty. Simu whispered in her ear. I want to discuss with you the writings of teacher Jiraiya. Umbu around the yard automatically retreated tens of meters away. Even so, they were quarreled all night. After the Land of Fire repelled the attacks of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind one after another, the ninja world fell into a strange atmosphere. Every big country wants to tear a piece of meat from the nation of fire. But every big country dare not take the initiative. This stalemate lasted for 2 years. In the past 2 years, Simu has completed 48 S-level missions. The name of the Golden Flash is known to everyone in the entire ninja world. Certainly. Minato also performed well in the past 2 years, completing a total of 23 S-level missions. Known as the Yellow Flash. Together with Simu it is known as Konoha's Golden Combination. Comparing with the combination of Cloud Shinobi Village, not only advance by leaps and bounds on the task, Simu has finally completed the great cause of sleeping together. Under his repeated probing, Ling Yi and Kushina finally accepted his request to cover a quilt. As for Mikoto, I don't know when he also played with Kushina and Ling Yi. All in all, it seems to be quite harmonious. This beautiful day was finally suspended because of the arrival of the Umbu ninja. What's matter? Master Hokage asked you to go there. Simu touched his nose. I see, I'll go later. Umbu ninja nodded and disappeared in place. Now Simu is not a nobody that Umbu can handle at will. Kill the Kaze Cage, face the combination, and destroy the Nagawa Bridge. Not to mention dozens of S-level missions in the past 2 years. Taking out one casually is a great achievement. Moments later, the same shit turned into a flash of light on Hokage's office window. Third generation exhaled a puff of smoke. Come in. He looked at Simu who jumped in from the window and said helplessly. I said that you are now a well-known person in Konoha, can you be more serious? Simu leaned back on the chair nonchalantly. Isn't Mr. Jiraiya a famous person? He also goes to the women's bathhouse every day. Uncle third generation, don't you often look at that crystal ball? Cough cough cough. Third generation's rapid cough interrupted Simu's words. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm here this time because I have a new task for you. Simu put his hands in his pockets, his expression didn't change. After such a long time, he has been completely reduced to a worker. As long as the salary is enough, he doesn't care. Of course, it is better not to travel if you cannot travel. 5.2 Third generation seemed to see what Simu was thinking, and said directly, don't worry, you don't have to travel this time. Okay. He raised his eyebrows. The old man actually found out? Are you going to give up Hokage's throne to yourself? But when Hokage seems a little tired. Immediately, Simu began to think about it. Seeing this, third generation coughed. Only then did Simu's racing thoughts come back. Hey, what mission, you say? Simu scratched his head and said. Third generation took out a document and threw it in front of Simu. It's not a big deal, it's just that you are going to lead the students. Simu quit immediately. Take students? Isn't this too troublesome? How could a salty fish like him do such troublesome things as leading students? The third generation looked at Simu and made an offer he couldn't refuse. If you bring students, you can get 50% of their task rewards. Rounding up means you can make money while lying down. Simu's eyes lit up. I will take this student. Simu picked up the folder and asked, Uncle third generation, can I pay back more? Then Simu was kicked out of the office. Leave the Hokage office building. Simu opened the folder in his hand. Surprise was written all over his face. Did these guys actually fall into my hands? He pushed up his glasses. Sitting on the roof of a house looking at the 3 people in the folder. Hey, take Kakashi, a melancholy man with silver hair, cold eyes, and a black mask. Uchiha Obito, an optimist teenager with short black hair, wearing sun visors, and a big grin. There is also a gentle girl with short brown hair and an incomparably pure appearance, Rin Nohara. The three who originally belonged to the Minato class. Under the action of the butterfly, it actually fell into Saida's hands. But that's fine too. With Kakashi as a legendary boy, they should be able to perform higher level tasks faster. You can also earn more money yourself. Although it is definitely more profitable to perform S-level missions by yourself than to lead a team. But the key is, when you lead the team, you can fish for yourself. The money you get for working hard is called remuneration. Only the money obtained by fishing can be called making money. Just when Simu was thinking about how to train the trio into his own money-making machine, a voice suddenly sounded in the ear. Congratulations on reaching 80% of your Kizaru roleplay value. A new character template is being extracted. Simu froze for a moment. It turns out that after the roleplaying reaches 80%, can I still draw new characters? Just as Simu was surprised, the complicated color blocks in front of me quickly combined into a silhouette. It's actually a bit inappropriate to say it's a human figure, because although he is humanoid, he is 7 meters tall. There are 2 huge sharp horns on his forehead, and tattoos like fish scales on his body. He doesn't look like a good person. Congratulations on getting the new template. The current imitation value is 1%. Extracting ability. Congratulations on obtaining the ability Thunder 8 trigrams. Simu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect the system to succeed this time. Such a good ability was drawn for the first time. 01 Kaido template. Simu is thinking about how to increase Kaido's imitation value. Then he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes fell on the folder in his hand. The mission seemed a little too well timed. You must know that Kaido still has a famous title in One Piece world, known as Teacher Guy, specialized in teaching those newborn pirates various combat skills. And it's still the kind of meeting, it can be said that the conscience can't be more conscientious. In this case, Simu looked at the folder in his hand, his expression gradually perverted. Early the next morning, Konoha Shinobi's school was full of voices, because today is the annual graduation ceremony. Every student will complete the class today, and then become a glorious and great ninja normally. This is also the dream of most ninja school students. But one student stood out. That is Uchiha Obito, always called the tail of the crane. At this moment, he was waving the shift list in his hand in great dissatisfaction. He slapped the table in front of Kakashi hard. Why should I be in a team with you? Kakashi looked up at him disdainfully. You think I'd love to be on your team? The end of the crane. This disdainful tone instantly angered Obito. What did you say? Kakashi was not afraid of this at all, and sighed helplessly. Have you forgotten how I rubbed you on the ground yesterday? Obito immediately said unconvinced. Yesterday was yesterday, today I am stronger than yesterday. In the end, it was Nohara Rin who stopped the dispute this time. Don't quarrel anymore, because the family will belong to a small team in the future. Obito snorted coldly. For Lin's sake, I won't argue with you, but let's talk about it first. When the team is performing tasks, you must listen to me. For these words, Kakashi didn't bother to refute. Okay, stop arguing, let's see who our instructor is. This time the school did not announce the identity of the leader Jonin on the class list. Instead, let the students wait in the classroom for the lead Jonin to come and claim it. With the arrival of each Jonin, the whole classroom became restless. The importance of leading Jonin cannot be overstated. It is not only related to their survival rate when performing tasks, but also has a huge impact on their future development. Therefore, a good leader Jonin is very important. Soon, a short blonde hair appeared on the scene. Look, it's Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato Jonin. I have to say that Namikaze Minato is one of the most ideal teachers no matter in terms of image or ability. Therefore, his appearance instantly caused a commotion in the classroom. I don't know which team Minato Jonin will be the leader Jonin. I really hope that Minato-sensei will become the Jonin of our team. Many girls have such fantasies. Minato smiled softly. Walking to the podium, he greeted all eyes and said, Trouble Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu-san, please come out. I will be your team leader Jonin from now on. Please give me your advice. There was a pity sigh at the scene. I don't know how many girls' dreams were shattered at this moment. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu are of course very excited. Only Might Guy looked sullen. Guy, what's the matter with you? Are you still not satisfied with Minato-sensei being the leader Jonin? Ebisu asked puzzled. Might Guy shook his head. No, I just look forward to Mr. Simu becoming the leader Jonin. But it doesn't matter. No matter who becomes my leader Jonin, I will burn my youth well. Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw Might Guy who suddenly ignited. Seeing this scene, Nohara Lin couldn't help asking. Who do you say will be our guide Jonin? Kakashi doesn't seem to care much about this matter. He said coldly, I don't know. Obito is with his hips akimbo. It should be that Jonin's blessing to be my master Obito's teacher. He tugged on his goggles. After all, I'm the man who will be Hokage in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a coat of justice walked in from outside the classroom. For a moment, the whole classroom fell silent. Even the Jonin who came to claim the students couldn't help but stop. Smiled and looked at Simu, then greeted with a smile. At least half of them had been saved by Simu on the battlefield. On the other side, at least some relatives and friends were rescued by Simu. It's Master Simu. I didn't expect you to come to lead the team. Minato looked at Simu and smiled slightly. Simu pulled out his hand and gave Minato a high five, and said, after all, there is this kind of opportunity to squeeze students to work for me, no matter what, I can't miss it. Minato shrugged. It's not good to say this in front of the students. Oh, I accidentally slipped my tongue, but it's okay. Simu spread his hands. Guy standing next to Minato rushed over immediately and said frantically, Master Simu, I have admired you for a long time. You are my idol. Simu glanced at Guy. Oh, it's Might Guy, I've heard about you. He patted Guy on the shoulder hard. I believe you will be able to become a great ninja, come on. Guy froze in place. Master Simu has heard of me, also said that I will definitely be able to become a great ninja. Suddenly tears welled up in his eyes, and he exclaimed, Received? I will definitely work hard and try my best to burn my youth. Simu froze for a moment. He also didn't expect that his own words could make this young man explode with such terrifying enthusiasm. But in a sense, his words are not too much. After all, this is the man who almost kicked the finale with one kick. Unfortunately, he is not his student. Simu looked past the children with burning eyes. It finally landed on the three people behind. One is proud and stupid, one is cold and pretending, and the other is gentle and kind. Nohara Lin team, come with me. Nohara Lin froze for a moment. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. She didn't expect that she could actually become Simu's student. Obito was very dissatisfied. Have you forgotten? This guy said just now that he wants to squeeze the students. Lin smiled. Teacher Simu must be joking, let's go. As for Kakashi, it is already one step ahead. With his hands in his pockets, he walked slowly towards Simu amidst many envious and jealous voices. At this moment, Daimyo actually saw a shadow of himself from Kakashi. As expected of Kakashi, you're so good at pretending. Compared with the nervous Uchiha Obito and the gentle and kind Nohara Lin, Simu still thinks Kakashi is similar to his character. Come on, I'll take you to a good place. Walking out of the classroom, Simu led several people directly to the depths of the Death Forest. Then the three of Kakashi saw a picture that they will never forget in this life. A gigantic civet cat surrounded by faint blue flames was lying in front of them. Nohara Lin covered her mouth. As for Obito's pupil trembling slightly, he could feel a strong sense of oppression from the huge civet cat, and a special traction. It seemed that something was about to be stimulated from his body. Only Kakashi is relatively calm. This should be the legendary summoning beast, Matatabi, from the teacher's legend. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the second tail among the tailed beasts. Simu nodded with a smile. He wasn't surprised that Kakashi was able to guess Airway's identity. After all, he didn't hide this matter from the whole village. In the past 2 years, Airway has made great military exploits for Konoha. Most ninjas have eliminated their prejudice against it. The reason why it stays in the dead forest is just to avoid frightening the ordinary people. But as time goes by, it shouldn't be long before even ordinary people can accept the existence of tailed beasts. Here it is. Several people have not recovered from the shock. Sensing Simu's arrival, Matatabi has slowly opened his eyes. The golden pupil exudes endless coercion. When it fell on Simu, it turned into a flattery in an instant. He said something that surprised the three of them and came to 800. Master Simu, do you have any orders? As expected of Mr. Simu, Nohara Lin can only say so. According to legend, the extremely powerful tailed beast, which symbolized disaster, turned into a well-behaved summoning beast in the hands of the magician. Even Kakashi didn't expect this scene. It was only at this time that they realized that the strength of their teacher seemed to have far exceeded their imagination. Nothing. Simu casually pointed to the three little kids behind him. They will be my students from now on, let me introduce you to them. So that's the case, Master Sunmu has started training students. Matatabi said with emotion. I think this man was only a teenager when he was subdued. Simu scratched his head. It's not considered training. The main thing is to hope that a few students can help me work for free. At this point Obito jumped to his feet. Let me just say, you really are still thinking about how to squeeze us students. Simu pushed Obito's head down. Smelly brat, this kind of thing doesn't matter. Since you are all here, let me introduce your dreams. Simu sat cross-legged on the ground. The regular self-introduction of the Konoha team began. Uchiha Obito took the lead, bared his teeth and said, My dream is to be Hokage. Idiot. Kakashi complained unceremoniously. What are you talking about? You dead fish face Kakashi. Obito questioned Kakashi's face in an instant. Kakashi didn't respond, but the contempt in his eyes made Obito even more furious. It doesn't mean that Simu has this personality for Kakashi. This was created by his miserable childhood. And what about your dream, Kakashi? Asked Simu. Kakashi's face was still cold. I have no dreams. No dreams. Okay. His face was hidden under the mask, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. What about you, Lin? Rin Nohara glanced at Kakashi, then at Obito. My dream is to hope that everyone can be safe and sound, that's all. Lin's body has been shrouded in a gentle light. What an amazing dream. Simu smiled slightly. As expected of Lin, it's much better than that dead fish face with no dreams. Obito jumped out hastily and sarcastically. Kakashi said without looking up. It's better not to have a dream than someone's fantasy. What did you say? Simu rubbed between his brows. No way, this Obito is just too noisy. Obviously being pressed and rubbed on the ground by Kakashi again and again, but still rushed to challenge Kakashi time and time again. I don't know if he should say he is trying to die, or brave. But a person with a cold heart like Kakashi, maybe he should use this kind of stalking spirit to deal with him? Okay, you two. Simu finally spoke to stop the two guys. Now that we have introduced our dreams, let's start the test. Simu followed suit and took out 2 bells. This is the 3rd generation, Jiraiya and Hanyu. Simu is in the same line. Of course, the same is true for Kakashi in the future. There are 2 bells here. Your task is to take these 2 bells from Airway's hands. Those who get the bell will have food, and the students who don't have the bell will have to go hungry at noon. Hear this. The 3 of them froze together. What are you kidding? Use tailed beasts as sparring opponents for the first test? Is there such a bottom line? Even Kakashi, who has always been calm, was a little restless. He wasn't worried that Airway would kill him, but he was worried that Airway would accidentally slap them to death. Only the idiot Uchiha Obito exclaimed with confidence. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely defeat this big civet cat. We'll each have a bell, let Kakashi go hungry. Have to say, Obito is really a clear stream in the Uchiha family. Lin really wanted to cover Obito's mouth and tell him to stop talking. Does this guy know what a tailed beast really means? Even if 3 jonin come, they can't defeat a tailed beast, right? Simu put his hands in his pockets and said expressionlessly. You kid, Uchiha, you really have confidence. Then I look forward to your performance. Simu threw the 2 bells up and landed right at Airway's feet. It's really troublesome, but since it's Master Simu's request, I can only do it. Airway lazily stood up. An extremely terrifying coercion was released in an instant. Originally as a tailed beast, the oppressive power of the 2-tailed beast is top-notch. During the Battle of Mount Kikyo, Simu asked Senin Katsuyu to bring back the severed tail from 8 Tails. After devouring 8 Tails' tail, Tail's strength has been improved to a higher level. Poor 8 Tails, after having a horn stolen by Orochimaru, has now had a tail chopped off by Simu. I don't know if that guy can grow back. Before I knew it, my sleepy thoughts flew to nowhere. Airway lightly stepped on the 2 bells, and said lightly, Little ghosts, as long as you can come over and get the bell, it will be considered a success. It's that simple, leave it to me. Obito rushed forward without saying a word. Idiot. Kakashi grunted and followed closely behind. Seeing that both of them were going up, Lin also rushed up. The corner of Airway's mouth curled up, and he let out a roar at the 3 little ghosts in front of him. The huge-tailed beast chakra fills the air. It washed over the 3 of them like a storm. Almost in an instant, Obito, who was charging at the front, was thrown away. Seeing this, Kakashi hastily pulled out the short sword White Fang on his back. Pushing it hard into the ground, the other hand quickly grabbed Obito that flew upside down. Thanks, dead fish face. Although Obito was rescued, he was still hard. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Lin. One person grabbed another person, so they were not blown away in one breath. Kakashi ignored Obito. With a serious expression, he thought about the solution to this dilemma. Airway's aura finally dropped a bit. Obito took the opportunity to shout, Kakashi, use wind-style ninjutsu to cooperate with me. After saying that, he instantly let go of Kakashi's palm and formed a mudra with both hands. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Obito's talent is not outstanding, and this ninjutsu is also formed after countless days and nights of hard training. Originally, I wanted to show off in front of the leader Jonin. I didn't expect to meet the pervert Simu. Faced with this opportunity, Kakashi did not hesitate at all. Immediate seal, resorted to a wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. It can only be said that it is a genius ninja. This has just graduated, and the wind-style ninjutsu used by Kakashi has reached the level of a general chunin. The scorching fireball instantly ignited the huge wind into a terrifying fire wave. Hitting head-on towards Airway, the latter slowly raised the cat's paw and patted it against the fire wave. The terrifying wave of flames dissipated in an instant, leaving Obito behind with a dazed face. Damn it! I don't believe it. Obito didn't say anything, and rushed towards Airway directly. Idiot. Kakashi watched coldly. In the end it was decided to throw a few kunai as cover for Obito. Airway yawned. He raised his paw and slapped it in front of him. The huge force smashed the ground directly. The air wave generated directly sent Obito flying again. If you only have this kind of strength, I'm afraid it's not enough to become a student of Mr. Tongmu. A few kunai pierced through the smoke and struck towards Airway. The latter took his time and let the 2 kunai fall on him. Then he was burned by the flames on his body until it melted into a ball of molten iron. However, there is a kunai that instantly changes into Kakashi when it is about to touch Airway. Our goal is just to get the bell from your hand, not to defeat you. Kakashi, who suddenly appeared, said coldly. He rushed towards the bell at an extremely fast speed. Little devil, you don't think you can get away with it easily, do you? Airway let go of the paw holding the bell, and turned to sweep towards Kakashi lightly. Although it has managed to control its power, it still does a lot of damage to Kakashi. With a bang, it instantly turned into smoke. Shadow clone plus transformation technique, it's you Kakashi. 11. Simu stood among the trees beside him, his eyes full of appreciation. Airway knew that he had been fooled, and hurriedly looked at where the bell was. An arm just protruded out of the soil until it reached the 2 bells that were originally pressed under Airway's feet. Airway just wanted to make a move. Then I heard Lin shout loudly, "Teacher Simu's test is over." That's right, what Simu said is that they count as success as long as they get the bell. So the assessment was over the moment Kakashi got the bell. In other words, Airway can no longer attack them. Congratulations Kakashi, you passed the test. With his hands in his pockets, Simu slowly walked out of the woods. Master Simu, I was negligent. Airway was a little ashamed, he didn't expect that he would be tricked by a brat. Simu waved his hand at Airway. It doesn't matter. Then he looked at Kakashi again and said, what I care more about is, who will you give the other bell to? Kakashi froze for a moment. While hesitating, I heard that BD Obito shout. Kakashi, give the bell to Lin, it's just a meal, I don't care about it, Mr. Obito. Lin just wanted to refuse, but was decided by Simu. Okay, then Kakashi and Lin passed the test. Obito, you will be punished. Obito poked his neck and said, punish it. Then he was hung from a tree, and still hanging upside down. Then Simu took out the 4-point box lunch prepared by Ling Yi. 1 for myself, 1 for Nina, and 2 for Kakashi and Lin, just without Obito's share. The ghost knows why Airway likes to eat human food so much, especially bento. Then enjoy your lunch. But don't give it to Obito, otherwise it will be regarded as a mission failure. Hearing this sentence, Kakashi's eyes flickered with waves. Simu then disappeared in place. Only Obito, Kakashi, and Lin were left hanging. Lin looked at Simu who disappeared in place, carefully looked around, and then glanced at Dai Wang who was swallowing his saliva. It's a bit soft. But Kakashi also held it down. Miss Simu hasn't gone far yet. Kakashi withdrew his palm, sat on the ground with the lunchbox and ate. Lin hesitated for a moment, then sat on the ground and picked up and pulled up. After another 2 minutes, Lin asked cautiously, is it okay now, Numa? Okay. Kakashi didn't speak. Then Lin ran to Obito with most of the leftover lunchbox. Feed it into his mouth spoon by spoon. I knew you were the best for me, Lin. Not like that dead fish face Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes twitched when he heard this. This idiot. Sure enough, the same sleepy voice suddenly sounded. Oh my, what did I see? It really is the deep affection of teammates. Simu appears on top of the big tree where Obito is, looking down at Obito and Lin. Mr. Simu, that. It's all my fault. I asked Lin to bring me food. If you want to punish me, you unscrupulous teacher. Obito instantly stands out attractively. A golden light flashed between Simu and cut the rope on his body. Okay, stop barking, let's go, I will take you to eat barbecue. Really? Obito's eyes suddenly lit up. Certainly. Simu put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the barbecue shop. A hint of doubt flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Shouldn't ninjas prioritize missions? Simu and Kakashi pass each other, said at a volume that only Kakashi can hear. For me, partners are the most important. In the next few days, Simu has been giving special training to these little ghosts. After all, this is wartime. Even if they are young ninjas who have just graduated from ninja school, they still need to go to the battlefield. Now there is no such kind of D-level task like looking for pets, picking up trash to slowly entertain them. This is exactly what Simu means. After all, the more advanced tasks these guys do and the higher the salary, the more shares they get. It's just that his training method is different from others. Mr. Simu, what are you doing with such a big stick? Uchiha Obito looked at the huge 2-3 meter long wooden stick in Simu's hand, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Even Lin and Kakashi had bad looks on their faces. Simu tapped the stick on his hand. He smiled and said, of course it is used to assist you in training. How to help? Uchiha Obito panicked completely. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's for training, does it? Simu knocked on the wooden stick and said meaningfully, you'll find out later. To boost Kaido's imitation value, Simu decided to imitate him to be a teacher who was notorious once. Originally, I wanted to use mace, but I thought about the current physique of these little devils. I'm afraid it won't be GG if it's knocked down with a hammer, so forget it. After careful consideration, it was replaced with a wooden stick. Although this wooden stick is a bit big, the way of training is that you use all your strength to attack me. After that, Simu drew a small circle around him again. As long as I can be forced out of this circle, even if I lose, I will invite you to eat barbecue for a week. The training method is very simple, but Obito and the others don't know that Simu still hasn't said a word. That is to be beaten out by him after attacking. Obito punched the air with a clenched fist. Yoxi, then let Master Ho see my true strength. Uchiha Obito. Kakashi stared intently at Simu and the gigantic wooden club in his hand. Guess what Simu's intentions are? Lin picked up the ninja bag and made preparations to cooperate with the king. Airway next to him watched this scene and sighed faintly. These brats are really not afraid of death. Obito rushed forward without saying a word. Lin hastily fired Kuno cover Obito's charge. However, this level of attack is naturally impossible to cause damage to Simu. Even if he stands still and eats all these hardships, it won't matter. But in order to show respect to several people, Simu still dodges these attacks symbolically. Then Obito used his signature. It is also the only fire-style ninjutsu that I have mastered so far. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Looking at the menacing fireball, Simu waved the huge wooden stick in his hand without hesitation. He slammed heavily on the incoming fireball. The huge impact instantly caused the fireball to collapse weakly into little flames. How is it possible? This is obviously just a wooden stick. Why wasn't it ignited? Uchiha Obito asked puzzledly. Idiot, a special force has been exerted on that wooden stick. Kakashi actually saw through the stick's mystery with one move. The so-called special power of course refers to haki. It's just that apart from Simu, there is no second person in this world who knows this power. It's so scary, as expected of Kakashi, you can see through my moves at a glance. Even facing Edge, his own students, Shu still has such an annoying look. A special power. Obito, for one of the rare times, didn't get mad at Kakashi for calling him an idiot. Instead, focus all your energy on Simu. This guy really thinks he wants to beat Simu? Okay, I'm serious. Obito put the goggles on firmly, eyes full of seriousness. Pulled out a kunai from the ninja bag, and used a shadow clone technique. Dashed towards Simu from both directions together. Too bad his shadow clone technique has no effect at all under Simu's observation haki. The seemingly swift physical skills were easily seen through by Simu. Wait until the two Obito appear on the left and right sides respectively. Only then did Simu slowly lift up the wooden stick in his hand. Dazzling thunder suddenly appeared on the wooden stick. At this moment, Simu holding a wooden stick is like the master of thousands of thunders. Thunder 8 trigrams. The wooden stick wrapped in electric light fell on Obito's body in an instant. Hit the real body. Under the impact of thunder and haki, Obito lost consciousness instantly, and his whole body flew upside down like a cannonball. The hair on the top of the head was even more scorched black, and black smoke was billowing from the mouth. As the real body lost consciousness, the avatar also instantly disappeared into smoke. Obito. Lin was taken aback and ran to catch Obito, then used the healing jutsu that I just learned to help Obito to heal. Kakashi didn't care. No matter how unprincipled Simu may seem, it was Master Hokage who led the Jonin personally. Can't really beat a normal training vice admiral student to a cripple? It seems to be a little too hard. Simu scratched his head in embarrassment. Kakashi, who was full of confidence in Simu just now, suddenly froze. It seems that Master Hokage's kiss is not very reliable. Of course, Simu was only joking just now. He is still very measured. Just enough for Obito to feel haki's power. It can also let the body experience the baptism of thunder and become stronger. Maybe he can accidentally get through Rendu's second channel? As for fainting and burning or something, it's just a little bit on the way to school, a negligible side effect. I have to say that Mr. Guy's teaching ability is top-notch in the entire ninja world, and even in the entire pirate world. It is definitely not an exaggeration to say a gold medal teacher. Simu seals to cast summoning technique, summoning Katsuyu immortal. Mr. Kizaru, do you have any orders? Simu and Katsuyu are old friends too, so you're welcome. Pointing directly at Obito who fainted, he said. Katsuyu, please help me heal that brat. No problem. Lin stepped aside hastily. There have been countless legends about Simu over the years, but half of it is inseparable from Katsuyu Senjin and Neo. If Airway is Simu's sharp spear, but Katsuyu Rishi is the toughest shield. I don't know how many people were pulled back from life and death by Katsuyu. Under Katsuyu's treatment, Obito's injury soon recovered. Lin watched intently from the side, for fear of missing a little detail. Simu pushed his glasses and said to Kakashi, since Obito is dead, then Kakashi you come. Without the slightest hesitation, Kakashi pulled out the white fang on his back and charged towards Simu. Shadow clone technique. The two Kakashi and the Obito just flanked Simu almost from both sides. One of the seals was pressed to the ground. Earth-style coyote technique. Suddenly, a huge rock flew out of the ground. The rock instantly formed a ferocious coyote in midair, roaring and crashing into Simu. It's really amazing. I didn't expect to learn so many ninjutsu at such a young age. For kids in ninja school, being able to learn an attribute ninjutsu other than the basic three-body technique before graduation is already considered a talent. And Kakashi has shown one wind-style ninjutsu and two earth-style ninjutsu so far. With such a terrifying talent, it is no wonder that he will become the youngest jonin in the history of Konoha. Simu swung a stick casually and smashed the attacking hyena easily. Kakashi was no surprise. His avatar has already rushed out under the broken rock fragments. Simu naturally predicted it in advance. A sideways escape from Kakashi's attack. Then touch it lightly with a wooden stick. The flashing arc above instantly destroyed Kakashi's clone. At this time, Kakashi on the right has rushed over. Simu ignored it at all, but picked up the wooden stick and smashed it to the ground. Boom. With a violent tremor, the main body of Kakashi, who was hiding on the ground and was about to launch a surprise attack on Shisho, was instantly shaken out. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kakashi's fate is the same as Obito's. After all, our teacher Guy has tailored the strength for each student. Can beat everyone's critical point. Not more, but certainly not less. You're bound to pass out anyway. Lin's gaze finally moved away from Katsuyu Rishi. She figured it out, because the purpose of the teacher's training today is to knock everyone unconscious. She bit her lip lightly and asked softly, Mr. Simu, that. Simu drives the stick into the ground. You don't need that Lin for now, I'll try the effect with the two of them first. If the effect is not bad, you can try again. Yes. Lin agreed very simply. There's no way, she still doesn't want to be like Obito and Kakashi's charred body. Under Katsuyu's treatment, in less than 10 minutes, Obito was alive and well. Damn it, I must beat you this time. Just as Obito came to his senses, he rushed towards Simu, yelling, Shadow clone technique. Use shadow clone again to sandwich bread. It seems that he only knows this tactic. The result is obvious and immediate. That is, Thunder 8 trigrams. To sum it up is almost. Obito went up and Obito played GG. After all, Kakashi's combat IQ is still much higher. From the first time Simu saw through the shadow clone technique, he knew that Simu had some kind of special reconnaissance ninjutsu. So no more wasting chakra with the shadow clone technique. But now he is just a kid who just graduated from ninja school. No matter how talented, with such absolute strength, he can only be beaten. Ever since, in the next month, people in Konoha can often hear the roar of thunder coming from the Death Forest. A month later, terrifying thunder flashed on the wooden stick, suddenly blasting Kakashi out. But this time Kakashi didn't attack Simu immediately after waking up. Instead, he lay quietly on the ground and carefully felt the feeling he felt just now, that momentum. He closes his eyes. My mind is full of dense memories from the past month. Without exception, it was the sight of Simu swinging a stick. His memory of this scene is really too solid. As soon as you close your eyes every night, you will remember. But it turns out that Mr. Guy's teaching mode is indeed very useful. In just 1 month, Kakashi has been able to initially feel the existence of momentum. And Simu is also very satisfied. By beating up his own students, the imitation value of my own Kaido has increased by 15% within a month. How else can Mr. Guy be the best teacher in the world? He is the founder of One Piece. I can gain so much imitation value after only teaching for a month. Who would dare to say that Kaido is not careful in teaching? Simu must be in a hurry with him. And he also successfully extracted Kaido's second ability, Conqueror's Haki. Among Conqueror's Haki, the only Haki that Simu has not yet mastered. Although it's a pity that I couldn't get the legendary Phantom Beast species Fish Fruit Blue Dragon form. But Simu is not discouraged. As long as there are these little brats around, it's only a matter of time before one's imitation value increases. Do not forget, Kaido's dream is to wage the world's largest war. And now the ninja world is at the Third Ninja World War. Isn't this imitation value coming just by brushing it casually? Just when Simu was distracted, Kakashi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his glasses. There was an incomparably bright light in his eyes. The momentum of the whole body was surging, then condensed on the kunai in his hands. After the circulating chakra left the body, it instantly turned into a terrifying thunder entwined on kunai. Lightning style 1 lightning gun. Electricity stimulates Kakashi's body. Let him explode at a terrifying speed that was unattainable in the past. The kunai full of lightning in his hand wrapped around the immature armament Haki and launched an attack on Simu. It's terrible. It only took a month to master armament Haki. Simu sighed. But under the guidance of a gold medal teacher like Mr. Guy, this level seems to be very reasonable, right? But it's naive to want to fight Simu with this level of attack. A stronger and more terrifying thunderbolt fell on Kakashi. Thunder 8 trigrams. A voice sounded like a nightmare. The new ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself persisted for less than a second before being blasted out again. Not bad job, Kakashi. Simu planted the stick in the ground and put his hands back into the pages. Under Simu's deliberate watering, Kakashi didn't faint this time. Instead, he lay on the ground and kept reminiscing about the feeling of the blow just now. Saw Kakashi fall. Uchiha Obito, who had been knocked down 54 times today, attacked Simu again. Still an ordinary great fireball technique opener. There was no accident that Simu knocked it out. Then it fell into close combat. It's a pity that this time, Dai Wang just rushed in front of Tongda. A dark red light flashed in the latter's eyes. A terrifying momentum rose into the sky in an instant. Cover most of the dead forest? Such a huge movement made several teams training outside the Death Forest aware of the strangeness. It also includes the team led by Minato. This breath is... Minato frowned. Such a powerful aura has even surpassed that of ordinary tailed beasts. If he hadn't been teammates with Kushina, he would have thought it was Nine Tails who had lifted the seal. He hurriedly said to Guy and the others, "You guys wait here, I'll go over and have a look." Yes. Minato disappeared instantly. Only Guy and Ebisu were left looking towards the direction of the depths of the Death Forest with pale faces. Not to mention the surrounding teams. Even Airway, who was sleeping in the woods, was taken aback. Thinking that there was an enemy invasion, he jumped up in a jerk and assumed a fighting posture. Third Generation, who was watching the crystal ball, frowned, and the rosy aura on his face receded instantly. Immediately switched the screen of the crystal ball to the Forest of Death. Then saw such a scene. The huge conqueror's haki washed over Obito's body like a tidal wave. Such a powerful momentum is already as real as it is. Almost sent Obito flying. Simu at this time is a prehistoric monster in front of him, a demon. Just the momentum released is like a mountain of 10,000 caddies that will crush him. But he didn't give up. Even though his whole body was trembling violently, even the upper and lower teeth are constantly colliding. Finally, this stubborn boy came to a critical point. In this terrible pressure, a special power suddenly appeared in my mind. It sprang up like a warm spring, and poured into his eyes. Third Generation firmly held down the crystal ball, watching everything that happened on it intently. I saw under this terrible oppression. Obito's glasses spun quickly, and 2 black jades appeared in the blood-red pupils. Urguya Sharinon? Simu was a little stunned. What the hell? I just tapped it with Thunder 8 trigrams, and then rinsed it with Conqueror's Haki. How did I get a Sharinon? He scratched his head, and said in a strange way, "These little ghosts of the Uchiha clan are all as strong as monsters. The Third Generation, far away in Hokage's office, was too excited to sit still. After only 1 month of training, Simu can train Uchiha tribe with a crane tail enough to open his eyes, and its erguyo when it's opened? If Simu falls into the hands of the Uchiha clan, it is hard to imagine what kind of power the Uchiha clan will expand to after a few years. Obito used up all his power after opening his eyes. The glasses returned to normal black, and the matter was over. Simu gently grabbed his neck with one hand. Then it was thrown in the direction of Katsuyu. It's still a little reckless, it seems that there will be a lot of trouble. 0. Ask for flowers. Simu rubbed his eyes, as if anticipating the troubles to come. Sure enough, after now Wang was thrown back, Minato appeared on the scene in an instant. It really is you, Simu. Minato was not surprised that Simu was responsible for this incident. Don't know how Simu does it though, but these strange things always feel very reasonable when they happen to Simu. Simu pushed his eyes and smiled at the door. Don't worry, I just tried out my new ninjutsu. So it's a new ninjutsu. Minato looked thoughtfully at the traces of the scene. The focus fell on Airway, who sat on the ground obediently. He knew that Simu was very interested in the study of tail beasts. Many moves are inspired by tailed beasts. For example, imitate tailed beast bomb's big core jade. And the move just now could release such a terrifying coercion. Presumably it is also related to the terrifying aura inherent in the tailed beast. The understanding Minato has already helped Simu's brain with everything in his heart. Then the Umbu ninja appeared. Master Simu, Master Hokage wants you to go there. With Simu's current status, even Umbu ninjas have to use honorific titles. Simu scratched his nose in distress, and said, it really is that old man. I see, I'll be there right away. After all, the whole thing turned into a flash and appeared by the window of Hokage's office. Come in. This time, without waiting for Simu to speak, third generation took the initiative to speak. Simu opened the window and jumped right in. How did you do it? Third generation asked straight to the point. This matter is of great importance, and there cannot be any delay. How did you do that? Simu acted like I didn't know anything. Third generation stared into his eyes and knocked once. How did you help Uchiha Obito open his eyes? Simu raised his eyebrows, spread his hands innocently and said, I don't know, I just want to test my new technique during the training process, and he opened his eyes for some reason when he was ugly. These Uchiha people are really monsters. If you can't beat them, just open your eyes. Seeing that Simu was about to start his habitual nonsense again, third generation hurriedly interrupted. Don't talk about these things. Do you think this is a coincidence or the reason for your moves? Should it be a coincidence? Simu actually didn't know it himself. However, opening eyes of the Uchiha clan usually requires a huge mental stimulation. Although I abused myself. The training is a little hard, but it's not like this, right? The only possibility is that erotic haki is indeed compressed somewhere in Obito's brain. Caused him to activate Sharingan early. As for whether it works well for other Uchiha people, I really don't know. After a detailed study, third generation waved Simu to leave. Before leaving, he repeatedly ordered that people from the Uchiha family must not know about this matter. Before it is determined, this trick cannot be used against other Uchiha clansmen. Of course Simu agreed, but whether he can do it or not is another matter. I opened my eyes. I didn't expect that I opened my eyes. The awakened Uchiha Obito, as expected, started to play around like a husky. Let me just say, I am the genius of the Uchiha clan. The man destined to be Hokage. He looked like a villain and made Lin very helpless. Compared with the understanding of Obito and Kakashi on haki, Lin still focuses more on learning medical ninjutsu. According to her own words, she didn't want to watch her partner die in front of her. So these days she has been learning medical ninjutsu from Katsuyorishi. Only Kakashi and Obito are constantly being beaten. Kakashi glanced at Obito speechlessly. Nothing was said. Sensing Kakashi's eyes, Obito immediately jumped in front of him and said triumphantly, Dead fish face, I have activated Erguyu Sharingan. I'm not the same person I used to be careful when you talk to me in the future. Kakashi withdrew his gaze and said coldly, although Sharingan is powerful, it also depends on whose hand it is. Even if an idiot like you activates 3 Tomo Sharingan, he won't be able to display its strength. What did you say? Obito, which has just opened Sharingan, is at its most inflated. How can I accept Kakashi's provocation? I immediately rolled up my sleeves and prepared to fight him. Luckily, Simu landed between the two just in time. He stretched out his broad palm and gently grabbed Obito's head. In his other hand he holds a scroll. He casually said, Little ghosts, 0 get ready and start the mission. Task. As soon as Obito heard these 2 words, he immediately put aside the dispute with Kakashi just now. The whole person put all his thoughts into the task. Obito's performance suddenly made Simu think of Kushina, who just joined the team. At that time, she was so eager to carry out the task, and then became Hokage. Nah. Simu throws the scroll in his hand to Obito. Then walk out of the village. This time the mission is more urgent and needs to be set off immediately. 11. The people in the village have already reported the safety of your family members. Just buy new ones on the way to salute and so on. Let's go. This is also the order of the third generation. The purpose is not to let Uchiha Obito, the big tongue, go back and preach that he has awakened the Sharingan under training. It seems more reasonable to wake up after going out for a while. It is not easy to arouse the suspicion of the rest of the Uchiha clan. In short, the high level of the village is the defense of the Uchiha clan. Absolutely will not give them the slightest chance to sit big. Kakashi frowned slightly, obviously realized something. After all, apart from war, no matter how urgent the task is, it will never be so urgent that they don't even have time to go home and pack their bags, right? As for Lin, she didn't think so much. She is like a well-behaved junior, she listens to whatever Simu says. The group soon arrived at the gate of the village. After waiting for almost half an hour, I finally got the employer this time. The eldest daughter of the Shanghai Zumi family, a wealthy merchant from the capital city of the Land of Fire, Haruko Komaizumi. The task this time is to escort Haruko Omaizumi and her escort to the capital of the Land of Fire. Of course, the main thing is to escort Omaizumi Haruko, her bodyguards live or die. How did it come so slowly? Obito stopped talking halfway through, because he saw the employer slowly coming down from the carriage. That is Haruko Komaizumi. It has to be said that the eldest daughter of a wealthy businessman is indeed exceptionally good looking. It's a pity that at the age of 13 or 14, he has not yet matured. It looks like a budding flower bud. If it's the old Simo, it might be of interest. But under the nourishment of the 3 women in the family, Simo has long looked down on this kind of little girl. But Obito, the stinky boy, was stunned for a while. Obito, it's impolite to keep staring at people. Simu suddenly made a sound and got off Obito with a big jump. He immediately blushed and said, "Where there is, I just stared blankly for a while." Then he looked at Lin as if asking for help. It's a pity that Lin glanced at him lightly, but didn't respond. Not even the slightest bit of jealousy. Obito's face darkened instantly. Kakashi has an indifferent expression, as above silver white hair. I don't know how many times more attractive than Obito's idiot. Omaizumi Haruko also blushed slightly. Salute Simu slightly. Little girl Haruko met Master Simu. Simu nodded slightly. Miss Haruko doesn't need to be formal, just sit in the carriage. Yes, then there will be Master Lao Simu. Haruko Kamaizumi's gaze flicked past Simu, then lingered on Kakashi for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and stepped into the carriage with the help of the servant. This time, Haruko Omaizumi led a total of 15 guards. But these people are very respectful to Simu. One bite at a time, Master Simu yelled. Obito was taken aback for a while. Why do you think Mr. Simu is so popular? Obito asked a little incomprehensibly. After all, in the eyes of his single-minded head, Simu is just a little bit strong. But it's just a bad teacher who likes to do evil and make fun of students. I didn't expect this guy to be so popular outside. The captain of the guard suddenly smiled when he heard Obito's words. Are you a student Master Simu just accepted? Obito nodded. The man went on to say, your teacher is now the hottest ninja in Konoha, and the completion rate of all tasks within 2 years is 100%. If it wasn't for you to experience with the team, how could we bother Master Simu to do it himself for such a small A-level mission like ours? Obito people are stupid. What did you say? A-level mission. Although it is a time of war, the students who graduated from the ninja school want to go to the battlefield as soon as possible. At the beginning, some more advanced tasks will be performed, but it is about the same as C level. It is similar to some tasks such as clearing up bandits. The B level is overwhelmed. This kind of task has already been intervened by ninjas, which is considered a relatively difficult task level. As for Simu's team, it was an A-level mission from the very beginning. It's not surprising that a Jonin appears among the enemies in this kind of mission. Hey, the captain of the guard froze for a moment. Didn't Master Simu tell you? The 3 of Obito looked at each other. He shook his head silently. Obito immediately swaggered towards Simu. Mr. Simu, is this mission an A-level mission? Simu nodded casually. What's wrong? Obito puffed his cheeks and said, why didn't you notify us in advance of a mission of this level? Simu waved his hand. Didn't I say it? This mission is relatively tight. And it's just an A-level mission, so there's no need for any preparations, right? Obito was speechless for a moment. What is an A-level task? If ordinary people say this sentence, everyone will only think that he is bragging. But when Simu utters this sentence, the most you can say is that he is in Versailles. After all, for him, the most important A-level tasks are pediatrics. Simu looked at Obito and said jokingly, isn't your dream to become Hokage? If you are afraid of even an A-level mission, this aggressive method is simply not easy for a guy like Obito. He immediately turned his head, patted his chest and promised. It's just an A-level mission, I, Obito, can handle it by myself. Don't forget, I have already activated. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Kakashi's violent coughing. Lin also took the opportunity to stare at him. Simu didn't move much. Obito hastily shut up. Simu emphasized in training. No matter when, you can't reveal your history in front of outsiders. Ninja war, playing is intelligence. When others figure out your information, you are not far from death. The most typical one is Haiden, the follower of the evil god in Future Dawn. His ability is very strange. As long as he gets your blood, he can directly kill you with a curse. And it also has a certain sense of immortality. Those who do not know this information will be at a huge disadvantage. But if you know it in advance, you can seal it 0. Or use high explosive ninjutsu to directly blast it into powder, which cannot be recovered. Like in the original book, his ability was really used in reverse, killing a heart of his partner Kakuzu. This is where intelligence matters. Obito gave Simu a guilty look. Instead of rising up, Simu slightly healed. But instead of feeling at ease, Obito panicked even more. Whenever he made a stupid mistake during training, Simu would look at him like this. The next step is naturally an enhanced version of Thunder 8 trigrams. Still the kind that would make Katsuyorishi not fully heal and make him hurt for days. Obito swallowed secretly, not daring to say anything more. The captain of the guard also smiled knowingly. These children may not realize it now, how lucky they are to be students of such a powerful ninja. It was getting dark. He waved his hand to signal the convoy to stop and set up camp by the river. If it is Sima, they can of course drive overnight to complete the task as soon as possible. But Haruko Umaizumi is different, she is just an ordinary person. If not enough rest. I'm afraid that when they arrived at the capital of the country of fire, there would be no targets to protect. Master Sima, let us take care of the defense at night. The captain of the guard volunteered. Even if he said so, could it be that this prestigious golden flash really made them fail their vigil? Simu scratched his head. He was indeed ashamed to let the guards keep watch by themselves. So he decided to let Obito and the others guard with the guards. Since you've said that. Simu looks to Obito et al. The three of you will watch the night with Mr. Captain. Remember to call me if you need anything. After all, Simu smiled slightly at the captain. Then pulled out. A scroll released a tent from it. There are all kinds of quilts, pillows and so on for sleeping. The worst part is a huge mattress. Is this guy here to perform a mission or to travel? Looking at Simu who pulled up the tent and fell asleep. Obito could only grit his teeth and shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding Miss Umaizumi. Lin explained to the captain of the guard with some embarrassment. That's embarrassing, our teacher is more lazy. The captain of the guard didn't mind. Understood, a strong ninja always has his own personality. Then they heard grunting coming from Simu's tent. Everyone's face froze. Even Kakashi was embarrassed. At this time, the underground, dozens of kilometers away, was full of voices. This is one of the largest gold exchange offices in the Land of Fire. And the two rewards that attracted 5.2 people's attention tonight were being enlarged by the boss of the gold exchange and nailed high on the wall. Everyone can see these two rewards as soon as they enter the door. The first one is a familiar face. Konoha Golden Glitter Hanusima. A bounty of 100 million taels is offered. This amount of 100 million taels is enough to make a person prosperous and rich for several lifetimes. But the reason why no one has torn it off is because this guy is named Hanusimu. This is a ruthless person who can fight the Cloud Shinobi AB combination alone, kill the third Kage alone, and perform dozens of S-level missions in 2 years. If you shoot him, isn't that courting death? So these people looked over the first reward in unison. Drop onto the second sheet. The eldest daughter of the Kamaizumi clan in the Land of Fire, Haruko Kamaizumi. A reward of 80 million taels is offered. There is also a piece of information below. Haruko Umaizumi is currently under the protection of Hanusimu. It also provides details of the route for Simu and others to go to the capital of the Land of Fire. If a Simu is enough to deter them, they will not dare to act rashly. What about an ordinary person worth 80 million taels? If they are not the opponents of Golden Flash, can they bypass him and kill Haruko Kamaizumi? Everyone looked at each other. They saw the greed in each other's eyes. They may not be able to fish in troubled waters and make a fortune. Soon, the mission hall that was still overcrowded just now became empty. Thousands of people took their own weapons and ran towards the camps in different routes. All of a sudden, the crowded hall of the gold exchange became deserted. A man in black with a black mask. He walked in with a chubby package. There was blood oozing under the package, presumably it should be a head. Seeing that the hall is so deserted, a little surprise appeared in the man's pale green pupils. Throw the head in your hand to the boss behind the counter, and ask, where did everyone go? The boss opens the package. After confirming that it was correct, he took out a 10 million tael banknote from the cabinet and handed it to the man. Then he showed his big gold teeth and said, it's all about rewards. A reward. The man suddenly became interested. While collecting the money, he asked, what kind of reward? Golden glitter of leaves. The man narrowed his eyes. This name is like thunder. The boss slapped the two rewards on the table. Kakuzu, you are one of the best mercenaries in the underground, do you want to give it a try? This man is one of the undead duo organized by Akatsuki, the undead ninja, Kakuzu. Kakuzu glanced coldly at the two reward orders on the table. Is there still a head of 80 million taels? That's not a bad prey. He gently stuffed the two rewards into his clothes, and said in a cold voice, I took this task. The boss immediately showed a satisfied smile. Teeth made of solid gold gleamed in the dim light. The siege of thousands of hunters. Add Kakuzu, the top mercenary, as a finishing touch. Even the legendary Konoha's Golden Flash is absolutely impossible to survive. Even if you can't solve the Golden Flash, just kill Haruko Umaizumi in the chaos of Vice Admiral. Then he can also get a valuable commission. In the middle of the night, Uchiha Obito, who was in charge of the night watch, had already dozed off. Only Lin and Kakashi are still alive. Ka-05 Cassie, do you think there will be danger tonight? Lin asked quietly. After all, Lin is just a rookie ninja who just graduated from ninja school. As soon as you come up, you have to perform A-level tasks. It would be a lie to say that you are not nervous. Kakashi was about to speak when his face suddenly changed. He stared nervously at the woods not far away. Be careful. A kunai suddenly shot out from the dense jungle. The target is Lin. Kakashi hurriedly swooped and threw Lin to the ground. Kunai slashed across Kakashi's head and stuck on the ground. Enemy attack. Kakashi just finished shouting. Hundreds of kunai roots flew out of the forest like a flock of birds. Like a sudden rainstorm, it fell heavily on the camp. At this time, the guards also reacted quickly. They drew their samurai swords and shouted, "Protect Miss Haruko." At this time Obito just woke up, rubbed his eyes and asked, "What happened?" Compared to Obito, a fool, Kakashi is much more reliable. Wind-style great breakthrough. The huge air current disrupted the root of these kunai along with Kakashi's seal. In the end, they fell powerlessly to the ground. I didn't expect there to be a kid who is not weak. There were gloomy voices in the woods. The voices were densely packed, probably hundreds or even thousands of people. But the weird thing is, with so many people, no one dared to show their heads. It seems that they are all afraid of something. Kakashi glanced at the tent that was motionless. There is a realization in my heart. Finally, I don't know who yelled loudly. Everyone go together. Superior. In an instant, all kinds of ferocious hunters rushed out of the woods. Damn, how come there are so many people? The guard captain's company froze. Although he knows that Simu is extremely powerful, but facing so many people at the same time, and bringing these three brats with him, I'm afraid he will lose sight of the other, right? Obito pulled his goggles down. Leave it to me. Two black hook jades instantly appeared in his scarlet pupils. Then he was ready to rush up. It's a pity that he was held by a big hand. Are you going to rush up to die? A lazy voice came from behind. Obito turned his head and saw that it was indeed he. Mr. Simu, let me go. I can get rid of these rotten fish and shrimps by myself. Obito struggled, and was thrown to the ground by Simu. He pushed his sunglasses. He looked at the hundreds of people in front of him. It's really scary. Let me guess how much my bounty is now. 70 million? 80 million? Or 100 million? The aggressive hunters just now all stopped. Just standing there awkwardly, looking at Simu. It's Gold Flash, he's really here. Open. Even if he is here, so what? Could it be that he alone can stop so many of us? Let's go together. You go first. How about you go first? They stared wide-eyed, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Simu yawned. Hurry up and discuss, I have to go back to sleep. Kakashi and the others behind were stunned. Is this what gold glitter is about? Just standing there alone scares thousands of people from moving? Just because hunters dare not attack Simu, doesn't mean they dare not attack others. The ground under the carriage where Haruko Kamaizumi was sitting suddenly became muddy. A figure emerged from the mud. Haruko Kamaizumi hadn't had time to scream yet. A laser beam penetrated that figure. Simu turned his head. Those hunters finally conquered their inner fears. Printed almost at the same time. Get ready to kill Simu with ninjutsu numbers. Even if this guy can run away by himself, then the people behind him can't escape, right? Simu said with some hesitation. The number of people is a bit too much, so let's filter it. Just when they were about to complete the seal. In the dark night, Simu's eyes flashed a majestic red light. A majestic and terrifying aura like a god instantly raged out, covering a range of thousands of meters around it. The strong momentum hit everyone's heart. Many people were pale and trembling. Most of them couldn't bear the terrifying pressure, rolled their eyes, and passed out directly. There was silence. Thousands of hunters came to lay siege to Simu. 99% fainted by Simu's stare. Watching the hunters faint one after another. Only then did Obito realize that he had been too kind to his training on weekdays. Kakashi's eyes were also full of disbelief. It seems that it is difficult to understand that there is such a terrifying power in the world. This is also the use of momentum, Kakashi. Simu put his hands in his pockets and walked forward step by step. Kakashi froze for a moment, then nodded slightly. I have to say, among Obito, Lin and Kakashi, only Kakashi is more talented in learning haki. Simu looked at the remaining hunters he deliberately left, and said with a smile. How about it, do you still want to take my head? These guys aren't intimidated by Simu's conqueror's haki though. But it was also pale, and the two were fighting. Seeing the downfall of so many companions, where do they have any idea of continuing to fight Simu? Hastily said. No. We accidentally offended you, Lord Golden Flash. Simu suddenly looked up at the trees. Countless black lines suddenly appeared in the gaps between the lush branches. Like thousands of tentacles shooting towards Simu. There was a little surprise on Simu's face. Opening his hands, the dazzling flash instantly turned into a long cross sword in his hand. Amazon Cloud Sword? The long sword slashed out fiercely, cutting out streaks of flames on these steel-like tentacles. It's so hard. Simu raised his eyebrows. Armament haki was instantly entangled with Amazono sword. The dazzling sword light flashed. These tentacles, as strong as steel bars, were chopped off by Simu like long soft hair. He stuck Tien Kanjayun's sword on the ground, and pushed the mirror with the other hand, looking at the target. Otherwise, with such a face, Mr. Kakuzu, who is known as the strongest mercenary, you have actually heard of my name. Kakuzu's deep voice sounded. The yellow-green pupils stared at Simu and Haruko Omaizumi in the carriage behind him. This guy is strong. Obito looked at Kakuzu and said so. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Idiot, this guy is the teacher's opponent. We just need to protect Haruko Kamaizumi. What do you mean dead fisheye? Simu slightly turned his head to look at Obito. Obito, you have to protect Miss Haruko. Obito wrinkled his nose. I know. Kakashi and Lin had automatically walked to the carriage where Miss Haruko was. With the appearance of Kakuzu, those hunters who were about to retreat are ready to move again. they seem to see some opportunities again. As underground hunters, they know Kakuzu's strength. Even Konoha's golden flash is definitely not easy to deal with him. Then they can take advantage of this time to deal with Miss Haruko, who is worth 80 million taels. Kakuzu didn't care about those guys who bypassed him and planned to attack Haruko. For him, only Simu can pose a threat to him. As long as Simu can be killed, what if someone else gets Haruko Yaizumi's head? In the end, it's not about dying in your own hands. But Simu, if Haruko Kamaizumi dies, his mission will fail. Kakuzu asks Simu coldly, "Aren't you worried about the safety of Haruko Kamaizumi? Or do you think those little ghosts can stop those people?" Simu smiled slightly. "They are not ordinary little ghosts, but my students. The implication is that I am very confident in my students." After all, those guys were deliberately left by Simu to be opponents of Kakashi and Obito, passed by his Mr. Guy for a month. After some training, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this kind of enemy. Is that so? Kakuzu didn't say any more nonsense, and stuck out his hands from the cloak, launching an attack without warning. The arm was separated from the elbow, and countless black lines stretched like rubber, grabbing towards the surgeon. Simu's face remained unchanged. With the accurate prediction brought by observation haki, the Tiankanjayun sword in his hand turned into a sharp light, and opened the strange hands 550 degrees. At this time, the dense black lines twisted suddenly and exploded like fireworks. Simu is shrouded in it like a net. As expected of the S-class forbidden technique of Takinobu village, it's a terrifying ability. Simu said exaggeratedly. Kakuzu's pupils contracted slightly, and his tone was full of surprise. "How do you know? Earth Resentment U is the treasure of Longin village. Never leaked the wind before being taken away by myself. And after obtaining it by myself, no one will be left alive every time I use it. How did this guy know about Dyunyu's information?" But Simu doesn't have a good habit of helping people answer questions. With a touch of both feet, the whole body turns into flashes and shuttles among the endless black lines. Feel the strong killing intent. Kakuzu didn't dare to hide his strength anymore. The windbreaker on him quickly ripped apart. He was wearing a black vest inside, and the exposed skin was densely covered with sutures. Now face Simu's attack. The sutures on his shoulder snapped open. Two thick black threads appeared in the air, with each wearing a strange white mask. These faces look strange. One is like an ape, with red lips. The other one can't tell what it is, but there are two touches of blue on the corner of the mouth. The flash representing Simu stops halfway. The moment Simu appeared, the red ape mask opened its mouth, and a rich and extremely hot orange flame spewed out from it instantly. And the blue mask on the left also opened its mouth wide, spraying out a terrible fishy wind. Fire style head hard. Wind style harm. Compound ninja technique flame wind chaos wave. Under the blessing of the strong wind, the already terrifying flames instantly turned into a world-destroying sea of flames. First, it filled the cage made of black lines. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out of the cage and burned all the woods on the opposite side. The red light from the flames lit up almost the entire sky. Such a terrible movement made Kakashi and others stop fighting. Teacher Simu. Lin's eyes were full of worry. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances. Compared with the ninjutsu in front of you, the cooperation they played in training is simply relying on the defense. Obito gritted his teeth. "I'll help Mr. Simu." This idea was mercilessly ridiculed by Kakashi on the spot. If Mr. Simu needs your help, he doesn't deserve the title of Golden Flash. Obito hadn't had time to retort. A black shadow slowly walked out of the sea of flames. Simu patted the corner of his clothes. "It's really dangerous. I almost died in the sea of fire. Are you unscathed?" Kakuzu's eyes became serious. He takes Simu seriously enough. "I used compound ninjutsu to attack directly, but I didn't expect it to be ineffective." The woods behind Simu were already ablaze. The coat of justice on his body swayed slightly with the airflow. As expected of teacher Simu, Obito punched the tone. "Boy, have you forgotten that you are fighting?" A hunter took the opportunity to rush up to Obito. Fortunately Kakashi showed up just in time. Powerful thunder and lightning wrapped around kunai. Lightning flashed, just in time to put the kunai on the hunter's neck. "Idiot, beware of enemies," Kakashi complained. Obito scratched his head, rarely confronting Kakashi. Instead, use the Sharingan to keep an eye on another enemy. "Thanks Kakashi, I'll leave this guy to you." On the other side, Kakuzu looked at Simu, who was unharmed. His eyes rolled slightly. There was a swelling on the back, and a group of twisted black lines separated. It fell to the ground to form a strange-looking monster with a mask with a white background and khaki patterns on its head. The monster punched the ground in Simu's direction. Earth-style earth spear forest. As the ground trembled, sharp rocks pierced out of the ground. Simu dodges left and right with observation haki. Hundreds of soil thorns did not touch Simu, but Kakuzu's goal is not Simu. The soil thorns spread rapidly, quickly attacking Miss Haruko's army. It's not okay to hurt the mission target. Simu pushed his glasses. Just a soil thorn protruded from his foot. He clamped it with both feet, and the whole person was pushed into the air. "Clap your hands in front of you." A large piece of natural energy was instantly swallowed into Simu's body. Then a dark red pattern appeared on Simu's face. Compared with 2 years ago, the patterns on Simu's face are deeper. It looks infinitely close to black. This also means that his understanding and control of Sage Mode has been greatly improved. This feeling is The appearance of Simu directly brought Kakuzu's thoughts back to decades ago. Back then, he was a genius ninja of Taki Ninja Village. Received a commission to go to the Land of Fire to assassinate a man named Senjo Hashirama. Then there is no more. Luckily, he saved his life, but he did not expect to be judged by the village after returning to the village. In a fit of anger, he snatched Yuanyu away, defected from the village, and became a mercenary. Dazzling cross flashes pierced the deep night sky. Immortal art 8-foot Kain Guyu. Light spots all over the sky bombarded the earth. These stone thorns that had just pierced from the ground were destroyed by the light rain the moment they emerged, and they were smashed into powder. Simu stomped hard on the air with both feet. The whole person is like a meteorite, shooting towards Kakuzu with light. But Kakuzu as an old monster who has survived for so many years. The understanding of battle is far beyond others. The moment Simu attacks, the earth-style mask monster next to him used ninjutsu. The ground suddenly rose, forming a 10-meter thick earth wall in front of Kakuzu. Simu landed with a foot wrapped in golden glitter. The thick wall collapsed in an instant. But Kakuzu's offensive is obviously not so simple. After all, he has 5 hearts. A sky-blue mask emerged from his body, opening his mouth to spray fine mist of water. Water-style water-soluble technique. The smashed clods immediately turned into muddy water the moment they encountered the water mist. The heavy mud surrounds Simu. Then a mask resembling a bird's head emerges from Kakuzu's belly. Lightning-style false darkness. Compound ninja, Bangman. The huge lightning chakra instantly enveloped the entire sky. With the conduction of mud and water, these terrible thunders raged randomly in every corner of the air. The originally turbid muddy water was lit up in an instant. Blue and white lightning illuminated the entire battlefield. Kakuzu, who is extremely experienced in combat, took a few steps back cautiously. Both hands are in the posture of nodding, and the hands around him are shaking constantly. Can attack close enemies at any time. The thunder and muddy water gradually dissipated. But Simu's scorched body as imagined did not appear. Instead, a huge blue figure descended from the sky. Roar. A faint blue flame surged from the black shadow. Airway let out a terrible roar at Kakuzu in front of him. And Simu walked out slowly from Airway's mouth. Oh, it's really dangerous, but fortunately, Madatabi, you helped me block it. Simu jumped onto Airway's head and patted it with satisfaction. Airway's face was covered with black lines. This guy loves putting himself out there to block guns since the last time he saw Killer Bee in action. Although I do have rough skin and thick flesh. But Kakuzu's attack was not blocked, and it did cause a lot of damage. The most important thing is that I can't get angry with Da. So you can only vent your anger on the enemy. Feeling the resentment from Airway, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this what the intelligence said about Airway? The 2 monsters around Kakuzu are ready to fight. The 3 masks on his body are ready to shoot at any time. Faster than them though is Simu. In just a split second, he appeared in front of the Earth attribute monster. Have you ever been kicked by the light? Golden light pierced the night sky. Simu kicked straight into the mask on the monster's face. It didn't even respond. A crisp shattering sound resounded from his face. Huge power was released suddenly, and the mask fragments floated in the air. The huge body of the monster was kicked out fiercely and smashed into the sea of flames. 5 hearts, also. Kakuzu's eyelids twitched. Although I heard that the speed of the golden flash is unmatched. But it was beyond his expectation that it was so fast. The water-style masked monster is the first to target Simu. Water-style water curtain tent. The huge water flow was compressed into a water column strong enough to penetrate steel, piercing Da's body. Simu raises his arms horizontally. Countless light spots and natural energy mixed together to form a long sword. Immortal technique Amazon Cloud Sword. Simu cut out with a sword. Flashes fly by. This sword actually split the incoming strong current into 2. Simu just wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill the monster. Suddenly a gust of wind enveloped it. Wind style depressed. A strong gust of wind suppresses Simu's movements. The fire-style mask on Kakuzu's shoulders is ready to go. Realizing this, Simu suddenly appeared high above the sky in a flash of light. He put his hands in front of him like a mirror. Xianju Yata mirror slash. The golden light condensed into an extremely sharp lightsaber that came through the air. Feel the power of this move. The lightning-style bird-shaped mask on Kakuzu's abdomen spit out a large amount of lightning in an instant. Lightning-style false darkness. The terrifying thunder light collided with the lightsaber in midair, causing it to deviate from the course, and pierced straight into the ground. He hadn't had time to breathe yet. Suddenly his face changed. The lightsaber turned back from the ground at some point, piercing the water-style mask beside him. A trace of heartache appeared on Kakuzu's face. Each mask represents a heart. These are the hearts of strong men that he has collected over the years. Now I lost 2 in one breath. How many tasks does it take to get it back? UBD is simply unforgivable. Kakuzu was really angry. The black lines on his body were wriggling violently. The remaining 3 attribute masks gathered together on his left hand under the squirm. Try this trick, gold glitter. Flames, lightning, and hurricanes converged on his left arm. Simu suddenly felt a palpitation. But he couldn't avoid it, because Kakashi and the 3 of them and Miss Haruko were behind him. He shook his head. It seemed that the other party was going to force him to take this move. In that case, the 3 energies in Kakuzu's arms are intertwined. Flame and lightning intertwine with each other, and finally, under the blessing of wind style, it turns into a entangled lightning and strikes towards the same wood. Earth resentment final shooting. The ground melted wherever the shot passed, and the terrible temperature distorted the surrounding air. Facing such a terrifying move, Simu just slowly raised his palm and aimed at the incoming fire pillar. In an instant, thousands of light spots gathered in the palm of his hand. Immortal technique carved pillar. The spot of light in Simu's palm instantly swelled up. Form a beam of light and slam into the oncoming flames and thunder. This trick is inspired by Armament Haki's external release. Use the ability of Sparkling Fruit and Armament Haki, plus Zyonju Chakra to achieve the effect of emitting waves in the form of waves, Dimas. This huge beam of light collided with the flames. Two different energies repel each other, forming an incompatible ball of energy that eventually explodes. A huge energy shock swept the entire battlefield. Even the convoy in the distance was almost overturned. If Kakashi hadn't caught the carriage quickly, Miss Haruko might have been blown away. A large pit appeared in the center of the battlefield. The dense smoke was suddenly cut by a flash of light. At the moment when the explosion ended, he rushed to Kakuzu with the Amazono sword. *+2++. Kakuzu hastily threw a punch. Under the influence of earth resentment, his body strength is comparable to steel, but still not Simu's opponent. With the blessing of Armament Haki, the lightsaber in his hand is no less sharp than the real Amazono sword. Easily cut off his arm. Kakuzu tried to struggle, but Simu had already brought the lightsaber to his face. It's really scary. There are still 3 lives left. Simu's tone was teasing, but it fell on Kakuzu's ears like thunder. He stared at Simu intently, and asked, "Who are you, and why do you know so well?" Simu pushed his glasses. "I'm just an average little ninja trying to retire." He stared at Kakuzu seriously, and whispered to Kura, "Give you 2 choices, one is to die, the other is to surrender to me." Surrender? Kakuzu asked a little surprised. In his impression, Konoha doesn't seem to accept their rebellious surrender, right? And Simu is a Konoha ninja, why should he submit? Is he going to turn against Konoha? Thinking of this, Kakuzu's face changed slightly. Simu pouted. "Don't worry, the salary is enough." Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Salary. Simu nodded helplessly. Why does he feel that this guy is like him? What about the job content? Kakuzu is still a bit resistant to joining a faction. After all, he was betrayed by Taki Ninja Village where he grew up. This caused him to be a loner and not very fond of contacting others. The only hobby is to make money. Simu put away the Tiankanjayun sword and said lightly, "Go to the country of ghosts and serve as a thug for the Ziwan Flower Merchant Association." Thugs. Kakuzu didn't mean to look down on the thugs. It's just that he was a little puzzled. How could this guy from Konoha have anything to do with the Kingdom of Ghosts? Simu explained. "The Aster Flower Merchant Guild is my industry, selling all kinds of weapons and medicines. But people often don't give money, do you understand?" Kakuzu understood. "Just to help you collect debts. It can be understood in this way." Simu nodded in satisfaction. "As for whether you will be betrayed, you don't have to worry about it. I can kill you anytime I want. There is no need to spend so much effort designing you. Salary, how about a % of the debt you recovered?" Kakuzu hesitated, but accepted the new job anyway. 793 after all, if you don't accept it, you will die. Accepting it is just another place to make money. For his long life, where to make money is not to make money. The same is true for him joining the Akatsuki organization in the original book. Simu clapped his hands in satisfaction. "You can go to the country of ghosts to report. That's it." Kakuzu was a little unbelievable. He originally thought that Simu would cast a spell on him or something, but he just let him go. Simu spread his hands. "Don't worry, we are now a cooperative relationship." 11. "I'm the boss, you're the employee, that's all." Kakuzu looked at Simu who was full of sincerity, and finally nodded. He took back the 3 masks on his body, and then walked towards the Kingdom of Ghosts. Before leaving, Kakuzu was stopped by Simu. "Kakuzu, your codename from now on will be Drought Disaster. Drought." Kakuzu seems to be thinking about this new code name. He turned around again and said perfunctorily, "Understood." To be honest, Simu didn't expect the process of subduing Kakuzu to be so successful. As for why Kakuzu should be subdued, the first one is because the development of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce in the past 2 years has really exceeded Simu's expectations. The Hyuga Takamitsu, who was relieved of Caged Bird by Simu, is unexpectedly talented in business. In just 2 years, the Ziwan Flower Chamber of Commerce has monopolized the arms markets of many small countries. It is also famous for medicines, perfumes, clothing, and other products. But one problem brought about by rapid expansion is that there is not enough manpower, especially thugs. Although Hyuga Takamitsu recruited quite a few ninjas, plus a bunch of ninjas that Simu sent over in Black Iron Town at the time, but it still fell into a situation of insufficient manpower, the most important of which is advanced force. Without high-level force, they can only be oppressed blindly when facing a big country. Therefore, the addition of Kakuzu should greatly improve the safety factor of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the more important point is, Simu wants to increase Kaido's imitation value. Several characteristics of Kaido are, like to be a teacher, like to accept younger brothers, like to fight, and like to court death. Being a teacher, Simu has already done it. The younger brother is starting. War and courting death are just a matter of time. The act of subduing Kakuzu just now and naming him Drought brought Simu a full 5% imitation value. Congratulations, your imitation value has reached 20%. Extracting ability. Ability extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the ability BA High. Got skills? Simu feels the newly acquired skills. This is the joint skill of Kaido and Big Mom, inherited from the Bahai of the Titan clan. Through the use of armament haki, an extremely powerful shockwave is created. A full blow from the 2-4 emperors. The destructive power is unquestionable. It is no exaggeration to say that it is ruined. It's really good stuff. Simu pushed his glasses. Look back. The Kakashi trio finally took out all the enemies that Simu had handpicked for them with the help of the guards. Of course, the so-called solution is nothing more than knocking down these people. Among the trio, only Kakashi killed one person while trying to save him. Neither Obito nor Lin had seen blood yet. Simu sighed. Kick the 2 dying hunters in front of them. Kill them? Obito looked up in surprise. Why? Obviously they have no strength left to resist. Simu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, you tell them why. Kakashi clenched the white fang short sword in his hand, and said in a cold tone, on the battlefield, if you don't kill them, they will kill you. He looks at Obito. Not only you, but your partner. After all, the hunter who landed at Lin's feet suddenly, exploded. That person took out a handful of kunai from nowhere and frantically hissed. Since I'm going to die, I'll find someone to bury with me. The sharp kunai stabs Lin fiercely. Lin, who had just entered the battlefield, was already stunned by this sudden scene. Lin. Obito rushed out subconsciously, holding a kunai, and directly inserted into the opponent's chest. Blood spurted out. Dye his hands scarlet. The residual temperature spread across his face. His chest heaved violently as his mind went blank. I killed someone. I killed someone. He looks at his hands. Kakashi watched this scene without any reaction, because he knew that Simu just wanted them to experience death with their own hands and witness death with their own eyes. Overcome the fear of death. Even if neither Lin nor Obito reacted, Simu would never let them be killed. Good job, the rest will be troublesome to Sir Captain. Simu looked at the guard captain and said. The latter of course would not refuse, and if it were not for Simu, they would not have survived the offensive at all. After this battle, those who doubted Simu's combat effectiveness in the guards kept their mouths shut. Of course, some people shut their mouths forever. After all, hunters can pinpoint their location. Who would believe that there are no traitors? It's just that Simu can use this information to fish. Originally, it was just fishing casually. Unexpectedly, I caught Kakuzu, a big fish, which fully increased my imitation value by 5%. It was also a surprise. After solving this large wave of hunters, the next trip became extraordinarily smooth. After all, the nearby hunters have all been delivered in one wave. Some hunters who were left here and there saw that even a ruthless character like Kakuzu had been sent, so they didn't dare to come. The day before they arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Fire, they encountered the second assassination. This time the enemies were all warriors. The strength can only be said to be average. Samurai is the second profession with powerful combat power in this world besides ninja. They basically use ninja swords as weapons. Likes to use chakra wrapped around ninja swords to attack. The Land of Iron is the birthplace of the samurai. Among them, the 3 ships admiral is a very powerful warrior. It's a pity that these guys who came to assassinate did not exist like Mifune Admiral. Simu was too lazy to do it, so Kakashi and Obito practiced it all. Although Simu doesn't like it, these warriors are still a great threat to Kakashi and the others. But Kakashi is a genius after all. And Obito turned on Sharingan in advance. Therefore, the battle ended without any risk. The only price paid was that Obito's goggles were shattered. I'm really sorry, Master Simu, these assassins were all sent by Miss Haruko's big brother. The captain of the guard prepares to explain to Simu, but it was stopped by the latter. Mr. Captain, our task is only to escort you to the capital of the Land of Fire. He never liked this kind of bullshit. The captain immediately realized his problem, and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I crossed the line. Haruko, who was sitting in the carriage, felt very sorry. If Simu is interested in the Shangquan family, he may not be able to tie it to his chariot. If Mr. Captain wants to apologize, it's better to get him a new pair of goggles. Simu made a joke. Miss Haruko poked her head out of the carriage upon hearing this, and said with a smile, when we arrive in the capital, I will pay for all your expenses. Great. Obito was the first to cheer. Even Lin's face had a hint of anticipation. Although she does not love vanity, but it has always been heard that the capital of the Land of Fire is the most prosperous place in the entire ninja world. Even she yearns for it. Kakashi doesn't matter. Simu suddenly thought of something and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi, there are a lot of manga books in the capital city of the Land of Fire. Comic book. Kakashi was a little puzzled, wondering why Sayun had to tell himself this. After finishing off the samurai who came to assassinate, Simu and his party finally arrived at the capital of the Fire Kingdom. At the gate of the city, more than a dozen guards bearing the banner of the Shangquan clan were already waiting here. This time, it is thanks to Mr. Simu for his help. The person who spoke was the old housekeeper of the Shangquan clan. Simu nodded slightly, this is what I should do. After all, the mission this time was paid according to the reward of an S-level mission. The old butler looked at Miss Haruko and said kindly, Miss, the master is waiting for you at home, hurry back. I know Uncle Lei. Haruko bowed deeply to Simu and the others. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Obito and the others say goodbye to Haruko. After the Shangquan clan left, Simu took Obito and the three of them to go into the capital. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by soldiers at the door. I'm sorry, without a warrant from the Daimyo mansion, no one can enter the capital. The soldiers here are fully armed and said with serious expressions. Obito pointed to the forehead protector on his forehead and said, "We are the ninjas of Konoha." Konoha was originally a part of the Fire Kingdom, so there was no reason why even its own citizens could not enter the capital. Even so, the soldier shook his head. Konoha's ninjas don't work either. Simu put his hands in his pockets, ignored the soldier, and walked directly into the city. The soldiers hurriedly stood in front of Simu. The latter was just about to start when he heard a male voice. Presumptuous, this is Konoha village's famous golden glitter master Simu. The visitor was wearing a gorgeous kimono, with a pointed mouth scratching his cheek. He was obviously a man, but his face was covered with rouge and gouache, making him look like a monkey. Get out of the way. This sissy's identity seems very unusual. The soldiers hurried out of the way upon hearing this. Save yourself a lot of work in Simu. Simu nodded slightly to the sissy as a greeting. Then he turned back to Lin and the others and said, "Let's go." Now that he promised them to take a good stroll in the capital of the Fire Kingdom, Simu will not break his promise. The three followed Simu cautiously. It has to be said that the prosperity here is indeed second to none in the entire ninja world. Much better than Konoha. There are people coming and going on the street, and there are a variety of goods. Here are the most beautiful clothes, the best food, and the most convenient service in the world. The key is, you don't feel any worry about war from the people here. It seems that the Third Ninja World War is only related to Konoha, and did not extend here. Why do I feel that the people in the capital city of the country of fire don't seem to welcome us very much? Even the most nervous Obito has felt this. People passing by seem to be particularly concerned about the Konoha logo on their forehead protectors. Kakashi seems to know more, and said coldly, "It is said that the relationship between the Fire Country Daimyo and Konoha is not particularly good recently. Because of the opening of the Third Ninja War, people here are required to provide enough supplies for Konoha, so it is normal to have some complaints against us ninjas." Obito was puzzled when he heard this. But we are obviously fighting for them. If it weren't for Konoha's ninjas, other big countries would have already. Obito was halfway through. The busy street suddenly calmed down. Everyone looked to the other side of the street, then fell to their knees on the ground hastily. They retreated to both sides of the street, giving way to the middle avenue. Accompanied by the sound of collisions, black shadows emerged from a distance. Is this a person? Obito looked at the man who was entangled in chains and crawling on the ground like an animal, and said incredulously, "To be precise, it should be a slave." Simu added. More than a dozen slaves were lying on the ground, and the collars on their necks were connected to the chair carts behind them. A greasy nobleman above held a paper fan in one hand and looked down upon Simu and the others. Simu stood with his hands in his pockets, standing very conspicuously on the street. "Guy from Konoha, hurry up and kneel to the noble, don't kill us." The man kneeling next to him warned in a low voice as much as possible. In case the nobleman is upset, everyone present will suffer. The three of Obito had never seen such a situation before, and they were at a loss for a while. Just watch Simu. "Mr. Simu, do you want to kneel?" Lin asked. Kakashi remained expressionless, but the fingers have actually reached the short sword White Fang on the back. As for Obito, he was full of reluctance. "No need to." Simu said lightly. "I just want you to know what kind of waste Konoha is protecting." Simu's voice is not loud, but it's not quiet either. Many people around heard it, including the nobles in front of you. "Boy, what did you say?" The fat guy stood up abruptly, pointed at Simu with a paper fan and said, "How dare you not kneel down when you see my lord, man?" Before he finished speaking, he met Simu's eyes. Huge coercion burst out from Simu in an instant. The guards around him all fainted. As for this fat-headed and big-eared nobleman, it goes without saying. How can a piece of shit like him stand up to Simu's conqueror's haki? I was so frightened that I couldn't see the shit, and the whole person rolled out of the car. Lie right in front of Simu. A puddle of yellow, foul-smelling liquid underfoot. Simu gave him a disgusted look. "Zero, seeking flowers. Why do you have to do this big gift?" He turned to look at Kakashi and the others. "Now that you have bought everything, go back and don't let your eyes get dirty here." Simu took the three of Kakashi and turned away from the capital of the Fire Kingdom. During this period, no one dared to stop him. The daimyo did not receive the news until after they left. This Hanyu Simu seems to be getting more and more arrogant. The daimyo is an old man with long hair. On the top of the head is a crown that resembles a paper fan. There are patterns of flames drawn on it. This is the pinnacle of all nobles in the Fire Kingdom. The master of financial power and political power, the daimyo of the country of fire. Below are the other nobles from the Kingdom of Fire. "My lord, this Hanyu Simu is slapping nobles in the face, and it is also slapping you in the face. He dared to do this like a jonin in Konoha, so if it's Hokage, wouldn't the entire capital be demolished? Zero. We must limit Konoha's military strength, otherwise the Kingdom of Destruction will only hear about Konoha and not know the sky." These ministers chattered a lot. Don't the big names know these truths? The point is that he has no troops. Although the daimyo holds political power and financial power, the combat power that his subordinates can use is really limited. The samurai is okay, but the ninjas are very few. Suddenly, a heavenly minister fell to his knees on the ground. Master Daimyo, I implore you to establish a ninja army that belongs entirely to the daimyo. The daimyo hesitated. Will this cause our relationship with Konoha to continue to deteriorate? The minister said solemnly. My lord, it is our best chance right now during the Third Ninja World War. We can completely blackmail Konoha with food, grass, and weapons, and ask Konoha to help us build and cultivate a powerful ninja team. After the war is over, it will not be so easy to use food and grass as a threat. Since Senjo Hashirama established the system of one country, one village, the financial power and military power of a big country are separated. The former is in the hands of daimyo, while the latter is in the hands of shadows. So many years have passed. Whether it is the daimyo or the shadows of various countries, they are trying to erode the power in the hands of the other party. And the strength Konoha showed in this battle really shocked the entire ninja world. Among them is the daimyo of the country of fire. This also made him more and more worried about his situation. If you don't build a ninja army of your own as soon as possible, with the momentum of Konoha, what if he becomes the first figurative daimyo of the land of fire? The daimyo hesitated again and again, but agreed to the suggestion. According to what you said, immediately prepare a ninja army. The name, let's call it Guardian Ninja. It's ding. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, it has been 3 months since Kakashi and others completed their first mission. It has to be said that after opening Sharingan, Obito's strength increased very quickly. Not to mention that there is a genius like Kakashi in the team, and an excellent support like Lin. The three of them appear to be very smooth in the process of carrying out the task. Ordinary B-level missions have no way to pose a threat to them. This growth rate even caught the attention of Third Hokage. Death Forest Training Ground. Simu handed them 3 silver notes. Hey, this is your reward for this mission, each of you is 50,000 taels. Obito looked at the banknote in front of him with disgust, and said dissatisfiedly, I said, Mr. Simu, you didn't do this task at all, why did we give you half of the reward? Simu sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a silver note of 150,000 taels, shaking his head and sighing. No way, who told me to be your leader, Jonin? According to the regulations of the village, leading Jonin is to share half of the team's salary. Obito jumped instantly. It's not fair. In comparison, Kakashi and Lin are much calmer. If it weren't for Simu's special training, they might still be performing C-level missions with the ninjas of the same period. How could it be so quick to reach B-level or even A-level? Simu just took out a special wooden stick to start today's lesson. As a result, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared beside Simu. 977 Master Simu, Master Hokage, let me go. Simu frowned slightly. I have just led the team back, so what are you calling me for? You train yourself today. Simu nodded towards Umbu ninja, and then appeared in Hokage's office in a flash of light. As soon as he arrived here, Simu noticed that something was wrong. Not only third generation is here, but elite jonin such as Danzo, Midokado Homura, Yudiden Koharu, Narakato Dan, etc. are also here. Why does this look so much like the criticism meeting against myself at that time? Simu suddenly thought so. Then he opened the window and jumped in. Everyone is familiar with Simu's behavior. Only this guy can do this kind of thing in this place that symbolizes the majesty of Hokage. But Yudiden Koharu and Midokado Homura looked ugly. It's a pity that Simu is the most cautious person. Why are the 2 consultants free to come today? I heard Lord Hokage say that you are not feeling well and are going to retire. Simu has something to say. In fact, over the past 2 years, because of Simu's various targets, and third generation's cooperation intentionally or unintentionally, the strength of the 2 consultants has declined to the point where it is close to nothing. If not 2 people are disciples of second generation. Now I'm afraid I don't even have the title of a consultant. Hearing Simu's sarcasm, Midokado Homura and Zwanli Zioken dared not speak out. It was because I accidentally offended this guy last time. All the grey industries in the 2 families were all eradicated by Simu through the execution of tasks. As a result, the Mito clan and the Zwanza clan have even begun to fall silent. Okay, Simu, I've called you here this time because I have something important to discuss. Third generation interrupts Simu's play. Okay. Simu found a random chair and sat down. The current Jonin squad leader is Nara. That is, Luju's father. He pointed to the border between the land of fire and the land of earth on the map. According to Umbu's information, we found a group of rebels on the border between the land of earth and the land of fire. This group of rebels was secretly supported by Rock Shinobi village. Also, there are a lot of traces of Rock Shinobi on the border of the land of earth. According to the detailed report from Rock Shinobi village, the land of winds sent an envoy to the land of earth a few days ago, and Rock Shinobi village is already preparing to attack the land of fire. The ninja force is expected to be around 8,000. The main battlefield will most likely be in the country of grass. The Kingdom of Grass is a small country sandwiched between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Earth. This country is not powerful, it just exists as a buffer between the country of destruction and the country of 10. Third generation's fingers tapped lightly on the table. I didn't expect that the land of Earth finally couldn't hold it anymore. Let's discuss, who will be the commander this time? Everyone's eyes swept back and forth in the conference hall. Eventually it all fell to Simu. Simu pointed at himself in disbelief. It's true that he has completed many S-level missions over the years, but it's okay to fight alone, and the formation of troops is not what he is good at. Nara said slowly. Currently Tsunade-sama is in charge of cultivating medical ninjas, so I can't spare myself. Master Jiraiya is on Kikyo Mountain to prepare for the Thunder Country to take the opportunity to make trouble. Master Orochimaru is confronting the Sand Shinobi troops in the Land of Rain, and you are the only man who can be called upon after deliberation. There is no way, who called the Kingdom of Fire is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. After all, the Fire Country is so rich in resources that everyone wants to take a bite. And it has been 3 years since the outbreak of the war. Konoha's performance was so impressive, it was already so impressive that the other 4 great powers were afraid. Therefore, they have the idea of defeating Konoha together to carve up the country of fire. Simu leaned on the chair, not knowing what to think. Finally agreed. I can be the general, but you have to give me Minato. Namikaze Minato. Naradir took a look at the small book in his hand, then nodded to 3rd generation. Can. 3rd generation also pointed to Kato-dan. I'm sure you will follow Simu to the battlefield, and you must give Rock Shinobi a head-on blow in the shortest possible time, so that they don't dare to do it again. Kato-dan is a ninja from the same period as Sunin. Should have died between Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, but because Simu was born out of nowhere, Rujuin survived. And Tsunade also avoided the fate of suffering from blood phobia and staying away from the battlefield. Just one back and forth is equivalent to saving Konoha 2 huge combat powers. Not to mention that after 3 years of training, Jia Niduin's strength is no longer the same. Appointments are coming soon. Konoha, the war machine, was running again with precision and speed. The whole existence is shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. After all, war is not an easy thing for anyone. It symbolizes death and the separation of family members. I don't know how many ninjas received the mission temporarily, asking them to follow Ida to the battlefield. Simu's home was not much better either. Kushina stared at him fiercely. I want to go to the battlefield with you. I also need to go. Mikato also raised his hand. Under the impact of Simu's thundering 8 trigrams day after day, Mikato has successfully opened a Hokage Sharingan. The strength is almost the same as the average Jonin. But even Jonin is nothing more than a bigger pawn in the war. It is possible to be swallowed up and die at any time. I also want to go with Simu-kun. This time even Ling Yi expressed such wishes. They have been around Simu. If you don't agree, you won't let him go. No way, Simu can only say that he will take them to the battlefield after they become stronger. I will take you there when you become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina pouted. Do as promised. Do as promised. Without too much delay, Simu turned into a flash of light and landed at Konoha's door. A team of 6 ninjas has been waiting here for a long time. Plus 2,000 people from the border troops. A total of 8,000 troops fought against Rock Shinobi. In addition to Minato and Kato-dan, Kakashi, Obito, and Lin also joined the battle this time. Simu stands on top. The code of justice behind him swayed with the wind, showing a bit of an admiral appearance. It's rare to think that Mr. Simu is a bit handsome. Obito whispered to Lin. Lin smiled softly. Actually, Mr. Simu is very reliable. TCH, he is still reliable, and he knows to embezzle our rewards every day. Obito's comments were drowned out by the din of the marching troops. Simu led thousands of ninjas on a huge two-tails, and went straight to the border. On a hillside at the border between the Kingdom of Shan and the Kingdom of Fire. This is the base of the Fire Country rebels. It is said that it is a rebel army, but it is actually a force composed of some rebel ninjas who have been circulating underground gold exchanges all year round. The number is about 400 to 500 people. It's completely a team fabricated by Rock Shinobi Village in order to disrupt the situation. Boss, you said we are so blatant, will you come to Konoha's encirclement and suppression? Although they are all ninjas who are desperate. But Konoha's reputation is well known, and many people are still very worried that they will suffer revenge from Konoha. The leader of this group of rebels is a ninja named Akanishi Jin. This guy was Jonin of Konoha, who defected during a mission. Since then, he has survived as a bounty hunter to this day. Now he has become the leader of the rebel army under the cooperation of various forces. He glanced around coldly. Brothers, Konoha is facing many crises now, and it is hard to protect itself. What we have to do is take advantage of his illness to kill him. How did these big countries deal with us in the past? Now we will take revenge. Let them feel the power of wandering ninjas. It has to be said that Akanishi Jin's remarks do have a strong infectious history. After all, there are wandering ninjas here. Being squeezed out by various ninja villages all the year round, now that they have finally merged together, they are naturally unwilling to make a career out of it. It would be great if we could take revenge on the great powers. Sure enough, under the encouragement of Jin Akanishi, fanatic expressions immediately appeared on the faces of these rebels. That's right, we want to give those big countries some color. We want to build our own ninja village. Become the overlord of the ninja world. The entire stronghold was immersed in a fanatical atmosphere. Until a ninja ran in from the outside in a hurry. Boss, it's bad, Konoha's army is here. The rebels who were united just now panicked instantly. What to do? Didn't you say Konoha wouldn't come? Why did you really come here? Akanishi Ren's face was ashen, and he was indeed some mob. Shut up, I want to see who Konoha will send to die now. Akanishi Jin's words forced everyone to be quiet. Down. He walked out of the stronghold slowly. Then I saw a huge monster standing 2.4 in the distance, looking at me coldly. The whole body is wrapped in faint blue flames. It is Airway. Simu stood on Airway with his hands in his pockets. Is that guy the leader of the rebel army? He slowly took off his glasses. Then he took out the mace that he specially asked the forging ninja in the village to make. The weight reached 1,000 caddies, and the sharp iron teeth could tear apart the enemy at any time. Obito and Kakashi looked at each other after seeing this scene. If this was the thing used for training, wouldn't they be long gone? Jin Akanishi is just about to open his mouth to negotiate with Simu. Then he saw the figure in the distance slowly fall to the ground. Then raised the mace in his hand. Numerous purple-red lightnings danced on Simu's body. A terrifying aura surged from Simu, like an ancient monster suddenly awakened. The raging armament haki combined with the thunder is wrapped around the mace. Ba hi. Simu just said softly. Then all the energy that had been silent for a long time was swung out like a baseball in an instant. Akanishi's eyes widened. No? Do you open the big one right away? The violent breath ravaged the entire stronghold. The terrifying dark red energy column smashed the entire mountain where the rebel army was located in an instant, and finally disappeared in this world. Looking at the mountains that disappeared out of thin air, Konoha's fighters finally understood why the village wanted Simu to be the chief general this time. After finishing off the rebels with thunder, Simu officially announced his arrival to the land of Earth. In order to command this battle, Luju was also recruited by Simu. After all, Simu himself has no concept of large-scale warfare. And Luju has grown a lot since the previous battle on Kikyo Mountain. He has been learning all kinds of knowledge about combat by his father's side, and now is just the time to test his ability. Before the battle, Simu summoned all the Konoha executives for this battle. The main one is Simu, who is the general, Minato and Kato Dan as lieutenants, and military advisor Luju. At this time, Luju was pointing at the map and said, according to the information collected by Umbu Ninja, there are at least 3,000 rock shinobi gathering in the land of grass. What we need to do now is to take down the land of grass as quickly as possible before the land of earth reacts. Minato stared at the map, frowning slightly. After all, we have traveled a long distance, and it may be disadvantageous to start a war rashly. If I remember correctly, Konoha's material troops have not yet arrived on the battlefield. If we are held back in the country of grass, the situation will be very passive. Because it happened suddenly. Therefore, the ninja troops led by Simu arrived at the battlefield with only enough supplies for half a month. The follow-up material troops have not yet set off. Hearing that Luju didn't speak, he turned his attention to the coach this time, Hanyu sharing the same bed. Simu pushed his glasses. Minato, this time we have no supplies. What? Minato and Kato Dan became serious instantly, their faces full of disbelief. Without supplies, are they supposed to defeat a big country with half a month's worth of food? Simu explained calmly. Konoha's material reserves have bottomed out, and it's not enough to launch another complete war, so third generation means that we want us to make a quick decision. Reminiscent of the bad 0-5 relationship between Konoha's fire country daimyos these years. The expressions of Minato and the others became serious instantly. What are you going to do? Kato Dan asked seriously. Simu didn't speak. Instead, Luju said, be proactive. He stretched out his finger and pressed the country of grass on the map. We have 2 sharp long knives, Simu and Minato, and we can completely eat 3,000 ninjas in the land of grass before Rock Shinobi village reacts. Luju's finger crossed the land of grass and landed on a bridge in the land of earth. This is called the Konobi Bridge, and it is the place where Rock Shinobi will deploy troops to the country of grass, as long as it is blown up. Then here, he drew a large circle, including the entire territory of the Kingdom of Grass and the border of the Kingdom of Earth. There are a total of 6,000 Rock Shinobi troops here, which is the one in the urn. Everyone looked at Luju with faint admiration in their eyes. Unexpectedly, this young man could come up with such a bold tactics. Although there are great risks, if it succeeds, it will deal a serious blow to Rock Shinobi's morale. Let me carry out the task of destroying the Konobi Bridge. Minato volunteered. Simu looked at the bridge on the map, thoughtfully. If he remembers correctly, in the original book, Obito was ambushed and almost died here, and then was taken away by White Zetsu. That being the case, he naturally couldn't do what Uchiha Madara wanted. Simu looked at Minato and said seriously, let me go. Luju immediately objected. Simu, you are the main general this time, if you have any problems. Simu waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll be careful. The god is not as big as the Baikiao. It is impossible for Minato to destroy it alone. Only my technique can do it. These words instantly blocked everyone's mouths. Konobi Bridge is different from Nagawa Bridge on Mount Kikyo. Its entire bridge is entirely built using Rock Shinobi by the strongest ninjas of Rock Shinobi Village. It is not so much a bridge as it is a huge mountain lying on the canyon. In the original book, Konoha paid the price of an entire army to blow up the Konobi Bridge before finally succeeding. Simu does not. As long as he sneaks into the corresponding location, a big nuclear jade can solve it. So no one is better suited for this task than Simu. While everyone was still hesitating, Tong Mu made a final decision. That's the decision. Everyone hurry down and prepare for the raid on the country of grass tonight. Night fell. Between the land of fire and the land of earth, life in the country of grass is also difficult. At this time, the leader of Kusanagi village is named Jiichiro. He was standing on the commanding heights of Cao Ninja Village worriedly. Is Chief Kizaru worried about the Konoha troops arriving today? A rock shinobi suddenly appeared behind Kizaru. It is Rock Shinobi Village who will lead this war. East dead. He is also the character who was cornered by Konoha force in the original Vice Admiral. I heard that those traitors have been wiped out. Kizaru asked suddenly. Dong Siren nodded, his tone a bit disdainful. It's just some rabble. If Konoha can't even deal with this kind of thing, it will be really surprising. Jiichiro looked at Dong Shiren and asked seriously. Is Mr. East Dead Man confident in this mission? The latter answered without hesitation. If Rock Shinobi Village and Konoha fight alone, Rock Shinobi Village will definitely lose. However, Konoha's Golden Flash just killed the Kage of the Kingdom of Wine 2 years ago. Do you think they will stand by now? No matter how powerful Konoha is, there is no way to face the pincer attacks of two great powers at the same time. The dead man didn't say anything more. His eyes fell across the night and fell on the huge raised earthen platforms and city walls everywhere. In order to prepare for this war, the ninjas of Rock Shinobi Village built a solid defense system in the land of grass. Earth platforms tens of meters high extend out from the ground. Between each platform are connected thick walls. If the enemy wants to attack Cao Ninja Village, they must cross these walls or earthen platforms. But as long as someone comes into contact with these earthen platforms, it will immediately attract the attention of Rock Shinobi, which will lead to a blow. In order to make a quick decision, Tongmu didn't push all the troops up at once. Instead, the most elite 2,000 were drawn to lurk into the country of grass. It's really scary. Is this the most proud soil platform technique in Rock Shinobi Village? Simu put his hands in his pockets, and next to him was a 2-meter-high mace stuck on the ground. Luju stood beside Simu and said, these earth platforms are like nodes. As long as Rock Shinobi injects chakra into the earth platforms, these walls can be continuously regenerated. Simu nodded slightly. You mean, you want me to destroy these earthen platforms in one go, right? Luju smiled. That's right. If these earth platforms are not destroyed, the trapped leaf troops will rush up and face another earth wall. In the end, he hated the northwest under this endless wall. There are a total of 12 earthen platforms arranged around Cao Ren village. Simu took a deep breath. Observation haki is thrown out like a net. Finally found a most suitable path. On this straight line, there are a total of 6 fields. You are the one. Simu let out a breath, and the thunder flashed on his body. The palm of the hand was firmly grasped on the mace. A loud roar instantly resounded throughout the night sky. The thick purple thunder fell from the sky, and was tamed by Simu's side like a python. The mace is wrapped around Simu's most powerful haki. He pointed in the direction of Kusanagi village, and swung the mace in his hand like a baseball player. Flashing thunder wraps around armament haki and surges out. Overlord. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated by dark purple thunder. When the first thunder sounded, the ninjas on the platform had already noticed something was wrong. But still too slow. A huge thunderbolt gushed out from the distant forest. Like a scourge, it gathered into a wave of energy and crashed into Rock Shinobi's defense line. Enemy attack. These ninjas roared with all their might. Then use earth-style ninjutsu to manipulate the ground. A dense wall rises from the earth platform, trying to stop this terrifying attack. But this combined blow from the 2-4 emperors of Otherworld is something these little Rock Shinobi can't block. The huge shock wave easily crushed these walls. Even the speed has not slowed down in the slightest. Until it was heavily bombarded on the earth platform of the cube. Boom. Lightning swallowed the entire platform. In the thunder light, the black soil platform gradually turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Then the second, third, fourth. In the end, this terrifying impact could barely weaken after destroying 5 earthen platforms. Damn guy. There was a flickering thunder on Dong Shiren's face. He stood on the last earthen platform on Simu's attack track. With his hands in seals, he shouted in a cold voice. Earth-style Tutingshan. A solid mountain of rock quickly rose from the ground. Finally blocked the raging thunder. Between East Dead Man and Simu, a huge ravine appeared, thousands of meters long and 50 to 60 meters wide. In the middle of the ravine are 5 dilapidated earth platforms. Rock Shinobi worked so hard to build the soil platform technique, which was smashed in half in one encounter. This made Dong Sizi tremble with anger. At this time, the 2,000 Konoha Shinobi hidden in the woods did not have to wait any longer. Following Simu's order, he rushed to the battlefield in a mighty manner. In an instant, all kinds of ninjutsu were flying on the battlefield. And Rock Shinobi's most famous defense line has been torn apart by Simu first. Although it can be recovered, it will take time. At present, these Rock Shinobi ninjas can only use earth-style ninjutsu to resist Konoha's attack. Summoning technique. In the center of the battlefield, 2 huge summoning beasts appeared. Still the same, one is Katsuyusen 443 who are used to assist. It quickly split into countless places and fell on the shoulders of each Konoha Shinobi to heal their wounds. The other one is the two-tailed Matatabi. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Let's go, airway. Receive. Its 4 legs are accumulating power on the ground. Then it soared into the sky with a bang. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it landed directly in the center of Cao Ninja Village. You Grandpa Hanyu Simu. Drive here. Simu jumped off airway. Then the terrifying mace weighing 1,000 caddies fell down. Thunder 8 trigrams? A huge thunder light burst out from Simu's hand, and a power grid enveloped the surrounding tens of meters. Boom. The ninjas around Simu were instantly torn apart by the massive impact. Under the bombardment of the mace, the ground was shattered into countless clods, and a huge column of smoke exploded. Is this still Konoha's golden glitter? Both Rock Shinobi and Kusanagi looked at Simu in shock. The Simu in the intelligence is already good at using light escape, his speed is extremely fast, and he has a lazy personality. What the hell is going on with this guy who's swinging around with a mace? While thinking, Tong Soon has already solved the enemy over there. One jump, another hammer down, another dozen lives disappeared. This terrible force is really daunting. But Iwagakure's Jonin naturally couldn't let Simu wreak havoc like this. Earth-style Huangquan swamp. The ground under Simu's feet instantly turned into muddy water. His feet sank into the mud, unable to move for an instant. Another rock shinobi quickly seals. Earth-style earth whale. He slapped the ground, and a huge rock surged from the ground in an instant. Hit Simu hard like a blue whale slapping the water. It's really troublesome. Arcs of electricity flickered on the mace. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The falling stone whale was instantly crushed by Simu. He plunged the mace into the ground, and the whole thing disappeared under the falling rock fragments. Simu appeared behind that rock shinobi Jonin. Have you ever been kicked by the light? This frivolous voice instantly scared rock shinobi into a cold sweat. Earth-style petrified skin. His body was instantly covered by gray-white rocks. But this defense is almost equal to nothing in front of Simu. Light speed kick. Simu kicked it into a flash and disappeared. He looked at the rock shinobi who were approaching constantly, and said softly, "It's getting late, it's almost time to end." After the voice fell, the huge conqueror's haki poured out instantly. The ninjas around seemed to see a huge and fierce black shadow appearing on Simu's body. A dark red shock wave expanded wildly around Simu. In an instant, countless ninjas fell on the battlefield. Chief among them were some of the less powerful Chunin and Jonin. But that's enough to kill half of the enemies? One Piece World's ability to clean up miscellaneous fish is surprisingly useful here. Good, so strong. As expected of Master Simu, Konoha's morale was instantly boosted. Even Minato froze for a moment. Holding his own specially made kunai in his hand, he beheaded the enemy in front of him. Looking at the fallen rock shinobi around him, he looked at Simu in the distance, shook his head and said, "This technique is really unreasonable." People like Kato Dan and Luju, needless to say, were stunned. Konoha is very happy here, that's right. But rock shinobi looks like he's dead then. Good guy, there are only 3 or 4,000 of them in total. At the beginning, it's okay to smash the 4 earthen platforms directly. Now with just one look, more than 1,000 people have been stunned? Are you Hanyu Simu really human? Is this kind of battle still necessary? I don't know what the dead man is thinking. Anyway, Kichiro from Kusanagi village is ready to order. Pity, as one of Rock Shinobi's admirals. It is naturally impossible for the Eastern dead to surrender so easily. Don't be discouraged, everyone. It's just some weaker people who will be scared and faint. It just proves that we are the main force of Rock Shinobi's army. Don't give up, everyone, we still have a chance. Dong Siren's words did not arouse much response. In fact, he was right. The real Jonin and some powerful Chunin were not affected by Simu Conqueror's haki. But the point is that the impact of half of the people falling down on them is really too great. It has even seriously hit their confidence. It's Mr. East dead from Rock Shinobi. Simu casually placed the 2-meter-long mace on his shoulders. At this time, Simu was already close to 1.9 meters tall. But the weapon still looks huge on him. Hanyu Division. East dead man has no intention of talking nonsense with Simu. The moment Simu appeared, he slapped his palm to the ground. Earth style cracked the earth and turned the palm. A strange wave spread from his palm. The whole ground trembled, and countless cracks spread from his hands. In just a second, the ground under Simu's feet had completely crumbled. The crack is like a huge mouth of an abyss, trying to swallow Simu into it. But the attack of the East dead man is obviously not that simple. I saw that he quickly formed a seal after performing a technique. Earth-style heavenly cover. A large cloud of dust condensed into a huge earthy dome in the air. Press hard on Simu. There is an endless abyss under your feet, and thousands of covers above your head. For a split second, it looked like Simu had nowhere to go. It's really scary. Simu's lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. If there is only this level, it can't satisfy my desire for war. What Mr. Guy wants to start is the biggest war in the world. Simu's gaze gradually went wild. And Dong Siren didn't know what he meant at all. The heavy lid came crashing down. Simu didn't dodge, but threw it upwards with a quick step. Thunder 8 trigrams. Flashing thunder blasted along with haki. The heavy mace hit hard on the solid rock. Cracks spread from the iron tip of the mace, then smashed the entire rock cap to pieces. Among the broken rocks, a flash of light flew directly towards the East dead man. Dark red patterns appeared on Simu's face. Xianju thunder 8 trigrams. The mace entwined with thunder slammed towards the dead man in the east. Tonight Simu is determined to brush Kaido's imitation value. The East dead can only constantly use earth-style ninjutsu to resist. But the rock he summoned was smashed by Simu's hammer every time. The earth-style ninjutsu of the restraint class has no effect on Simu. Damn. There are fewer and fewer people in Rock Shinobi's army. Dongxi's heart was burning with anxiety. He uses the body flicker technique to distance himself, then bites his finger hard. Summoning technique Soil Titan. A burst of white smoke suddenly exploded from Dong Shiren's hands. A huge stone man with a height of more than 100 meters suddenly appeared in the battlefield. Simu looked up at the titan. Why does this thing look familiar? It seems to be somewhat similar to the secret technique of the Kingdom of Ashes. But it doesn't matter anymore. Seeing the fists falling heavily, Simu hastily turned into a flash of light and left the battlefield. Boom. The place where Simu was just now was instantly blasted to pieces. The dong-dead man who summoned such a huge monster was already pale. The whole person looks like a kidney deficiency. Scared to death, almost killed. Simu appeared above Airway's head dragging his mace. He patted Airway on the head. Look at their summoning beast, it's so big and powerful. Ugh. Use. Simu sighed, which made Airway furious. What's going on? Shall I, Airway, be your summoning beast and embarrass you? In a fit of anger, Airway directly opened his mouth and aimed at the rock titan. Chakra with two attributes of yin and yang quickly intertwined and merged in its mouth. A tyrannical aura crazily washed over the battlefield. It's Master Matatabi. Konoha has many people who have known Matatabi, and even used the honorific title Matatabi-sama. Minato glanced at Simu. I thought this guy didn't know what to say to provoke Airway again. The East Dead Man hastily manipulated the rock titan under his feet. Due to his bloated figure, Dong Siren could only adopt a defensive posture. Its huge body shrunk quickly, and then gathered into a huge rock shield in its hands. When all this is done, the tailed beast bomb that Airway has been watching for a long time has burst through the air. This huge energy ball bombarded heavily on the rock shield that the East Dead Man had just constructed. Boom. Terrifying energy burst out instantly. The crimson light lit up the sky and illuminated the entire battlefield. The terrible explosion directly swallowed the rock titan completely. This is the power of the tailed beast. Minato in the distance said with emotion. Even a strong man like Dong Siren is still no match for tailed beast, although the entire battlefield is shrouded in smoke. However, Simu still accurately captured the dead man who was hiding underground and was about to escape with the help of observation haki. Didn't die under the tailed beast bomb? Lucky you? A flash of light instantly tore through the smoke that filled the battlefield. The mace in his hand bombarded down heavily. Thunder 8 trigrams. The huge energy impact shattered the entire ground, revealing the dead man hiding in it. It's a pity, I was almost run away by you? Simu's foot was twined with dazzling flashes, and he stepped heavily on the dead man's body. The huge force directly crushed the dead man into pieces. Once the dead Dong died, the defense line of the entire Kingdom of Grass would completely collapse. Plus almost half of them are out of combat under Simu's Conqueror's haki. The outcome of this raid has been decided. #I surrender. Kichiro raised his hands sharply. As a small country, he has no right to choose at all, so he can't talk about being loyal or not. It is nothing more than which country is more powerful and depends on which country it depends on. Simu appears next to Minato. The things here are left to you. Minato frowned. Are you going to the Konoha Bridge now? Simu nodded. Soldiers are very fast. They never expected that I would rush to the Konoha Bridge immediately after the battle in the country of grass. That being said, your body. Although this battle is nothing to Simu, but there is still about 100 kilometers away from Shinjubi Bridge. If Simu ran all the way there, his body might not be able to bear it. Simu patted Minato on the shoulder. Don't worry, don't you know my physical strength? Minato smiled helplessly. That's right, sometimes I don't even know if you are a tailed beast or Matatabi is a tailed beast. Without him, Tongshun's physical strength and chakra volume are really amazing. After all, a flash of light spanned the entire battlefield, piercing into the hinterland of the land of Earth like a sharp knife. An hour later, Konoha troops finally cleaned up the battlefield. All Yan, Zhao Qianzhao, Ninja and Cao Ninja who surrendered were all imprisoned. As for the place of detention, naturally, it is the famous ninja prison in the country of grass. Where's Simu? Luju came to the headquarters, looked at Minato and asked. Minato spread his hands helplessly and said, that guy has gone to the land of Earth to raid the Konoha Bridge. So anxious. Luju frowned, obviously thinking the same as Minato just now. Ignore him for now, how is the situation on the battlefield? Once Simu is gone, the responsibility of field command will naturally fall to Minato and Kato Dan. Luju held a document in his hand. This time, Konoha troops lost a total of 402 people including the injured, killed 1,432 enemies, and captured 3,421 people. The follow-up troops are already on their way and are expected to arrive tomorrow. Luju made a simple report. In order to raid the country of grass, they did not move out with their entire army this time. Instead, Simu led 2,000 elites to take down the country of grass first. The next goal is to advance the entire army and try to wipe out the remaining rock shinobi troops in this part of paper between the Konoha Bridge and the country of grass. The most dangerous and most important point depends on whether the department can destroy the Shinjubi Bridge within the planned time. As long as this traffic artery is destroyed, these rock shinobi troops located in the land of grass and the edge of the land of earth will become turtles in the urn. What did you say? Konoha troops raided the country of grass, and the frontline troops were defeated. Huang Tu, who was in charge of this battle at the frontline command post of the land of earth, said incredulously. Standing beside him was Carrie from the demolition unit. The location they are currently in is the life transportation line of the rock shinobi village battlefield, the Shinjubi Bridge. As expected of the famous Golden Glitter Hanyu division. After reading the news from Ombu, Huangtu can only comment in this way. There is no way, the personal strength of the same sleepy is too exaggerated. Konoha was able to win this battle, at least Hanyu Simu took most of the credit. First, single-handedly destroy the defense line that Rock Shinobi is proud of. Then he used that strange trick to instantly kill nearly half of the ninjas in Rock Shinobi's army. In the end, he also killed the leader of the front line of Rock Shinobi, the East Dead Man, causing the entire front of the grass country to collapse. They don't even have a chance to support. Originally thought that with Kusanaga's nearly 5,000 troops, it should be able to withstand Konoha's first wave of attacks. Unexpectedly, Hanyu Simu could not be stopped. However, the faster Konoha attacks, the more uncertain their hearts are. The discord between the Fire Country Daimyo and Hokage is almost a well-known thing in the ninja world. As soon as the Konoha troops came up, they wanted to go straight to Huanglong, and their intentions couldn't be more obvious. That is to want a quick fix. Huangtu firmly pressed his fingers on the location of the Shinjubi Bridge on the map. As long as we hold on to this place, within a month, Konoha will definitely retreat due to lack of food. Rock Shinobi is all about dragging. Drag until Konoha retreats, run until Konoha collapses by himself. Unfortunately, Simu is not prepared to let them drag on like this. Enemy attack. The scout ninja outside suddenly shouted a warning. A huge-tailed beast bomb fell from the sky and flew straight to the command camp where Huangtu was. Are you kidding me? Huangtu rushed out immediately. The other ninjas in Rock Shinobi's army are using the mud flow wall like crazy. Construct 1,000 barriers between the tailed beast bomb and the command camp. It's a pity that these barriers are like flimsy thin paper in front of the powerful tailed beast bomb, which can be broken at a touch. In the end, Huangtu had to do it himself. As Onoji's son, Huangtu can become the commander of Rock Shinobi's army, and his strength can be imagined. He pressed his hands heavily on the ground. Earth-style Great Earthquake Core. The whole ground trembled violently, and a deep crack appeared in front of the Rock Shinobi camp. The ground on the opposite side of the crack rose rapidly, and the tailed beast bomb flying parallel to the ground followed the slope of the ground and flew into the sky. The danger passed over the camp. Tailed beast bomb, that's the guy coming. Huangtu and Carrie looked forward with serious expressions. At present, only Konoha is the only one in the ninja world who can regard tailed beasts as summoning beasts. Sure enough, a figure slowly emerged from a distance. It was Simu carrying a mace. Behind him is the huge airway. Oh, I didn't expect Onoji's son to be there in person. It's really scary. Simu looked at Huangtu and hunting, and said meanly. In fact, he is no stranger to hunting. I had a chance with myself in the joint assessment of Jonin. You should be the leader of Rock Shinobi's demolition unit by now. Hanyu Simu, I never thought you would dare to go deep into the land of Earth alone. Afaf. Huangtu's voice was indifferent. What Simu did was beyond his expectations. After all, this place is close to 200 kilometers from the border of the Land of Fire. It is not so easy for Simu to go back. Plus heavily guarded. Don't you think that you can break through this 1,000-strong ninja army by yourself? In order to ensure the safety of the Konoha Bridge, Rock Shinobi stationed 1,000 ninjas here. Unexpectedly, Simu dared to deliver it to the door by himself. Simu perceives it with observation haki. 1,000 people indeed. To be precise, it is 1,121 people. These people should be enough for me to add the imitation value of this last point, right? Simu said something inexplicable. After entering the state of war, Simu's imitation value of Kaido has been rising. It has now reached 29%. In other words, he was just a little bit close to drawing another ability. Carrie stared at Simu intently. Although I don't know what you're talking about, but since you dare to appear here, you must have already made up your mind to die, right? Everyone, go together. Lois and Kariko have no idea of Simu 1v1. In the face of this kind of enemy, it is the most correct way to kill him alive with numbers. Thousands of Earth-style ninjutsu turned into thousands of boulders and fell from the sky, smashing towards Tonga crazily. Simu grinned. He had already put his code of justice into the scroll ahead of time. Then slowly took off his shirt, revealing his strong and muscular muscles. Let me make a big fuss. He stepped on his feet hard, and the ground under his feet collapsed instantly. It was pushed out by an unbelievably huge force. Like a rocket. He pulled the mace in his hand, and rushed into the oncoming endless rocks like a beast. Thunder 8 trigrams? Lightning surged, and all the rocks that dared to stand in front of Esaida were smashed to pieces. Ripples appeared under his feet one after another. There are more and more rocks, and higher the base, finally crushing Simu down like a big mountain. Finished? All Rock Shinobi thought by chance. But how is this possible? The deafening thunder suddenly sounded. Cracks spread out from the rocky mountain. Infinite lightning flashes emerged from the crack. Overlord. The huge shock wave went straight to the sky, and instantly shattered the mountain that was overwhelming Simu. An indescribably terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Simu's figure slowly walked out of the ruins. Next, it's my turn. Simu falls from the sky with a huge mace on his shoulders. Thunder 8 trigrams? The purple thunder fell instantly. Rock Shinobi in front of him hurriedly used the earth flow wall to resist. But it didn't work at all. The huge force instantly destroyed the rock wall. The heavy mace smashed it into pieces. Rock Shinobi followed suit. But Simu has only one move against anyone. That's smashing. He is like a wild beast, frantically waving the mace in his hand, devouring all the enemies in front of him. Huang Tu's face became increasingly ugly. An hour has passed since the battle started. At least 300 ninjas have died tragically under Simu's hands. But the guy still showed no signs of burnout. If this continues, more than 1,000 people present may really be massacred by him. Let me. Kari's figure swayed a few times in the crowd. Appeared behind Simu in a blink of an eye. Explosion-style red flame breakthrough. Terrible flames flashed from above Kari's fist, and the strong explosion instantly blasted Simu out. Explosion-style. Simu stuck the mace on the ground and stood up slowly. The corner of his mouth raised a dangerous arc. What a good opponent. He grabbed the heavy mace from the ground again. Without even thinking about it, the stick wrapped around armament haki and thunder smashed past. Kari obviously didn't expect that his explosive punch didn't do enough damage to Simu. This physique is even more exaggerated than that of a tailed beast. Kari said incredulously. Little did he know that Simu had covered his body with powerful enough armament haki before he could hit it. It looked like he was hit, but only a little damage was done. And this kind of injury is nothing to him who has an admiral physique. It recovered in minutes. Faced with Simu's attack, Kari certainly did not dare to neglect. Facing the attacking mace, he punched again. Dazzling flames kept flickering between Simu and Kari. There was an explosion, and after 20 minutes of bombing, the entire ground was already rough. But Simu is still not the slightest tired. Instead, he yelled at the hunter with great interest. Come on, keep going. He waved the mace in his hand fiercely. Thunder 8 trigrams? Lightning surged out. Finally, Hunting couldn't resist, and was sent flying by this terrifying blow. The ground under Simu's feet suddenly softened. A figure emerged from the ground behind him. It was Huang Tu, the leader of the rock shinobi forces. His arms were completely encased in rocks. Earth-style rock climbing. Carrying the terrifying power of the earth, Lois punched Simu hard. Fortunately, Simu has already sensed this blow in advance using observation haki. Turn around and drop the iron bar hard. A terrifying force erupted from between the two. Simu stared at Huang Tu, and suddenly took off his wine gourd from his waist and stuffed it into his mouth. Grrrr. Fragrant wine dripped from the corner of Simu's mouth. Huang Tu's face was extremely ugly. Has this guy not used his full strength yet? He took a step back and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth-style mountain soil technique. Two big mountains emerged from the ground, and then clamped towards Asida from the left and right sides. Just in time. Already there was alcohol on Simu's face. He slammed the wine gourd on the ground, and blue and black scales appeared on his body. Your imitation value has reached 30%. Extracting ability. Ability extraction completed. Congratulations on obtaining the devil fruit aesthetic beast species fish fruit blue dragon form. A turbulent force like a wave instantly filled Simu's whole body. His already extremely burly figure began to swell rapidly. Scales like black iron grow out of the skin. His face also became ferocious, and two huge sharp horns grew on his head. He even swelled to 7 or 8 meters in height, turned into a little titan. How is this going? Huang Tu felt dumbfounded by the sudden change in front of him. Why did you suddenly transform into a name? Simu grinned open, revealing the terrifying fangs inside. The green dragon fruit brought him a terrifying power dozens of times stronger than before. In front of him, the huge rocks flanking him were like two toys, which were ridiculous. Simu clawed hard with his scaly claws. The huge rock, which is enough to smash an ordinary ninja into a pulp, crunched and shattered like a biscuit in an instant. Crushed by. The surrounding ninjas watched this scene in disbelief. Simu looked beyond the flying smoke and dust, staring at the Lois. He opened his mouth. Are you ready for the king's arrival? After saying that, a bright flame surged out of his mouth in an instant. Not good. Huang Tu's face changed, and he hurriedly used ninjutsu to summon a solid earth wall to block himself. Hot interest. The hot and bright flame hit the earth wall in an instant. The terrible temperature completely distorts the surrounding air. Even the earth walls summoned by the Lois can hardly resist this terrible temperature. Under the high temperature, the rocks in front of the Lois began to melt slowly. Hunting saw that the Lois could hardly stand it anymore. Regardless of his injuries, there was an explosion under his feet, and he appeared beside Simu in an instant. A punch landed on Simu. Flames from the explosion engulfed Simu. But this time Simu stood where he was, without moving a muscle. Your moves are useless. Simu's golden pupils are extraordinarily bright and mighty in the dark night. Under the blessing of the green dragon fruit, Simu's strength and defense are at their peak. Even if the hunter uses the explosion style to attack directly, it is nothing more than a painless one. But not getting hurt doesn't mean Simu will endure an ant's harassment all the time. Suddenly a thick tail flew out from behind him, and hit Hunting's body heavily like an iron whip. At this time, his body strength was no less than that of steel. It's almost the same as being hit by a steel pillar. Simu controlled his own tail, wrapping Kara tightly. Then he waved the mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams? Even more terrifying lightning wrapped around the mace. If the liming 8 trigrams Simu used before was a pirated version, then this time it can no longer be genuine. The power is not the same. The torrential force impacted on Kari's body. His expression became extremely distorted with pain. But this pain only lasted for a few seconds. The current dissipated, and in front of Simu's huge size, Sato was like an ant. He fell to the ground lightly, his body was scorched black, and he had no breath. Hunting. The Lois eyes are about to crack. He is not afraid of death, but there is always a voice telling him when facing Simu, run. This is an opponent you absolutely cannot defend against. And it is true. Simu at this time, let alone a 1,000-man army. Even if there are 2,000 people, how can 3,000 people stand against him? This kind of boring game, let's stop here. Simu said in Kaido's old-fashioned, unruly tone. His body covered with dragon scales swelled up again. Stop him. Although Huangtu doesn't know what Simu wants to do, what the enemy wants to do is what they must stop. The remaining hundreds of ninjas shot one after another. Countless arms of rock emerged from the ground and grabbed Simu fiercely. But the latter didn't care. His body is changing rapidly. More cyan scales appeared on his body, and a terrifying mane grew on his neck. The body quickly changed under the pressure of many rocks, and finally turned into, is this, a dragon? Hundreds of rock shinobi watched in disbelief. Although there are legends of dragons in this world, there are also many ninjutsu about dragons, such as Huahualang technique, water dragon technique and so on. But no one has ever seen a dragon in the true sense. Is this a new type of ninja? Huangtu's face was ugly, and a terrible sense of oppression gushed out from Simu's body. He once saw a kind of ninja called Super Beast painting in Konoha, ability to translate painted objects into reality. But even that kind of ninjutsu can't achieve such a huge effect. I saw that Simu had turned into a giant dragon hundreds of meters in a blink of an eye. The rocks wrapped around his body just now were easily broken free and shattered by the infinite power emerging from him. Simu roared in the sky, and the whole ground trembled. Is this what it feels like to fly? I have to say that flying Simu in this form feels something new, especially with such a huge body. The way we look at the world has changed. If so, Simu is not going to waste any more time. His 4 powerful claws clamped down on the air. The huge body twisted continuously in the sky. The turbulent airflow began to spin, forming huge tornadoes around Simu. Oops, question. Looking at this scene, Huangtu felt gloomy in his heart. Simu raised his head, and the surrounding natural energy was plundered by him in an instant. After obtaining the green dragon fruit, it will naturally become easier to absorb it with the big one. Immortal art, 10,000 dragon scrolls. Under his stirring, dozens of huge tornadoes suddenly formed on the battlefield. These tornadoes are astonishingly destructive, and the airflow swirling above them is like the sharpest blades. Basically, being involved is 10 deaths and no life. Horrific tornadoes ruthlessly raged on the battlefield. Quite a few are trying to resist using earth style. But the power of these tornadoes cannot be resisted by ordinary earth walls or rocks. Rocks with a diameter of more than 10 meters will be easily crushed into dust and rolled into the sky, let alone people. Some people use ninjutsu to hide underground. It doesn't work that well either. After all, the huge airflow will plow the entire ground, and the entire battlefield will be refurbished. In any case, under this kind of absolute strength, no one can survive at all. Dancing wildly among the clouds, Simu set his sights on the commander of rock shinobi this time. 0, seeking flowers. He opened his mouth slowly. A dazzling red light instantly cut through the air and pierced the battlefield. Flame breath. Flame breath in human beast form and flame breath in beast form are 2 completely different skills. Huangtu, who was struggling to help his partners resist the tornado, suddenly felt a burst of heat. Immediately afterwards, his eyes were instantly filled with crimson flames. He once again summoned a huge wall of earth. Unfortunately, this time he was not so lucky. The terrible high temperature of thousands of degrees of flame instantly melted the rock wall summoned by the Lois. The flame pushed this guy across the entire battlefield, eventually hit the rocky mountain opposite the Konoha bridge. Boom! Dazzling red light bloomed on the opposite side, and even the mountain that had been strong for thousands of years was smashed by Simu's move. Simu's huge body feels completely weightless in the air. He rode the flame cloud wrapped around his body to the Shinobi bridge. His mane flew around. Countless surrounding air was compressed severely, condensing into countless sharp air blades in the mouth. 0. These Kaido-inspired moves are further enhanced with the blessing of Senju Chakra. Immortal technique Great Bad Wind. Huge wind blades tens of meters long are densely packed, falling from the sky like a torrential rain. Although the Konoha bridge is entirely made of solid rock, but still can't bear this level of attack. Every time the wind blade falls, the Shinobi bridge will be cut into an extremely deep new building. And there are thousands of such powerful wind blades. A terrible storm is raging. There are a lot of sand and stone falling off the Konoha bridge. Until the last wind blade fell, the bridge that had stood for decades finally collapsed. This means that Konoha's army has won a staged victory on the battlefield. Simu swims among the clouds. According to the agreement, Minato and the others have led Konoha's troops to launch a general attack at this point in time. Simu's big nostrils twitched slightly, and a thought suddenly appeared in his heart. If they passed by in this form, they should be shocked, right? On the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, Minato and others have launched a general attack on Rock Shinobi's troops as agreed. Due to Konoha bridge being cut off by Simu, therefore, it is impossible for the Rock Shinobi troops to receive support in a short time. In other words, they only have 3,000 ninja troops. After Konoha left some guards and prisoners, the number of troops still reached 4,500. In other words, Konoha now has a huge advantage in terms of numbers. In addition, Minato constantly gallops across the battlefield with its terrifying speed, beheading the enemy elite jonin. The battlefield is very one-sided. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Simu. The Kakashi team also gained a lot of experience in this battle. At this time, their faces had been washed away from immaturity. Some only have the resoluteness and firmness of a ninja left. Kakashi didn't even look at Obito. Don't worry, even if you die 100 times, Mr. Simu will be fine. Obito's face darkened. You dead fisheye, when this battle is over, I must compete with you. Seeing that two people were about to quarrel again, Lin suddenly pointed to a place ahead. Look, what kind of fork is that? In the chaotic battlefield, a red light suddenly lit up. The violent chakra formed a red pillar of chakra and rushed straight into the sky. This is Tail Beast. Minato recognized the source of this power at a glance. Unexpectedly, in order to smash Konoha's attack, Rock Shinobi even threw the Tail Beast on the battlefield. Without time to think, Minato immediately commanded, "Everyone, step back immediately." Crimson Berserk Chakra swept across the battlefield. It's Rock Shinobi's lava-style ninja, Violet. Kato-dan also hurried to Minato's side. When the battlefield is about to win, a tailed beast will add huge variables to the war. The changes on Lousy Eye's body were very rapid, and the Berserk Tail Beast Chakra directly devoured his body. The whole person swelled up rapidly. A huge red ape was formed, with 4 thick tails swaying wantonly behind it. The muscles on the surface of his body are extremely strong, his mouth is full of sharp teeth, and there are 2 sharp horns on his head. #J. Minato looked serious. Sure enough, 4 tails opened its mouth in the next second, ejecting countless flaming ores from it, falling towards the battlefield like a volcanic eruption. 160 even engulfed Rock Shinobi's troops. At this time, Lousy Eye has been completely swallowed by 4 tails. Its only idea is to kill all these damn humans in front of it. The magma falling from the sky instantly disrupted the entire battlefield. Numerous explosions sounded in the battlefield. You cover the retreat of the troops, and this guy is handed over to me, Minato said to Kato-dan. Apart from Simu, he is the only one present who has the ability to restrain the tailed beast. Kato-dan nodded. I see. Now is not the time to be indecisive. Minato, a flying thunder god, appeared in front of 4 tails. Hey, 4 tails, I'm here. Minato flew in midair, and the kunai shot out from his hand in an instant, flying straight to 4 tails' eyes. The latter's eyes instantly ignited, melting the kunai shot by Minato like a lava lake. Seeing that there was an ant who dared to dangle in front of him, 4 tails waved its tail and rolled it towards Minato. Minato's body quickly fell from the sky. When about to be caught by 4 tails, turn and appear behind 4 tails. He shook his hand lightly. A high-speed spinning Raisenon appeared in his hand instantly. A trace of doubt flashed across 4 tails' face. Why did that little bug just disappear? Just in doubt, Minato had pinned Raisenon to one of his tails. Boom. 4 tails felt severe pain from Raisengan's burst of power. It turned sharply. Terrible flames ignited on its body, and countless magma spilled from its body to the ground. Seeing this, Minato didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly used Flying Thunder God to open the distance, and ran straight to the distance. Of course, 4 tails can't just let this little bug who dared to provoke him just like that. Stomp hard on the ground with both feet. The huge body jumped up from the ground in an instant, rushing towards Minato. Fortunately, Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique by his side, so he is not afraid of this kind of guerrilla warfare at all. A Flying Thunder God once again opened up a lot of distance. Minato was going to stay like this until the time to pull 4 tails off the field. Something unexpected happened to him. Another dark red chakra soaring into the sky? Damn it, is Rock Shinobi crazy? How could he send 2 tail beasts to the battlefield in one go? Even Minato couldn't help but curse. You must know that every tailed beast is of great significance to a big country. If it is not a last resort, they will never let the tail beast participate in the battle. But Rock Shinobi sent 2 tailed beasts? These are all the tailed beasts that the land of Earth has mastered. In fact, Onoki was going crazy in Rock Shinobi village. The 2-tailed Jinchuriki disappeared into Rock Shinobi village without a word. Turn your gaze back to the battlefield. Another tailed beast, 5 tails, suddenly appeared. And as soon as he came out, he fell into a state of rage. 5 tails looks a bit like a white horse with 2 horns. The ability to control is boil style. Huge high-temperature steam jets out from it at an extremely fast speed. Cooks all Konoha shinobi around in just a few seconds. Not only that, it can also skillfully use steam to increase its speed, then use its strong horns to hit the enemy. As luck would have it, 5 tails Kokuo appears right next to Kakashi's trio. Damn, this guy is here. Kakashi and their speed are no match for 5 tails. But within a few seconds, he was caught up. Obito stood in front of Kakashi and Rin for an instant. Go first, I'll block it. Have to say, although Obito is usually insured, but when it comes to the critical moment, he is really willing to sacrifice for his partner. He turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, Lin will leave it to you in the future. Obito grinned, then turned around resolutely. Fire-style fire dragon technique. He exhausted all his strength, and a huge fire dragon roared out, crashing heavily into the oncoming 5 tails. But at this time, how could Obito be the opponent of a tailed beast? 5 tails sprayed a large amount of water vapor from its nostrils and blocked the dragon firmly. The 2 sharp short horns on the top of the head smashed fiercely, and the terrifying-looking fire dragon was instantly shattered into countless flames. Under the blessing of steam, 5 tails exploded with terrifying speed. It fell from the sky and hit the ground where Obito was. Obito desperately ducked to the side, but he was still involved in the terrifying shock wave. The huge force instantly collapsed the entire ground, swallowing Obito like a huge mouth of an abyss. Obito! 2 lines of hot tears slipped from the corners of Lin's eyes. Kakashi hugged Lin with one hand, stimulated his body with the only remaining lightning-style chakra, and ran towards the edge of the battlefield at his fastest speed. Faster! Hurry up! Five Tails looked up. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes. If you look carefully, you can also find that there are 3 tomos slowly flowing. Among the ruins where Obito was buried, a figure slowly emerged from the ground. The figure was surrounded by 2 green fang plants. Half of the body is white and half of the body is black. White Zetsu on the left laughed and said, I didn't expect Master Madara to be so generous this time, and let us use 2-tailed beasts. Black Zetsu's character is more stable. All of this is for the smooth implementation of Lord Madara's actions. Yes, you are the only one who can flatter. White Zetsu didn't think so, he looked towards the battlefield. If that's the case, then it's better to make the trouble bigger. White Zetsu raised his arm, and 2 dark red Sharingan emerged from it. Terrible pupil power was released from above. It was with these 2 Sharinans that they were able to sneak 2 Jinchuriki from Rock Shinobi village to the battlefield. Otherwise, that old man Onoji. It is impossible for these 2 Jinchuriki to appear on the battlefield at the same time in a lifetime. White Zetsu looked at the chaotic battlefield with a slight smile on his lips. The Sharingan on the arm twirled wildly. Five Tails seemed to sense something, and immediately opened its mouth. 2 strands of chakra, yang, and yin, entangled in front of it, and then gradually merged into a pitch-black-tailed beast bomb. Go to hell! White Zetsu said in a frantic voice. Tailed beast bomb blurted out immediately, and flew straight to the direction where Kakashi and Lin were escaping. There are thousands of Konoha ninjas in that direction? I can't escape. Kakashi's face was extremely ugly. Obito had just given his life to protect them. In the end, he still failed to escape with Lin. The other ninjas were also ashen. No way, ordinary ninjas are too powerless in front of tailed beasts. In the face of this level of attack, there is no kind of ninjutsu that can block it. Just when everyone was desperate, a golden figure suddenly appeared. Damn, it's still a step late. Looking at Obito who disappeared, Minato's face was gloomy. After all, Simu deliberately asked himself to be optimistic about these 3 little guys before he left. But no one thought that Rock Shinobi's 2-tailed beasts would be thrown on this battlefield in one go. Minato opened his arms. The dense spells were instantly released from his hands. 1.0 is engraved in the air like a spider web. The tailed beast bomb bombarded the spiderweb-like magic circle like a cannonball. But the terrible explosion imagined did not happen. The tailed beast bomb that fell on it seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, was slowly swallowed by the magic circle, and then disappeared. Minato waved his hand, and a kunai flew into the distance in an instant. Then a huge magic circle also bloomed from above kunai. The tailed beast bomb that disappeared just now was spit out from the magic circle. A ray of light broke through the sky. The tailed beast bomb was detonated in an open field several kilometers away. Boom! The terrifying shock wave gradually spread to the battlefield. At such a distance, it is impossible to deal damage to the Konoha shinobi. As expected of a yellow flash, White Zetsu sighed in the distance. Black Zetsu glanced at Minato from afar. He stretched out his hand and scooped up Obito, whose half-body was knocked out. The target is already in hand. Let's let the 2-tailed beasts make a big fuss. White Zetsu pouted. Understood. Sharingan continued to spin, controlling 4 tails and 5 tails to target Minato. Feeling 2 terrifying auras rising into the sky in the distance, Simu's heart sank to the bottom. It seems that I am still one step too late. As a time traveler, he didn't think Rock Shinobi would lose his mind and throw both tail beasts on the battlefield. The first thing he thought of was the mastermind hiding in this world. Uchiha Madara. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to control 2-tailed beasts. But Madara is different. This is the man who can play the strongest tail beast 9 tails in the palm of his hand. Although at this time Madara was extremely old. But with the power of Black Zetsu White Zetsu, it's not impossible to get the 2-tailed beasts out of Rock Shinobi's hands. As for Madara's goal, it could only be his stupid student. A large cloud of flames burned on Simu's body, and he rushed to the battlefield with his fastest speed. Sensing this terrifying aura, Minato's expression changed again. Looking at the huge figure hovering above the sky, Konoha's ninjas are all stupid. 2-tailed beasts are not enough. What kind of monster is here? This is Shenlong. Kakashi looked at the giant dragon hovering in the sky with a strange expression on his face. But Five Tails Kokuo didn't care what it was either. A cloud of high-temperature steam was ejected from the mouth again, and it shot fiercely at the position where Kakashi and Lin were. Simu's observation haki has taken over the battlefield. Seeing this, he opened his mouth instantly. Hot interest. A scorching and shining flame ray pierced through the air 08 in an instant, pointing at Five Tails like a sharp sword. The latter sensed the terrifying aura, hastily turned the direction and sprayed out a large cloud of steam to resist. Water vapor and hot flame collided in the air, causing a huge explosion. Black smoke filled the battlefield. But soon it was easily chopped into pieces by the sharp air blade. Simu's terrible bad wind hit Kokuo's body firmly. As a tailed beast, Kokuo's physical strength is beyond expectations. The air blade that can easily cut through steel fell on him, but it just cut out streaks of fire. Simu's huge body twisted violently in midair, smashing the smoke directly. A paw fell heavily on Five Tails' body. Huge power exploded in an instant, pressing Wuxing firmly to the ground with his terrifying weight. The two huge bodies instantly dented the ground. The dragon opened its mouth wide, and the extremely high-temperature flame instantly wrapped Five Tails. A sea of fire formed and burned violently, and even the ground began to melt rapidly. A familiar voice came from the sea of flames. "Give these two-tailed beasts to me, everyone retreat quickly." Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Although the voice was a bit rough, he could clearly tell that it was their teacher's voice. Lin also heard it. It's teacher Simu's voice. Although Minato was surprised why Simu became like this, but now is clearly not a good time to ask questions. He hastily commanded, "Everyone, retreat immediately." Hearing the orders from Simu and Minato, Konoha's ninjas did not dare to slack off and chose to retreat immediately. And the four tails in the distance finally set their scarlet eyes on Simu. Roar. He let out a violent growl. His thick fist beat hard on his chest. A huge pillar of hot magma spit out from the mouth full of fangs. Simu's huge body instantly shrank into a human beast shape about 7 or 8 meters in size. The magma fire column ejected from Four Tails happened to pass by his own. Watch as Five Tails struggles up from the ground. Simu swung his mace hard. Overlord. The turbulent armament haki and the power of thunder erupted, forming a thick shock wave that ruthlessly blasted Five Tails away. The terrifying energy directly blasted a terrifying gully more than 10 meters deep on the ground. Simu stomped his feet on the ground. The whole person turned into a flash and appeared in front of Four Tails. It's different from Pirate World. There is no setting that cannot accommodate two devil fruits at the same time. That is, Simu is able to retain the terrifying speed of the sparkling fruit while possessing the terrifying strength and physique of the dragon fruit. Four Tails punched Simu with quick eyes and hands. It happened to hit him hard with the mace he swung. Two incomparably huge forces erupted instantly, passed through the Four Tails' feet onto the fragile ground and finally smash it to pieces. Wukong's four thick tails immediately entangled towards Simu. Without the slightest hesitation, Simu turned into a dragon directly. Four Tails also didn't seem to expect Simu's transformation to be so fast. Caught off guard, he was directly bitten on the shoulder by Simu's mouth full of fangs. Terrible power fell on Four Tails in an instant. The dragon's powerful fangs bit its shoulder fiercely. Chakra, whose flesh and blood turned dark red, disappeared into the air. The Four Tails, who were going to restrain Simu, were entangled by the dragon that Simu turned into. The massive Four Tails are no better than a normal ape against a fully animalized Simu. A cloud of raging, twisting flames enveloped Simu. These flame clouds lifted Simu and Four Tails up and flew straight into the sky. However, the Five Tails that charged from a distance hit an empty space. Driven by a large amount of water vapor, the ground was knocked out of a large pit. Simu's avatar dragon soars into the sky with Four Tails. Four Tails has been struggling in this process, hitting Simu's body non-stop with his fists wrapped in magma. Unfortunately, Simu's body is also like steel. This fiery fist landed on it and could only knock out the flames. Simu endured the pain of being knocked continuously, and brought Four Tails to an altitude of several thousand meters. Four Tails seems to realize what Simu wants to do. It grabbed Simu with all its strength and wrapped its four tails around him tightly. Simu smiled slightly. Instantly removes devil fruit ability. The whole person has changed from a giant dragon hundreds of meters long to an ordinary person less than 2 meters long. Facing the suddenly smaller Simu, Four Tails has no focus at all in the sky. Under the strong gravity, it hit the ground like a meteorite. Five Tails looked up. Only a dazzling red meteorite landed quickly. The familiar figure of Four Tails is getting bigger and bigger. Five Tails didn't hesitate at all. The Emperor's steam spewed out from his body. It used the steam to propel itself, broke out at a terrifying speed, and fled the scene in an instant. Four Tails spewed large swaths of lava against the ground. Melt the hard ground into relatively soft lava beforehand. Even so, the terrifying impact of falling from a height of several thousand meters is still very terrifying. Its huge body smashed heavily into the lava on the ground. Dazzling fire burst out, and the thick lava trembled. Then the whole ground began to crumble. Thick smoke mixed with flames rose into the sky. The entire battlefield was filled with an unpleasant smell of lava. In the flames, Four Tails is back on its feet. But its feet have been twisted and deformed under the powerful impact. But the dark red chakra circulating above is quickly repairing its body. Minato stands thousands of meters away. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Four Tails, who was slowly standing up from the flames. Is there no way to destroy it even with this kind of shock? Kato Dan's face was also full of disbelief. Minato shook his head with a wry smile. It is because of this that the tailed beast is known as the most terrifying weapon in the world. Why? As for such a terrifying weapon, there are two on this battlefield. On the other side, the equally huge Five Tails are slowly approaching. Kato Dan looked at the Konoha shinobi who had already left the battlefield, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Joked. But we have a monster that is more terrifying than the tailed beast. Minato looked at 303 Simu who was slowly descending from the sky and said, "Makes sense. As expected of a tailed beast, the impact of thousands of meters of altitude failed to kill you." Simu slowly landed on the ground. He never thought of his terrifying physique capable of falling from a height of 10,000 meters without taking any protective measures and still alive and well. Roar. Four Tails, it's really pd off. Ever since it was spun off by Sage of Six Paths until now, it has never been so bird-like. It pressed its hands on the ground, and its mouth full of fangs instantly swelled. Two strands of massive chakra, yin chakra and yang chakra, are constantly gathering in his mouth. Eventually it turned into a pitch-black tailed beast bomb. With a terrible growl, the tailed beast bomb, which contained all the fury of the Four Tails, flew towards Simu in an instant. Simu glanced behind himself, which was the direction in which Rock Shinobi's troops were fleeing. He turned around without hesitation, and flew towards the direction where Rock Shinobi was escaping. The tailed beast bomb is a close second. Just when he was about to catch up with Simu, this guy turned into a flash again, and flew directly into the sky at a 90-degree angle to the ground. Tailed beast bomb has no way to make such a sharp turn at this angle, straight into the fleeing Rock Shinobi unit. The terrifying crimson light instantly swallowed up all these Rock Shinobi, leaving nothing behind. And Simu is once again turned into a dragon entrenched in the sky. A scarlet light flickered in Five Tails' eyes. The body erupted with a sharp scream like a train. Then it flies up from the ground under the propulsion of water vapor, rushed towards Simu, who is in midair like a rocket. This time Simu did not choose to escape. Instead, he wrapped his body with scorching flames. Fire Dragon Torch. He turned into a magnificent and mighty fire dragon and descended from the sky. It collided with the Five Tails that rushed into the sky. Hot flames and steam collided with each other, finally intertwined into a dazzling white light. The horns on top of Simu's head and Five Tails' horns were pressed together. Two terrifying forces erupted between them. Your strength is far inferior. Simu let out a growl. The power hidden in the huge body finally burst out unreservedly. The flames wrapped around his body expanded more than double in an instant. Even Five Tails, known as the strongest impact force, can't resist this huge impact. A terrible pressure fell from the sky, knocking Five Tails back hard. The scorching flames devoured everything. The majestic water vapor was instantly swallowed up in front of such a fierce flame. Simu brings Five Tails down from the sky with a massive fire. The terrible impact easily crushed the ground, pushing Five Tails all the way to the depths of the ground. Simu transforms back into human beast form. One foot stepped heavily on the chest of Five Tails, who was badly injured all over his body. The mace in his hand pointed at Five Tails' jaw. Surrender, or die. Five Tails has been burned by flames all over his body. Flashing tail beast chakra is rapidly repairing its body. Facing Simu's threat, a fierce light erupted in his eyes. Under the control of Sherinon, it has no way to disobey the will of that figure. Is it really under control? Simu in human beast form raised his mace. Since it's under control, I'll help you get out of that state. Whether it's illusion or what. As long as the impact force is large enough, it can be broken. This is the manifesto from Teacher Guy. Simu picked up the mace and slammed it down on Five Tails' body one after another. The whole ground was shaking constantly. With the mace armament hacky hit after hit, the red light in Five Tails' eyes finally dissipated little by little. Another one coming to join in the fun. Simu raised his head slowly. Four Tails is now lying on the hole hundreds of meters above overlooking Simu. It opened its mouth, and the magma of rolling love spit out from the mouth in an instant. Filled this hole up in no time. The air inside was instantly heated enough to boil. In this environment, Daimyo has no possibility of escaping at all. But he wasn't panicking at all. He reached out and grabbed the Five Tails underneath firmly. Put it on the top of your head, and then step hard on the bottom of the hole with your feet. Fly towards the sky. Minato and Kato-dan are thinking about whether to support or not from a distance. Then I saw Simu holding Five Tails' scarred body. It rushed out of the hole against countless hot magma. The hot magma completely burned the surface of Five Tails' body. A pungent smell permeated the entire battlefield. It looks no different from purgatory. In the hot lava, Simu came out with a mace in hand. Occasionally some magma dripped on him. It's nothing more than streaks of white smoke burning on the blue dragon scales. The physique brought by the green dragon fruit is so heaven-defying. Simu raised his eyes. An incomparably terrifying coercion erupted from the golden pupils. Even the raging magma around was suppressed for a moment. Four Tails took a step back. It felt the terrifying pressure from Simu. This has never been felt in its tail beast career. After all, as an immortal tailed beast, there is nothing in this world that is worth their fear. Even if they are killed, they will be resurrected one day. But I don't know why, but there is such an aura that even tailed beasts feel horrified by Tongyuan. Between Four Tails' fear, Simu has already appeared in front of Four Tails in a flash. The latter threw a punch hastily. Two huge fists face each other. A wild grin spread across Simu's face. He didn't use a little skill, just kept blasting one after another like this. And Four Tails, who is a tailed beast, was defeated steadily under the attack of Simu. For a moment, it couldn't tell whether it was a tailed beast or the opponent was a tailed beast. No matter in terms of speed or strength. I am far inferior to this monster opposite. Not even Senjo Hashirama showed such a terrifying physique back then. Not to mention that Five Tails who dared to collide with Simu just now is still lying on the ground and unable to get up. Another punch. The sheer power makes Four Tails take a step back. And Simu took the opportunity to grab its tail. Immediately afterwards, Four Tails felt a terrifying force coming from the tail. Simu swung Four Tails' tail hard and gave it a hard pull. The height of 7 or 8 meters actually pulls the Four Tails, which is as high as 20 or 30 meters, into a spin. Four Tails clasped the ground hard with both hands. But this approach is still useless under the powerful power of Simu. The speed of the spin is getting faster and faster. Then Simu's palm suddenly loosened. The huge body of Four Tails was thrown flying in an instant. Simu seized this opportunity and spit out a fiery laser that hit Four Tails. Huge energy exploded instantly, and the flames devoured everything. Tail beasts are really resistant to beating W. Simu wiped his mouth and sighed with emotion. In such a short time, Five Tails beside him was already struggling to get up. Simu glanced back. Fueled by Four Tails' lava, Five Tails has broken free from the Sharingan's illusion. In other words, the current Five Tails has restored the original will of the tail beast. Simu's icy eyes fell on Five Tails. Have you thought about the question just now? The mace in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a low buzzing sound. Five Tails thought for a moment. Lie down on the ground again. Forget it, I still don't struggle. Simu nodded in satisfaction. But in order to prevent these guys from escaping, he didn't use the summoning technique to summon the second tail. Airway, who was summoned to the battlefield, looked bewildered. Are you, Master Simu? Looking at Simu, who was 7 meters tall and covered in dragon scales, Airway asked suspiciously. Simu hummed. If it weren't for the familiar aura on his body, Airway would not dare to recognize this master. Then it looked at Five Tails, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, not daring to move, and several question marks appeared on the bag. Is this Kokuo? Why are you here? Airway asked suspiciously. Five Tails Kokuo raised his chin to signal you to ask this guy yourself. Simu coughed. Airway, help me watch Five Tails, don't let it escape. Sensing Simu's strange gaze, Airway hastily said. No problem, fellow sleeper. It turned to look at Five Tails with pity in its eyes. Stop struggling, it's useless. Five Tails was lying on the ground, looking hopeless. I had a good time in Rock Shinobi village. Suddenly, he saw those scarlet eyes. Then he was taken to the battlefield in a daze. When I woke up, I was already being beaten by that monster. Where is the law? Matatabi, what kind of monster is that guy? Why can he become a dragon? Kokuo was curious about this guy who could suppress himself in all directions. It is not a strong man who has never seen human beings. For example, Sage of Six Paths, for example Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But most of these people use ninjutsu, zanjutsu, or even pupil jitsu to suppress themselves. This is the first time Simu has seen a tailed beast that can be suppressed with its own powerful body. The most important thing is to be able to transform into that terrifying dragon form. Facing this question, Airway shook his head resolutely. I've never seen Master Simu display such power. It looked at Asahi, who was transforming into a Jackie Chan form with complicated eyes, whipping Four Tails wildly with his tail. But its eyes quickly changed from complicated to relieved, and it said with emotion. This ability may seem strange to others, but it seems very reasonable to appear in Master Simu. Kokuo sighed. Is it really? Minato and Kato Dan in the distance of the battlefield are already sitting cross-legged on the ground and chatting. After all, the entire battlefield is completely one-sided. Thought the two-tailed beasts would be a bit of a burden on Simu. Unexpectedly, it was Simu who caused a huge burden on the two-tailed beasts. God knows how he developed these weird ninjutsu. Minato has nothing to say about Simu's creative, good, nature. From light escape at the beginning, to all kinds of new ninjutsu imitating tailed beast bomb later. By now I have become a tailed beast. What a surprise. Kato Dan also expressed emotion. For Konoha, it is really lucky to have a ninja like Simu. Kato Dan and Minato, who are civilian heroes, are both strong contenders for the next Hokage. But after seeing Simu's fight scene today, the two actually gave up the idea of running for Hokage at the same time. Although the ability to become Hokage is not the most important thing. But under Simu's crushing strength, they have completely lost the idea of competition. After all, with enough strength, it is completely possible to overwhelm many opposing voices. After fighting fiercely for half an hour, the battlefield finally calmed down. This forest has completely lost its original appearance. There are exposed rocks everywhere, dust flying, and magma flowing from the ground can be seen from time to time. There was even an ominous smell in the air. In the ashen air, Simu pulled Four Tails' red tail with one hand and dragged it out of the battlefield. As expected of a tailed beast, because of its skin, Simu complained. Because Four Tails has a relatively strong head, Simu hit it a little harder and knocked him out. The battle finally came to an end, and the entire land was devastated. Konoha's people frantically searched for any possible surviving partners on the ruined battlefield. But little success. In the face of the destructive power of the natural disaster level of the tailed beast, the power of ordinary ninjas is too insignificant. If you hadn't arrived in time, the Konoha troops this time might really be wiped out. Minato came to Simu and said. Simu breaks out of combat mode. His height of 7 meters shrunk little by little, and he returned to his original size of 1.9 meters. Even so, he was half a head taller than Minato. Kato Dan also rushed over. Although Simu and Minato are much younger than him, but the record of this golden pair is far ahead of him. Therefore, Kato Dan did not dare to be too big. Going back to Konoha this time, Master Hokage will give you a hard credit again. Kato Dan said to Simu with a smile. Simu waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter about credit. Anyway, Uncle third generation can't come up with any money now. Speaking of this, both Minato and Kato-dan's faces darkened. If it wasn't for the Fire Country's Daimyo who cut back a lot of expenses, he would not be willing to fully support Konoha. Where did they need to pay such a high price to take risks? It also made Simu go deep into the battlefield alone. However, if Simu's strength is even worse, it is impossible to retreat this time. While they were talking, Kakashi and Lin had already run over. Teacher Simu, take him. Lin is a girl after all, she is a little more emotional psychologically. The moment I saw Simu, I burst into tears. Although Kakashi's heart is also extremely sad, he can at least maintain his superficial calm. Simu's old 760 division, Obito was hit by Five Tails head-on in order to protect us. Having said that, Kakashi recalled Obito's idiot smile and was speechless. Simu thought it was true. Would that guy Uchiha Madara rather go to the trouble of getting two-tailed beasts to fake the accident and take Obito away? It seems that Obito is indeed a very important part of Uchiha Madara's plan. Of course, it would be even better if these two-tailed beasts could kill Konoha's troops and Minato and Tangi by the way. Unfortunately, Simu's arrival did not make his wish come true. Simu placed his palm lightly on top of Kakashi and Lin's heads. Don't worry, Obito is not dead, he will come back. 11. As one of the most important pieces in Madara's hands, there is absolutely no way Obito will die. Hearing this sentence, a gleam of light appeared in Lin's eyes immediately. Really? Lin's eyes were full of hope. Simu nodded with a smile. Of course, when did the teacher lie to you? Then when will he be back? Lin asked again. At this moment, her heart is tangled. After all, she is also a ninja on the battlefield. Parting between life and death is very normal for ninjas. But it's different if the person who said this is Simu. Although Simu is not serious on weekdays, but on the battlefield, at the most critical time, he never let these three students down. So Lin's first reaction was, Obito might not really be dead. Simu looked at Lin and said something meaningful. Perhaps when you are in danger, the king will appear on your side. Kakashi was silent. His brows were furrowed. Based on his understanding of Simu, there must be a high probability that Obito is alive if he can say this. But since he was alive, why didn't teacher Simu rescue Obito? But to say something that sounds more consoling than true? But he didn't say it in the end. After all, Simu must have his own deep meaning when he said this. Minato hesitated to speak. After all, he and Simu have been teammates for so many years. They couldn't understand each other's thoughts very well. Since Simu said so, Obito must not be dead. Simu saw Minato's doubts. Proactively said, didn't I let you plant a mark on them before? In order to guard against Uchiha Madara's actions, Simu asked Minato to plant the mark of Flying Thunder God on the three of Obito early in the morning. Minato's eyes lit up. As long as you don't activate it yourself, the mark of Flying Thunder God can always exist. And it is very hidden, it is difficult to be found. In the original book, the Flying Thunder God imprint he left on Obito even lasted for 20 years without being discovered, nor disappeared. Minato felt it carefully. This imprint is moving rapidly, gradually away from oneself. He hurriedly looked at Simu. Do you want to start it? If activated now, Minato can instantly appear next to Obito. Simu shook his head. Not in a hurry. Now that it's determined Uchiha Madara won't hurt Obito, not only will it not harm Obito, but it will transplant the cultured mesenchymal cells to Daiwang. Let him learn wood style, and develop his abilities. So why is Simu in such a rush to bring Obito back? Wouldn't it be nice to let him get some extra wool at Uchiha Madara? As long as I ensure Lin's safety, Obito will not be blackened. Since Obito's teacher said so, Minato naturally wouldn't make his own claim. You hide the imprint first, and I will tell you when it is needed. Understood. Minato nodded without saying much. What are you going to do with these two-tailed beasts? Kato-dan looked at the two-tailed beasts lying on the ground. Of course there is also a sitting one, that is Simu's summoning beast Two-Tails. Simu weighed the mace in his hand, and said naturally, of course, let them become, my summoning beasts. If you don't agree, they will all be beaten to death with sticks. Under the silent gaze of Kato-dan and Minato, Simu came to Five Tails Kokuo. Would you like to be my summoning beast? Kokuo blinked his big eyes. It looked at Airway, then glanced at the mace in Simu's hand, and finally sighed resignedly. I would. Simu gave a satisfied smile. Airway raised his head proudly, as if to show his status as a senior. After all, it is a shame to be Simu's summoning beast as a tailed beast. Now with the company of Five Tails, the one who became the first summoning beast will be honored, right? Simu casts the contract spell according to the method given to him by the third generation. A huge magic circle enveloped him and Five Tails together. Then Five Tails raised its hoof and stepped lightly on the magic circle, and the contract ceremony was completed. After the two tails, another tailed beast was contracted. After finishing Five Tails, he turned his attention to the dying Four Tails monkey again. Simu drove the mace hard into the ground. He knelt down and asked, Mr. Monkey King, what is your choice? I, Monkey King, will never be a slave. As soon as he finished speaking, he was blown away by Simu with a stick. After blasting for more than 20 times, the same sleeper asked again. What now? Four Tails lay on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and said falteringly, I do. That's about the same. Simu nodded with satisfaction, and re-signed the contract with him after lifting the Four Tails seal. This series of operations left Minato and Kato-dan dumbfounded. Is this still a tailed beast? A country's strategic weapons are being bullied by you like this? Only Airway happily laughed at Four Tails, as if saying, "You see how prescient I was. I took refuge in Master Simu early." Simu clapped his hands and led the team back to Konoha. Minato and Kato-dan looked at each other. In this way, does Konoha have four-tailed beasts? They saw the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. Rock Shinobi Village's Tsuchikage is probably not going to let it go this time, right? In the gap between the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, under a lush forest, the huge and weird idol sank quietly in this place. The idol has 10 eyes, each as big as a small house. A pair of huge palms are held flat, and the huge fingers are suspended in midair like platforms. Below the statue is an old man with white hair. His eyes were closed, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. Wearing a white robe. Time seems to have stopped here, and everything seems so quiet, until a frivolous voice broke the tranquility here. "Master Madara, we have brought back the boy you wanted." White Zetsu came out of the ground with a whimper. Black Zetsu reprimanded. "Keep down, don't disturb Lord Madara's rest." White Zetsu said disdainfully. "Master Madara won't bother with me, only Master Madara can understand the art of my shit." While they were talking, the calm old man slowly opened his eyes. Deep darkness spread from his eyes. A faint blood red emerged from the darkness. It is obviously just a 3-tomo Sharingan, but it makes people feel the pressure of the deep sea. This is the horror of Uchiha Madara. Any Sharingan can explode with terrifying power as long as it is in his hands. He set his sights on Obito, who was already riddled with holes. Obito's injuries were horrific. Half of the body has been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, both eyes are fine. As soon as Madara thought, the idol standing behind him instantly extended a branch to wrap the king. The life force is pouring into Obito's body. White Zetsu muttered, "Is this guy really saved?" Madara didn't speak. Instead, Black Zetsu retorted. Since he is the one chosen by Lord Madara, he must be able to survive. Looking at Obito, whose body was gradually wrapped by the sacred tree, Madara had a trace of doubt on his calm face. "Madara-sama, what are you thinking about?" White Zetsu tilted his head. "Are you wondering which position is the most comfortable to use to defecate?" As the most peculiar one among thousands of White Zetsu, this White Zetsu always pops up this weird question. But Madara doesn't care about that. The only doubt left on his face disappeared, and he returned to the look of Gujing Mubo. "Idiot, Lord Madara should be thinking about something," Black Zetsu said lightly. "Thinking questions." Under the noise of the two, Madara finally spoke. "What about the Sharingan?" White Zetsu stretched out his arms in a hurry as if he had just remembered. Black Zetsu stretched out his arm and twisted it at the shoulder. White Zetsu yelled suddenly, and then his arm with the Sharingan was put down just like that. But his screams were just a faux pas. It wasn't a big deal for him to lose an arm. In just a moment, a new white arm grew from his shoulder. Madara took the arm. The two Sharingan inlaid above have been tightly closed. His remaining pupil power has completely disappeared. This is why Black Zetsu and White Zetsu can control the two-tailed beasts so easily, relying on the turbulent pupil power injected into Sharingan in advance by Uchiha Madara. Where are the two-tailed beasts? Madara sat on the ground again. He was very old now. According to the calculation of normal people, it should be about 80 years old. This age is a miracle in the ninja world. If it weren't for Hashirama's piece of meat, he probably wouldn't have lived to this age. White Zetsu scratched his head with his newly grown arms. "I don't know about this either. After we succeeded, we asked them to target Namikaze Minato according to your request. In order not to be found, we came back early with Obito." White Zetsu was reprimanded by Black Zetsu as soon as he finished speaking. "Can't you ask the other spores if you don't know? You know, this guy White Zetsu can split infinitely. Like fungi, they like to sprinkle a bunch of spores everywhere. Moreover, this kind of spore is colorless and odorless, even the white eyes can't perceive it. It can also absorb the chakra of the host to grow. Definitely one of the best means of lurking." Uchiha Madara also relied on the characteristics of White Zetsu spores to grasp the dynamics of this ninja world moment by moment for decades. Madara had a thought. A White Zetsu popped out from the side wall in an instant. "Tell me what's going on over there." The summoned spore doesn't escape like White Zetsu. Instead, he answered honestly. "Both Four Tails and Five Tails have been defeated and become Hanyu Simu's summoning beast." White Zetsu honestly told all the abilities and combat experience that Simu showed after he came to the scene. His words also caused a trace of surprise on the face of Uchiha Madara, who has always been silent. There was a little nostalgia in his eyes. There is even a trace of fighting spirit. After he and Hashirama disappeared into the ninja world, these later ninjas had trouble even taking on a tailed beast. Like Simu, one man has two tailed beasts. And it's been a long time since the ninja who defeated them. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be such a number one person in Konoha. There was a little interest in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Unfortunately, he is old. Otherwise, I really want to try the true strength of this young man. White Zetsu, step up surveillance on Konoha, especially this Hanyu Simu. Don't let him interfere with our plan. If it is a frontal battle, Uchiha Madara is not afraid even if he is dragging this aging body. But the point is, with my current physical state, I may belch at any time. After his own fart, whether White Zetsu and Black Zetsu can stop Hanyu Simu is a big question. Hearing Madara's request, White Zetsu immediately put on a serious face. Master Madara, that Henyu Simu is so strong, what if I get killed by him? Black Zetsu sneered. Don't you claim to be the #1 hidden master in the ninja world? White Zetsu was a little embarrassed. That being said, it's still a bit risky. Uchiha Madara didn't want to hear these two guys bickering here. If you have nothing else to do, you all stand back. White Zetsu pouted, whistled, and Black Zetsu left. On Konoha's side, third generation looked at Tongda in disbelief. What did you say? Simu raised his legs and said casually. I got both 4 tails and 5 tails from Rock Shinobi, and now they are my summoning beasts. Simu also has its own ideas. After all, Kaido has 9 barbarians under his command. If I can tame all the 9 tails. Third generation slightly turned his head to look at Minato and Kato Dan next to him. The two nodded together, indicating that what Simu said was true. Third generation pressed hard on the table. Suppressing the tremor in my heart, I kept admonishing myself. I am Hokage. I can't lose my temper? But the violently trembling pipe still showed his inner unrest at this time. Those are 2-tailed beasts? It's fine to take a 2-tailed one before. Now grab 2 in one go? The number of Konoha's tailed beasts rose to 4 in an instant. With the strongest 9 tails, half of the tailed beasts can be occupied in one breath. At that time, Master Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts to each ninja village, and then Kid was responsible for capturing them all, right? Third generation looked at Simu with a complicated expression. He exhaled deeply. Tell me, what are you going to do with this matter? You captured Rock Shinobi's 2-tailed beasts and contracted them into summoning beasts, which is absolutely slapping Rock Shinobi in the face. Third generation knocked on the table. Rock Shinobi will never let it go. Simu said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter, you can't let me return the tailed beast? I'm very embarrassed. He took out a large handful of melon seeds from his pocket and knocked them casually. If Rock Shinobi dares to attack again, I will take 3-tailed beasts and block them at the entrance of Rock Shinobi village. Simu narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll discuss it with Kushina's 9 tails, and if it's possible, just block the door with 4-tailed beasts. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Our Konoha is not someone who can do it if he wants to. How can we do it without paying a little price? 0. Seeking flowers. Third generation looked at Simu like this, and didn't know whether to be relieved or distressed. He couldn't help but say, yes, we are in the ninja army. The number of ninjas is not weaker than Rock Shinobi village, and we also have the strength to head-to-head with Rock Shinobi village. But the point is that we have made too many enemies, and the Kingdom of Wind has not been very peaceful in the Kingdom of Rain recently. In addition, according to Umbu's news, the Kingdom of Water seems to have some ideas about us. The wrinkles on third generation's face are getting deeper and deeper. There is no way, the Land of Fire is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Originally, there were also conflicts among other big countries. But since the beginning of the Third Ninja War, Konoha's performance is too strong. Other countries had to temporarily put aside their mutual hatred and joined forces to fight the fire. And third generation, who has been dealing with official duties all day, is obviously getting old. Fortunately, at this time, there are many talents in Konoha. Although the wooden Yabai-tooth is lost. But Sunin is in his prime, and each one is a master in his own right. Besides Sunin, Kato Dan is quite outstanding. In addition, the new generation headed by Simu also stands out in the battlefield. 0. This is also the reason why the other 4 major congresses are so afraid of the country of fire. Not to mention other big countries, even the big name of the country of fire is afraid of Konoha. The most important thing is that the fire country Daimyo has not solved the misunderstanding of us, and has been unwilling to provide us with military expenses for a long time. Third generation said helplessly. No way, Konoha is a military institution after all. On weekdays, I mainly rely on accepting entrustments to obtain rewards, and then use these rewards to buy food and various non-products. Normal times are fine. But in the war period when ninjas did not do production, food, and weapons were stretched. We can only rely on the support from Daiming Mansion. But the fire country Daimyo is afraid of Konoha's strength, and doesn't want them to continue to develop. So the two sides fell into an awkward situation. Simu scratched his chin, and a sinister grin suddenly appeared on his face. Uncle third generation, I have a way to make the Daimyo of the Fire Nation obediently hand over the military expenses. Okay. Third generation looked at Simu with an ominous premonition in his heart. Simu smiled coldly. Since the name is not benevolent, don't blame us for being unrighteous. He didn't have a good impression of these nobles. Now the Daimyo has been delaying in allocating military expenses, and wants to kill Konoha's ninja. Then you can't blame Simu for being unkind. He looked at third generation and said, I need information on the nobles from all over the Land of Fire. This shouldn't be difficult for Gen, right? The nobles of the Land of Fire don't do production, they only know how to have fun all day long. It has not been a day or two for the people to live in such dire conditions. And what Simu has to do is to help them add fire. A look of shock appeared on third generation's face. Simu, something big will happen if you do this. Simu sneered. Otherwise, where will Konoha's military expenses come from? Are you really watching other countries carve up the Land of Fire? The third generation fell silent. The Land of Fire is a territory that generations of Konoha have painstakingly built. The 3 ninja world wars took an unknown amount of lives to defeat the country. is the name of the suspect among the knives. Under Simu's firm gaze, third generation finally agreed to Simu's idea. He transferred a large amount of information from Umbu to Simu. But this matter must not let people know that Konoha did it. Third generation seriously emphasized. Simu nodded. Of course I know about this kind of thing. Don't worry, I won't let the Daimyo mansion have anything to blame. Simu accepted the information in front of him. Although because of Danzo, he failed to get the information from the root. But Umbu's is also good enough. He returned home and discussed the information with Kushina and others. Umbu provided a lot of information, basically all kinds of evil deeds committed by nobles from all over the Land of Fire over the years, and the armed forces of various nobles and so on. I didn't expect these nobles to do so many disgusting things. Kushina slammed the information in her hand on the table, her face extremely ugly. On the contrary, Ling Yi and Mikato are relatively calm. After all, both of them came from rich families, and they have a good understanding of what these nobles do in their daily life. Mr. Simu is right, people will only sink in the face of power, Ling Yi said with a sigh. 317. It's like the head of the Hyoga family. Maybe they really wanted to protect the branch house before they developed the caged bird technique. But once power is out of control, crimes will breed. These nobles are the same. They are like locusts who continue to collect taxes from the people, suck blood, and then use the money they collect to enjoy themselves and maintain their extravagant lives. In order to maintain their own rule, the daimyo of the Nation of Fire has always turned a blind eye to such matters. So the people of the Land of Fire can only live in this dire environment. These years, Ling Yi did not carry out the tasks in the village. Instead, following in the footsteps of the Ziwan Flower Merchant Association, he traveled the entire ninja world. I have a real understanding of the lives of the people in the Nation of Fire, and even the bottom of the entire ninja world. In fact, not only the Land of Fire, but other countries as well. The power of the nobles has overflowed to the point of being out of control. They feed on the common people, collect taxes, and use their own soldiers to do whatever they like in the territory unscrupulously. After all, there is no such thing as law in the Kingdom of Fire at this time. All nobles have their own territory. In their territory, they are the supreme gods. All the people are their private property. It is only natural to sacrifice your life for them. Of course, some common people became bandits because they could not stand the rule of nobles. Faced with this situation, some nobles who were not seriously troubled by banditry sent troops to solve it themselves. As for some more serious ones, they will send people to Ninja Village for help. Let ninjas eliminate it on your behalf by issuing commissions. This is also the reason why Konoha has so many commissions to suppress bandits every year. Of course some of them are genuinely insane, but some are just poor souls who can't survive. Kushina has a bad temper, looked at Simu fiercely and asked, "What are you going to do?" Simu leaned back in the chair with his arms folded. He has long been very unhappy with this world. Just now the daimyo himself gave him a chance. The Ziwan Flower Merchant Association has developed very rapidly, and already has many shops in the Land of Fire. What we have to do now is let the members of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce spread the idea of resistance in the territories of these nobles, and produce some men who can fight. For a long time, the training methods of ninjas have been controlled by the ministers of the major ninja villages. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to get in touch with these cultivation methods. Therefore, nobles from all over the country can rule their territories stably with their own samurai soldiers. What Simu has to do now is to overthrow all this. Over the years, the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce has developed very rapidly, even cultivated a fighting force of hundreds of people. After studying Simu for a long time, these people left the Marine 6 Styles cheats, although the national calendar is not as good as those of Jonin. But it is far beyond the average genin, and it is not bad compared with chinin. The strength is enough to deal a huge blow to the noble forces in the Kingdom of Fire. Under the strong request of Hyoga Lingii, Simu eventually agreed to her request to take part in the operation. What about me? Kushina asked dissatisfiedly, pointing at herself. Why is Ling Yi able to participate in this event but not himself? Simu smiled and pointed to her belly. Didn't you always want to be the perfect Jinchuriki? Kushina's eyes lit up immediately. Have you figured out how to make me the perfect Jinchuriki? Simu nodded slightly. You can try it. After all, he is also the owner of the three-tailed beasts now. It's really time to try and take control of Nine Tails step by step. Hearing this, Kushina smiled instantly with satisfaction. As the second Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, Kushina deeply knew how terrifying the power this guy sealed in his body possessed. If you can get hold of it yourself. Definitely a great addition to Simu. What about Mikato? Kushina looked at Uchiha Mikato. Since she established a relationship with Simu, she has been quietly staying beside Simu, as if she has never asked for anything. Hearing Kushina's question, Mikato shook his head. I don't like this kind of fighting and killing. I just need to stay at home and help you cook. That's really troublesome, Mikato. Simu said. It has to be said that Mikato is also very important to this family. After Ling Yi devoted himself wholeheartedly to the work of the Ziwan Flower Chamber of Commerce, Mikato is basically in charge of housework at home. Without her, I really don't know what to do. For the next half-month, Simu stayed in Konoha and accompanied Kushina to control the power of Nine Tails. What are you going to do? Kushina's crimson hair glistens in the sun. Now she is no longer the hairy little girl she used to be. Under the nourishment of Simu, it becomes more and more feminine, and it looks unique. Seeing that Simu was staring at him, Kushina blushed a bit, and then immediately punched Simu on the head. You be more serious. I've been thinking about something all day. Simu smiled awkwardly, and finally got his mind back. Ahem. Actually, if you want to control the tailed beast, the method is very simple. After Simu finished speaking, he made seals with both hands, and Lu Airway summoned out. Of course, the only one who knows tailed beast best is tailed beast himself. Master Simu, Master Kushina. Airway greeted the two of them. As Simu's woman, Kushina is also highly respected by Airway. It's Matatabi, long time no see. For Matatabi, Kushina's attitude is not very polite, or that she only shows her violent side when dealing with Simu. Airway, I called you out this time to ask you for advice on how to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Simu said straight to the point. Airway froze for a moment. It took a wary look at Simu. Generally speaking, there are only two ways to become a perfect Jinchuriki. The first one is like you, relying on the powerful power to make the tailed beast submit, and willingly hand over the power to you. After a long period of training, Airway's face is no longer comparable to that at the beginning. When it said such words, its expression was very natural, not even red. However, Master Kushina's current strength seems to be difficult to achieve. These tailed beasts couldn't understand the strength of Nine Tails very well. At this time, Kushina could barely seal it. What about the second one? Kushina also knew that she was not strong enough, so she gave up the first way directly. The second way is to reconcile with Dachin the tailed beast. Reconciliation. Kushina was a little puzzled. Airway nodded and continued. Yes, reconciliation. Because the tailed beast has been sealed in Jinchuriki's body all year round, it will somewhat resent humans. At this time, Jinchuriki can get the approval of the tailed beast and reach a reconciliation, and the tailed beast will willingly lend its power to Jinchuriki, thus becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. After hearing this method, Kushina's complexion instantly dropped by 5.6. That Nine Tails guy is not a communicator at all. She has entered her seal more than once to communicate with Nine Tails. But the result? That guy doesn't pay attention to himself at all. Simu frowned slightly. Is there no other way? Airway pondered for a moment, and suggested. Why don't Master Simu call Kokuo and Monkey King? Maybe they have better ideas. Makes sense. Simu nodded. One more tailed beast is more powerful. Say it. Then he formed a midra with his hands and used the summoning technique again. A huge white horse and a huge red ape appeared in the dead forest in an instant. The berserk breath instantly permeated the sky above the forest. The surrounding Umbu ninjas were instantly alert, with incredible expressions on their faces. Three-tailed beasts. He was about to sound the alarm, but was stopped by a voice. Don't worry, it's me. Simu's voice came from the dead forest. The Umbus finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Master Simu. It's all right. Third generation, who was working in Hokage's office in the distance, sighed faintly when he saw this scene through the crystal ball. It's not just the Fire Country Daimyo who feels that Konoha can't be controlled anymore. Even his Hokage felt a little out of control. Seems like from the day Simu left ninja school, Konoha has become different. An Umbu appears in the office. Master Hokage, the three-tailed beasts of Shensi Admiral are all summoning. Umbu Ninja's tone was very serious. After all, if these three-tailed beasts rioted in the village at the same time, the consequences would be disastrous. Third generation also has this concern. He said lightly. Keep watching, I'll get that Simu's attention next time. Yes. Now that Master Hokage has said so, he has nothing to say. We can only deploy more forces to monitor. After all, protecting Konoha's safety is the most important thing. Simu sensed the sudden appearance of many gazes. But he doesn't care. Or that's exactly what he wanted to achieve. In this way, he wanted to make the people of Konoha get used to the existence of tailed beasts. Let them no longer be afraid of tailed beasts, but integrate the existence of tailed beasts into their lives. After 4 tails and 5 tails appeared, they quickly restrained the surging chakra on their bodies. No reason. Because of the mace that Simu was holding in front of him. I have to say that this mace really cast a huge shadow on them. 5 tails Kokuo is relatively honest, 11 points. It bent down and asked. Master Simu summoned us, is there anything you want to tell us? As for 4 tails, it is a little more bohemian, although the strength of Simu overrides it. It also got a good beating, but not enough to suppress its nature. So this is Konoha, I seem to have a little impression. It puts the palms in front of the eyes and looks left and right. But why are there so many people watching us? Is this monitoring? With a slight movement of Monkey King's 4 tails, he accidentally swept off several big trees. There was an instant commotion. Umbu, who was in charge of monitoring their actions, was taken aback. Calm down a little. Simu glared at the big monkey. The latter scratched his head and sat cross-legged on the ground. Finally, why did you ask me to come here? Simu doesn't take offense at 4 tails calling himself his lord. After all, that's the nature of 4 tails. I never regarded them as slaves. On the other hand, Kushina looked at the 3 huge tailed beasts in front of him, and felt a little unacceptable for a while. I haven't been able to tame a tailed beast for so many years. Fortunately, Simu has conquered 3. Well, her body twitched suddenly, and she gently pressed her abdomen with her hands. Simu hurried to support her. What's wrong? Kushina shook her head. Fine. It seems that the 9 tails in the body reacted. Monkey King also felt the breath of 9 tails. I said it's so unlucky. It turns out that guy Nine Tails is here. Four Tails looked at Kushina, and the relationship between it and Nine Tails didn't seem to be too good. After confirming that there was no problem with Kushina's seal, Tongmu said, I asked you to come here this time to help you think about whether there is any way to subdue Nine Tails. Four Tails raised an eyebrow. Do you want to help her become the perfect Jinchuriki? Simu nodded. Four Tails said with a bit of confusion. With the temper of that Nine Tails guy, it's hard to be his perfect Jinchuriki. All it can think of is the same as Airway. But either beating Nine Tails or reconciling with Nine Tails is going to be tough. As Nine Tails, the strongest tailed beast, it is impossible to defeat it. Moreover, Nine Tails has a perverse and violent temper, and it is even more difficult to reach a reconciliation with him. Just when they were at a loss, Five Tails spoke. Master Simu, I have thought of a way. Simu raised his eyebrows. Tell me. Five Tails looked at Kushina. That deep gaze seemed to penetrate Kushina's body, and directly saw Nine Tails inside her. Since we can't reconcile with Nine Tails, it's better to directly take away its power. Plundering power. Simu frowned slightly. Isn't this the first method that Airway said? Five Tails saw Simu's confusion, and continued. Since Master Kushina cannot defeat Nine Tails by himself, why not use external forces? Master Simu, as long as you can find a way to enter the seal and defeat Nine Tails, you can plunder its power when it is weak. Simu's eyes lit up. Makes sense. He immediately found Third Hokage to verify the feasibility of this method. Third generation pondered for a while. This is indeed a method. As far as I know, the Yamanaka family has a secret technique that allows people to enter another person's spiritual world. But this approach also has huge risks. The person who is entered first must have unreserved trust in the person who entered. In addition, if you are traumatized in his spiritual world, the injuries you receive will also be fed back to your soul. Third generation's eyes are very serious. In other words, if Simu is injured in Kushina's spiritual world, his own soul will also be traumatized. And the opponent he has to face is the strongest tail beast, Nine Tails. Simu smiled indifferently. This kind of thing is okay, I just want to know how powerful Nine Tails is. Third generation looked at Simu with complicated eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. But in the end he agreed with Simu's idea. As for the person in charge of hosting the ceremony, it was Simu's same class, Yamanaka High. At this time, Yamanaka High's strength is not the same as it was 2 years ago. In the entire Yamanaka clan, in terms of spiritual ninjutsu, I am afraid that no one can surpass him. Simu and Kushina are sitting opposite each other among the trees. Yamanaka, on the other hand, sat sideways between the two of them. There are many ninjas hidden in the woods next to the three of them. After all, this is related to the safety of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and all possible dangers must be ruled out. Even Minato was called over, responsible for the safety of Yamato Kushina, the Protection Bureau. I'm sorry, hi. Simu himself seemed calm. Kushina was a little nervous. Yamanaka nodded slightly. Leave it to me. Are you ready? Okay. Both Simu and Kushina nodded in unison. Hai put his hands on the heads of the two people, and started ninjutsu. Simu only felt a strong suction pulling his soul. But because his soul was too strong, this force was unable to extract his soul from his body for a while. In the end, Simu gave up his resistance and let his soul leave his body. Yamanaka heaved a sigh of relief. Hastily guided Simu's soul into Kushina's spiritual world. When Simu opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in an endless pale golden ocean. He looked up, and saw a crimson scorching sun hovering in midair. The surface of the scorching sun is filled with hot magma, which is constantly surging. An extremely large fox is being tightly bound to the surface of the magma. The Nine Tails sank quietly into the hot magma. It is the Nine Tails sealed in Kushina's body, known as the strongest tailed beast. Thick wooden stakes pierced through its body, nailing it firmly to the surface of the fireball. Kushina appears beside Simu. Looking at the scene in front of him, his body trembled unconsciously. Simu noticed her strangeness and gently grabbed her palm. Sensing the arrival of Kushina and Simu, Nine Tails finally opened his eyes slowly. The crimson pupils released 670 terrifying pressure in an instant. The entire sea was trembling, and the thick ripples turned into tsunami-like waves rushing towards Kushina. Simu stood in front of Kushina. The same terrifying momentum erupted from him. The oncoming wave was instantly shattered. Two powerful auras collided fiercely in midair. The entire spiritual space is trembling, and the sea is turbulent. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Nine Tails said coldly, "Little ghost, did you actually bring someone else over this time?" It raised its head, and its cold eyes fell on Kushina and Simu. A breath of cold resentment is constantly growing in this space. Simu holds Kushina's palm. "Don't worry, I'm here." Kushina nodded heavily at him. Then he stepped forward and said carelessly, "Nine Tails, are you still unwilling to cooperate with me?" "Cooperation? He. Nine Tails sneered. "Little ghost, if you really want to cooperate, how about breaking the seal on me first?" Nine Tails' huge body is covered with dense wooden stakes. There are many golden chains between the stakes, and there is no dead end to seal the Nine Tails in Kushina's body. This is the Uzumaki family's strongest sealing technique against tailed beasts, the Vajra seal. Kushina met Nine Tails' eyes and said firmly, "If I really break your seal, are you willing to give me your power?" Although Nine Tails are tailed beasts, they have intelligence far beyond ordinary people. You can see Kushina's confidence at a glance. It seems that the kid next to you has brought you enough confidence. Forget it, as long as you dare to break the seal, I will let you use my power, how about it? Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as this person's seal is released, he can use the powerful chakra to erode Kushina's body in an instant. At that time, the sky will be high and the sea will be wide enough for birds to fly. The giant lava ball emits a hot and eerie red light, lights up Kushina's hesitant face. Seeing this, Nine-Tails showed a playful smile and said, "Why, kid, are you still afraid? Didn't you always want to be Hokage? Well, just help me break the seal, and I'll give you my power. With my power, you will become the strongest person in Konoha, and you can become Hokage casually." Its words are full of delusion. Tailed beasts possess extremely high intelligence. They can learn from your inner world what you really desire, so as to lure you to untie the seal and gain the power zone. This is one of the reasons why Jinchuriki can get out of hand so easily. A Jinchuriki as stable as Kushina is actually rare. This may have something to do with the special constitution of her Uzumaki clan. Kushina glanced at Simu beside him. A warm feeling came from the tightly clenched palms. "Don't worry, I'm here." Kushina nodded slightly. There was a hint of danger in Nine-Tails' narrowed eyes. Kushina stretched out her palm to press on her stomach. A chain of countless black mantras emerged from it. Kushina's finger inserted into the sealing formation and twisted it hard. As the seal was opened, a pained look appeared on Kushina's face. Nine-Tails' eyes were full of excitement. It was just common sense to seduce this woman with words. Unexpectedly, she really opened the seal. Wrapped around it and suppressing it all the time, Chakra's diamond chains began to loosen. The wooden stake that penetrated its body also slowly fell out of the magma giant ball. Its whole body let out a sigh of relief. Although I don't know why Kushina, who has always been firm and calm, did such a stupid thing. But no matter what, I'm about to get out of trouble soon. A violent momentum instantly swept Kushina's spiritual sea. The chains wrapped around Nine-Tails made a loud noise. Its foreclaws pressed hard against the giant ball of lava underneath, and its entire body suddenly burst out with terrifying power. The wooden stake deeply embedded in its body was instantly squeezed out under this force. The diamond chain was also broken free by the powerful force erupted by Nine-Tails in the middle of a second. Although part of this is the reason why Kushina deliberately did it. But on the other hand, it also proves the strength of Nine-Tails. In the real world, with the preliminary release of the Nine-Tails seal, a violent breath instantly enveloped the entire death forest. It was even scarier than when the three-tailed beasts descended at the same time just now. The crimson chakra coat wraps Kushina's body tightly. Bubbles emerge from the surface of the Kushina, looking as if the fearsome chakra is boiling. The red hair flutters slightly, like fox ears flying in the sky. Master Hokage. Each of the Umbu ninjas was tense. Third generation raised his old palm and pressed it lightly. Signaled not to be nervous, now is not the time to forcibly stop. At this point, it's just the initial leak of Nine-Tails chakra, not even a single tail is formed, so don't make a fuss. It was still calm outside. Kushina's spiritual sea has been turned upside down. Nine-Tails broke free from all shackles and landed lightly on the surface of the sea. Behind him is a huge red lava sun, which looks very terrifying. You guys will pay for your stupidity. The roar of Nine-Tails instantly set off a terrible wave, smashing towards Simu and the two of them like a giant palm covering the sky. Simu narrowed his eyes and slowly let go of Kushina's hand. Just protect yourself later. He walked forward step by step against the huge waves. The same incomparably domineering momentum descended on this space. This is the breath of a king. The two auras collided violently in Kushina's spiritual space. The huge wave in front of him collapsed into countless drops of water in the blink of an eye. It fell like a torrential rain. All the ninjas around Kushina felt an indescribable palpitation. Luckily the least here are Jonin. Has the ability to resist Simu Conqueror's haki. If it were an ordinary person, he should have fainted on the ground and could not move by now. Sure enough, you, the brat, are the ones who have the confidence to break the seal. Nine-Tails can certainly see that Simu is extraordinary. But no matter what kind of genius it is, in front of Nine-Tails, it will only end up as a corpse. As Simu moved forward, large pieces of blue dragon scales appeared on his body. There are two huge sharp horns growing on the forehead. His height gradually increased until he reached a terrifying height of 7 or 8 meters. Didn't you say to give chakra to Kushina to use after breaking the seal? Simu, who has completely lost his human appearance, tilted his head. Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of thing, let's wait until you defeat me. Nine-Tails raised his thick arms and punched Simu hard. What Simu sees is the full Nine-Tails. Not half of the Nine-Tails that Minato sealed with ghouls. The strength is at least twice as strong as the Nine-Tails in Naruto's body in the original book. Despite facing such an enemy, Simu still has no fear on his face. With the terrifying power of his human beast form, he confronts Nine-Tails and punches them, even though Simu's height of 7 meters is already like a monster among human beings. But Nine-Tails is still bigger than him. Two fists, one big and one small, collided in the air. The entire spiritual space suddenly fell into silence. Small ripples first appeared under the feet of the two of them. Then there was a bang. A terrifying force suddenly erupted. The huge force instantly pushed the water under their feet out of a huge puddle with a diameter of tens of meters. Immediately afterwards, it violently spread out towards the surroundings, turning into a huge tsunami and sweeping the entire spiritual space. The huge force even made the air foggy. Little ghost, your strength is not bad. It's rare for Nine-Tails to praise a human like this. After all, those who can receive its punch head-on are definitely very few in the ninja world. The corner of Simu's mouth curled up, and he said lightly, if you only have this kind of strength, then I will accept your chakra unceremoniously. What madness! An angry breath gushed out from Nine-Tails. Resentment, anger, resentment, hatred. All kinds of negative emotions crazily hit Simu's soul. This is the terrible grievance that Nine-Tails has accumulated over the decades of being sealed away. However, these have no effect on Simu. In the real world, the natural energy within the entire death forest is being extracted crazily, then imported into Simu's body. The trees closest to Simu withered quickly, and even the solid rocks on the ground were reduced to gravel and crumbled. Facing tough opponents like Nine-Tails, Simu is trying his best to plunder the energy of nature. The pattern on his face has completely turned into pitch black. Facing Nine-Tails, Mew pulled out a huge mace. The turbulent natural energy converges on the mace. Xianju Thunder 8 trigrams. Haki, Xianju Chakra, and the thunder power of the blue dragon fruit gathered together in an instant. The super-enhanced version of the thundering 8 trigrams slammed into Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails' crimson pupils shrank slightly. Even it feels extremely dangerous in this attack. Its eyes quickly became serious. Intuition tells it that if it does not use all its strength, it is really possible to be sealed again. The Nine-Tails stabbed at Simu like sharp swords, and they collided heavily with the incoming thunder 8 trigrams. The entire mental space was trembling violently. The thick thunder flashed and flew out from between the scarlet tails. Nine-Tails bared its sharp fangs. Nine-Tails lashed Simu with unimaginable speed. Every attack creates a stormy sea. Simu relied on his powerful observation haki to predict Nine-Tails' attacks again, and then successfully dodged them. Roaring waves are constantly surging wantonly in the spiritual space. Kushina bit her lips as she watched the scene that looked like a natural disaster. After a while she finally got over her fear. The hands quickly seal in front of the body. Adamantine sealing chains? Nine-Tails isn't quite out of the woods, after all. And this is again in the spiritual space of Kushina. Her strength has been greatly blessed. Thick chains exuding golden light galloped out of the lava giant ball in the air. It hit Nine-Tails hard on the back. Immediately afterwards, it wound up towards its body like a python. The power of the sealing technique suppressed Nine-Tails for a moment. The latter bared his teeth and grinned, his expression very ugly. At this time, this momentary suppression is enough to affect the entire battle situation. Sure enough, the same sleep will not let go of this opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when Nine-Tails' offensive stagnated, his body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a hundreds of meters long dragon and crashed into Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails backed away hastily. What the hell is this? Even Nine-Tails has lived for hundreds of years and has never seen such a weird ability like Simu. Don't talk about it. Even Sage of Six Paths, who separated them from Ten-Tails, was stunned to see Simu's current power system for a while. The huge body of Nine-Tails created huge waves on the water. It manipulated the Nine-Tails and slammed away the body as huge as Simu. Want to take the opportunity to slow down Simu's offensive. But Simu does not make such low-level mistakes. The thick dragon claws patted down from above, firmly holding down Nine-Tails' tail. Then he opened his mouth full of fangs, and the fangs wrapped around armament haki fell instantly. Bite hard on the shoulder of Nine-Tails. The huge body of hundreds of meters brought a terrible impact. Push Nine-Tails directly and rush hundreds of meters away. Plowed a deep scratch in the water. Huge water waves lined up on both sides. Nine-Tails, who was rapidly retreating in stature, erupted with terrifying power. He and Simu spun half a circle in midair, pressing their two paws firmly on the dragon's body. Punch Simu into the bottom of the water. The thick water column exploded suddenly. The crimson pupils of Nine-Tails stared intently at the water. Suddenly, a dazzling rich light emerged from the moment. Arcs of electricity wound around Nine-Tails' body like thin snakes. A feeling of numbness emerged on Nine-Tails. Oops. It felt a little bad in its heart. Sure enough, the water rolled over. The huge horns on Simu's head slammed into Nine-Tails. Violently flew it out. That's not enough. Simu aimed at the Nine-Tails flying upside down, and opened his mouth as a breath of heat. The terrifying flames gathered together, forming a crimson laser that shot straight at Nine-Tails. Arcs flickered on Nine-Tails' body. But it is the strongest tailed beast after all. Relying on his strong physique, he quickly dispelled the arc and resumed his actions. It slammed on the ground with both feet, pulling out two long marks. Then he swung his paw with a ferocious expression. Boy, don't be so arrogant. The Nine-Tails chakra full of weird aura gushes out crazily. The sharp claws directly caught the oncoming heat. Then grab it hard. Blocked by the mighty chakra. Simu's hot breath quickly split along the crevice between its fingers. Then bent, and finally fell powerlessly on the water. The terrible temperature instantly evaporated the water surface, and the water vapor permeated the battlefield. Nine-Tails stand on the water. There was an extremely dangerous aura all over his body. As expected of the strongest tailed beast, it can recover from such a serious injury. Simu, who turned into a dragon, said slowly. This time, he wasn't exaggerating, but really marveled at Nine-Tails' terrifying recovery speed. The huge wound on the shoulder bitten out by myself, is it okay, is almost healed. The little burn on the palm is not worth mentioning. Little devil, you really p'd me off. Nine-Tails showed her sharp and ferocious teeth, and said in a cold tone, decades. It hasn't tasted an injury in decades. Simu's golden pupils narrowed slightly. The huge Nine-Tails disappeared in front of him like this. Only the blasted water is left. Obviously such a huge body can have such a terrifying speed. Observation haki poured out like crazy, and Simu finally found Nine-Tails. On top, Simu looked up the dragon's head. The hill-like body of Nine-Tails has fallen from the sky. Two claws grabbed its body tightly, and then blasted Tongda into the bottom of the water one after another. Simu. Kushina felt anxious. Hastily manipulated several diamond chains to pierce into the water. Below the surface, Nine-Tails grabbed Simu and beat him. It opens its mouth. The light blue yang attribute chakra and the dark purple yin attribute chakra frantically converge. Simu's heart skipped a beat. It's okay to get beaten, if you get hit by Nine-Tails' tailed beast bomb at close range. That's what can really happen. The body of the dragon, which was tightly held by Nine-Tails, suddenly melted away. Nine-Tails looked in front of him in disbelief. The huge and solid body like a rock suddenly disappeared like a streamer. But the tailed beast bomb it condensed couldn't stop. Simu appeared next to Kushina in a blink of an eye. He turned into a human beast form, picked up Kushina with his thick arms and hugged her tightly in his arms. Be careful. Indescribable energy burst out from below the water surface, and all the sea water was evaporated in an instant. A hollow several hundred meters wide was formed. The surface of the sea was turbulent, and the surging sea water quickly filled the sudden void. A large amount of water vapor permeates the surface of the sea. With the terrifying speed of the sparkling fruit, Simu transported Kushina to the surface of the sea before the explosion. Even so, it was still affected by the shockwave of the explosion. It was blasted into the air from the sea. If it weren't for Simu's strong body in human and animal form, Kushina might have disappeared under the impact of tailed beast bomb. Is this the real strength of Nine-Tails? Kushina leaned on Simu's generous arms, looking at the rough sea. Although she always knew that Nine-Tails was powerful, but in the past, she used the seal on her body to suppress Nine-Tails. There is no chance to really see the true power of Nine-Tails. She didn't realize it until now. How terrifying is the strongest tailed beast? Simu uses the flame cloud to levitate in midair. With a height of more than 7 meters, plus a terrifying human beast form. Now Simu and Kushina look like the hero and heroine of The Princess and the Beast. There is a wild aesthetic. Then the real big thing, Kushina, protect yourself. Simu gently placed Kushina on top of the flame cloud. Even if you want support, you only need remote support. After all, this is Kushina's spiritual world. In addition, the seal has not been completely released. Kushina can use the seal to suppress Nine-Tails' force zone here. A huge help for Simu's battles. The premise is that she will not be seconded by Nine-Tails. If something happens to Kushina, this spiritual space will collapse instantly. That also means the complete unblocking of Nine-Tails. At that time, the body of Nine-Tails will break through the limitation of Jinchuriki, and come to Konoha with 780 real body. Although there are a large number of elite ninjas waiting outside, there is also the old guy 3rd generation, enough to reseal Nine-Tails. But that will inevitably consume a lot of manpower and material resources of Konoha. And every time the tail beast loses control, it is a terrible torture for Jinchuriki. Be careful. Kushina pecked Simu lightly on the face. A crack appeared in the water below. Nine-Tails stretched out 2 arms from it, tearing apart the freshly healed water surface. Die, brat. Nine-Tails' eyes were filled with endless anger. It stepped on the water surface with both feet, causing the water surface to explode again. The hill-like body rushed to the sky at an unimaginable speed. It seems a bit early to say that airways speed is the fastest. Simu's eyes flickered. With such awesome power and almost unlimited chakra, it turns out to be so fast. Shouldn't it be said that it is the strongest tailed beast? Simu manipulated the flame cloud carrying Kushina to speed up. He picked up the mace and fell like a shooting star. Meet the oncoming Nine-Tails. The turbulent current flickered frantically on the mace. A gleam flickered across Simu's eyes. The pattern on the face representing Sage Mode became deeper and deeper. Zion Light Thunder 8 trigrams. Simu waved the mace in his hand. A dazzling flash appeared, and the speed of the whole mace suddenly accelerated. Nine-Tails didn't expect that Simu's speed could be further accelerated. There was no reaction for a while. The golden flash bombarded its chest heavily with the surging golden electric snake. A huge amount of immortal energy suddenly surged out. BBDH, a huge pillar of golden flashing energy pierced through the sky and earth, blasting Nine-Tails back into the water. The powerful impact blasted the water surface again. Simu wasn't naive enough to think that such an attack would be enough to defeat Nine-Tails. He said coldly, Kushina, get ready. A huge dragon once again entrenched in midair. The surrounding air flows rapidly under the control of Qinglong. The buzzing sound of cutting the airflow resounded in the mental space. Each air blade is like a sharp sickle, and these tens of thousands of air blades gathered together under the control of Simu. A terrifying tornado hundreds of meters long was formed, falling from the sky like a long spear suddenly appearing, straight into the sea where Nine-Tails disappeared. Immortal Technique 1000 Ren's Tornado. The high-speed rotating 10,000 air blade easily cuts the water surface into countless water droplets. Like a crazily spinning spear, it went straight in. Nine-Tails, who was smashed to the bottom of the sea, noticed a change. The crimson pupils emitted a strange light under the golden sea. It's this nasty fairy breath again. Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes slightly. The two front paws slammed into the bottom of the sea. Cracks spread from the bottom of the sea. With Nine-Tails' brazen exertion, the entire mental space trembled. A huge rock the size of a mountain was lifted up from the bottom of the sea by it. The Kinran tornado just tore through the water and hit the lifted mountain. Bah! An extremely ear-piercing cutting sound sounded. The extremely sharp air blade cut the rock mountain into tons of gravel. Nine-Tails' arms jumped over the flying sand and dust, and he grabbed the falling wind blade spear heavily. Suddenly force. The huge tail beast chakra erupted in an instant, smashing the wind blade into pieces. The shattered wind blade still left scars on Nine-Tails' body, but this injury healed in just an instant. Nine-Tails stared at Simu's ghostly face. I don't know what I remembered. Damn brat. Not waiting for the water to reclose, Simu, who turned into a green dragon, twisted his huge body, and controlled the turbulent airflow to kill Nine-Tails. The latter opened his mouth. Another tailed beast bomb condensed in the mouth. Simu's entire body quickly lit up, turning into a flash of light that smashed Nine-Tails into the ground. Under the pressure of the two huge bodies, the ground shattered like paper. The prototype of the tailed beast bomb that Nine-Tails said was also broken. Kushina seized the moment. 8 gleaming golden chains suddenly appeared under the ground against which Nine-Tails was backed, and they were firmly entwined. The energy of the King Kong seal emanates from above. Firmly suppressed the surging tailed beast chakra on it. Damn it, it's this damn seal again. Nine-Tails is almost insane. The King Kong seal of the Uzumaki family has a natural restraint relationship with tailed beasts. It's like the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, under the interference of the King Kong seal, it can't exert its full strength at all. Playing with Simu was extremely aggrieved. Simu doesn't care about that. Retransformed into a human beast form, swinging the mace in his hand to attack Nine-Tails crazily. Zion Light Thunder 8 trigrams. Zion Light Thunder 8 trigrams. The mace in his hand has turned into a flash, and the terrifying natural energy is continuously exerted on Nine-Tails with Simu's bombardment. The whole ground was shaking. Relying on the terrifying speed brought by the sparkling fruit, at the same time it firmly suppressed Nine-Tails. It's now, Simu shouted. Kushina understood and used the diamond chain to wrap Nine-Tails tightly. The lava sun entrenched in the sky also shot out wooden stakes, piercing Nine-Tails' arms, shoulders, and other parts respectively. The powerful sealing power was applied to Nine-Tails instantly. Damn it! Nine-Tails growled loudly. One day I will kill you all. The Vajra chains wrapped around Nine-Tails took the opportunity to crazily absorb Nine-Tails' power. The other end of the chain is connected to Kushina. She is taking advantage of Nine-Tails' weakened state, plundering its chakra frantically. The dark red chakra, bound by chains, frantically transferred from Nine-Tails to Kushina. Accompanied by Nine-Tails' unwilling roars, Kushina's body was quickly wrapped by chakra. No, how could I? How could it fail like this? Nine-Tails struggled hard. The chains wrapped around it began to tremble violently. Seeing this scene, Simu dropped the hammer again. 2 hammers, 3 hammers. After pounding 32 times, Five Tails finally calmed down. Received Kushina's seal again. It's just that this time it was just nailed to the ground, and it didn't let it suffer from the burning pain day and night. It can be regarded as reducing a part of the seal. The whole process of chakra looting lasted almost an hour. How's it going? Simu came to Kushina's side. Kushina's body is wrapped with a dark red chakra. She showed a bright smile, clenched her right fist and hit the palm of her left hand, and said loudly, "You're done." Although only about a third of the power of Nine-Tails has been extracted, it is enough. Kushina looked at Nine-Tails proudly. "TCH, little devils, this chakra is for you, wait for me to find a chance." The voice of Nine-Tails became smaller, and finally the whole body was completely enveloped in darkness. "I lost so many chakra in one breath, I should have fallen into a deep sleep." Kushina guessed. Simu looked at Nine-Tails who was hidden in the darkness, and said, "But Nine-Tails is sealed like this, is it okay?" After this battle, the weakening of Nine-Tails' seal power could be clearly felt. Kushina shook her head. "Don't worry, with the current state of Nine-Tails, this seal is enough." She looked at the giant lava sun suspended in midair. "If the power is really too strong, I actually don't want it to be tortured like this all the time." "No way, Kushina's power is like a drop of water and an ocean compared to Nine-Tails. If you don't use this method, there is no way to suppress it. It's good now." After Nine-Tails lost a third of its strength, Kushina was able to suppress it more easily. No need to resort to the help of a lava ball anymore. In this way, the life of Nine-Tails in your body can be a little easier. Nine-Tails, who was hidden in the darkness, slightly opened his eyes, said in a small voice, "Hypocritical woman." In the real world, the chakra coat covering Kushina's body gradually calmed down. Although the dark red chakra still exudes a palpitating breath, but it's not as aggressive as it used to be. Third generation's face was slightly moved when he saw this scene. A faint smile appeared on Minato's face. Is this a success? His tone was full of expectation. If Kushina can successfully master the power of Nine-Tails. In addition, she originally mastered the powerful seal technique as a member of the Uzumaki tribe. That Konoha will give birth to another super combat force. In the face of the next extremely treacherous international situation, we will also have greater confidence. Third generation nodded slightly. I was shocked in my heart. He had already planned that Simu would take several tries and it would take several months to win 9 tails. Didn't expect him to succeed. Even when he was young, he didn't dare to say that he could do such a thing. He looked at Simu's young face, full of surprise in his heart. How much strength does Simu hide? The more he understood, the more frightened he became. If you want Simu to be your sharpest sword from the beginning. Now, he seemed to be unable to grasp the sword unconsciously. The strange expression on his face only appeared for a moment before he regained his composure. The alert can be lifted. Third generation said lightly. The surrounding Umbu ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be said, even if there are so many people present at the same time. In the face of 9 tails Jinchuriki who may go berserk at any time, there is still a lot of pressure in my heart. Fortunately, Master Simu succeeded. These ninjas looked at Simu with some different expressions in their eyes. With Simu's big kamui on the battlefield in recent years, his name has become more and more respected by Konoha shinobi followers. Everyone's comments on it are exceptionally good. Apart from a little laziness, there are almost no other faults. Even Umbu, Hokage's cronies, has some admiration for Simu. The dark red chakra gradually disappeared from Kushina's body. She opened her eyes again. A dark red light flashed across the blue pupils. A pale white soul pulled away from her. Fall along Yamanaka's body back into Simu's body. Did you make it? Minato asked impatiently. Even the normally calm Shikamaru showed a hint of eagerness on his face. Kushina nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and the dark red chakra instantly wrapped it into a giant claw. A sharp breath spread in the air. No one will question the power of this claw. Definitely capable of smashing a house with ease. Thanks to Simu. Kushina smiled brightly, like the sun was shining on her face. Seeing such a happy Kushina, Simu also smiled. He said lightly, it's a trivial matter. Luju pouted speechlessly. You guy, don't make this kind of thing so simple. Minato also looked helpless. Third generation looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly sighed. It seems that the world will be dominated by you young people in the future, and Konoha's future still depends on you to guard it. Hearing third generation's emotional voice, Simu raised his eyebrows. Uncle third generation, you are not too old, isn't it too early to say such things? Third generation smiled slightly and looked at Kushina. Since you have successfully mastered the power of 9 tails, you should get familiar with it for a while. Understood, Yins. Kushina agreed immediately. When she was a child, she was always called third generation. Now that he's grown up, he's a little more restrained. On the contrary, Simu has always maintained the title of Uncle Third Generation. Third Generation clapped their hands. Everyone has worked hard, go back and rest, dismiss. Yes. In an instant, all the Umbu ninjas disappeared. Third Generation also returned to the Hokage office to handle business. Only Simu, Kushina, Minato, Shikage, and Hai are left. Luju held his head and said casually, now that it's over, I'm going home and going to bed. Simu suddenly said, to thank Hai for his help, I will be the host tonight, how about treating everyone to a barbecue? Yamanaka scratched his head and said modestly, actually, I didn't do much to help. In the end, it was Kushina who made the final decision. It's a rare Simu treat, let's go. She hugged Simu's growing arms and pushed him toward the rotisserie. Luju and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Since it's Simu's treat, then I have to let that guy Ding come with him. That's true, I heard that Simu has saved a lot of money in the past 2 years, and he must be slaughtered severely. Minato echoed. Seeing the two people being so rude, Yamanaka also let go of his unnaturalness. Directly used the Yamanaka family's secret method to find Dingzo's aura, and said via voice transmission, Simu treats you, come and eat barbecue. Hearing this, Dingzo jumped off the bed, shouted, Mom, you don't have to cook my meal tonight, I'm going out to eat barbecue. After that, he went straight to the barbecue restaurant. Haranozhao, the owner of the barbecue restaurant, saw Simu and Dingzo, and smiled directly on his face. These two people are the second of the 3 big customers of his barbecue shop. Haranozhao rubbed his hands and asked attentively, Miss Ling Yi didn't come today. Because Simu has been eating barbecue here, he and Harano are half friends. I'm disappointed with you, Ling Yi, she's gone on a mission. Kushina said with a smile. There seemed to be a murderous look in his eyes. Even though she and Ling Yi get along very happily on weekdays. But I still don't want others to think of Ling Yi instead of herself when they see Simu. This is the incomprehensible competitiveness of women in this regard. Uchiha Mikato also stood by Simu's side. Her personality is a little gentler, and she smiled slightly at Haranozhao, as if apologizing for Kushina. Haranozhao seemed to understand something, and hurriedly said, everyone, please come inside, please come inside. Looking at Simu, there are 2 women on the left and 1 on the right. Luju sighed quietly. Women are such a troublesome thing, that guy Simu actually has 3 at the same time, it's really pitiful. Minato smiled lightly when he heard that. That's why you don't understand Simu, Luju. Luju said it was hard to understand. What fun can a woman have? Hearing this, Dingzo nodded in agreement. It's more important to eat barbecue. Seeking flowers 0. Minato smiled wryly, he really had nothing to say in front of these guys. The group lived up to the expectations of Haranozhao, the owner of the yakiniku restaurant. Simu and Dingzhou quickly piled up a tall stack of plates in front of them. Seeing this, Luju put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, "Come on, Simu, you are not such a generous guy, do you have anything to do with us this time?" Simu watched with pity that the last plate of barbecue on the table was swept away by Dingzhou. Scratching his head, he said embarrassedly. As expected of Luju, he can even see this kind of thing. His eyes became slightly serious. "I want you to cooperate with me to complete a task." Cooperate with you to complete the task. A bad feeling emerged in Luju's heart. It is definitely not an easy task to make this guy feel helpless. Simu produced a file. It is the information about nobles from all over the place that Umbu sorted out, and some more confidential information that Simu asked the Ziwan Florist Association to collect. Luju took the file, his pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, the information inside had a huge impact on his concept of life. Seeing Shikamaru like this, the others quickly fell silent. After a while, Luju put the file on the table, and asked dryly, "What are you going to do?" Simu said seriously, "I hope you can help me." Minato and others took the file over, and their faces were also full of shock after reading it. Luju crossed his hands, his slightly trembling fingers showed the vibration in his heart. As a member of the Konoha Shinobi clan, still big ninja, although Luju is used to life and death on the battlefield, but he never imagined that in the various territories of the Kingdom of Fire, those nobles would actually carry out such horrific things for a long time. How to help? I want you to be the brains of this operation. With Luju's IQ, he instantly understood what Simu meant. You want me to lead the operation this time? That's right. Simu nodded heavily. The territory of the Fire Nation is so huge. Although the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce has enough staff, but they don't have enough experience in this kind of thing after all. The brain learns to execute the action this time, and the most suitable candidate is undoubtedly Luju. Simu will not let such a talent go. If Konoha's ninjas get involved, in case they are exposed. Luju's words were full of scruples. If the Fire Country Daimyo knew that this matter was promoted by Konoha, the consequences would be disastrous. The two sides are afraid that they will turn their faces directly. After all, what Simu did is digging the graves of nobles. Don't worry, except for us, I won't let other Konoha ninjas take action. Simu tosses another document with confidence. It records the personnel situation of the Ziwan Flower Merchant Association in the Fire Country, as well as the strongholds in various places. Luju's eyes were full of surprise. It seems that you have already started the layout a long time ago. Simu said lightly. It was a surprise. In fact, he did not expect Hyaga Takumitsu to be so outstanding in business. But business alone is not enough, Simu needs more talents. Luju, who is full of wisdom, is a very important member of them. On the border of the Land of Fire, Suomai City, Simu, Kushina, and Luju slowly walked out of the woods. Standing on the top of the mountain, you have to look at this town on the border. The town is not rich. There are several small villages in the surrounding area. Then there is the sparse farmland. Because it is located in a mountainous area, the output is actually not very good. I didn't expect you to start here. Kushina looked at a nearby village with twinkling eyes. Simu put his hands in his pockets, and his tone was quite emotional. Since our ninja career started here, let's start here. That's right, the mountaintop where Simu is at this time is the location of his first mission after becoming a ninja. Luju looked at the two people who missed the past, and said helplessly, I said you're almost done. I don't have much affection for this place. And he held a scroll in his hand, which recorded in detail about the Water Forest City territory. That is, all the incriminating evidence of the current Fire Nation daimyo cousin, former Moritoshi. Luju's palm suddenly squeezed hard, making the scroll creak. If what is written above is true, then it would not be an exaggeration to say that this former Sentashi is a demon. 040 looked at Luju who was in an extremely complicated mood. Simu said slowly, then I will leave things here to you, Yi. He also needs to use this opportunity to see clearly whether Luju and himself are on the same side. Understood. Luju waved his hands, trying to restore himself to the calm and breezy days in the past. Another figure came out of the woods. The man was wearing a white robe with a huge aster flower pattern on the back of the clothes. The man walked up to Simu, knelt down on one knee, and said in a respectful tone, Master Simu. Simu patted his forehead. Didn't you say it? You don't need to kneel to me. He quickly helped the visitor up. This person is Hyaga Takumitsu who unraveled the caged bird spell by himself a few years ago, the current chairman of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. Hyaga Takumitsu stood up and said with a smile, Master Simu, I kneel to you just to show my respect to you. After all, you are my savior. Simu sighed and could only do as Hyaga Takumitsu told him. But your figure. Simu pointed to Hyaga Takumitsu's gradually rounded body. Speaking of this matter, Hyaga Takumitsu shook his head helplessly. I can't help it. I'm in contact with those nobles all day long, and entertainment is still indispensable. Simu smiled, but didn't say much about this kind of thing. After all, Hyaga Takumitsu was able to develop the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce to this scale in just a few years. The bitterness and dedication in it are only known to him. Hyaga Takumitsu looked at Shikasa, smiled and said, This is Mr. Luju, right? Luju withdrew his sizing gaze, and replied, Nara Luyu, you should be Mr. Diguang, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hyaga Takumitsu held out his hand and held Shikasa together. A group of people entered the town after some disguise. Stationed at the gate of the city are 2 warriors. They reached out and stopped Simu et al. Who are you? Hyakage Guang's expression remained unchanged, pointing to the logo on his clothes. Oh, so it's from the Ziwan Flower Merchant Guild. Let's go in. 2 samurai stepped out of the way. After all, the Ziwan Flower Merchant Guild is now a distinguished guest of the Lord. These 2 little warriors guarding the gate cannot be provoked. After successfully entering the town, they saw a group of people surrounded by a wall. What is this for? Kushina asked suspiciously. Hyakage Takamitsu replied without changing his expression. Taxation. Because of the successive years of war in the Land of Fire, the Daimyo of the Land of Fire decided to increase the tax from 300,000 taels per person per year to 1.5 million taels. 1.5 million taels. Kushina was taken aback. This is already the price of an A-level task. Luju narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly, shouldn't this be an order from the Daiming mansion? Hyakage Takamitsu glanced at Shikako with some surprise. Mr. Luju really has a bright eye. The Daiming mansion only asked for the tax to be increased to 700,000 taels, but the order given by the Lord was 1.5 million taels, and it had to be collected within 5 days. Those who have expired will be used as laborers and go to the mine to mine. Hyakage Takamitsu's voice is flat. After all, he is no longer a pure ninja. He has been in the ninja world for so many years, and he has seen so much darkness in the ninja world. It can be said that it has been numb. On the other hand, although Luju looked calm, his heart was already shaken. Kushina whispered. It's because the nation of fire is going to fight, but no matter how much taxes they collect, they may not give money to Konoha. Simu shook his head. War is just a means for them to divide the property of the people. As for where the money will end up going, who knows? This is the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. Hyakage Takamitsu brought them to a shop. This is a pharmacy with the name of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce hanging on it. At this time, many people were seeing a doctor and treating their injuries in the pharmacy. Simu saw one of the half-grown boys raise his eyebrows suddenly. I didn't expect to be able to meet acquaintances here. Kushina also followed Simu's gaze. This little guy seems to be one of the few little ghosts we rescued at that time. Simu nodded impassively, and Takamitsu Hyakage walked into the backyard of the pharmacy. Master Simu, I have lowered the price of medicines to treat diseases for the people as you ordered. Hyakage Takamitsu said respectfully. It was winter at this time, and many people were injured and sick because of the heavy corvée. And there is only one medical clinic opened by Morimitashi in the entire Somai city. All the medicines around are monopolized by them. The fees are extremely expensive, and most people simply cannot afford them. Even if these people are sick, they can only endure it. The Ziwan Flower Chamber of Commerce gained a foothold in the local area instantly by virtue of its affordable prices. Hyakage Takamitsu thought for a while and then said, in addition, the few scripts you talked about have also received good responses. A curious look appeared on Luju's face. What script? Hyakage just glanced at Simu. Take it out and let Mr. Luju see it. Yes. With Simu's permission, he produced a few notebooks and handed them to the businessman. Luju opened it, and undisguised surprise appeared in his eyes. These stories tell the stories of ordinary heroes. For example, a nobleman robbed a civilian girl, a man helped him, and was arrested by the nobleman, and finally learned ninjutsu by chance, leading all the villagers to overthrow the nobleman's rule. There are actually quite a few similar novels and biographies in the ninja world, but it is rare to directly target nobles like this. After all, the nobles at this time are the absolute rulers, no one dares to provoke them like this. Luju looked complicated, and asked, can they understand it? Hyakage Takamitsu says, we will tell these scripts in the form of stories. Of course, it's not told by people from the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce, but by wandering witches and wandering poets. Luju instantly understood the significance of Simu's actions. These people are basically uneducated. Even if they can read, the busy work and the pressure of survival make them not interested in books at all. Therefore, it is the most appropriate way to let the wandering poet tell the story. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Simu again. From the Aster Flower Merchant Guild to the wandering poets and wandering witches, if Simu hadn't been prepared, he wouldn't believe it. Facing Luju's gaze, Tong just smiled lightly. Suddenly there was a commotion outside the hospital. A party of warriors barged in rudely, and exclaimed, let your person in charge come out quickly, our lord wants to see him? A dangerous gleam flashed in Hyakage Takamitsu's eyes upon hearing this. Simu lifted his chin. Go. Yes. He turned his head, no threat could be seen on his fat face. His eyes also instantly changed from vicious to cunning, unique to businessman. Luju raised his eyebrows, and walked out beside Hyakage Takamitsu. My lords, I'll go right away, right away. Hyakage Takamitsu skillfully took out a 2.3 silver note from his sleeve and stuffed it into the hand of the leader samurai. The latter showed a satisfied smile. That's about the same, let's go. His attitude improved a bit, and he took Hyakage Guang and Joju towards the lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the lord's mansion, Luju heard the sound of shenzo music. The decoration of the yard in front of you can be called luxurious. Even the walls are made of fine nanmyo. The rockery in the garden is extremely exquisite, and all kinds of precious flowers can be seen everywhere. One of the flowers, called agave, he had seen his father grow. The price of one tree is 500,000 taels, and the tequila here is counted by one slice. Shikuisa's expression remained unchanged, and he followed Hayaga Takamitsu across the huge garden. Finally saw the source of Shenga. More than 20 singers are dancing to the music. A big fat man who looked 200 to 300 caddies slumped on the chair made of gold like a mountain of meat, smiling and watching the dance. The desire in those eyes seemed to drown all these girls. Luju secretly sighed in his heart. His face remained unchanged. Even Hayaga Takamitsu couldn't help but praise Luju's concentration in his heart. The fat man sitting on the first seat narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Di Guang from the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, the sound of silk and bamboo disappeared instantly, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Hayaga Takamitsu nodded obsequiously. Yes, my lord, what is your order for me to come here? Lord Fat Pig shook the small wine glass in his hand. The fat on his face was almost stacked together. It is said that your Aster Flower merchant will sell medicine at a low price in the city. Luju understood. Sure enough, it was because of this matter. After all, before the Aster Flower Merchant Association came to Somai City, there is only one pharmacy in the whole town under the name of former Sentashi. Everyone who wants to cure diseases has to buy medicines from him at a high price. Now that the Ziwan Florist Association came, his pharmacy was completely out of business. A frightened expression appeared on Hayaga Takamitsu's face. Even Luju beside him had to admire his superb acting skills. My lord, this is all arbitrarily asserted by my subordinates. I will immediately ask them to raise the price of the medicine. Hayaga Takamitsu made a promise. Lord Fat Pig smiled faintly. This is the best way, everyone has money to earn together, if someone wants to own it. Hehe. He sneered. Although this sneer is no different from pig squawking in Hayaga Takamitsu's heart. But on the surface he still said with trepidation. Thank you Lord for your tolerance. If it's okay, you can leave. The fat pig lord didn't want to keep them, and waved his hand to let them leave. Go back to the pharmacy. Hayaga Takamitsu immediately had people adjust the price of the medicine. This sudden move instantly caught the residents at a loss. In addition, just now the lord swaggered and sent someone over to call Hayaga Di Guang to discuss matters. Soon a rumor spread among the residents of the city. I heard that the lord forced the Ziwan Florist Association not to sell us cheap medicines. Yeah, this city lord is really not a human being. My old man was just injured when he was moving stones in the morning. What should we do now? Stop talking, the tax will be paid in a few days. Shizan City is surrounded by mountains. Where did we get the 1.5 million taels to hand over? I can't afford this price if I sell my whole family. Didn't the wandering poet tell a story last time? These nobles like to raise taxes so that we can't afford to pay, and finally we have to take out loans and annex our land. Yes, I've heard about this too, it's really hateful. Then what can we do? The discussion stops here. Yeah, what can they do? Suddenly, a child's voice sounded. Resist. Resist? How can we resist? In the dim light, the child's eyes glowed. Take our fists? Take our lives. The backyard of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. Luju couldn't help but asked Hayaga Takamitsu. Mr. Takamitsu, is this the case in the ninja world? Hayaga Takiko glanced at him and replied with a smile. It's almost the same. After all, these ordinary people don't have the power to resist, so they can only let these nobles ravage them. Luju fell silent, not knowing what was going on with his daughter-in-law. Hayaga Takamitsu patted Shikuisa on the shoulder. Having said that, the Mizumori matter is under your full command. Luju nodded without any hesitation. His eyes hardened, and he said, I see. Soon, the wandering poets and wandering girls in the entire Shuman city began to act. The former wanders in every corner of the city, telling the stories of those heroes, and some weapons will be handed over to those spectators. The latter is to treat the wounded in need free of charge in the streets and alleys, and inadvertently asked about their lives over the years. Keep bringing back their painful past. Of course, it is impossible for former Sendashi to let these guys continue to affect the stability of his territory. But every time the samurai came out to hunt them down, both the wandering poet and the wandering witch will disappear immediately. For a while, the entire Somai city was like a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years. When the time comes, the strong pressure inside will spurt out with hot magma. It devours everything like an abyss. In the lord's mansion, the fat pig lord was lying on the bed, listening to the report of the samurai. Did you catch anyone again? He looked a little displeased. But there was a delicate voice next to him. My lord, hurry up. The displeasure on Fat Pig's face disappeared instantly. This kind of thing doesn't matter, you continue to catch it. Bring more people over tomorrow, and you must collect all the taxes for me. The samurai leader of Somai City heaved a sigh of relief. If you pursue it yourself, it's really hard to handle. He hastily said. Don't worry, my lord, with us here, some unscrupulous people can't make any trouble. Well, let's go. At this time, the lord's mind is obviously not on these government affairs. Before the warrior leader left, he let out a hungry roar and rushed towards Emoshang. The samurai leader lowered his head, he was no stranger to this kind of thing. He goes out the door. Wait until the tax payment is over this time. The lord eats the meat and drinks the soup himself. After earning a lot of money, I can also buy a few more women to play with. He was walking on the road, and he had already decided on a candidate in his mind. If those farmers can't pay the tax, let them hand over their daughters to pay off the debt. Tax day is coming soon. Luju stood on the roof of the Ziwan Flower Chamber of Commerce with his hands in his pockets. On the street, a large group of warriors are knocking on doors to collect taxes. Some families can only hand over all the savings they have accumulated over the past 10 years. Those who could not save their savings could only sell their farmland under the coercion of the samurai. Some don't even have fields. I think your daughter looks good. The samurai chief stands in a farmer's home. One hand rests on the samurai sword at his waist. Since there is no land, then use your daughter to pay off the debt. A wretched smile appeared on the warrior leader's face. The old farmer in front of him fell to his knees and begged, Master Samurai, please allow a few more days, only 10 days. No, 5 days, I must find enough silver notes to pay taxes. The old farmer begged, the daughter behind him was his only relative. In any case, it cannot fall into the hands of these warriors. Old man, don't talk nonsense. The samurai stepped on the old farmer directly and kicked him flying. Dad. The girl rushed to her father while weeping. The warrior leader grinned. Since you are so filial, just obediently go with me. He reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist easily. How could this ordinary girl be a match for a samurai in terms of strength? In just a few seconds, he was pressed to the ground by him. The samurai looked at the struggling girl and sneered. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. Other people around heard the sound and kept gathering outside the yard. But due to the majesty of these warriors for a long time, no one dared to move the eagle. The warrior chief glanced at these guys. What are you looking at? Do you want to disobey the Lord? After finishing speaking, he held the girl tightly. Little did he know that the old farmer behind him had already picked up his hoe. His old, wrinkled face was flushed. With all the strength in his body, he swung his hoe and smashed down on the warrior. Court death. The samurai leader's eyes flashed, and the long knife at his waist was unsheathed instantly. The sharp blade cut across the air, and the blade cut the falling hoe into 2 pieces. Then he slashed towards the old farmer with unabated momentum. The worker's blood instantly splashed in the air. Kill. 250 kill. The panicked shouts made the crowd instantly confused. The warrior leader narrowed his eyes slightly, and was just about to yell at him. Then I saw a black shadow jumping out from the crowd. He took a closer look. That figure had already appeared in front of him. Is a teenager. Court death. The red samurai sword in his hand slashed at the boy. Iron body. The boy didn't dodge or dodge. A trace of disdain flashed across the warrior's face. This kind of stuff actually dares to be a hero. The sharp samurai sword cut through the boy's clothes. But it doesn't move at all on the skin. With firm eyes, the young man lightly raised his finger to point at the warrior. Your days are over. Finger pistol. Impacts like bullets gushed out from the fingertips. The samurai's eyes widened, and the impact actually pierced his heart directly. This is impossible. With his body down, the young man raised his arms and called out, all those who don't want to be slaves, follow me, kill these warriors, and overthrow the rule of nobles. The faces of the warriors changed. I just wanted to kill this brat. A huge sound of waves erupted from the crowd. The people that Luju had arranged in advance quickly picked up their weapons to respond to the boy's slogan. Don't be a slave, overthrow the nobles. Stimulated by this atmosphere, those ordinary people also picked up the weapons that were scattered on the ground at some time, and threw them at the warriors? What the hell is it? Seeing this scene, more than a dozen warriors were terrified. You troublemakers. Before they finished speaking, they were hit hard on the head by a hoe. The hundreds of pairs of legs that came rushing directly trampled them into a pulp. The volcano that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted completely. The raging and hot magma will bury everything that decays. Luju in the distance shifted his gaze to the Lord's mansion. It has started. My lord, it's not good, my lord. Chien Senduo had just arrived at Xingtu when there was a sudden noise outside. A samurai knocked on the door anxiously. Lord Fat Pig shuddered. He opened the door with an ugly face, and said viciously, what's the matter? If you can't explain why, don't take your life. He squeezed the words out between his teeth. The anger all over his body has almost formed substance. No man can bear to be disturbed at such a time. The samurai was really angry when he saw Mamoru, and hurriedly knelt down on the ground and said, those troublemakers are against you. Inverted. There was a dangerous gleam in Kinsen's slit-like eyes. Won't you suppress it? It's just a bunch of troublemakers. He was quite impatient in his words. After he took office in Somai City, the riots of these civilians have not happened once or twice, but every time it was easily suppressed by the samurai. After all, they are just a group of unarmed and untrained farmers. When the samurai saw Maimorita's disapproving look, he said in a panic, my lord, this time is different. The whole town rioted, and some very strong guys appeared. A strong guy? Could it be that ninjas from other countries got involved? Hearing the noise outside, Chien Senduoshi's face became serious. If ninjas from other countries were involved, things would be different. Xiaoyi, he said softly. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared at the door. They are wearing ninja costumes, but they don't have Konoha's forehead protector on their foreheads. Instead, it represents the flame pattern of the Land of Fire. It was the leader of these 5 ninjas who became Shoki by former Senta. It was a man in his 20s. Kinsen smiled coldly for a long time. Even if there are ninjas involved, there are ninjas guarding the ninja army. The Lord is not afraid at all. Come on, let's go and see who are the thugs who are so bold. Under the guard of 5 ninjas, Chien Senduoshi walked towards the gate of the mansion. In the distance above the attic of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce, the figures of Simu and Kushina appeared quietly. It seems things are going well. Simu looked at the rioting farmers. At this time, they rushed towards the Lord's mansion like a tsunami. Those samurai troops were just about to make a move. More than 20 figures appeared in the crowd. These 20 people rushed into the samurai army at an extremely fast speed. Who are you? The warriors waved their blades. When things have come to this point, everyone can see that this is by no means a simple riot. But soon these warriors noticed something was wrong. Because their attacks can't help these mysterious people at all. Their bodies are like steel. The sharp samurai swords falling on them can only produce the sound of steel clashing and brilliant sparks. And among the more than 20 mysterious people, the leader was a teenager. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle, revealing an incomparably sharp light. Tempest kick? He flicked his calf quickly. The quick movement squeezes the air out, forming a crescent-shaped vacuum slash. Not just teenagers. Other mysterious people also used Tempest kick. The dozens of warriors in front of them were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is it wind-style ninjutsu? There are so many ninjas popping up in this borderland? The dreadful triple question emerged from their minds. Immediately afterwards, a storm formed by more than 20 Tempest kicks swept across the entire battlefield. The strength of these warriors is very average. It's just that he has mastered the use of chakra, which is a little better than ordinary people. Faced with such a large-scale attack, it seems helpless. Only a few samurai with more combat experience hastily raised their samurai swords wrapped with chakra, blocked 5-6 paths Tempest kicks. The rest of the attack still wreaked havoc on their formation. Everyone, it's time for revenge, go. I don't know who yelled. Next second, thousands of civilians waved their weapons and flocked towards Takeda like a tsunami. Individually, they were no match for the warriors at all. But these mysterious people charged forward and destroyed the formation of the samurai troops. At this time, they only need to brandish their weapons and follow the charge. The warriors who had just recovered from the Tempest kick attack almost lost their souls when they saw this scene. These guys, why are they so bloody this time? Their faces were grave, and then, turn around and run? But of course these mysterious people couldn't just let them go. One by one use shave or moonwalk to quickly catch up and slow them down. Then the sea of populace quickly overwhelmed them. The usual arrogance, and harm to the people have all been redeemed at this moment. Thousands of people wantonly vented their inner anger. But this is not enough. It wasn't just these warriors who were responsible for all this misfortune. And the man behind the samurai. Long time ago, after solving the samurai troops, this torrent did not stop, but was thrown towards the Lord's mansion. Simu's observation haki envelops the entire town. Everything is in his hands. I didn't expect that the Daimyo of the country of fire would actually come up with a guardian ninja force. After the relationship with Konoha became stiff, the Fire Country Daimyo created a guardian ninja force, recruited many ninjas who are interested in helping the Daimyo re-establish his majesty. The 12 strongest among them are called the 12 guardian ninjas. I'll leave those guys to you, Kushina. Simu looked at Kushina beside him. One of the important purposes of coming out this time is to train soldiers. Familiarize Kushina with the 9 tails chakra she just mastered. No problem, just leave it to me. Kushina's confidence is abundant. My lord, the samurai army has been wiped out. The remaining dozen or so warriors rushed in to report. My lord, why don't you retreat first? Chien Mori's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. Retreat? He is a nobleman, but the lord of this Somai city? How is it possible to retreat? Waste. A bunch of waste. Mei Sendo snarled while pointing at the warriors in front of him. You can't even beat a group of unscrupulous people. What's the use of being able to support you? Huh. Chien Sen was very angry for a long time, so that the fat on his face trembled. My lord, there are some very strong guys hidden among those people. Before the samurai could finish his explanation, he was kicked to the ground by the angry lord. Because of the continuous talking, Chien Sen's breathing was a little short for a long time. Xiaoyi, hurry up, and execute all those unscrupulous people to death. Yes. The 5 ninjas had to immediately use the body flicker technique to disappear in front of Sentaji. But just after they left the lord's mansion, they encountered the enemy. Your enemy is me, I can't just let you go like this. Kushina is shrouded in a black robe, and there is no Konoha forehead protector on her forehead. Even so, as a ninja who protects the ninja unit, in addition to protecting nobles everywhere, they also need to be wary of Konoha's ninjas. And Kushina as 9 tails Jinchuriki is the top priority. Xiaoyi recognized her identity almost immediately. It seems that this matter has something to do with Konoha. The 5 ninjas headed by him, 4 men and 1 woman became serious instantly. One of the female ninjas said, My lord is right, Konoha really has a second heart. As the most powerful fighting organization in the Kingdom of Fire, the development of Konoha in recent years has indeed exceeded many people's expectations. I thought they would gradually fall into a disadvantage in wars with other countries. As a result, there are more and more high-end combat powers. If it weren't for the Fire Kingdom's daimyo, the Fire Kingdom might have already counterattacked and entered the territory of other countries. Therefore, the Konoha threat theory among the nobles of the country of fire is raging. 5 doesn't worry about such a powerful force, a sharp sword. What if the sword is aimed at him? It is against this background that Guardian Ninja was born. And most of the reduced military spending on Konoha over the years has been invested in the training of Guardian Ninja. After several years of development, the Guardian Ninja force has begun to take shape. I didn't expect it to be exposed. Kushina stroked her chili-colored hair. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, they don't intend to let these people leave here. Be careful, this is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Shuiki said calmly. In the next second, Kushina was seen rushing towards them. The thick male ninja next to him put his hands on the ground after making Madras. Earth-style earth spike. Sharp and thick rock spikes suddenly protruded from the flat ground. And Kushina had already anticipated this result one step ahead. Pushing hard with both feet, Daimyo Zhao jumped into the air alone, avoiding the invasion of the soil thorns. Good chance. The female ninja's eyes lit up when she saw this. The mouth bulged like a blower, spit out a piece of flame. Fire-style great fireball technique. Huge fireballs rolled in. The scorching heat swept over Kushina's body. This level of attack. The corners of Kushina's mouth curled up. A large piece of dark red chakra instantly appeared on the surface of the black robe to wrap it up. Like a solid crimson armor. The female ninja looked at Kushina who disappeared into the fireball, and said disdainfully, "Humph, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that's all. Be careful." The ninja named Moriichi took out his own blade. A spear that gleamed with lightning. A pair of sharp claws tore the flames apart. Kushina escaped unscathed under the protection of the Nine-Tails chakra. Slammed down on 5 people from the air. The lightning spear pierced out like lightning. Kushina had quick eyes and quick hands, and grabbed it with her claws. The arc flocked to Kushina, but was completely blocked by the chakra on the surface of her body. The female ninja took the opportunity to hold Kushina with a kunai stab. Xiaoyi's face turned pale. Not good. Sure enough, a python-like tail protruded from behind Kushina. The dark red tail suddenly turned into a big hand, and the female ninja was sent flying. Lightning-style lightning spear. Xiaoichi, the captain, was covered in electric arcs all over his body. Stimulate your body with the lightning-style chakra, making the body flicker technique much faster. Almost instantly appeared behind Kushina. Seeing this scene, Simu raised his eyebrows slightly in the distance. This guardian ninja named Xiaoyi is quite powerful. Even among Konoha, which is full of talents today, it is enough to hold the position of Jonin. If it is the previous Kushina to deal with a Jonin, plus 4 ninja assistants with Chunin strength, it still takes a lot of effort. But now Kushina has mastered part of the power of Nine-Tails, not to mention a mere Jonin. Even if there are a few more, there is nothing to be afraid of. The spear that was stirring with thunder light fell like a thunderbolt. Kushina didn't have time to turn around though, but the Nine-Tails chakra wrapped around the body has already responded. A huge dark red tail swept out, collided with the spear wrapped around thunder in midair. Keep a tight face. The dark red chakra in front of him exuded an aura of madness, which made him feel fear involuntarily. Even the movements of the hands are a little deformed. The terrifying power from above the thunder spear directly knocked it back. He stuck the thunder spear into the ground and drew a long scratch. The fat ninja quickly sealed. 2 huge rocks protrude from the left and right sides of Kushina. It quickly closed like a giant hand. Get ready to crush it? Earth-style mountain technique. This B-level Earth-style ninjutsu is extremely powerful. Even if Jonin doesn't check for a while, he will be directly crushed into meat. It's a pity that Kushina's current strength is no worse than some pure taijutsu ninjas. The raging chakra condensed in the hands, transforming into a terrifying experience. This move inherited from Tsunade explodes with terrifying effect under the blessing of Nine-Tails chakra. The 2 huge 090 rocks were firmly held by Kushina, and they couldn't shake them at all. Good chance. A tall, skinny ninja in nobody took aim and opened his mouth. Wind-style wind scythe technique. The turbulent airflow spurted out from its mouth, and the spider formed a scythe waiting for someone to slash. Face the incoming wind-style scythe. There was nothing unusual on Kushina's face. On her back, 2 huge animal claws were suddenly condensed with chakra. With a support on the rock like an arm, the whole person takes off on the spot. The attacking wind-style sickle missed, but cut the rock with sharp notches. Kushina volleys up. The 2 claws on the back are held together. It looked like a hammer fell from the sky and fell heavily. Get out of the way. Xiaoyi activated the lightning-style chakra on his body, and quickly dodged to the side. The same goes for the tall skinny ninja and another ninja, but the burly earth-style ninja wasn't so lucky. His body is obese, which means that his speed will be greatly reduced. Facing this sudden attack, he had no choice but to resist head-on. He is not sitting still. Instead, choose not printing. Earth-style rock armor. The rocks on the ground climbed onto his body layer by layer. It looks like a small fort. But now Kushina can smash even steel with a fist. It was just an earth-style fortress, and it shattered under her fist without any resistance at all. The sun shone into the broken rocks, illuminating the terrified eyes of the strong ninja inside. Kushina landed in front of him. He hit his head directly with his fist. 1 punch KO. This is simply not an enemy we can deal with, the tall and thin ninja said tremblingly. The arrogance of those who faced Konoha Shinobi at the beginning has completely disappeared. It wasn't until now that he deeply understood how far he was from being a real ninja. Even the captain Xiaoyi had a serious face. After all, my unmanned team lost 2 people in just 2 minutes. Shut up. In order to complete the task assigned by the Daimyo, even if you sacrifice your life, you will not hesitate. The thin man who hadn't made a move said coldly. Then he spit out a raging stream of water from his mouth. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The turbulent water flow formed a ferocious water dragon in the air. A breathtaking light leaked from the longan. Accompanied by a dragon roar, it slammed into Kushina hard. Kushina did not dodge, but ran towards the water dragon on his back. This guy, Xiaoyi's expression changed. Faced with such a powerful ninjutsu, dare to attack head-on? The two tails behind Kushina turned into two strong claws, and they pressed the head of the attacking water dragon neatly. Kushina stomped her feet on the ground. A circle of air spread out from under his feet. She came in front of the water dragon and punched it down with all her might. The huge force caused the water dragon to collapse into countless drops of water in an instant. The crimson figure of Kushina leaped across the water curtain. Xiaoyi looked at the water curtain all over the sky. Hurry up and get ready to perform lightning-style ninjutsu. In this environment, your own lightning-style ninjutsu can erupt with the strongest power. Unexpectedly, Kushina was already prepared. Faster than his seal are two golden chains. They flew out of the dark red chakra like long snakes, and were tightly entwined under the cover of the water curtain. After the chain wrapped around Xiaoyi, the other end was deeply stuck into the ground. Chakra in the body of Xiaoyi, who was forming a seal, suddenly came to a standstill. A huge pulling force came from the golden chain. It's not good to keep a secret path. Hastily reminded the partner next to him. Be careful. It's a pity that such a reminder is too late. With the help of the diamond chain, Kushina appeared in front of the two at an extremely fast speed. The dark red claws covered the sky and the sun and smashed the two people into the ground. Kushina took back the nine tails chakra on her body, and looked indifferently at the tightly bound diamond seal in front of her. The Jonin, chakra's guardian ninja force, can't be invoked a smidge? Xiaoyi asked with an extremely ugly face. Konoha planned this riot against the nobles of the Fire Nation. It seems that this is planning to tear up the one country one village system set up by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama himself. Kushina hasn't spoken yet. Big. Simu turned into a flash and appeared in front of Moriichi. If you want to say that, then the establishment of a new ninja army in the Daimyo prefecture is the one that tore up the system established by the generation. He walked up to Xiaoichi and stared at the ninja wearing the Fire Nation forehead protector with cold eyes. Since the Daimyo is no longer willing to support the development of Konoha, there is no need for the system to exist. Times will always change. Xiaoyi's face was pale. He wasn't surprised that Simu got involved, because this golden flash has always been the hawk in Konoha, just different from Danzo. The latter is aggressive against other countries, emphasized the initiative to attack and eliminate all potential threats to Konoha. In essence, it did not have any impact on the nobles of the Fire Nation. But Simu is different. This guy is completely against the nobles. The aristocratic forces of various countries are completely ignored. He dared to ignore even the big name. But now it is even more saying that times will change. It's hard to imagine what he will do next. Okay, you'd better get a good night's sleep. With armament haki wrapped around Simu's hand, he hit him on the neck. Xiaoyi fainted without any resistance. Simu looked at the crowd rushing towards the lord's mansion. He glanced at the lord, who was at a loss like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Simu smiled faintly. The next thing is for them to figure it out. Humph, I really want to kill this guy with my own hands. Kushina looked at Lord Fat Pig with disdain in his eyes. After all, she knew what he had done all these years before setting off. It is not an exaggeration to say that the sky is angry and people complain. Simu took Kushina's hand and disappeared in place with 5 guardian ninjas. Under the leadership of the mysterious man, these people broke through the obstruction of King Wu's troops, straight into the Lord's mansion. After annihilating the remaining mansion soldiers with a thunderbolt, they finally captured the Fat Pig Lord hiding in the basement in the Lord's mansion, and dozens of girls imprisoned by it. Dozens of corpses were found in the well of the Lord's mansion. Just when everyone was about to kill him, a voice sounded. Guys, I know you're angry right now, but in order to show fairness and justice, I think we should have a trial. As soon as Simu's voice sounded, the whole scene quickly fell silent. Judgment. That's right, the trial will announce to the public the crimes committed by Sen Duoshi over the years, and then everyone will decide on his punishment. Judgment is an extremely important process. It is an important basis for distinguishing whether they are thugs. Execution after trial has justice. Otherwise, it's just a group of thugs venting. Simu's suggestion instantly aroused the approval of many people. Judgment? Judgment? Judgment. Soon, the former Sendo was gagged and hung on a huge cross. Below are the vegetation collected by the villagers. Because Luju's information is already known, so this time the trial activities can only be handed over to that boy to preside over it. Only then did Simu know the boy's name for the first time. Yunyi Duo Shiliang. He stood at the highest point of the Lord's mansion, loudly declaring the sins of the former Sendashi over the years. Forcibly robbing women, searching for people's ointment, forcing the land, indulge your subordinates to act recklessly in Somai City, beating the people. Every time a crime is uttered, the anger of the people will grow stronger, and these crimes need no evidence at all. The thousands of people living in Somai City are the best evidence. It took Duo Shilang 2 hours to explain all the crimes. For all the evil deeds committed by the former Sendo, I declare that he will be burned at the stake. Ignition. Fire. Light. Fire. Thousands of people raised torches and set fire to the grass and trees that were pushed under the feet of Qian Sen Duoshi. The sea of flames ignited instantly, illuminating the dim Tianshan. In the sea of flames, Qian Sen Duo's screams became smaller and smaller, finally disappeared. Thousands of eyes reflect the fire. What is being ignited today is not only the former Sendashi, but also the flame called revolution in their hearts. A fire brought an end to former Sendo's reign. But this battle is far from over. Master Simu. Uenichi Toshiro knelt down in front of Simu, his hands were shaking, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Simu quickly lifted him up. Okay, I've said it all, men don't kneel down easily. Yes. Dashi Lang grinned, and wiped the dust off his face. Hayaga Takamitsu, who was standing beside him, patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "This young man's strength is quite good, and he is also among the best in Day, and now he is the team leader." The organization Day is the combat organization established by the Ziwan Flower Merchant Association. It contains some ninjas gathered from the ninja world over the years. Most of them are fighters who have practiced Marine 6 styles. These people come from refugees displaced by wars in various countries, or some poor people who have left their homes and have nowhere to go. After going through layers of screening, he finally joined the fighting organization Day. It is also the middle force of the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. I didn't expect that the little devil who was saved inadvertently back then has now become a revolutionary hero. Simu nodded with satisfaction, then said, "But our goal is more than that, don't work too hard." "Yes, I promise to fulfill my mission." Toshiro put his fist on his heart. It means giving one's heart to the great revolutionary cause. Luju walked in from the outside, holding a document in his hand, which is the report of today's conflict. The loss of this operation has been counted. 1 member of Day was killed, 7 were seriously injured, and 11 were slightly injured. The injured have been sent to the medical team for treatment. As for the people who participated in the riots, the death toll reached 19, and countless injuries were made. The wandering Maiko is actively receiving treatment. Simu nodded slightly. After all, these civilians are usually farmers or miners. No formal combat training at all. Even though today's battle is one-sided, it still caused many casualties in the chaotic battle. Kushina hesitated to speak. Simu glanced at her, smiled and said, "Just say what you want. Actually, today we can completely take the shot, so we don't have to cause such a big loss." Kushina said puzzledly. After all, if she, Simu, Liu and others made a move earlier, neither civilians nor they need to bear these losses. "You're right, but the whole ninja world is so big, we can't help them do everything well." Simu looked at the ninja map hanging in the middle of the room. The deep eyes seem to include the whole world in the eyes. If you want to survive in this troubled world, if you want to obtain your own happiness, you have to pay your own blood and tears. Only what you get by yourself is really meaningful. Simu's words immediately made Kushina and others fall into deep thought. Simu's idea is to build Day into a bloody army. Sacrifice and injury are inevitable. In the dim light, Duo Shilang's eyes were firm. Master Simu is right. We can't live forever under the wings of our predecessors. Only through blood can we grow. Simu looked at Duo Shilang with satisfaction in his eyes. Luju looked at the pocket watch in his hand. At this time, the actions in other places should be about the same. This time, the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce has more than one activity. But more flowers. Hayaga Lingii, Namikaze Minato, and even Kakashi and Lin were all put into this mission by Simu. Simu pulled a phone bug out of the Code of Justice. "Ling Yi, how are you doing?" Ling Yi's soft voice came from the phone bug. "Don't worry Simu-kun, everything is fine here." "That's good." After confirming that everything was going well with Ling Yi, Simu contacted Minato, Kakashi, and others. Not as Simu expected. 7 towns, all one. This kind of thing is actually easy to understand. Because the 7 locations Simu chose this time were selected based on the intelligence classics given by Umbu. The defense force in the territory is not strong, and the lord is incompetent, and the people in the territory have a high sense of resistance. Getting an initial win is perfectly normal. Although the first step is successful, the next action is the most important. After witnessing the miserable life of the bottom level, and the corruption of the nobles, Luju has completely devoted himself to the position of the Revolutionary Action Staff Officer. Simu draws 7 points on the map and connects them into a circle. "We won 7 towns this time. Because of the name, there will definitely be a reaction. We will definitely send samurai troops, and even the newly formed Guardian Ninja troops to encircle and suppress us." Simu tapped on the map, the mountains in the circle. "Before the arrival of the Daimyo's troops, we must complete the assembly of combat power, enter the Liangshan Mountains, and fight guerrilla warfare with them. In order to get enough funds from the Daimyo, it is best for Konoha not to make a move or to reduce it. So our abilities and characteristics are too strong to be too obvious." Simu's ability, whether it is Flash or Incarnation of a Dragon, is the only exclusive ability in the ninja world that has no semicolon. If exposed, the conflict between Daimyo and Konoha will be thoroughly aroused, and other big powers might join forces to attack. So you have to plan slowly. Luju nodded, but there was a look of embarrassment on his face. "But if you don't make a move, it might be a bit difficult to deal with the Guardian Ninja troops with high current strength, right?" After spending a lot of money, although the Guardian Ninja troops are not as good as Konoha, their strength should not be underestimated. If only Day is used, it may not be enough to resist. Simu is not particularly worried about this problem. "We also have the top combat power here." After all, a black shadow came in from outside. The whole body is shrouded in a black windbreaker. Half of his face was covered by a mask, and Kakashi called Bing Sing when he saw it. The green pupils are particularly eye-catching in the night. "Boss, why did you call me here?" It was Kakuzu who came. It is also the most powerful battle force in Day. Shikaiju recognized Kakuzu the moment he saw him. Kakuzu, the bounty hunter known as the strongest mercenary. Konoha's Umbu is not a vegetarian. Kakuzu has been active in the underground world for so many years, and it has long been recorded in Konoha's information book. Asking for flowers. That's why Luju was able to recognize him at a glance. He turned his attention to Simu again. After all, Kakuzu called Simu just now. Leader? Seeing Luju's suspicious eyes, Simu smiled and said, "That's right, Tong is my subordinate now. Code name Drought Disaster. Kakuzu always looked like a zombie. Although I don't know why Simu gave himself such a nickname, but he thought it sounded good. What's the mission this time?" Kakuzu rubbed his wrist lightly. Simu raised an eyebrow. "Having said that, this mission is exactly the type you like, Kakuzu." "Oh, speaking of Kakuzu's favorite thing, it is of course making money. After all, our ultimate goal is to eradicate those nobles. Do you think those nobles who are like vampires will have no money?" Kakuzu's eyes lit up suddenly. There seems to be nothing wrong with what Simu said. After all, he has been in the underground gold exchange for decades. Have a sufficient understanding of the current situation in the ninja world. These nobles are almost the richest crop in the entire world. The high rewards offered by the underground gold exchange are almost all issued by these nobles. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes. Aristocrat, not bad prey. When Luju heard Simu's words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This unscrupulous boss started drawing cakes again. He was right though. Their ultimate goal is to eradicate the nobles. But does this have anything to do with this mission? This mission is obviously to resist the counterattack from the Daimyo, right? Seeing Luju's strange eyes, Simu coughed. Then, the next thing is up to you, Luju. The next action in Liangshan, Simu, is going to be handed over to Luju for full command. By the way, tie it firmly to your chariot. Luju sighed. It's really troublesome, but leave it to me. It has to be said that this time the mission did bring about a huge change in Luju's mentality. But over there in the village, Shikusa is Konoha's making up ninja. If there is no task assigned by the village, it is reasonable to not stay outside for too long. As for the village, I will help you. Simu dispelled Luju's worries with one sentence. Under the threat of military spending, even the third generation had to secretly acquiesce in their actions. In addition, the actions of other towns must be stepped up, and the daimyo cannot keep focusing on us. As long as there are more flowers, it can greatly distract the attention of the Daming Mansion and create opportunities for their actions. Learn. Luju expressed his understanding. Kakashi and the others should pass by tomorrow. In addition to Kakuzu, Simu is going to leave his disciples here to practice and practice. He has big expectations for Kakashi. It is best to be able to become your right-hand man in the future. After the fighting in all the towns, a voice finally rang in Simu's ear. Kaido's imitation value has reached 40%, and the ability is being drawn. Congratulations, you have obtained the ability Royal Color Coiled. In the center of the capital city of the Land of Fire, the Supreme Daming Mansion. In the past, he was aloof, and his every move showed his aristocratic temperament. Today is a change from normal, his face is dark, and he looks like a raging beast. In just 1 month, so many riots, what happened? The daimyo looked at the densely packed riot information in front of him, his face darkened. Even his cousin was tried in this riot. That's right, the damn guy uses the word judgment. Of course, the daimyo was not angry about his cousin whining about it. But how dare these pariahs? How dare they attack the nobles? The ministers below also looked solemn. My lord, we must not allow them to riot like this anymore, otherwise it will have a huge impact on this year's tax revenue. Without taxation, they nobles don't pocket much. The daimyo looked at the nobleman who spoke, and said in a cold voice, I know I can't let them go, but what should I do? The nobleman rolled his eyes. Why don't the guardian ninja troops take action? The daimyo narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it the guardian ninja army? It's not impossible. The problem is that I'm worried about letting the guardian ninja army deal with it zero. These guys have lost too much, what should I do? After all, the guardian ninja force is the most important weapon he uses to check and balance Konoha. If a huge loss is caused as a result, it is a bit outweighed the gain. Another nobleman saw daimyo's embarrassment, so he took the initiative to say, how about letting Konoha's people take action? On the one hand, it can suppress the rebellion, and on the other hand, it can weaken Konoha's strength. This is indeed a good way to have the best of both worlds. The premise is that Konoha agrees. The daimyo frowned slightly, and looked at the minister who was in charge of communicating with Konoha. The minister bowed and said, I have already sent someone to contact Konoha, and they said that Konoha is preparing for the war with Iwagakure and Sunagakure at this time. There is no way to spare so many troops to suppress the rebellion. Daimyo's face was ugly. I think this Konoha just doesn't want to help, and wants to ask us for military expenses. But if you don't provide military expenses to Konoha, the minister below said hesitantly, this is the crux of the matter now. If you don't provide military expenses to Konoha, you have to attack by yourself and take risks. If Konoha is provided with military expenses, although it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I am worried that Konoha will continue to develop through this. My lord, I think you can let Guardian Ninja try it first, said a nobleman. As far as I know, the organization that caused the riot high is just composed of some wandering ninjas and taijutsu ninjas who don't know where they came from. Although the momentum is huge, the high-end combat power is seriously insufficient. It shouldn't be a problem for the Guardian Ninja troops to solve them. In comparison, Konoha's potential is the most serious problem. The current Konoha doesn't care about the order of the Daimyo mansion at all. If things go on like this. The noble didn't continue talking, but everyone knew what he meant. Daimyo rubbed his eyebrows, just about to make a decision. Another minister suddenly said, "My lord, Konoha's side is not monolithic, why don't we invest funds in Danzo's side?" Daimyo's eyes lit up. The roots of Danzo are more aggressive than Hiruzen. If you can get Danzo's help, you can be more confident in suppressing the rebellion. The most important thing is that if you support the roots but not the leaves, there will inevitably be a rift between the two. After all, that guy Danzo has revealed to himself more than once that he wants to be Hokage. If you can make good use of it. Among the leaves, Simu just finished dinner with Mikoto, walked out of the room. A figure emerged from the shadows. Silver-haired black mask. It is Kakashi. Teacher Simu, the information is here. Simu took the information from Kakashi and asked casually, "Did you have meal?" Kakashi scratched his head, "I came in a bit of a hurry, I haven't had time to eat yet." Simu put an arm around his shoulder. "My height of 1.9 meters is just enough to hang my arms on Kakashi's body. Then eat here." He brought Kakashi into the house, and said to Mikoto who was packing up in the kitchen, "Mikoto, warm up the meal and ask Kakashi to clean it up. It turns out that I let myself clean up the leftovers." A black line ran across Kakashi's face. Mikoto stuck his head out from the kitchen and smiled softly. "It's Kakashi, let me make you a bowl of ramen." Kakashi rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly. "It's okay, my wife, I can just eat the leftovers." Simu's palm slapped him hard on the shoulder. "Well, Kakashi is not an outsider, so don't bother. Are you right, Kakashi?" Kakashi said helplessly, "Yeah." Faced with such a bad teacher, what experience can he have? Soon, Mikoto served the meal, and Simu was lying on the sofa and checking the information passed by Kakashi. The daimyo hooked up with Danzo. Over the years, the Aster Flower Merchant Association has done business with the nobles in the capital of the Fire Kingdom. Therefore, he secretly connected with many nobles. Of course, no one knows the relationship between the revolutionary organization, DE, and the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce for the time being. Kakashi said while eating, "It's impossible for anyone to watch Konoha develop like this. Today's Konoha is different from the original time and space, with Sunin, Golden Combination, and Kato-Dan and many other masters. In terms of the strength of the ninja, it is definitely number one in the ninja world. Of course, it is impossible for the Daimyo Mansion to watch his power fall by the sidelines. Suppressing Konoha is a foregone conclusion. I just don't know how far Danzo will help the daimyo. Third generation should know about this too, right?" asked Simu. Kakashi nodded. "I have accidentally leaked this information to Umbu's people. As Umbu directly under Hokage, this news must have reached the table of the third generation." Looking at the information in his hands, Simu suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect to be able to even get the marching route of the Guardian Ninja troops. The intelligence fully marked the marching plan of the Guardian Ninja troops this time." Kakashi also smiled when he saw this. For those nobles, as long as they have money, wine, and women, there is no information that cannot be found. Simu put away the information and said lightly, "In this case, let Liu gather strength, you and Kakuzu lead the team, and teach those Guardian Ninjas a lesson." According to the information content, this time, the vanguard of the Ninja Guardians should send Ji Santang among the 12 warriors of the Ninja Guardians. He is a special ninja who has mastered secret skills, and his strength is quite impressive. Understood. Kakashi's expression didn't change. After these days of experience, Kakashi's temperament has undergone a huge change. From the original immature gradually become mature. The strength is also on a higher level. Not only mastered the higher level armament haki, but even sprouted the prototype of observation haki. It has to be said that Kakashi is not only good at ninjutsu, also a genius on haki. Kakashi should have the strength to defeat a normal jonin if he goes all out. Add a Kakuzu and you should be fine. And he left a clone of Katsuyu on him. If it really doesn't work, you can reverse summoning yourself, and your safety is still guaranteed. Of course, if it is not a last resort, presumably Kakashi does not need to ask for his own help. Also in Konoha. But this time it was in the deepest part of Konoha, but the darkest place. Root headquarters. Danzo sat on a chair, listening to Abarame Ryoma's report. Materials and funds from the daimyo's side have arrived. The first installment is 500 million taels. Danzo opened his eyes slightly, and a hoarse and dangerous voice sounded from deep in his throat. "What does the daimyo want us to do?" He did not refuse to cooperate with the Fire Country daimyo. After all, the big name provided a total of 2 billion taels of activity funds for this operation. Not to mention there are still a lot of supplies. With these resources, he can cultivate a large number of root ninjas. This will make his right to speak among Konoha stronger. As for the intention behind the daimyo, Danzo, who is an old fox, can naturally see it. But he doesn't care. These little malices will be swallowed up by the darkness of his ultimate. Abarame Ryoma got down on one knee. "The Daimyo Mansion needs us to send at least 50 root ninjas to assist the vanguard and take back the 7 towns in Liangshan. 3.2 There are too many places where riots have taken place in the past month. Therefore, the Guardian Ninja troops sent vanguard troops to take down the most serious Liangshan. It can also be regarded as a blow to these rioters." Danzo closed his eyes again. In this case, you can choose 50 ninjas to go there. Pay attention to safety. Abarame Ryoma, who has been Danzo's guard for many years, instantly heard what Danzo meant. That is, don't try too hard. After all, if the rebellion is quelled once, how can we ask for funds from the Daimyo next? And in the Hokage building, the aging fingers of the third generation tapped the table lightly. Konoha's financial situation at this time is really worrying. Daming Mansion's suspension of confession, coupled with several wars that broke out in these years. Every material and money consumed is astronomical. The rewards for Yacheng's task alone are not enough to bear. Even some rumors have appeared in the village. I feel that he, the third generation, is incompetent and has no way to lead Konoha to a better tomorrow. However, due to the might of the third generation, these words are not enough to shake his foundation. He leans back on the chair. Two figures appeared before his eyes. Shimura Danzo. Hanyu Division. The first large-scale contact between Hero and the Guardian Ninja forces comes soon. The time is 5 days later. Luju gathered more than half of the strength of the day organization. This time is related to whether the organization can develop smoothly, only success is not allowed to fail. Luju said to the cotters in front of him with a serious expression. Although only a vanguard. But this battle will have a crucial impact on the morale of the day organization. Everyone's face is very serious. Only Kakuzu's face was full of disapproval. Luju didn't care either. After all, Kakuzu does have the confidence to disapprove. Mr. Kakuzu, the leader of the opponent needs you to deal with it. Luju said. Kakuzu took out a small notebook. Ji Santang, one of the 12 guardians of ninja, offered a reward of 10 million taels. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. Leave it to me. Luju nodded. In addition, this battle may involve ninjas at the root, so please be careful. Receive. Kakashi took off his forehead protector, and stuffed his conspicuous silver-white hair into the hat. Luju looked around and said in a deep voice, let's go. In a valley outside Liangshan, the enemy's scouts have arrived. Hyaga Ling'ai watched the enemy several kilometers away with wide eyes. 3 or 4 small teams were running towards the valley scattered. These are the scouts of the peloton. Most of the 14 teams will pass through this valley only after they are sure that there is no danger ahead. There must be a perceptual ninja inside, just get rid of it. Luju said coldly. Ninja scouts from Guardian Ninja are heading towards the valley. Liwa, what's going on ahead? Asked the leading man. This team is all composed of Chunin who are not bad at strength. And the female ninja named Tanuka is the sentient ninja of this team. She made mudras with her hands, releasing the chakra on her body to sense the surrounding situation. Front, back, left, right, and below. Her gaze fell downward. Suddenly, the ground under his feet suddenly turned into mud. Enemy. Her words hadn't come out yet. A black shadow jumped out of the mud. Covered in a black ninja suit, Kakashi is like a hunter in the night. Dazzling thunder light bloomed from his hands. Like a sharp sword that wakes up the night, burst out with a terrible shriek. Lightning-style chakra stimulates Kakashi's body wildly. He jumped out of the mud like a bolt of lightning, and sent the rays of light condensed on his hands into his eyes to know that the ninja's body was alive. Beaver flower. The other 2 ninjas were shocked. While hurriedly preparing to retreat, he took out his weapon. Kakashi's cold eyes flicked over the 2 of them. When he came out of the ground, he had already planned and prepared for instant killing. The lightning-wrapped palm pierces the first enemy. His toes lightly tapped the ground. Shave. With the blessing of lightning-style chakra, Kakashi's shaving becomes faster. The enemy only felt a flash of thunder in front of him. In the next second, Kakashi appeared in front of him. Raikage. Lei Guang drew an astonishing zigzag line in the dark night. Like the symbol of lightning, it is firmly engraved in the air. The whole process lasts less than 5 seconds. In one breath, the entire reconnaissance team was instantly killed. As for the other 2 reconnaissance teams, they were handed over to Ling Yi and Kakuzu. Needless to say, Kakuzu's strength. Under Simu's training, Ling Yi's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Not only learned Marine 6 styles, but also integrated armament haki and gentle fist. A high-order haki that is destroyed from within is formed similar to emission haki. Solving the 3 reconnaissance teams with the strength of Chunin is not a problem at all. Guardian Ninja troops. A scout ninja suddenly opened his eyes and said in a panic. The aura of the 3 reconnaissance teams has all disappeared. Enemy attack. In fact, without her telling, everyone already knew about the enemy attack. Because a dazzling flame suddenly emerged from the direction of the valley. Fire-style fire sea current. The raging flames were like an ocean, burning all the surrounding trees to death. The range of this attack is so large that it directly covers the entire Guardian Ninja army. Feeling the oncoming heat, the faces of all Guardian Ninjas changed drastically. Didn't you say it was a wandering ninja with poor strength? Can release such powerful ninjutsu, how could it be an unknown wandering ninja? Ji Santang, one of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, was a powerful and experienced jonin before joining the Guardian Ninja. Although he was a little surprised by this kind of attack, he was not. Defend with water-style ninjutsu. After hearing Ji Santang's command, the troops finally calmed down. Water-style water barrier. Water-style water flow technique. A large number of water-style ninjutsu burst out in an instant. Under the moonlight, the gushing water collided head-on with the oncoming sea of fire. The hot flame evaporates the water stream. The raging water extinguishes the fire. The 2 merged into countless water vapors that soared into the sky. just at the moment when the guardian ninja troops breathed a sigh of relief. The scout ninja who sensed Kakuzu's presence shouted, "Be careful." In the next second, the diffuse smoke screen seemed to be torn apart by countless galloping arrows. However, it wasn't arrows that tore through the fog, but a fearless warrior. In an instant, the Fighters of the Day organization slammed into the crowd with a shave. The sharp blade in his hand takes the life of the enemy almost in the blink of an eye. It was Kakashi who appeared in front of the sentient ninja. He once again used the newly developed ninjutsu, Raikage, to easily kill the enemy in front of him. It has to be said that these dozens of fighters who can skillfully use shaved created huge chaos for the guardian ninja troops. Compared to body flicker technique, the shaving of pure physique can be activated in a split second. Faster, faster. As for the shortcomings, it is also obvious, that is, ordinary people cannot make a turn. But in the charge at this time, this has become an advantage instead. In just an instant, the formation of the Guardian Ninja troops was disrupted. It's a special physical technique used by Day members. Behind the Guardian Ninja troops, several masked ninjas are recording something. Immediately afterwards, a large group of figures quickly flew into the air. Ling Kong waved his long legs at the enemies under his feet, cut the air out of the vacuum, and shoot it into the battlefield like a sickle. Santang raised his eyebrows. Ninjas at the root, you are almost ready to shoot. The displeasure of the 12 soldiers could be heard from his tone. The Daimyo spend so much money, it's not for the ninjas with roots to travel. Earth-style Earthflow city wall. In front of Disantang, a tall and long city wall suddenly rose up, just blocking the tempest-kick rain falling from the sky. The remaining revolutionary army quickly broke through the fog and entered the Guardian Ninja troops. After a period of panic, the latter also quickly adjusted their formation. Fight with the revolutionary army. Disantang was about to make a move when suddenly there was a fight between his feet. He frowned, and the whole person jumped into the air. The hard ground suddenly shattered, and countless black tentacles protruded from it. Like the hand of an evil spirit extending from hell, Kakuzu's body emerged from it, his arm stretched suddenly, connecting the black line and flying towards the 2-year-old ground. Earth-style earth armor. The solid rock shrouded Disantang's body, blocking the punch. Nice heart. Kakuzu commented. The stitched scar on the shoulder split open quickly. During his time at the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce, he had already replenished his heart. Although the quality is not as good as before, but it's still very powerful together. Fire-style mask Hafen Dun masked 2 monsters separated from Kakuzu's body. At the same time, open your mouth and aim at the enemy in front of you. Disantang looked ugly. The bounty hunter Kakuzu actually defected to the revolutionary army. Kakuzu wasn't surprised that 857 himself would be recognized as an undead who has been active in the underground world for decades. I have accepted tasks issued by the Daming Mansion of the Land of Fire more than once. It's normal to be recognized by the other person. Standing with 2 masks, Kakuzu smiled. Sorry, my boss gave me a new code name called Gong. Fire attribute masks Hafen attribute masks attack at the same time. A powerful airflow spurts out. The scorching flames followed closely, forming a huge pillar of incomparable fire. Compound ninja technique flame pillar. Flames lit up the sky. Disantang hurriedly summoned a small mountain in front of him. Dazzling flames exploded in front of the hill. The high temperature melted the rock into crimson magma flowing down. Santang didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The cracks under the feet of the hands. Earth-style Earth Spear Forest. The Earth-style mask with a brown pattern appeared at the feet of Disantang at some point. Countless soil spears bloomed from the ground. Disantang was shocked. I can only continue to use the Earth-style armor to cover my body, and the king's thorns are densely packed like a tortoise shell. And Kakuzu seems to have foreseen this scene. The 3 masks of wind, fire, and thunder gathered in front of him. Fiery flames. Flashing thunder. The turbulent air current. The 3 merged together in front of Kakuzu. Earth resentment final shooting. Blue lasers blurted out. The air is easily penetrated, and there is a loud explosion. Disantang was still in midair resisting the wooden spear's attack. Suddenly the pupils dilated, and the laser pierced through the chest in an instant. But under Kakuzu's control, the laser only penetrated his left chest. Soon, a tentacle firmly bound Santang, who had lost his combat effectiveness. The rest of the tentacles dug into his chest. Then, I accept this Earth-style heart. Kakuzu said flatly. Caught you? 4 masked figures appeared from the 4 directions of Kakuzu in an instant. They seal at the same time. A dense spell connects the 4 of them. 4 realms formation. Light blue chakra is passed between them. Form a solid light blue quadrangular pyramid enveloping Kakuzu. The root man, is it a trap? The black tentacles on Kakuzu's body devoured Sanzo's heart. Then he looked lightly at the 4 masked ninjas around him. There is no doubt that this is the root of the people. The fire-attributed mask shoots out orange-red flames. But although this enchantment has no lethality, it is extremely strong. For a while, Kakuzu couldn't do anything about it. This is also the purpose of the root. They don't want to get rid of Kakuzu. Only by being able to temporarily restrict his actions, the Guardian Ninja troops can gain an advantage on the battlefield. Because, this time there was more than 112 soldiers. Wind-style wind sickle array. In the center of the battlefield, the turbulent air formed countless wind blades and released them. In an instant, he killed more than a dozen revolutionary soldiers beside him. This guy. Not far away, Kakashi's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. A woman with light blue long hair appeared in the center of the battlefield. Holding a sickle in his hand, there is a nail on his bright red lips. There was also a man with a mohawk standing beside him, with a lazy expression and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Through Konoha and Hira's information, Kakashi instantly recognized these two people. Guardian Ninja Force 12 soldiers. Tada Ningzi and Mikamiya. Be a master of wind style and fire style. That fellow Desantang, I didn't expect to be killed so quickly, the Mohican man said lightly, but there was no trace of sadness on his face. Although they are both Guardian Ninja 12 warriors, but their relationship was nothing more than that of colleagues. Unfortunately, a little sadness is not enough. Now that Kakuzu is restrained by the root people, it's our turn to perform. Mikami threw the cigarette butts on the ground casually and stumped them out with his leather shoes. Then make a madra with both hands. Fire style extinguish fire. An objectively sized flame spit out from his mouth, instantly illuminating the entire night sky. Facing an enemy of this level, someone must be restrained from the front. Kakashi does his part. Water style water dragon technique. A large amount of water suddenly emerged from the ground, turning into a huge water dragon to stop the scorching flames. For a while, the battlefield was shrouded in high-temperature steam again. Many ninjas of the Guardian Ninja Troop wailed. In this environment, the human body is as fragile as a baby. Tada Ningzi did not hesitate. Blow those steam into the ranks of the Revolutionary Army using wind-style ninjutsu. A black shadow emerged from the mist. It was Ninko Tada holding a sickle. The sharp sickle flashed a dangerous light in the night. Draw a dangerous arc and fall high. Kakashi held kunai in his hand, and the thunder and lightning surged to block the knife. And San Shanja also noticed the best of the Revolutionary Army. Get in front of him with the body flicker technique. Fire-style pyrolog. Black smoke spit out from Mikami's mouth and enveloped Kakashi's side. The latter's expression changed. This trick was recorded in Konoha's scroll. The black smoke is actually tiny particles of gunpowder. The caster can detonate these flames through flames, causing a fatal blow to the enemy. Mikami, are you trying to kill me too? Tada Ningzi swung the sickle, and a gust of air surged under her feet, blowing her body into the air. Mikami smiled slightly. Didn't you know you could fly? He spit out a flame. The black smoke in front of me was ignited in an instant, and the terrible explosion shattered the night. This kid should be dealt with now. Mikami clapped her hands. Ninko Tada turns her attention to others. Unexpectedly, a figure cut through the black smoke and appeared in front of him with a dazzling thunder. Unexpectedly, I can fly too. Kakashi rarely said a word. Raikage stabbed Ninko Tada in midair with a powerful thunder in his hand. Because she was in midair, she couldn't adjust her position for a while. You can only swing the sickle in your hand and slash at Kakashi. The two collide. The electric arc in Kakashi's hand climbed up Ninko Tada's body like little snakes along the sickle. The latter suddenly felt numb. Kakashi stomped on the air, like walking on flat ground. After adjusting his posture, he kicked at Tada Ningzi. Tempest kick. The light blue vacuum slash attacked the fallen Ninko Tada. She was paralyzed at this moment. It's a pity that a flash of fire came in an instant, blocking the fatal blow. It is San Shanja. Humph, this kid has something. Mikami said just now. Ling Yi rushed out from the woods. 8 trigrams punching palm. She is a little on the ground. Use shave to appear in front of Mikami in an instant. The latter turned around hastily, and swung out the kunai in his hand. Little girls. There is no fear in the face of the sharp kunai Ling Ai. The palm of the hand has been completely wrapped in the armed color. Heavy bombardment on the black kunai. A powerful force poured into kunai, and then passed it to Rishanja's palm. Crack. A series of cracks spread out from the inside of kunai, and finally collapsed into countless pieces. And Ling Yi took advantage of the situation to take a step forward, and punched out again. Mikami was shocked. Hastily raised his arms. The palm and arm touched. Daojin poured into his arm. In the end, it transformed into a huge force and sent it flying. Mikami turned 5 or 6 somersaults on the ground before stabilizing his body. A blush overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The left arm hit by Ling Yi fell limply. San Shanja looked at Ling Yi with doubts in his eyes. This gentle fist looks like Konoha's Hyuga clan. But the Hyuga clan has always liked to attack people's bodies. The palm that smashed kunai just now didn't look like Hyuga. Anyway, having lost his left arm, he has completely fallen into a disadvantage. In the valley in the distance, Luju observed the changes in the entire battlefield. It looks like it was set up by someone. I thought there was only 112 soldiers. Unexpectedly, there were 3 of them. Moreover, Kakuzu, the strongest combat power of one's own side, is restricted by the people at the root. No, not 3 repayments. Luju smiled slightly and said lightly, "It's 4. A stream of water suddenly appeared at his feet. The stream of water condensed into a human form, holding a kunai thorn towards Luyu. If nothing else happens, you should be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, right?" The visitor said coldly. The sharp kunai stabbed directly at Luyu's throat. Unfortunately, it stopped when it was about to reach the throat. Luju made seals with both hands. The shadow under the feet did not know when it had wrapped around the enemy's body. "Is this shadow binding? You are from the Nara clan." The visitor was startled, and instantly guessed Luju's identity. That is to say, the so-called Revolutionary Army is indeed related to Konoha. His voice cooled down. What this means is self-evident. Lu tied the seal to death, struggling to control the enemy. After all, he is also one of the 12 warriors, and his strength should not be underestimated. Even Lu needs to do his best to control it. Sorry, I'm not the leader of the revolutionary army. I can only be regarded as a worker at best. Lu gritted his teeth, and the palm of Ji-yin was already trembling slightly. It's really difficult, Mr. Katsuyo, please. No problem. A soft voice sounded. Katsuyo, who stayed on Shika's body, consumed his own chakra and performed the reverse summoning technique. What, you still want me to come and work overtime? Simu's lazy voice sounded. The word justice fluttering on the back directly stunned the enemy 12 kings next to him. Lu said speechlessly, "Are you the big boss of this organization?" Hey. Simu scratched his head and looked at Gold Flash, Hanyu Simu. The water-style 12 recognized Simu immediately. After all, in the entire ninja world, Simu is the only one who wears the code of justice. It's you who asked me to work overtime, right? Simu weighed the mace in his hand. A majestic aura enveloped it like boundless sea water. Lu instantly released his shadow, Zhao's, restraint technique. Under this deterrence, even the so-called 12 soldiers froze in place for a moment. Simu raised his mace. The dark red conqueror's haki is extremely turbulently wrapped around the mace. Dye the weapon a scarlet color. Since mastering Conqueror's Coil, Simu hasn't had a chance to experiment with its power. Just right. Thunder 8 trigrams. The mace wrapped around the Conquerors instantly bombards the enemy. Even if the opponent has used hydration technique in advance, it can be immune to all physical attacks. But under the impact of Conqueror's haki, all immune effects will be broken. Red and black lightning runs through the valley. The unknown 12 warriors were blasted deep into the rock like a cannonball. A huge gully was worn between the woods and the valley. The entire battlefield felt this terrifying atmosphere. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. It seems that something happened to Lu, so the teacher will take action. Root Ninja's heart trembled. With such a terrifying aura, I'm afraid it has surpassed the tailed beast. In the next second, Simu appeared above the barrier. One punch down, the dark red thunder raged, just like Tianwei. With just one punch, the entire barrier was shattered. Simu falls to the ground. Kakuzu, you will be deducted from wages if you slow down. Although Simu changed a suit of clothes, she was covered under a black windbreaker, with a mask on her face. But this languid voice, terrible strength. There is only Simu. His expression changed. Deduction of wages, that is not acceptable. Leave the rest to me, boss. The faces of the surrounding root ninjas changed drastically. Although I don't know who it is, but being able to defeat their enchantment in an instant is absolutely powerful. More importantly, this guy is probably the boss behind the revolutionary army? Go to hell. Kakuzu held out his hands. A masked monster with 4 attributes of fire, thunder, water, and wind gushed out of him. Pounce on the 4 root ninjas around you. Being able to enter the roots, their strength must be good. The 4 retreated at the same time, quickly performing ninjutsu. But the angular speed is obviously a bit faster. After all, these masked monsters don't need seals. The wind attribute monster opened its mouth wide. Wind-style wind pressure. A powerful and turbulent airflow instantly enveloped the 4 of them. The enormous pressure restricted their movements. Then the fire attribute monster opened its mouth wide. Fire-style Hoenn technique. The dense flames flowed in the ocean of air currents, enveloping the 4 of them in an instant. Earth-style Earth Shore return. An earthen wall rises from the ground. But with the blessing of wind style, the power of this sea of flames obviously cannot be resisted by a mere earthen wall. It only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered. But these few seconds were enough for the rooted ninjas to evacuate. It's a pity that Kakuzu, who was very annoyed at 570 because of his salary, would not let them leave so easily. Earth-style Earth Terrace. 4 giant earth platforms trapped them from 4 directions. There is only one channel left in the sky. 4 monsters stuck their heads out from 4 directions. Lightning, flames, hurricanes. 3 terrifying ninjutsu fell instantly, filling the pit completely. Terrible explosions gushed out of the pit. None of the 4 root ninjas survived. This is the true strength of Kakuzu. Then it's the others. Kakuzu's blue-yellow pupils stared at the root ninja hiding in the woods. Manipulated 4 monsters to kill them. As for the battle between Kakashi and Ling Yi, it is almost over. Relying on the powerful armament haki, Ling Yi firmly suppressed the 12 Kings Sangenja. After starting to use Bian, the situation became even more one-sided. Regardless of whether Sanshanja uses 10 moves, Ling Yi will see through them in advance. However, the armed attack used by Ling Yi does not have any means of defense. Especially with one of his broken arms. You can only use one-handed printing, and the efficiency is greatly reduced. Ling Yi beat Sanshanja out again. The white pupils pierced through everything in the dark night, predicting Sankamai's whereabouts. Then raised the palm, chakra, and armament haki quickly condensed on the palm. Then he waved a palm out of thin air. 8 trigrams Wukong strike. The armed color mixed with a large amount of chakra spewed out instantly, forming a column of air and hitting Sanshanja. Blasted away tens of meters. All the trees along the way were broken, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This move consumed almost all of Ling Yi's, BGD, chakra and haki. She suddenly became extremely weak. Suddenly, a palm protruded from the ground under his feet. A masked Umbu ninja emerged from it. The other hand held a ninja knife and stabbed Ling Yi's abdomen. Because the move just now consumed too much physical strength of Ling Yi, so she didn't react for a while. The clown at the root is really courting death. Simu was covered in a long trench coat, appeared behind Ling Yi in an instant, gently embraced Ling Yi with both hands, then step on one foot. In order to hide their identity, he does not have the ability to choose to use the sparkling fruit. Instead, it used the power of thunder mastered by the green dragon fruit. Purple thunderbolts bloomed at his feet. The terrifying thunder light condensed into substance, crushing the stabbing knife as if easily. Then in this Umbu ninja's incredible eyes Vice Admiral its shroud. His figure turned into a black shadow in the thunder light and dissipated. Mr. Simu. Ling Yi leaned softly on Simu's chest. The Valkyrie who dominated the battlefield just now turned into a weak kitten lying in Simu's arms. She blinked her watery eyes, full of cunning. Simu couldn't help but kissed her snow-white forehead. I'm going to kill those guys at the root first. Aha. Ling Yi nodded obediently. On the other side, Kakashi, who was still fighting fiercely with Tada Ninko, caught a glimpse of this scene and sighed speechlessly. If you only remember your own woman, the students will completely forget about it, right? Meet the momentum force. The root ninja quickly began to retreat. After all, the purpose of their visit this time is to help the guardian ninja troops. Now several 12 soldiers have been blown up. They certainly wouldn't stay and die. Want to run? Kakuzu sneered, and the 4 monsters beside him frantically spit out various ninjutsu. Fireball, hurricane, thunder, torrent. Like a ninjutsu turret, it constantly bombarded the retreating root ninjas. Simu uses moonwalk to leap into the sky. The observation haki spreading from him envelopes the entire battlefield. It also includes more than a dozen root ninjas who retreated quickly at this time. Tempest kick Kailin Shiger. As Simu keeps flailing his feet, hundreds of vacuum slashes fell from the sky with great momentum. And the landing point is every root ninja who is running away. What is this? Is it too exaggerated? Even specially trained elite agents, still frightened by this terrible offensive. This is a special physical technique used by those revolutionary troops. I didn't expect to be able to develop this kind of power. In order not to expose his identity, he even made his identity more suitable for the role of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. That's why Simu chose to use Marine 6 styles for the attack. The Marine 6 styles inherited from Kizaru are not comparable to ordinary 6 styles. Not only the root ninjas, but even Kakashi and others showed shocked expressions. It turns out that Tempest Kick can still be developed to this extent. The violent vacuum slash fell like a torrential rain. The root ninjas looked ugly. Earth style earth flow wall. Wind style great wind blows. They try to resist using various ninjutsu. It's a pity that these rock walls are so fragile under the numerous slashes. It was cut into pieces of dust almost instantly. Many root ninjas were seriously injured under this wave of offensive. Seeing this, Kakuzu was about to continue attacking, but was stopped by Simu. Let them go back and report the news. Simu said lightly. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, and although he was very unhappy with these guys at Genbyu, he still withdrew his palm. After the root ninjas fled, the remaining guardian ninja troops were no longer a threat. Many people even raised their hands in surrender. Kakashi also finally got rid of the woman, tied it up with a rope and sent it to Simu. What's going to happen to these guys? Kakashi looked at the hundreds of captives in front of him and asked. Simu touched his chin, as if thinking of something interesting. He said lightly, "We are a revolutionary army. We can't do things like abusing captives. We should arrest them all and send them to labor camps. Reform through labor." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He is not unfamiliar with this vocabulary created by Simu. After all, for more than a month, with the uprisings in various places, Beijing has been shut down for reform through labor. In fact, let them help build infrastructure in Liangshan, such as digging canals, building houses, and so on. Shikako came over from the direction of the valley and heard the conversation with Yamato Kakashi. These guys are a decent workforce. After all, they are ninjas. Even if they are sealed by chakra, their physical fitness is not comparable to those nobles who are physically deficient. It will definitely contribute to the construction of Liangshan. Luju's eyes flicked over Tada Ninko. After this battle, the Daimyo mansion should not dare to attack the revolutionary army at will. Simu nodded and said, "After all, 4 of their 12 soldiers have been lost this time, and the remaining 8 must guard the capital to protect the safety of the daimyo. And this woman can be regarded as half of the high-level guardian ninja, and she should be able to torture a lot of information." Luju looked away. "I'll let Haiyi come over quickly. This is the importance of the Yamanaka clan. Whether the enemy is willing to speak or not, the Yamanaka family can make them have to speak through secret techniques. If enough information can be obtained from Tada Ningze, it should be much easier to deal with the Daiming house." Simu looked around the battlefield. The next step is to quickly count the number of injuries and deaths on the side of the revolutionary army, and offer sympathy and compensation to the families. After all, the revolutionary army has been established for a short time. Many members have just joined in the past month or so. Although their strength is not very good, they are the group of people who naturally hate the noble forces the most. Work hard. The purpose is to avenge the nobles of these fish and meat people. In addition, the implementation of ninja qualification assessment and the work of learning ninjutsu will be accelerated. Simu will distribute the way of practicing chakra and many basic ninjutsu for free. The purpose is to cultivate a truly combat-capable force as soon as possible. For a long time to come, the Daimyo mansion should not dare to make a move easily. Therefore, the revolutionary army must take advantage of this time to develop rapidly. Soon, the capital of the country of fire received information that all the Guardian Ninja troops were defeated and captured. What? The Guardian Ninja troops are gone. The Fire Country Daimyo could no longer maintain his majesty. Originally sent 4 12-level ninjas, this battle should be sure to win. Did not expect. This time, even the noble ministers below dared not speak. If the Daimyo once again insisted on attacking those revolutionary troops, we will mobilize the remaining Guardian Ninja troops. But these troops are precisely guarding the existence of nobles like them. If they are transferred, their safety will be in an insecure situation. The Daimyo sat down on the chair again, waving the paper fan in his hand in an agitated mood. What's next? The Daimyo's eyes swept across the entire hall. All the ministers were silent. Seeing this, the Daimyo could only sigh in disappointment. Forget it, go down and think of a way, and give me an accurate answer tomorrow. All the ministers breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Yes, my lord. After the ministers left, Daimyo's expression regained his composure. Red armor. The subordinates are here. A figure emerged from the shadows. Short black hair and red eyes. At this time, the Daimyo couldn't see the flustered look just now. Instead, calm and icy. What do you think we should do? This ninja named Uchiha is the leader of the Guardian Ninja troop. It is also the head of the Guardian Ninja 12. He is also one of his most trusted people. Uchiha raised his head and said lightly, My lord, if you want to balance Konoha and get rid of the revolutionary army, there is only one way left. Seeing the Daimyo cast his eyes, he said firmly, Join forces with other great powers. The Daimyo's complexion changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. After a while he said, Indeed, I don't want to do this either, but for the stability of the nation of fire, these militants must be eradicated. He said righteously, If that's the case, let's resume the aid to Konoha. Uchiha rolled his eyes and quickly understood what the Daimyo was thinking. If the aid to Konoha is completely cut off, the Daimyo mansion will not be able to understand Konoha's movements at all. Restoring support does not change, at least Daimyo can follow Konoha's troops to fight in the name of escorting supplies. Get Konoha's internal news. Moreover, they can restore relations with Muya and use them to deal with the revolutionary army. At the same time, strongly support Danzo. Doesn't he want to be Hokage? Then I'll let him be. This is to split the Konoha from the inside. Starting with Danzo, using his ambition to become Hokage all the time, drives Konoha to fight. In addition, open the borders and invite ninjas from the Kingdom of Heaven to participate in the suppression of bandits in Liangshan. The Daimyo finally dropped such a blockbuster. Even if it harms the interests of the country, he will kill this so-called revolutionary army. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. Third generation threw the information from the Daimyo mansion on the table with an extremely ugly face. Open borders? Isn't this pure treason? In this ninja world war, Konoha gang and the land of Land Heaven became enemies. Open the borders and let them in now. What if they gather their troops and drive straight into the leaves? Third generation panted heavily and gradually calmed down. It seems that this Daimyo was really scared stupid by these so-called revolutionary troops. Danzo's hoarse voice sounded. Because the matter was special, this time, even the 2 consultants who had no power among Konoha were present. Although the Daimyo mansion has resumed aid to Konoha, this is undoubtedly a strategy to drive away tigers and wolves, and it is still a conspiracy, we cannot refuse at all. Yudin Koharu said slowly. Mitokado Homura looked at third generation and said, Now we have to consider another question, whether we should open our minds or not. Logically speaking, the Daimyo of the country of fire is the real master of the whole country, and Konoha is just a military institution under the Daimyo mansion. Even every term of Hokage has to go to the Daimyo mansion to meet the Daimyo. This has virtually determined the relationship between each other. However, the command of the border forces is in the hands of Konoha. If they are not willing, it will be useless even if the Daimyo opens the frontier court. So Konoha's question now is whether they should follow the instructions of the Daimyo mansion. If it is open, the troops of the land country Heffen country may directly penetrate Konoha. If something goes wrong, third generation will take the blame. If not open, the Daimyo mansion will undoubtedly cancel the aid to Konoha again. When Konoha has no money, the ninjas will inevitably be dissatisfied with third generation. This is a conspiracy. Either way, third generation will be in trouble. With the current plan, we only have one difficult choice left. Shimura Danzo looked at everyone with cold eyes, and said coldly, Before the army of Heaven from the land of Earth arrives, execute all these rebels. In this way, the kingdom of Tien and the kingdom of Heaven have no reason to cross the border. The 2 advisors immediately expressed their support. After all, these revolutionary troops are not related to them, and even affected their family's income. It is best to take the opportunity to get rid of it. Third generation lit his own pipe, his face changed slightly. Finally he let go and said, It's really the best way. He looked at Danzo. Let Genbu take full responsibility for this matter. Danzo was a little surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to have monopolized power during this period. Internally, 2 consultants were eradicated, and external victories followed. It is even more frantic to suppress the root. This time let the root be responsible for this matter? Isn't he afraid that the roots will develop through this? Although Danzo had doubts in his heart, he certainly couldn't give up such a good opportunity. If that's the case, I need some tolerance from the call. Of course, he would take the opportunity to recruit some ninjas to see if he could increase the manpower at the root. Third generation nodded. Go and sort out the list, and give me a sleep test when the time comes. After all the advisors had left, third generation stood by the window and looked out. Since the goal has been achieved, the revolutionary army will be useless. For the good of the Fire Nation, Simu, I hope you don't blame me. Third generation exhaled a puff of smoke, and the entire old face was shrouded in misty smoke. Come here. Lord Hokage. An umbu instantly appeared behind third generation. Go and tell Simu to lead a team to the Land of Rain to stop the armies of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. RT. Now that it has been decided to attack the revolutionary army, then Simu, the strongest combat force, must be transferred away. Otherwise, no matter how much troops are invested at the root, it will have no effect. As for Liangshan, let Jiraiya go there in person and cooperate with the root to take down those rebels. Yes. After Umbu Ninja finished speaking, the whole person disappeared. What? Uncle third generation wants me to go to the Land of Rain to stop the army of Heaven, the Land of Earth. Simu looked at the transfer order in front of him and said in surprise. Luju shook his head. I didn't expect the Daimyo of the Fire Country to agree to such an exorbitant condition. Open borders? This is a complete loss of power and humiliation of the country? But in order to force the complete eradication of the revolutionary army, Yinming Mansion had no choice but to resort to this trick. Compared with the revolutionary army, the foreign ninja troops appear to be a little more harmless. Under the one country, one village system, ninjas will only attack ninja villages in big countries. Even if Konoha is really defeated by then, Daimyo Mansion will be fine. 0-0. But the revolutionary army is different. They will arrest the nobles for the so-called trial. And which nobleman in the Daimyo Mansion can swear that he has not done anything that angers people? After all, civilians are just a commodity in their eyes, a kind of goods. It's normal to do anything excessive. Therefore, the revolutionary army is the confidant of the Fire Nation Daimyo. It would be even better if the army of the Land of Earth and the Land of Heaven can take the opportunity to weaken the strength of Konoha. Simu sneered and said disdainfully, our Daimyo-sama is probably scared out of his wits by the revolutionary army. However, at this point in time, I was dispatched. It seems that our Lord Hokage is also uneasy and kind. Hearing Simu's words, Luju frowned slightly. What do you mean? I suspect our Lord Hokage is going to kill the donkey. He looked in the direction of the Hokage building with complicated eyes. Since the Daimyo Mansion has resumed its assistance to Konoha, the mission of the revolutionary army has come to an end. Then why keep the revolutionary army? Luju is also a smart person, and he immediately understood what Simu meant. He said with some trepidation. Recently, many people in the village are attacking Lord Third Hokage's policy, and Luju looked at Simu with a complicated expression. Many ninjas are saying that they hope to make you the next Hokage. With his achievements on the battlefield in the past few years, Simu's power seems to have overshadowed Sunin, and he has become a strong candidate for the next Hokage. He didn't know how many ninjas he had saved on the battlefield over the years. It is how many people healed by Katsuyu. These political bases, coupled with its own terrifying strength. Kill the third Kage, resist the combination alone, and take down the two-tailed beasts of rock shinobi. Each of these things is a symbol of Simu's strength. Simu looked at the village under the darkness of night, as if a pair of invisible hands were controlling everything. He's no stranger to this sort of thing. It seems that the ninja Yakura is already preparing to attack me. The corners of Simu's mouth curled up slightly. The current him cannot be dealt with for a long time by a mere group. After the Daimyo of the Land of Fire made a request to the Daimyo of the Land of Heaven, they immediately received positive responses from both sides. These two countries originally had a deep hatred with the Nation of Fire. Third Kage of the Land of Winds was killed by Konoha's ninja Hanyu Simu, and the two-tailed beasts from Land of Earth are now Simu's summoning beasts. Now the Fire Country Daimyo gave up defending the border and blasted a big hole in his city wall. How could they not take advantage of the opportunity? Not to mention there is also the Daimyo Mansion of the Nation of Fire as an internal response. It would be even better if we could take the opportunity to weaken Konoha's strength. It's best to take the opportunity to kill Konoha's Golden Flash. With this in mind, the two countries once again went to war. A small town in the Land of Rain. This is a town built among the ruins, named Dawn. Because of the special weather in the country of rain, huge drainage pipes can be seen everywhere here. The whole weather is gray, and the continuous drizzle invades the field like a disease all the time. It is precisely because of this kind of weather that the food production of the Land of Rain is seriously insufficient. Food is heavily dependent on imports. This also leads to turmoil in the ninja world. For example, the Ninja World War 860. The food lifeline of the Land of Rain will be firmly in the hands of other countries, and the burden on the Land of Rain will rapidly increase until the people can't afford it. At this time, a woman with light blue hair was standing on the roof of the tallest building in the town. The pure white paper is combined into a paper umbrella, which gently blocks the drizzle from the sky. A paper crane flew unsteadily from a distance and landed on her hand. Conan's complexion changed, and he said anxiously, Sunagakure sent 6,000 ninjas to the Land of Rain, and Rock Shinobi Village sent 5,000 ninjas. It is said that the demolition troops will also take action in this battle. Standing next to her was a man with long red hair. It is the first son of prophecy that Jiraiya said. Uzumaki Nagato. Hearing Konan's words, Yinman frowned. Why did the land of Heaven suddenly enter? Although the country of Rain is only a small country, but its strength is second only to the 5 major countries among the small countries. Not to mention that Hanzo of the Salamander, who was hailed as a demigod, hadn't died at this time. It still has a certain deterrent effect on the big countries. Logically speaking, the 2 big countries of climate and soil would not easily attack the land of Rain. Konan explained. It is said that in order to deal with a revolutionary organization called Day in the country of fire deliberately opened the border and asked for the support of the 2 big countries of earth and wind. Just after finishing speaking, a figure ran out of the room. The yellow-haired Yahiko waved at the 2 with some roasted sweet potatoes. Konan, Nagato, don't stand there in the rain, come over and eat sweet potatoes. Konan and Nagato exchanged glances and walked into the housing estate. Try it quickly, this sweet potato is delicious. Yahiko smirked and tore open the sweet potato, revealing the soft orange flesh inside. Konan and Nagato took the sweet potatoes. At this time, Yahiko has nominally become the leader of the Akatsuki organization. As they continued to spread their ideas, Akatsuki became more and more famous in the Kingdom of Rain. It has even reached the point of alarming Hanzo of the Salamander. But their leader, Yahiko, looks like a half-grown child. He is as naive as a prince. Konan took a bite of the sweet potato, and said, Yahiko, the army of the land of earth and Heaven has entered the land of Rain. What? Yahiko tensed up instantly upon hearing this. Is the land of earth, the land of Heaven, ready to go to war against the land of Rain? Konan shook his head, and explained to Yahiko what happened in the land of fire recently. Yahiko sat cross-legged on the ground upon hearing this. Hearing what you said, I think the revolutionary army in the land of fire seems to be a good person, and that day is quite similar to our Xiao. The nobles in our country of Rain are all blood-sucking insects. If there is a chance, I will arrest them like the revolutionary army and carry out that. He scratched his head, unable to remember the noun for a long time. In the end it was Nagato who added, labor reform. Yahiko slapped his thigh. Yes, reform through labor. It has been so many years since Xiao organization was established. Even the most naive Yahiko has a glimpse of just how corrupt the nobles are all over the land of Rain. The nobles of the country of fire can be said to be even worse. And after the Second Ninja World War, the land of Rain moved closer to the land of fire on the winning side. The daimyos and nobles of the land of Rain continue to send benefits to Konoha to maintain the relationship between the 2 countries. This made the land of Rain even worse. That's why Yahiko was as excited as if he had found an organization when he heard the news of the revolutionary army. Konan, is there anything we can do to stop this war? Yahiko asked. To be honest, he really didn't want to see the revolutionary army wiped out. Konan shook his head. The total number of ninjas in the land of earth and the land of Heaven has exceeded 10,000. Even if the power of the entire land of Rain is assembled, they are no match, let alone a small organization like ours. Makes sense. Yahiko was troubled, but he soon remembered someone else. Is it okay if we go to Master Hanzo to intervene in this matter? Konan and Nagato looked at each other, seeing each other's helplessness. Yahiko, we still don't know what kind of attitude Hanzo-sama has towards us. If we go there rashly, Yahiko sensed the meaning in Konan's words. But isn't our organization established with the support of Lord Hanzo? This moment is not that moment, and the situation now is different from before. Konan wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain. That's what Yahiko is. His advantage is that he has a strong personality charm, can constantly attract other people to join him, and gain their trust. The shortcomings are also very obvious, a serious lack of political sensitivity. And it is too easy to trust others, and it is easy to be deceived. If it weren't for Nagato and Konan as his staff, Yahiko has been sold out many times now. In any case, we still have to try to ease their relationship, and we can't let the war continue. A gleam of determination flashed in Yahiko's eyes. His ninja way is to make this world no longer war. Let the people of the country of Rain live a good life in peace and contentment. At this time, the Akatsuki organization is also slowly advancing on this road. Just when Akatsuki's trio got into trouble, Simu has arrived at Rain Shinobi village. Although the Kingdom of Rain is now in a de facto vassal relationship with the Kingdom of Fire, but at least on the surface they are still independent of each other. Therefore, Konoha did not directly station troops in Rain Shinobi village. Instead, they are stationed in the woods a few kilometers away from Rain Shinobi village. Only Simu came here with his lieutenants. Luju wants to grasp the overall situation in Liangshan, so Simu's adjutant this time became a Abarame Jiwei from the Abarame clan. This guy was in the same class as Simu, is the future father of Abarame Shino. The weather in the land of Rain is really uncomfortable. Simu was wearing a black raincoat, shaking the rain under his feet and said, in contrast, the land of fire is really a treasure land of geomantic omen. Not to mention the 4 seasons like spring, the rainfall is also very uniform, there are forests everywhere, and the crops can be harvested casually. Not like Rain country. Along the way, Simu couldn't count how many dilapidated villages he saw. Master Simu, this is the land of Rain, you should be more careful when you speak. Abarame Jiwei reminded. After all, this is a foreign country, and it would be bad if Simu's words were twisted into dissatisfaction with the land of Rain. Jiwei was also wearing a raincoat. Wearing a small round frame sunglasses, his fair face is full of indifference. Simu waved his hand. I know. The moment Simu and Abarame Jiwei stepped into Rain Shinobi village, several figures appeared in front of them, headed by a man named Ishida Muramaru. The two are Mr. Simu and Mr. Jiwei, right? Exactly. Abarame Jiwei took the initiative to approach him. If you let Simu speak, I don't know what kind of moth will be made. Simu scratched his head, but didn't care. After some confirmation, Ishida Murura said enthusiastically to Simu, Mr. Simu, Master Fat Zhang has been waiting for a long time. Simu raised his eyebrows and said with interest, then let's go quickly. It just so happens that I have admired the leader of Hanzo who is known as a demigod for a long time. That being said, 5.9 but Ishida Murashi did not see the slightest look of awe on Simu's face. This is extremely rare among visitors to Rain Shinobi village. Even among unruly ninjas, when they are about to meet the legendary Hanzo-sama, there will be a trace of uneasiness on their faces. Gax #P. Ishida Murura looked away. Keep a smile on your face. Both please. Under the leadership of Ishida Muramura, the two of Simu soon arrived at Hanzo's office building. Meet Hanzo of the Salamander, who is said to be a demigod. This fabled demigod is encased in thick armor. Even at the end of his career, he never let his guard down. There was a gas mask on his face, and only those cloudy but sharp eyes could be seen. Hanyu Simu? I've heard of your name a long time ago. You're such a young hero. Hanzo of the Salamander spoke. Simu also smiled and said, where is it? I have heard about Hanzo-sama's heroic deeds since I was a child. Hanzo looked at the young man in front of him, and felt a sigh of relief. The kid who was fighting fiercely with him on the battlefield back then. In a blink of an eye, even the apprentice began to become famous in the ninja world. No, this guy is not as simple as becoming famous. So what is Mr. Simu going to do? Hanzo of the Salamander asked flatly. In order not to expose the relationship between the land of Rain and Konoha, Rain Shinobi village will not directly fight this war. Simu doesn't care either. Leaning back in his chair, he said casually, Rain Shinobi village only needs to provide us with intelligence support. After all, this is the land of Rain. Although Simu knows that Neb and Hanzo have been cooperating, but there is no doubt that Rain Shinobi village is the strongest in terms of control in the land of Rain. There is no problem with this. I will let Rain Shinobi village's intelligence system actively cooperate with Konoha's work. That would be all the better. Simu had a faint smile on his face. To be honest, he didn't have much affection for the so-called demigod in front of him. It is true that he was indeed the patron saint of the Rain country when he was young, but after the Second Ninja World War, he became a comprador rooted in the land of Rain. He kept betraying the interests of the Kingdom of Rain in order to maintain his rule. After all, he is still a bad politician. After obtaining enough information, Simu took Abarame Jiwei to leave. Looking at the back of the departing Simu, Hanzo's eyes gradually became dangerous. After Simu left, Ishida Muramura came out and raised a shocking question. Master Hanzo, do we really want the Kingdom of Heaven and the Kingdom of Earth to join forces? Hanzo crossed his hands in front of him and looked at his deputy with cold eyes. No, this is not just cooperation between the 18 countries of Heaven and Turkey, but also cooperation with the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. Maybe, it's still a cooperation with Konoha. Murasame's heart skipped a beat for an instant. Fortunately, his psychological quality is excellent, and he adjusted in time. He said tentatively, you mean? Hanzo said lightly. The current Konoha is too strong, so strong that the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Wind, and the Kingdom of Earth all have to unite to weaken Konoha's strength. And Hanyu Simu is the thorn in everyone's eyes and flesh. No one wants Konoha to have another Senjo Hashirama character. Hanzo thought back to that era. There are two suns in the sky, one named Senjo Hashirama and the other named Uchiha Madara. And the ninja has only one overlord. That is Konoha. Under the strong suppression of the ninja god, it was a rare era of peace in the ninja world. Unfortunately, except for Konoha, no one seems to want to go back to that era. Not only in other countries, it seems that there are also people in Konoha who don't want a Senjo Hashirama to appear. Hanzo said pointedly. Let the intelligence department pass the real information of the two countries to Konoha. Then tell the people in the two countries that I will take action when necessary, so that they don't forget the reward. After saying that, Hanzo closed his eyes. As a former demigod, of course he doesn't want the Kingdom of Rain to be subordinated to others for the rest of his life. And this time is a rare opportunity for the Land of Rain. If you can unite the power of the country of Wind and the country of Earth, it will severely damage Konoha. The Kingdom of Rain can take this opportunity to break away from Konoha's control and regain its independence. This aged demigod wants to take a gamble. After receiving Hanzo's order, Ishida Kunyu retreated. In Hanzo's muddy eyes, a sharp light flickered slightly. After Ishida Kunyu left, after going through many twists and turns, he finally came to a wine town where the eccentric Luli lived. There is nothing else in the Land of Rain, and its customs are particularly developed. Maybe it has something to do with the economy here. Some women have no other way to survive except to engage in custom industries. As Hanzo's deputy, Ishida Murura has a lot of face. Immediately, I ordered the popular singer of this wine town to accompany me. One hand is holding the singer's slender waist, and the other is holding the wine glass. Ishida Kunyu walked into the box unsteadily. The moment he closed the door, his eyes suddenly became sober. Hanzo is ready to attack Hanyu Simu. The charming singer sat on the ground, poured 2 glasses of wine, her bright red lips parted slightly. Sure enough, Hanzo still can't help but want to get out of Konoha's control. Ishida Kunyu nodded. Master Danzo is very predictable. The singer gently sent the wine down her throat. Don't worry, Lord Danzo has already made arrangements. If Hanzo makes a move, Hanyu-sima, the army of the land of Heffen, will be unable to escape this time. A terrifying killing intent immediately enveloped the box. Ishida Murura said with some hesitation. However, if Hanyu-sima is killed, Konoha's combat power may be. The singing girl stared at Ishida Kunyu with eyes full of murderous intent for an instant. Are you questioning Master Danzo's decision? Ishida Kunyu suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and hurriedly said, Don't dare. After receiving the information on the border of the Land of Rain, Simu immediately led the army to set off. A day later, they finally arrived at a mountain top. A Barame Jiwei followed Simu, secretly said to the map. According to information from Rain Shinobi Village, the troops of the Land of Winds are about 50 kilometers to the west, and the troops of the Land of Earth are 30 kilometers to the north. We should be able to arrive at the scheduled battlefield tomorrow. Soon a Barame Jiwei showed a tangled look on his face. We only have 2,000 people, what are you going to do next? Simu looked at the map and asked. Who are the people leading the teams from the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth? As for Rock Shinobi, the leader is Rai Murakami of the Explosion Force, a powerful explosion-style ninja. His elder brother Kari is also a well-known figure in Rock Shinobi Village, but he was beheaded by you in the last battle with Rock Shinobi. Sand Shinobi is led by Scorch-style ninja Hakura, you should know this guy. Simu raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. I know, I beat her up in that joint Jonin assessment. Abarame Jiwei's expression was a little subtle. Both Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, and Simu seem to be sworn enemies. If curses can kill people, the guy in front of him should have died tens of millions of times. Simu put his finger on the station of Sand Shinobi Village, and said softly, Since Sand Shinobi keeps jumping, let's hit him first. How to do it? Aware of Simu's killing intent, Abarame Jiwei immediately became alert. Simu grinned. Of course, go straight to Huanglong. Really? Before coming here, Abarame Jiwei knew that Simu was not a person who was good at tactics. His only tactic is to go straight up and beat his opponent to death. Don't worry, I'll do it. Simu narrowed his eyes. He would like to see if these 6,000 ninjas can test the limit of the blue dragon fruit. 2,000 ninjas from Konoha are rapidly building fortifications. It was getting dark. The reconnaissance troops are seriously guarding the surrounding movement. The person in charge of leading the reconnaissance force this time is the son of the head of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hizashi. Come on, don't be attacked by the enemy. Hyaga Hizashi said flatly. A ninja also from the Hyaga clan said, Captain, I heard that this time the combined forces of Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi have reached more than 10,000 people. We only have 2,000 people. Can we really stop it? Hizashi frowned. There is no need to consider this kind of problem on others. After all, there is a gap of 6 times. No matter how well-equipped and high-quality Konoha Shinobi is, it is impossible for 1 against 6. Not to mention that Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are all elites this time. That is, Simu led the team, which made this issue necessary to discuss. After all, this guy has never lost a battle on the battlefield. This kind of thing is not something we should be thinking about. That's all Hyaga Hizashi could say. He helped the forehead protector with the Konoha logo engraved on it. Said coldly, Okay, although our march is very secretive this time, the enemy may not come to sneak attack, and we are all serious about carrying out the mission. Yes. Suddenly, a Hyaga ninja looked serious. He pointed to the ground in a panic. Captain, there are plenty of signs of chakra activity underground. Hyaga Hizashi made a decisive decision. Hurry up, the enemy is attacking. Sound the alarm. The ear-piercing siren sounded from the Konoha camp immediately. Humph, the supercilious eyes of the Hyaga clan, it's really annoying. A stern voice sounded. In the next second, the ground trembled violently. Then part of the ground began to rise upwards, and the entire camp was cut into several pieces. A large number of Rock Shinobi ninjas burst from the breach in the ground. The knife in his hand exudes a cold breath, stabbing Konoha Shinobi with infinite killing intent. But these Konoha Shinobi don't seem surprised. On the contrary, he looked prepared, already holding a weapon in his hand, and launched a counterattack in an instant. Damn it, has the raid been discovered? The Rock Shinobi ninjas looked ugly. Originally thought to be a surprise attack, now it can only become a tough battle. However, they still had doubts on their faces. Even Bai Yan couldn't have spotted them so quickly. After all, they are the Rock Shinobi underground army that is best at stealth in the entire ninja world. Master Simu is right. Sure enough, someone made a surprise attack. Hyaga Hizashi's eyes were cold. At this time, there are at least 1,000 Rock Shinobi ninjas in the Konoha camp. Moreover, under his supercilious observation, thousands of ninjas are attacking from a distance. It should be the corresponding troops. In other words, their marching route has been completely controlled by the opponent. Among them, there is a traitor. Simu is not surprised by this. He had already detected the movements of the underground forces with the observation haki. And get the Konoha Shinobi fans ready. The code of justice on his body rattled. Simu smiled slightly. The war has begun. Simu's unrestrained laughter immediately resounded across the entire battlefield. He stood on top of the tallest clod, with his arms outstretched and a smile on his face. The incoming rock shinobi froze for a moment, with a look of fear on their faces. That guy is the legendary Golden Glitter, Hanyu's bedmate. A monster that abducted rock shinobi's two-tailed beasts by one person. The mere presence of Simu has dealt a severe blow to rock shinobi's morale. Cheer up, our strength far exceeds that of Konoha, don't be afraid. Finally, rock shinobi reacted and said loudly. And they get the upper hand, changing the terrain on a massive scale using earth-style ninjutsu. In this terrain, the greatest strength of rock shinobi can be exerted. Just as rock shinobi regained his morale, Simu slowly lowered his hands. Dark red lightning was released from him. A terrifying and depressing momentum spread out like the most powerful scarlet storm. This is no longer something that beasts can describe. It should be said, natural disaster? A dark red storm enveloped the entire battlefield. The breath of natural disasters impacted the turbulent hearts of every rock shinobi. The rock shinobi who stood up and called for everyone to work together was taken care of by Simu. His face was pale and his legs trembled. Then he rolled his eyes and passed out. In just a split second, at least half of the rock shinobi of the 1,000 underground troops fainted. 500 people remained. What a terrifying strength, what a powerful momentum. Even Konoha's ninja couldn't help but marvel at Simu's horror. And those ninjas who used to fight with Simu had the look I knew it was. Next. The corner of Simu's mouth curled up, and the chakra on his body surged wildly. Summoning technique. 4 huge summoning circles appeared on the battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. 4 voices sounded in succession. 4 huge figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A big cat surrounded by faint blue flames. 2 tails, against the brigade? It has 4 octopus-like tentacles like tails and is covered in red fur. It is a ferocious giant ape. 4 tails, Monkey King? The whole body is pure and white, the whole body is entangled with steam, and the 2 horns on the head are extremely hard. 5 tails, Kokuo. A squishy giant Katsuyu with 2 tentacles on its head. Katsuyu Rishi? Master Simu. Airway said respectfully. He looked fiercely at the surrounding rock shinobi. Is it rock shinobi again? The last time I fought alongside Simu was against rock shinobi. Also tamed 4 tails and 5 tails. I didn't expect to start playing rock shinobi again so soon. Boy, I slept soundly. The 4 tails complained suddenly. Looking into the distance, the voice said indifferently. Huh? I seem to feel a nasty breath. As the tailed beast who used to be rock shinobi, both 4 tails and 5 tails are sealed all year round. Enjoy the white eyes and hostility of the villagers of Uegakure with Jinchuriki. Therefore, they also hate rock shinobi the most. Simu stood on top of Katsuyu's head and said, 4 tails 5 tails, the rock shinobi force is entrusted to you. A cruel smile played on 4 tails' face. You got the right guy for rock shinobi, kid. After all, its powerful feet stepped on the ground into an exaggerated depression. The huge body rushed like a cannonball to the rock shinobi troops attacking from a distance. 5 tails Kokuo nodded towards Simu. Leave the rock shinobi unit to us. 5 extremely white tails danced. Numerous high-pressure steams shot out from its body, turning into a powerful driving force, increasing the speed of 5 tails several times. Rock shinobi troops a few kilometers away. The scout ninja stood beside the main general, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. This breath is 4 tails and 5 tails. The perception ninja said with difficulty. They're coming our way. His face was gloomy. He never expected that 4 tails and 5 tails would actually surrender to Hanyu Simu. You know, even the 3rd generation movie masters have no way to make them succumb. Here they come. The voice fell. A crimson cannonball fell from a high altitude. Enemy attack. A large number of Earth-style ninjas rushed to perform ninjutsu. The ground changed instantly, and countless rocks rose from the ground. A gigantic rock pillar was formed, and it slammed into the red figure falling from the sky. Sun Wukong spread his 4 tails. A trace of disdain flashed across the face of the blue-faced fangs. It opened its mouth, and the glowing red magma poured out of it, falling down on rock shinobi troops like lava cascades from the sky. The magma released terrible heat. The water vapor in the air is completely evaporated, and white smoke lingers on the surface of the magma. It fell hotly on the rising rock pillar. The terrible temperature instantly melted the rock. 4 tails fell from the sky and landed on the melting pillar. The huge body brings a terrible impact. The fragile rock pillars were crushed in an instant, and countless rocks were about to fly out mixed with magma, falling heavily on the rock shinobi troops. A scorching red light streaked across the night sky. It looked like a volcano had erupted. Get out! The main general shouted loudly. All rock shinobi ninjas scattered in a hurry. 4 tails' hill-like body landed heavily on the battlefield. The 4 tails fell fiercely towards the surroundings. All of a sudden, landslides and ground cracked, and countless ninjas were photographed into meatloaf. Damn rock shinobi brats, this time it's your turn to feel the pain. 4 tails growled. Anger made his already ferocious face even more terrifying. So many years of incarceration, abuse, anger, finally released today. Damn it, you actually use 4 tails against us. Obviously 4 tails was originally rock shinobi's weapon, but now it is being used against him. This feeling is really indescribable. Just when he was about to command rock shinobi troops to besiege 4 tails and seal it up, then I heard the exclamation of other ninjas. That's 5 tails. He hastily turned his head to look. A huge white horse came from a distance wrapped in a large amount of water vapor. It seems that the distance is far away, but the speed of Five Tails is fast enough, especially the speed when charging. The rock shinobi troops reacted quickly, raising countless earthen walls to stop them. But Five Tails is like an unstoppable train. Numerous steams are sprayed backwards, and the speed continues to increase. Then he lowered his head and hit the raised earth wall of rock shinobi with his extremely hard horns, or even a mountain range. Exaggerated speed, coupled with unusually strong horns. It transformed into a powerful impact the moment it hit the mountain. In an instant, dense cracks covered the entire mountain range. The high-temperature steam was ejected, and the entire mountain range was completely smashed. After the mountains shattered, Five Tails finally slowed down. Finally stopped. Immediately afterwards, in the shocked eyes of everyone, a high-pitched siren sounded, and a cloud of water vapor was released from Five Tails, enveloped the surrounding rock shinobi without any dead space. The terrible high temperature made the ninjas engulfed in water vapor howl in pain. The skin on the surface was scalded instantly, and finally turned into a red corpse. The surrounding rock shinobi watched this scene in shock. His face was full of disbelief. Do you want to deal with two-tailed beasts? They swallowed, their faces pale. Seeing the low morale, she suddenly appeared beside Five Tails. A punch landed on its white body. Boom. The explosion produced a huge impact force, which overturned the Five Tails as huge as a hill. Hit the ground hard. Just two-tailed beasts, for the glory of rock shinobi. She took the opportunity to shout loudly, wanting to boost morale. Other rock shinobi cheered up quickly. After all, there are 5,000 of them. Even two-tailed beasts are enough to seal them up. Is it just two-tailed beasts? A gentle female voice sounded. Airway also rushed to this battlefield at some point. There are dozens of faint blue fireballs floating around it. Under the incredible eyes of the rock shinobi, dozens of fireballs fell into the battlefield with complicated trajectories. Intensive explosions sounded. Countless rock shinobi were instantly buried in the flames. Several kilometers away, Simu stands on top of Katsuyu. Katsuyu, the lives of the Konoha shinobi followers are your trouble. Okay, leave it to me. Katsuyu Rishi's voice was still so gentle. Its huge body splits into countless small Katsuyu in an instant. Shuttle among the trees, and then attached to every Konoha shinobi. People have become accustomed to Simu's approach. With Katsuyu, it means that as long as you don't get killed by one hit, you have a great chance of being rescued. A strong fighting spirit appeared in the eyes of the Konoha shinobi followers. He is not stingy and exchanges injuries with the opponent. After all, there is Katsuyu Rishi to provide healing. The enemy can't even find a few medical ninjas. With the increase of the green dragon fruit to his physique, Simu's chakra amount at this time has reached a terrifying level. Even if summoning produces three-tailed beasts and Katsuyu immortal, it is not a problem. The rock shinobi here can be handed over to the Konoha shinobi practitioners. Seeing the one-sided battle situation, Simu set his sights on the sand shinobi troops with a total of 6,000 people. Observation Haki was firmly locked on the leader Yakang. This is my battlefield. Yakang seemed to sense the killing intent from afar. The body tensed up instantly, ready to attack at any time. Simu's body swelled up a little. Blue dragon scales covered his whole body. Open the dragon claws, and countless lasers gather at the fingertips. Immortal technique, Bakakain Guyu. A black pattern emerges from Simu's scale-covered face. It looked even more hideous. The two dragon horns were upwards as if they were about to pierce the sky, and their height reached an astonishing 7 meters. Countless laser beams bloomed from his fingertips, turning into rainstorm-like light spots and falling towards the sand shinobi troops. It's Hanyu Simu, here we come. As the only light escape user in the ninja world, this move has almost become Simu's signature ninjutsu. 6,000 sand shinobi ninjas look serious. Although Simu once killed third Kage, he is the enemy of the Kingdom of Wind. But his strength has also been recognized and must be taken seriously. Numerous sand shinobi rushed out of the team. Printed almost at the same time. United Ninja Wind-style sand formation. A violent airflow spewed out from every mouth. These air currents come together to form a terrible hurricane. The large light spots released by Simu fell on the hurricane, and were directly swept away by the high-speed rotating airflow. Hanyu Simu, this time, we must pay with blood. If you want to say which big country hates Simu the most, then there is only the Kingdom of the Wind. The land of Earth just had two-tailed beasts stolen. The Kingdom of the Wind directly killed a Kage. Therefore, this time the Kingdom of the Wind is sending the most troops, and it is also the one that wants to solve Tongmu the most. 6,000 ninjas fight against each other, and use wind-style ninjutsu to bombard enemies in the distance. Simu frowned slightly. The burly body stood in place, bearing the oncoming hurricane attack. Every stream of air here is like a blade, cutting deep scratches on the rocks on the ground. Some small stone heads were directly cut in half, and the cut surface was extremely smooth. But even these extremely sharp wind blades falling on the scales on the surface of Simu's body are nothing more than sparks that collide with each other. The hurricane roared past. The entire land was swept away, looking like ruins. But Simu folded his arms and was there. Not even a scratch on the body. As for the code of justice that was hanging behind him, he had already hidden it in the scroll. With the triple blessing of Phantom Beast Fruit, Admiral Physique, and Armament Haki, this normal ninjutsu does no harm to Simu at all. The faces of Sand Shinobi were full of disbelief. The wind-style ninjutsu performed by thousands of people at the same time can't do anything about it? Is this too exaggerated? This cruel reality even dealt a huge blow to the morale of Sand Shinobi's side. Simu seemed completely unaware that his actions just now had a huge impact on these Sand Shinobi. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Since you like using wind style so much, let's show you what the real power of wind is. Simu seemed to be talking about a very ordinary thing. Devil Fruit's energy surged wildly in his body. His body swelled rapidly, stretched inch by inch, and finally turned into a giant dragon hundreds of meters long. The gravity of this planet has completely failed to affect it. Even with such a huge body, it flew into the sky very lightly. This is Yakang, who led the team, looked extremely ugly. Although she got the latest news about Hanyu from Rock Shinobi before the war. The battle of ninjas is actually a battle of intelligence. As long as you can know the ninjutsu that the opponent is good at in advance, you can deduce his weakness from his intelligence. Then you can gain a huge advantage on the battlefield and make targeted arrangements. But the man in front of him is obviously an exception. From light escape to Zion Jutsu at the beginning, and now to beast ninjutsu, one is more outrageous than the other. The speed at which the major ninja villages can analyze Simu's abilities can't catch up with his development speed. More importantly, every ability of this big guy is ridiculously powerful, simply difficult to target. If it is said that Light Escape was able to set traps at the beginning and use the ceiling technique to target them, the dragon in front of them is even bigger than the tailed beast. They really don't know what kind of sealing technique is needed to seal it. Simu condenses the energy of nature in his hands, and merges with the energy of Devil Fruit. He opened his mouth, and the light around him began to twist. All the air was funneled into Simu's fang-filled mouth at breakneck speed. Immortal technique Bad Wind. A large amount of air accelerated in Simu's mouth, and finally turned into countless sickle slashes and spewed out. At least hundreds of light blue air slashes fell on the Sand Shinobi troops like a shower. Each path is a full 5 or 6 meters long. With the stature of these ninjas, they will lose more than half of their lives if they hit them casually. A more exaggerated ninjutsu than Kamaidaki technique. Yakang commented. When did this guy learn such powerful wind-style jutsu? Face this terrible AoE attack. The Sand Shinobi troops once again use group ninjutsu. These bright and sharp cuts fell in the hurricane. Although the channel was deviated, it still landed on the ground smoothly. That is, in the army formation of Sand Shinobi troops. The large and small rocks on the battlefield, and even the ground, were cut apart the moment they hit the slash. Damn it. A Sand Shinobi wields a ninja sword in his hand. The surging chakra covered the ninja sword, driving it to hit the slash that fell from the sky, but only for a moment. The long knife wrapped in chakra is split in two. The momentum of the slash continued unabated, cutting the Sand Shinobi in half. For a moment, the entire ground was riddled with holes, as if it had been slashed wildly by a kitchen knife that was hundreds of meters long. Bibbage, Sand Shinobi suffered even more losses. Jonin is fine, those Chunin and Genin who can't dodge are powerless to resist Simu's attack. Yakang looked at the devastated battlefield, looking at the comrade who was cut in half. My heart was filled with grief, but there was nothing I could do. Facing the top combat power of Simu, the only thing these normal ninjas can do is consume his chakra with life. Do your best to contain him and create conditions for the real ultimate move. No matter what, I must kill him here? This is the thought of all Jonin including Hakura. Hanyu, I'm here to kill you. Yakang roared. Seeing this, Jonin immediately formed a seal with both hands. A powerful airflow rose from Yakang's feet. Lifting her up, Lang Lang flew towards the giant dragon in midair. Simu is huge though, but thanks to the powerful observation haki, he is well aware of every change in the entire battlefield. For example, Yakang was the size of a fly in front of him. Yakang with balls tied in front of him fluttered violently under the air current. Her eyes were firm, and her whole body was filled with an aura of fearlessness. Scorch-style oversteamed fire dragon. The crimson special flame forms a fire dragon and flies towards Simu. The moisture in the air along the way is completely evaporated. If an ordinary person is hit by this move, he will instantly become a mummy. Compared with Jonin's assessment, Yakang's strength has more than tripled. Now one of the strongest Jonin in Sunagakure. But this fire dragon is a doll at best in front of the giant dragon Simu. Looking at Yakang who is not afraid of death, Simu sighed inwardly. This guy is loyal to Sunagakure. Who would have thought that he would be sold by Sunagakure in the end? But it's a pity. Now the identities of the two are enemies. There was a hint of disdain in the dragon's golden pupils. A violent cyclone emerged from the center of the huge dragon claw. Simu controls the cyclone, waving his claws to press the attacking fire dragon. Under this terrifying pressure, the little fire dragon sprayed out by Yakang collapsed instantly. Simu twisted his huge body, opened his mouth and bit towards Yakang. The latter fell rapidly under the influence of gravity. But Simu is faster. And Yakang has no ability to fly. In midair, he is just a small fish at the mercy of others. Just when Simu opened his mouth, Yakang in front of him showed a strange smile. A dozen puppets suddenly flew up from the ground. They all look like various insects. Flying into the midair, the belly opened at the same time. Simu narrowed his eyes and sensed a dangerous aura. Sure enough, a series of seal scrolls protruded from the abdomen of these puppets. All the scrolls were quickly opened, revealing the black vassals. A large number of chakra shot out from the scroll, forming a series of chains, tightly entwining the huge dragon. Simu, you have no escape. This is the 1000-lock seal of Sunagakure. Yakang landed firmly on the ground. This seal can even be sealed by Shuhi, who has the power of sealing. It can be regarded as one of the handed-down treasures of Sunagakure. In order to securely win Simu, Sunagakure can be said to have made a heavy investment. Yakang stared at Simu closely. The 1000-lock seal can seal all the chakras of time. You should capture Dongqian. Simu tilted his head. Indeed, the chakra in his body has indeed fallen into a state of stagnation. The key is, did this little girl misunderstand something? I don't need to use chakra at all. The giant dragon raised its head suddenly, and Tongmu's whole body erupted with a terrifying power zone. The chains wrapped around his body were tightened in an instant, and he wailed. Impossible, how can he still mobilize chakra? Under Yakang's incredulous gaze, the seal chains wrapped around Tongmu's body suddenly shattered. The light blue chakra dissipates in the air like flying fireflies. The dragon's head was raised, and the flames in its mouth condensed. At the moment when the seal is lifted, it is natural to be able to restore with chakra. Immortal art heat breath. Possessing the heat of chakra blessing, the power is completely different from before. The scorching fire light illuminated the night sky, and at the same time illuminated Yakang's face. Unstoppable. Such an idea suddenly appeared in Yakang's mind. The pillar of flame light fell. A dozen or so puppets around jumped at the same time. One pulled Yakang and ran towards the outside, while the others opened their shields and ran towards the pillar of fire. The shadow of the golem drowned in the pillar of fire when China. Terrible explosions set the battlefield in flames. Under the bombardment, the ground suddenly shattered into a large crater. Cough cough cough. Yakang covered his mouth and coughed violently. Beside him were lit, broken puppets. Yakang looked at the sea of fire in front of him. If there is no accident, those puppet masters should have lost their lives. Feeling the many auras that disappeared in an instant, Simu's face didn't change at all. That's what war is like. There is always someone who is going to die. If you don't want yourself to die, you don't want your partner to die, then you can only invite the enemy to die. Thousands of sand shinobi quickly recovered from the blow just now. Wind-style ninjutsu blasted into the sky one after another. The giant dragon entrenched in the sky gradually shrunk. Simu turned back into a human beast form, and a mace that was huge for ordinary people fell from the sky. Dark red lightning wrapped around his body. The terrifying momentum made all the ninjas on the battlefield fearful, and even the speed of linking seal was a beat slower. The blockbuster wind-style ninjutsu was released. The turbulent airflow, wind blade, kunai, and shuriken fell on Simu's body, constantly colliding with dazzling flames. One of the air streams condensed to ultimate pierced Simu's cheek. This is the first time Simu has been injured in this battle. Blood trickled down to the corner of Simu's mouth. He stuck out his tongue and licked it, bloodthirsty gleams in his eyes. As for other attacks that were dangerous to him, they were all avoided under the prediction of observation haki. Simu's behavior seems rough, but in fact it is extremely delicate. The sky behind him was dark with clouds. Thunder dragons were swimming fiercely in the thick sea of clouds. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded. Dazzling thunder shattered the night. It was as if the tianke carrying the thunder and lightning had been broken. The turbulent thunder light was so thick that it reached ultimate, and it seemed to fall from the sky like a substance. Dazzling thunderbolts fell with Simu. Immortal technique Wan Lei Yin Luo. Not only Simu, but also Wang Qianlong fell down. Lei Guang equally illuminated everyone's pale faces. Boom! Thunder pierced everyone's eardrums. This kind of heavenly power even made everyone forget to resist. The radiance of Thor descends on everyone. The thick thunder pillar was like the axe of the gods, splitting the ground fiercely. The dense thunder light enveloped sand shinobi on the battlefield, and then disappeared. Under such a high voltage of tens of millions of volts, no one can survive. The thunder column slowly dissipated. There was a hole in the clouds in the sky. The corresponding ground is a bottomless abyss, up to hundreds of meters in diameter. All creatures and objects within this range disappeared. The only thing that exists is that terrifying man who stepped on the flame cloud. There are 3,054 people left. This move wiped out almost half of the ninjas in Sand Shinobi. Let Yakang consume Simu's physical strength by relying on wheel battles, and the good idea of finally winning in one go was wiped out. Simu in this state cannot be resisted by relying on the number of people at all. Before the Thunder Dragon falls, Yakang and a dozen Sand Shinobi Jonin escaped Simu's attack range by chance. On one's last legs. This is the word Yakang can think of that best fits their current situation. Face the enemy in front of you. The proud Yakang finally felt what despair is. He suddenly recalled the shadow he defeated in Vice Admiral in the Jonin exam. Originally thought that after so many years of hard work, I should be able to get closer to Simu. I didn't expect to be crushed when we fought again. And it is all round, 360-degree easy crushing with no dead ends. Without the support and cover of other partners, I am afraid that I would have been turned into ashes long ago. Another Sand Shinobi Jonin complained bitterly. Didn't it say that this guy is best at light escape ninjutsu? Why is it different from what the intelligence said? Yakang smiled wryly. Ghost knows? Ming Ming is famous for light escape ninjutsu. As a result, I used wind style, fire style, and lightning style ninjutsu over and over again. Simu manipulated the flame cloud and sent himself to the ground. With a strong voice after humanization, he said, "Are you ready to surrender, or die?" He had just finished speaking. A bout of suffering broke through the void. However, it was knocked away by his slowly raised claws. An ordinary sand shinobi said coldly. Sand shinobi never surrenders to the enemy. Simu sighed. I appreciate your courage. He raised his dragon claw, and a light spot appeared on his fingertips. Yakang's expression changed. She knows the trick. It is a light escape ninjutsu of mass destruction. Simu just wanted to release immortal technique Big Core Jade. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he jumped to the side. A white square beam of light flew from a distance, and landed on the spot where Simu was just standing. The beam of light pierced the ground like a sharp sword. Wherever it reaches, everything turns into nothingness. Simu squatted on the ground and slowly got up. The golden majestic pupils looked towards the sky. A Mediterranean little old man was floating in midair with his hands raised. On the old face, a huge red nose is particularly conspicuous. If there is no accident, the beam of light just now was emitted from these old arms. The corner of Simu's mouth hooked. It's really scary. I didn't expect the famous master Tsuchikage to be there in person. That's right, it is the mainstay of Iwagakure who has arrived. Third Tsuchikage, Onoji 2-day scale? The four tails on the rock shinobi battlefield in the distance clutched their shoulders. There is a circular hollow there. The dark red chakra is constantly being tinkered with. It looked towards the battlefield where Simu was, with a grim expression. That damned old guy, I'm going to tear him up sooner or later. As Tsuchikage, Onoji rushed to the rock shinobi battlefield first. Suppressed the tailed beast with a single shot of the original realm stripping technique. Asking for flowers. He made the hole in Four Tails' shoulder. If it wasn't for Four Tails' timely response, it might not be the shoulder that was pierced, but the head. Things have come to this point. Even Oniki no longer has the idea of recycling the tailed beast. Instead, he directly heard the killer. Getting rid of this Hanyu Simugai is what really matters now. The old man is here, and things are a bit difficult. Kokuo waved his tail. It and the Four Tails have been kept sealed all these years, largely because of Onoki. Although Rock Shinobi has no successor, but the strength of this head is really fishy. Airway spewed out a blue flame, burning the Rock Shinobi in front of him to ashes. Then he said disdainfully, look, you two, Lord Simu will definitely beat that old man to pieces. Oniki was suspended in midair, staring at this junior with water-cooled eyes. Hanyu Simu, you killed my son and took our two-tailed beasts from Iwagakure. Don't you think you went too far? Facing Oniki's questioning, the aftermath was only mild for a while. If I remember correctly, it was Rock Shinobi who took the initiative to attack Konoha. Oniki narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I'm not stupid enough to have two-tailed beasts appear on the battlefield at the same time. Apparently, he felt that the two Jinchuriki appearing on the battlefield at the same time was a conspiracy by Konoha. Otherwise, how could these two-tailed beasts surrender to this brat so easily? Of course Simu knew the truth of the matter. After all, my disciples are still receiving painstaking training from Lord Madara. But he wasn't going to tell Onoki about it, he just said casually. It's normal for an old man like you to be used as a weapon occasionally. What did you say? What Onoki, an old guy, hates most is that others say he is old. Also, he has a red nose. Simu smiled and said, say you're old. Humph, brat, you don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. A white cube was generated from his hand, and the white light inside contained a terrifying force field. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. The white square elongated instantly, forming a square beam of light piercing towards Simu. There was a trace of caution on Simu's face. With his physique at this time, there are not many people in the ninja world who can harm him. There are very few that can threaten his life. And the old man in front of him is one of them. After all, this so-called dust entry claims to be able to break things down into atoms. Under this kind of strength, Simu can't guarantee that his body can hold it. Fortunately, under the observation of the top observation Haki, all of Onoji's movements are clearly visible to Simu. Since you can't bear it, as long as you don't get hit, it's fine. Simu flashed quickly, leaving only a shadow in place. The beam of light pierced through Simu's shadow and pierced the ground, but to no avail. Sure enough, I'm old, I can't even aim properly. Simu continues to provoke Onoji. Combat is not only a competition of skill and ability, but also a competition of psychology. Onoki blew his beard and stared, and said to Simu, do you know why your whereabouts are captured by Rock Shinobi's troops?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.